The Invincible Dynasty, Conquest of the Celestial Realms. Li Luo found himself traversing to a foreign realm, assuming the identity of the heir to the Northern Liang dynasty. As fate would have it, a rebellion by 3 monarchs erupted, plunging the world into chaos. The Northern Liang king exclaimed, "My son, when will you raise the banner of rebellion?" "Father, I shall soon lead 30,000 Northern Liang troops to carve out a vast empire for you." Li Luo interjected, "Father, what are you saying? Rebellion. Our Li family is steadfastly loyal to the Liang dynasty. We would never consider such a thing. We are the righteous force destined to liberate the people." The Northern Liang king nodded. "Ah, indeed, my beloved son speaks the truth. We are the harbingers of justice." Thus, with the aid of a system and a righteous army, Li Luo established the Great Xia divine dynasty. Li Luo pondered, "What? You claim to be a formidable fighter? Monkey brother, teach him a lesson, what? You assert you possess supreme power? My apologies, Pangu, but I shall cleave him asunder." Countless ages later, a decree echoed throughout the celestial realms. In the land of Great Xia, no demon or spirit shall tread. Chapter 1. My son, when will you raise the banner of rebellion? Asterisk asterisk. On the holy sky continent, within the Liang dynasty, the former Emperor Qin Yu unexpectedly perished, leading to the ascension of the crown prince. However, upon his coronation, the new emperor indulged in debauchery, causing the entire dynasty to descend into despair. 3 lords of different surnames conspired and took up arms in rebellion. In an instant, the Liang dynasty was engulfed in flames of war, and the common folk suffered greatly. In the Northern Liang palace, amidst a lakeside pavilion, a languid youth reclined on a chair, a fishing rod in hand, casting his line into the water. The youth Li Luo possessed striking features and an extraordinary demeanor, perpetually graced with a smile. He was the sole son of the Northern Liang king. Yet, Li Luo harbored a secret unbeknownst to others. He was, in fact, a traveler from Earth. Upon arriving in this world, he discovered a realm ruled by the law of the jungle, where warriors could traverse the heavens and the earth. Fortunately, he had been born into a favorable situation as the heir of the Northern Liang royal family. At that moment, several beautiful maidens attended him, fanning and pouring tea. Behind him, a robust, middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe paced anxiously. This man was none other than Li Luo's father, Li Beixiong, renowned as the Northern Liang king. "Father, could you please sit down and enjoy a cup of tea?" Li Luo urged. Lily, hearing the sound of footsteps behind him, Li Luo signaled to the maidens to prepare tea for his father. "Your Highness, please have some tea." The maid named Lily respectfully presented a cup to Li Beixiong. Li Beixiong gulped down the tea and looked at Li Luo, exclaiming, "My son, when will you raise the banner of rebellion? With just your word, I shall lead our 30,000 Northern Liang troops to seize the world for you. You need only to assume the mantle of emperor, and I shall safeguard your empire." Upon hearing this, the surrounding maidens instinctively retreated. Li Luo took a sip of his tea, bemused, "Father, why the urgency? What if this is merely a trap set by the old emperor?" A glimmer of unease flickered in Li Luo's eyes. 2 years prior, news had erupted from the imperial capital that the former Emperor Qin Yu had perished mysteriously during his training, reducing to ashes, leaving no remains. As a pinnacle warrior of the great Yan realm, such a sudden demise seemed implausible to Li Luo. How could that be? "I, your father, along with the other 3 rebellious lords, confirmed that the remnants of the ashes indeed bore the aura of the old emperor. My son," Li Beixiong continued earnestly, "even if we do not rebel, we, the Northern Liang, cannot remain aloof. It would be wise to join them in rebellion while I am still capable of fighting, to establish a legacy for you." Li Beixiong urged Li Luo persistently, for he was the last hope of the Li family. Thus, Li Luo was indulged by his father, who would not force him into actions against his will. However, Li Luo had his own considerations regarding the rebellion. The former emperor was only one of the reasons preventing him from allowing his father to rebel. The more significant reason was that he awaited the completion of his system's loading process. This system had accompanied him since his arrival, but remained perpetually in a state of loading, a process ongoing for over a decade. "Father, you were once so loyal to the old emperor. Why now do you urge me to rebel?" Li Luo chuckled lightly, teasing his father, recalling how the Liang dynasty was built through his father's efforts alongside the old emperor, earning his trust and the title of Northern Liang king. "Bah, spare me your rhetoric. My loyalty lies with the people of the Liang dynasty, not with the Qin family. That wastrel Qin Yin has truly sullied a once great dynasty. I should have cleaved him in two that day in the palace. Li Luo could only smile in silence at his father's fervor. Just then, their steward rushed in, breathless with urgency. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived. Li Beixiong frowned, a look of suspicion crossing his face. What does that wretched offspring of Qin Yun seek in our Northern Liang? Li Luo scoffed. What else could it be but to seek our aid? Li Beixiong nodded slightly, conceding that his beloved son spoke wisely. My son, when you decide to rebel, do let me know. With a flourish of his robe, Li Beixiong departed, reminding Li Luo once more. The steward, upon hearing the word rebellion, lowered his head in fright. Li Luo waved his hand, bidding farewell to his father. Shortly after Li Beixiong's departure, 5 armored men, imbued with spiritual energy, appeared. Your Highness. The 5 men knelt respectfully, their eyes brimming with reverence. They were generals of the Northern Liang army. Li Luo enjoyed a high standing among the Northern Liang forces, as the region, bordering the untamed wilderness, often faced incursions. Drawing upon his military knowledge from his past life, he had led the Northern Liang army to triumph over many assaults. What news do you bring? Li Luo raised his fishing rod, catching a fish that flailed in his grasp before he released it back into the water. Your Highness, you truly possess foresight. One general praised. Lord Wu has seized control of most of the eastern territories, while Lord Jin has moved northward to confront him. Meanwhile, Lord Xi, having solidified his hold on the western regions, is now gathering his forces, subtly preparing for action against us. The general's words confirmed Li Luo's earlier predictions. The formidable Wu and Jin lords, both great Yin realm warriors, commanded numerous powerful subordinates. Though the imperial capital boasted 50,000 elite guards, it lacked a great Yin realm warrior to oversee its defenses. Thus, it had become a mere pawn of the 3 rebellious lords. Now, their primary adversaries were one another and, notably, the Northern Liang. Among the 4 lords, the Northern Liang stood as the mightiest. Li Luo's greatest concern was the possibility of an alliance between Lord Qi and Lord Wu against them. The signs emanating from Lord Qi indicated an unsettling alignment with his suspicions. Though there had been no movement from Lord Wu's side, Lord Qi's actions warranted careful vigilance. Chapter 2. The loyal Li Beixiong reinforced the border territories adjacent to the domain of Prince Qi, while simultaneously dispatching an additional 100,000 cavalry from Beiliang to strictly guard against King Wu. I would appreciate it if several generals could personally oversee this matter. I will speak to my father about it. Should Prince Qi launch an attack on our Beiliang, you may act with lethal force. As Li Luo rose, an aura of authority radiated from him. It was hard to fathom that at the tender age of 19, he commanded such formidable presence. Yes, the 5 generals displayed expressions of excitement as they departed from the royal palace. Ding! The system has been successfully loaded. Welcome to the multiverse summoning system. Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, Li Luo's face lit up with exhilaration. His golden opportunity had finally arrived. Li Luo immediately focused his consciousness into the system. Ding! Host binding successful. Ding! System assistance activated. Ding! System assistance, congratulations, host. You have received a new player gift pack, granting you 5 summoning opportunities from the multiverse. Multiverse summoning? What does that mean? Li Luo inquired, puzzled. System assistance. The host has gained summoning opportunities, allowing you to summon powerful beings from various planes to heed your command. Li Luo was instantly elated. It was precisely the reinforcements Beiliang so desperately needed. Just as he was about to doze off, the system had delivered him a pillow. System assistance. Will the host utilize the summoning opportunity? Li Luo pondered for a moment before responding. Use. As his words fell, a vast expanse of starry skies materialized before him, with countless dimensional planes flashing past his eyes. The awe-inspiring sight filled Li Luo with wonder. Among the shimmering planes were those of the 3 kingdoms, the Qin Empire, the cannon fodder realm, the mythical realm, and many others. Gazing at these planes, Li Luo could hardly contain his excitement. If he were to summon deities from the mythical realm, wouldn't Beiliang soar to new heights? As several colossal planes swiftly passed by, they eventually stabilized on one in particular. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully summoned from the cannon fodder realm. Out of 5 summons, 2 were failures. Successfully summoned individuals, Li Ergu, Lu Rinjia, Shan Pao. As the system's voice faded, 3 figures quietly appeared before Li Luo. Li Ergu, mid-stage of the Great Transformation Realm. Note, originates from the cannon fodder realm, a special bloodline bearer, possesses the ability of X-ray vision. Lu Rinjia, mid-stage of the Spiritual Sea Realm. Note: originates from the cannon fodder realm, a special ability user, possesses the skill to bring drawings to life. Shan Pao. Initial stage of the spiritual sea realm. Note: originates from the cannon fodder realm, a special ability user, possesses the skill to control exotic insects. Loyalty, 100. Observing the displayed information about the three individuals, Li Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He had drawn 3 cannon fodder right from the start. However, upon seeing that Li Ergu was at the Great Transformation Realm, his previous concerns dissipated entirely. With Li Ergu alongside his father, Bailiang now boasted 2 formidable warriors at the Great Transformation Realm. Greetings, Master. The 3 knelt in unison, paying their respects to Li Luo. The system had informed Li Luo that their memories had been altered. They now believed they had perished, and that Li Luo had resurrected them. Please rise. You may simply refer to me as young master from now on. Li Luo helped them to their feet. The 3 nodded slightly. After successfully summoning the trio, Li Luo took some time to study the system. He discovered that after summoning the 3, a new metric, reputation points, had appeared within the system. These points could not only be exchanged for summoning opportunities, but could also be utilized for upgrades. However, the reputation points would be calculated from this moment onward. Li Luo's current cultivation level was the Ascending Spirit Realm. The martial arts hierarchy of the Holy Heaven continent is divided into the Spirit Refinement Realm, Spirit Building Realm, Ascending Spirit Realm, Spiritual Sea Realm, Great Transformation Realm, and Returning to Ruins Realm. At the age of 19, achieving the Ascending Spirit Realm was already an extraordinary feat now. With the system, Bailiang finally had the confidence to vie for supremacy in the world. Li Luo, accompanied by the 3, departed from the pavilion, intending to meet with the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, Li Baixiong faced the reigning Crown Prince, Qin Yu. It became evident that Li Luo had accurately anticipated Qin Yu's purpose for visiting Bailiang. Qin Yun had sent him to request troops from Bailiang to support the imperial capital, or at the very least, to dispatch troops to quell the rebellious Third Kings. Your Highness, beyond Bailiang lies the wilderness. If our military is drawn away, the wilderness will certainly seize the opportunity to invade. Therefore, for the safety of the dynasty, I fear I cannot execute your Majesty's orders. However, please inform the Emperor that I, Li Baixiong of Bailiang, remain steadfastly loyal to the dynasty. I will never allow the Liang dynasty to fall into the hands of treacherous ministers. Li Baixiong spoke in a calm, yet resolute manner. Upon hearing Li Baixiong's words, Qin Yu's expression darkened. Unwilling to relent, he continued, Then I beseech the king of Bailiang to dispatch troops swiftly. Otherwise, the imperial capital may struggle to withstand the onslaught of King Wu and King Jin. Li Baixiong's expression soured, a faint aura of malice emanating from him. Did this insolent brat not comprehend the gravity of his words? Bailiang had yet to rebel, which was already a testament to their leniency toward the Qin family. To demand military support was simply absurd. Seeing the terrifying malice radiating from Li Baixiong, Qin Yu was taken aback. A man beside him immediately stepped forward to shield him. King of Bailiang, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to defy authority? Li Baixiong narrowed his eyes, a flash of murderous intent crossing his gaze. How dare a spiritual sea realm warrior raise his voice before him? Just as Li Baixiong was about to take action, Li Luo entered with Li Ergu and the others. Upon seeing Li Luo's arrival, Li Baixiong's malice vanished, replaced by a beaming smile. As if he had transformed into a different person. Son, you've arrived. Come, sit down. Don't tire yourself out. Li Baixiong hurriedly rose, offering his seat to Li Luo. Without regard for the presence of Qin Yu, Li Luo plopped down into Li Baixiong's seat, crossing his legs nonchalantly. The 3 stood behind him. Li Baixiong's gaze fell upon Li Ergu and the others, and he was immediately taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment. Son, who are these 3 friends? As a warrior of the Great Transformation Realm, he could discern Li Ergu's level of cultivation. He had not expected this young lad before him to possess such prowess at such a tender age. These 3 are exceptional talents who have come to ally with me. There is no need for you to inquire further, father. Li Luo waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in explaining. Oh, very well, I shall not pry. Li Baixiong nodded repeatedly, suppressing his shock. Meanwhile, Qin Yu directed a gaze of surprise towards Li Luo. It seemed the rumors circulating in the outside world were indeed accurate. The entirety of Bailiang was not merely under the dominion of King Bailiang, but rather, it was ruled by his son, Li Luo. Your Grace, Qin Yu began. But Li Luo interrupted him. There is no need for further discussion, Your Highness. I have overheard your conversation with my father. He remains unwaveringly loyal to the Liang dynasty and will not betray it. However, Bailiang cannot dispatch troops. If we do so, the wilderness will launch an assault. What will happen to the people of Liang then? For the greater good, I implore you to relay to the emperor that he must fortify the imperial capital. When we can spare forces from Beiliang, we shall offer our support. Indeed, your highness, as my son has stated, I, Li Beixiong, remain steadfastly loyal to the Liang dynasty and shall never betray it. Rest assured, when we can allocate forces from Beiliang, I will personally lead the troops to provide assistance. Li Beixiong declared passionately, thumping his chest in assurance to Qin Yu. Chapter 3. Assassination of the Crown Prince. Realizing that Li Luo had spoken so firmly, Qin Yu understood that expecting Beiliang to mobilize troops at this very moment was but a fool's dream. I understand. The words of the king of Beiliang shall be conveyed to the emperor without fail. The crown prince had matters to attend to, so he refrained from disturbing the king of Northern Liang in the air. Qin Yu, accompanied by a powerful figure from the spiritual sea realm, turned away from the royal residence and boarded a carriage, departing from Northern Liang. Once Qin Yu left, Li Luo let out a cold chuckle. Father, prepare yourself. It is time for Northern Liang to vie for dominance over the realm. Li Beixiong's excitement was palpable upon hearing this. My son, have you finally realized the necessity of rebellion? Aha! Li Luo shot his father an exasperated glance and retorted, Father, what rebellion are you talking about? We are liberating the common folk from their plight. We are the champions of justice. Ah, indeed. Just look at my eloquence. We are unwaveringly loyal to the Liang dynasty. How could we rebel? Li Beixiong exclaimed. I have already devised our righteous cause. We shall declare that we are mobilizing to rescue the populace from calamity and to quell the treacherous ministers. After a brief discourse between Li Luo and Li Beixiong, just as Li Beixiong was about to proceed with the arrangements for their military campaign, his expression suddenly shifted. He produced a jade token, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing across his face. What's wrong? Li Luo inquired, noticing his father's change in demeanor. Humph. The informant I placed beside Prince Qi has reported that he dispatched 2 powerful figures from the spiritual sea realm to assassinate that wretched Qin Yu. Li Luo's expression darkened. The news of the crown prince's visit to Northern Liang could not have escaped the watchful eyes of the 3 kings. Should the crown prince perish in Northern Liang, the 3 kings would take the opportunity to strike against them. Thus, while the crown prince could die, it must not happen in Northern Liang. Leave it to me to handle, Li Luo asserted, rising to depart the royal residence with Li Ergo, Lu Rinjia, and Shan Pao. Initially apprehensive about Li Luo's safety, Li Beixiong felt reassured by the presence of Li Ergo and chose not to intervene further. After exiting the estate, Lu Rinjia activated his unique ability. Art becomes reality. A large bird materialized before their eyes, conjured by Lu Rinjia's skill. Li Luo marveled at the sight. The enormous bird lifted the 4 of them into the air as they pursued Crown Prince Qin Yu. Unbeknownst to them, a maid within the royal residence gazed after their departing figures, decisively producing a jade token to convey a message. Within the western palace of Prince Qi, a man named Han Yi stood respectfully before the prince. I have followed your orders and relayed the information back to Northern Liang. Prince Qi nodded slightly. Han Yi was an informant placed by Li Beixiong, but unfortunately, he had been successfully turned. Your Highness, news has arrived from Northern Liang. At that moment, a powerful figure from the spiritual sea realm rushed in. I report to your Highness that Li Beixiong's son, Li Luo, has left the royal residence accompanied by 3 suspected spiritual sea realm experts. A flicker of surprise crossed Prince Qi's eyes. Your Highness, it is likely that Li Luo has been sent by Li Beixiong to rescue the crown prince. This presents an excellent opportunity to capture Li Luo. Your Highness, Li Luo is Li Beixiong's only son, who dotes on him dearly. If we capture Li Luo, Li Beixiong will surely comply, Han Yi hastily suggested. Li Beixiong's reputation as an indulgent father was well known, and Prince Qi had certainly heard of it. It was often said that Northern Liang belonged not to the king, but to Li Luo. Excellent. Zhao Su, take 2 spiritual sea realm experts with you for support. Besides eliminating the crown prince, we must bring Li Luo back. Prince Qi commanded with a cold smirk. Understood. Zhao Su turned and left, hastily gathering 2 spiritual sea realm experts from the palace to head toward Northern Liang. At that moment, Li Luo was soaring over Northern Liang City, riding the bird conjured by Lu Rinjia. The sight outside the city left Li Luo astounded. Tens of thousands of refugees were making their way toward Northern Liang City. With the 3 kings in rebellion, these refugees were evidently seeking refuge in Northern Liang. If there was any semblance of safety in the current Liang dynasty, it was undoubtedly within Northern Liang. Li Luo and his companions soon caught up with Crown Prince Qin Yu outside the city. A sudden commotion erupted in the distance. Li Luo scanned the area and saw that a subordinate protecting Qin Yu was locked in combat with another figure disguised as a refugee. Crown Prince, hurry. Return to Northern Liang City. Qin Yu's subordinate shouted as he engaged the assailant. Qin Yu hastily urged the carriage back. Humph, where do you think you are going? Your Highness? Another figure disguised as a refugee blocked the carriage's path, sneering. Fear crossed Qin Yu's face. Who are you? The assailant merely smiled without a word, raising a sharp blade to strike at Qin Yu's head. As Qin Yu's pupils constricted, a young figure appeared before him, deflecting the blow with a dagger. Who? The assailant was taken aback and immediately distanced himself. You are. Qin Yu recognized the figure before him as one of Li Luo's subordinates. Having seen the youth in the royal residence, it was Lu Rinjia who had saved him. At that moment, both the assassin and Qin Yu instinctively looked up, where they beheld a large bird illustrated in ink soaring into view. Li Luo. Upon seeing Li Luo's arrival, Qin Yu sighed in relief. Finally, salvation had arrived. Shan Pao? Li Luo called, and the attentive Shan Pao jumped down from the bird to assist Qin Yu's subordinate. Shan Pao unleashed his insect abilities, sending countless bugs flying from his body toward the assailant. Boom. Shan Pao, in conjunction with Qin Yu's subordinate, launched an assault against the spiritual sea realm expert. As for the assailant before Qin Yu, Li Luo recognized him. According to intelligence gathered by his father, this man was Bai Lu, a notorious figure under Prince Qi's command. Bai Lu had once been a feared criminal within the Liang dynasty, wanted by the late emperor, but had mysteriously vanished a few years prior. It was only after the Three Kings Rebellion that it became known that Bai Lu had fallen under Prince Qi's banner. Bai Lu's expression darkened as he regarded the three young figures brought by Li Luo. They were exceedingly youthful. According to the intelligence he possessed, Northern Liang had never boasted such young powerhouses. Aside from Li Beixiong, a formidable figure in the Great Yin realm, Northern Liang had only 7 spiritual sea realm experts, known as the 7 heroes of Northern Liang. However, upon infiltrating Northern Liang, they had learned that 5 of the 7 heroes had left the royal residence to guard the borders. Now, only Li Beixiong and 2 others remained in the royal residence. Clearly, the 3 young individuals before him were not part of the 7 heroes. Where had they emerged from? Bai Lu felt a surge of alarm. Northern Liang was indeed far more complex than the world had assumed. Chapter 4. The powerful Li Ergo Lu Rinjia. Eliminate him. Li Luo commanded upon recognizing Bai Lu. He was well aware of the heinous deeds associated with this individual. Art becomes reality. Wind God. Thunder God. Upon receiving Li Luo's command, Lu Rinjia unleashed his spiritual power, swiftly sketching with his brush. As his spiritual energy flowed through the brush's tip, 2 colossal figures appeared before the onlookers. These titanic beings were the Wind God and the Thunder God. Lu Rinjia executed his ultimate technique. Go. Boom. Boom. The 2 colossal figures charged toward Bai Lu. Bai Lu's pupils constricted. What kind of martial skill is this? I have never seen such a thing. But there was no time for contemplation as he desperately attempted to fend off the assault. Beside them, Qin Yu watched in awe and trepidation. Such terrifying martial skills. Boom. Bai Lu unleashed his aura, striving to resist the onslaught of the Wind God and Thunder God. Yet, Lu Rinjia remained unfazed, unfurling a scroll and forming hand seals once more. Art becomes reality. Ink ropes. The sound of rushing water was suddenly entangled by ink, rendering Bai Lu immobile. What is this? His body was constrained, and before he could regain his senses, the fists of the Wind God and Thunder God struck heavily against his chest. Bai Lu was sent flying with a single blow, unable to suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth, gravely injured. Li Luo's face was alight with excitement. The summoned powerful beings within the system, at the same realm, surpassed the strength of this world's warriors by a considerable margin. Lu Rinjia and Bai Lu, both at the Spirit Sea realm, were unexpectedly defeated with such ease. Meanwhile, the battlefield on the other side, where Shan Pao was engaged, also reached a conclusion. Shan Pao himself was of the Spirit Sea realm, and with the assistance of Qin Yu's subordinates, he swiftly eliminated that formidable opponent. Just as Lu Rinjia was preparing to end Bai Lu's life, 3 figures exuding formidable energy descended. Li Luo was slightly taken aback, his expression darkening as he gazed at the leader of the group. These suddenly appeared 3 strong warriors were all dressed as refugees. The foremost among them was Zhao Su, one of the 4 great generals under the Qi king, with whom Li Luo was familiar. In the past, Zhao Su had accompanied the old emperor in conquering the world, a presence comparable to the 7 heroes of Beiliang. Evidently, Zhao Su and his companions had successfully infiltrated Beiliang disguised as refugees. General Zhao. Bai Lu's face lit up with hope. Upon seeing Lu Rinjia and Shan Pao, Zhao Su's eyes flickered with astonishment. When did Beiliang gain more Spirit Sea realm warriors? However, There was no time for him to ponder further. The earlier battle had likely attracted the attention of Li Beixiong, compelling him to conclude this swiftly by capturing Li Luo and retreating from Beiliang. With a mere glance, Zhao Su signaled to the two Spirit Sea Realm warriors behind him, who instantly charged toward Li Luo. Li Luo's gaze sharpened. It was evident they were targeting him. But how did they know of his actions? A thought flashed in Li Luo's mind, and a glint of unusual light sparkled in his eyes. Shan Pao and Lu Rinjia moved to intercept the two warriors, engaging them in a fierce struggle. Li Luo, come with this general to meet the Qi King. Zhao Su, seeing his subordinates blocked, swiftly appeared before Li Luo, extending a massive hand to grasp him. Li Luo's lips curled into a slight smile as his companion, Li Ergu, activated his X-ray vision. A terrifying aura emanated from within him. A great transformation realm warrior. The approaching Zhao Su's pupils constricted in terror as he cried out in shock. 64 consecutive palms. Li Ergu appeared beside Zhao Su in an instant. With his X-ray vision, he clearly perceived the flow of spiritual energy coursing through Zhao Su's body. Before Zhao Su could react, Li Ergu's swift palm strike landed squarely on him, sending Zhao Su flying. His meridians shattered on the spot, his cultivation rendered null. At this moment, Qin Yu and his subordinate gazed at Li Ergu's back with fear. A great transformation realm warrior. Beiliang actually had another great transformation realm warrior. The instantaneous defeat of Zhao Su filled the two Spirit Sea Realm warriors who had accompanied him with dread, transforming illusions into reality. Buzzing sounds resonated as Lu Rinjia and Shan Pao unleashed their ultimate techniques against the two Spirit Sea Realm warriors. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, the severely injured Bai Lu immediately attempted to flee. However, how could his small maneuver escape the keen perception of Li Ergu's X-ray vision? Apart from its ability to see through, Li Ergu's vision could also capture the opponent's movements. He swiftly appeared before Bai Lu and dealt with him in a single palm strike. The battle concluded rapidly, with Lu Rinjia and Shan Pao also dispatching their respective adversaries. At this point, only the barely breathing Zhao Su remained, his cultivation obliterated. Li Luo approached Zhao Su, a smile gracing his lips. General Zhao, do enlighten me on how you came to know of this young master's whereabouts. Zhao Su's countenance darkened, enduring excruciating pain but remaining silent. The world had already held Beiliang's strength in high regard, yet they were unprepared for the depth of its foundations, which exceeded their expectations. Contemplating this, Zhao Su couldn't help but glance at Li Ergu, who stood respectfully beside Li Luo. He could not fathom why a great transformation realm warrior like Li Ergu would serve Li Luo. Since you choose not to speak, then perish. As Li Luo's voice fell, Li Ergu prepared to strike. Wait, I will speak. Faced with death, Zhao Su was ultimately gripped by fear. He then divulged everything he knew to Li Luo, pleading for the chance to live. So, it turns out the Qi King was able to turn my father's undercover agent, Li Luo mused. What is even more surprising is that Liar is actually one of yours. A cold smile escaped Li Luo's lips. Liar was a maid in their Beiliang residence, having arrived years ago in distress, and was kindly taken in by their steward, only to be revealed as an agent of the Qi King. Kill him. With a grand gesture, Li Luo commanded, and Li Ergu lifted his hand. Wait a moment. You actually went back on your word. Zhao Su's expression turned pale with terror. Trembling as he spoke, Li Luo chuckled in response. Did this young master ever promise not to kill you? Zhao Su's face drained of color, his countenance ashen. Li Ergu swiftly struck Zhao Su's crown, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Li Luo turned away, glancing at the anxious Qin Yu and his companion. Thank you for saving me, young Master Li. Qin Yu looked at Li Luo, his eyes glimmering with endless jealousy. Why did Li Luo have so many powerful followers, while he, the crown prince, was left feeling so constrained? Though envious of Li Luo, Qin Yu dared not reveal his feelings. Toward Beiliang, he felt nothing but apprehension. Gentlemen, have you been watching for so long that I should invite you out? At that moment, Li Ergu, with his X-ray vision activated, glanced toward a thicket not far away. Speaking lightly, his vision could pierce through the foliage, revealing two strong warriors concealed within. From the outset, Li Ergu had detected their presence. In the thicket, two middle-aged men clad in battle armor exchanged glances and smiled upon hearing Li Ergu's words. It seems we've been discovered. The two stepped out from the thicket. Uncle Long, Uncle Yang. Seeing the two men emerge, Li Luo felt a tinge of surprise. These two middle-aged men were among the 7 heroes of Beiliang, Long Yi and Yang Qing. They had watched Li Luo grow up. Your Highness. The two hurriedly bowed to Li Luo. Li Ergu, upon recognizing them, withdrew his spiritual energy. Long Yi and Yang Qing exchanged glances, their gazes landing on Li Ergu, Lin Xi, and Shan Pao. They had witnessed the earlier battle in its entirety and were deeply impressed by Li Ergu's prowess. They had never anticipated that their young master would quietly attract such formidable followers. Chapter 5. The mysterious woman Qin Yu's expression darkened at the side. Long Yi and Yang Qing showed no inclination to bow to him. As they put it, he was merely a soon-to-be obsolete prince of a waning dynasty. Compared to their young master, he paled in comparison. Since Uncle Long and Uncle Yang are here, may I trouble you two to escort our crown prince safely out of Beiliang? Li Luo smiled gently, looking at Qin Yu. Of course, they replied in unison. Moving beside Qin Yu and coldly instructing, Crown Prince, let us depart. Qin Yu dared not utter a word, forcing a grim smile. Then I must trouble the two generals. Subsequently, Qin Yu, under the escort of the two generals, safely exited the territory of Beiliang. Meanwhile, Li Luo and his companions returned to the Beiliang residence, preparing for the impending campaign. However, as they passed through the gates of Beiliang City, a multitude of refugees was blocked outside, clashing with the Beiliang army stationed at the gates. Soldiers, please let us in. We haven't eaten in a long time. Yes, please let us in. The hundreds of thousands of refugees amassed outside the city were mostly women, children, and the elderly, having fled to Beiliang in desperation. They heard that the entire Liang dynasty was engulfed in turmoil, except for Beiliang, which remained a haven of peace. Otherwise, why would they leave their homeland and journey to Beiliang? The guards at the city gate of Beiliang, confronted with such a multitude of refugees, dared not open the gates recklessly. They had reported the situation to the Lord's residence. The soldiers stationed at the gate were also hesitant to distribute food to these refugees, as the sheer number of people was overwhelming. Should chaos ensue due to a scramble for food, it would inevitably lead to unrest. Just as the guards awaited orders with growing anxiety, Li Luo and his companions descended at the city gate on a large bird. Upon seeing Li Luo, the Beiliang soldiers immediately saluted in unison. Your Highness. Hearing the soldiers' words, the refugees in front knelt down, paying their respects to Li Luo. Your Highness, what is happening? Li Luo raised an eyebrow and inquired with a guard at the gate. The officer recounted the events to Li Luo. After listening, Li Luo nodded slightly, then turned to address the multitude of women, children, and the elderly, amplifying his voice with spiritual energy to ensure every person could hear him clearly. As citizens of the Liang dynasty, how could we of Beiliang refuse you entry? He declared. I assure you, while I cannot promise you a life of luxury, I can guarantee that you will not go hungry. Relay my orders. Open the gates and let everyone in. Also, inform the higher authorities to open the granaries and provide aid. Li Luo instructed the guard beside him. Yes. With a single command, the city gates slowly creaked open. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, the refugees erupted in tears of joy. Thank you, Your Highness. You are truly a great benefactor. Children, we will finally have food. In that moment, Li Luo was embraced by the gratitude of hundreds of thousands of refugees. Behind them stood two women. One wore a veil, obscuring her features, while the other appeared to be a young girl of about 13 or 14, graceful and quite attractive. However, one should not underestimate this girl. Those who dared to traverse such chaotic times were rarely innocent. Along the way, many ill-intentioned individuals had met their demise at her hands. Miss, that is the heir of Beiliang. He seems quite decent, remarked the girl, noting his kindness, albeit with slightly lesser martial prowess. The girl gazed at Li Luo below the city gate. Having heard his words clearly, the veiled woman nodded slightly, in agreement with the girl's assessment. At that moment, Li Ergu also noticed the two women behind the refugees and activated his insight. Suddenly, the two women appeared within his line of sight. However, to his astonishment, he found that he could not see through the veiled woman. Li Ergu exchanged a glance with Shan Pao, who understood the unspoken cue. With a concentrated gaze, a few tiny insects emerged from his sleeve, darting towards the two women among the refugees. Unbeknownst to them, as Li Ergu attempted to peer into the veiled woman, she smiled faintly and said, Qing heir, this heir's subordinate is no ordinary individual. His talent is quite remarkable. Upon hearing her words, the girl named Qing heir looked at the trio beside Li Luo in shock. It was rare for someone to earn commendation from her esteemed lady. She couldn't help but glance at Li Ergu and his companions several times. The veiled woman smiled slightly and flicked her fingers. A slender stream of light shot forth, instantly annihilating the insects that had crawled forth from the ground. Shan Pao was taken aback, looking at Li Ergu with a serious expression, subtly shaking his head. He hadn't anticipated that the opponent could discern his insects. Li Ergu intended to inform Li Luo, but he realized that Li Luo was currently in a daze. Just moments ago, as hundreds of thousands of refugees expressed their gratitude towards him, he discovered that his reputation points had surged to 300,000. After consulting the system, he learned that these points stemmed from the refugees. He had gained significant esteem among them, deeply cherished by the refugees. However, Li Luo felt a tinge of regret. After this initial wave of admiration, any further increase in his reputation among these refugees would no longer yield points, unless new refugees came to acknowledge him. Realizing the source of his reputation points, Li Luo's face brightened with excitement. It seemed that the campaign against the three kings needed to be expedited. As long as he succeeded in defeating the three kings and rescuing the common people from their plight, how could he not gain more points? With a heart full of joy, he exited the system. Seeing Li Luo regain his focus, Li Ergo informed him about the two mysterious women. Li Luo looked at the two women with surprise, especially when he heard that even Li Ergo's insight could not penetrate the veiled woman. He was astonished. After all, Li Ergo's insight was known for its clarity. How could it fail against this opponent? What level of power did she possess? Li Ergo's expression turned grave as he said, "Young master, I cannot see through her. But one thing is certain, her strength is undoubtedly above mine." Hearing this, Li Luo was taken aback. Li Ergo was at the mid-stage of the Great Yin realm, and above him, only a Gui Su realm expert could surpass him. When had the Liang dynasty acquired a Gui Su realm expert? Why had he never heard of such a thing? Chapter 6. Miss, may I ask your name? Li Luo chose not to engage with them or approach them directly. Once the gates were opened, he, along with the city guards, guided the refugees to enter Beiliang City in an orderly fashion. He also mobilized personnel from the royal residence to open the granaries and distribute food. With Li Luo's assurance, the 30,000 refugees entered the city in an orderly manner, and the entire process unfolded without any disorder. Li Luo personally oversaw the distribution of grain to aid the refugees. The residents of Beiliang City raised their thumbs in approval of Li Luo, praising him. Li Luo had already enjoyed the affection of the common people in Beiliang City. His actions undoubtedly elevated his status in their hearts once more. Over the past decade, Li Luo had advised Li Beixiong to reduce taxes on the citizens and encourage production. Li Beixiong, indulged by Li Luo, had fully heeded his advice. This had allowed Beiliang to maintain a surplus of food even amidst the chaos of war. Local residents even contributed their own food to assist the refugees, eager to alleviate the burden on the royal residents. One could say that the entire Beiliang City had truly achieved unity between officials and the populace. As the two women walked through Beiliang City, they exchanged knowing glances, observing the scene with approval. It appears that this heir of Beiliang and the royal residents are genuinely beloved by the people, Qing heir remarked. They had traversed numerous dynasties and found that apart from Beiliang, there was hardly any region where the local authorities, even the royal dynasties, performed as admirably. The veiled woman nodded slightly, watching Li Luo's busy figure from afar, a glint of intrigue in her eyes. "Ladies, have you been watching us for so long and still not had your fill?" The veiled woman smiled faintly, her voice melodious like the gentle murmur of a mountain stream, pleasing to the ear. As soon as her words fell, Li Ergo, Lu Rinjia, and Shan Pao emerged, cautiously observing the two women before them. The moment the women entered, the trio had been discreetly assessing them. Meanwhile, Li Luo, who was busy distributing grain to the needy, noticed Li Ergo and the others and paused his work, walking over. Li Luo smiled gently and said, "Ladies, would you care to visit the royal residence?" "Certainly." Qing heir readily agreed. The veiled woman shot a disapproving glance at Qing heir. Li Luo glanced at the masked woman and asked, "Does the young master invite every woman he sees on the street to his residence for a visit?" The masked woman replied, "Not at all. Upon seeing the extraordinary demeanor of the two ladies, I presumed they were not of ordinary lineage, hence this invitation." Li Luo, feeling a bit awkward at her words, explained, "What does she take me for? Am I the kind of beast who lures women home at first sight?" Noticing his embarrassment, the masked woman couldn't help but smile slightly beneath her veil and said, "Thank you for your kind invitation, young master. But my sister and I have been away from home for too long. It is time we return. I hope you can understand." Realizing his invitation was unwelcome, Li Luo decided not to press further. He was eager for them to leave, especially with two powerful beings, presumably above the Guishu realm, lingering in his Northern Liang territory, which made him uneasy. It's no trouble at all. Should you ladies visit Northern Liang again, feel free to seek me out," Li Luo replied politely. The masked woman gave a slight nod, saying, "Then we shall take our leave." With that, she and her sister began to walk toward the city gates, while Qing Er followed reluctantly, wishing she could stay longer. "Miss, may I ask for your name?" Li Luo called out impulsively. The masked woman paused and turned back. Ziyun. After saying this, she departed Northern Liang with Qing'er. Once they left, Li Luo ordered someone to investigate the name Ziyun. However, as he anticipated, the investigation yielded no results. Outside the city, the two women strolled along the road. Miss, why not visit the royal palace? I find that young master quite interesting. Qing'er asked, puzzled. Ziyun poked Qing'er lightly on the head with her delicate finger and replied, You only think of frivolity. We have sneaked into the lower realm for long enough. It's time to return. Otherwise, if our clan's powerful beings come looking for us, it may endanger these people of the lower realm. Hearing this, Qing'er nodded, recalling the formidable power behind her sister. Ziyun glanced back at Northern Liang City, feeling an inexplicable certainty that she would meet Li Luo again. The reason for this feeling eluded even her understanding. Soon, their figures vanished in an instant. After settling the refugees, Li Luo returned to the royal palace with Li Ergo and the others as night fell. Ah, my dear son, you must be exhausted. Sit down, let your father massage your shoulders. And quickly, prepare dinner for the young master. Li Beixiong exclaimed, displaying concern upon Li Luo's return, urging him to sit down for a massage while instructing others to prepare food. I'm all right, not too tired, Li Luo replied, enjoying his father's attentive service. Indeed, his father's technique had become remarkably proficient, providing him with great comfort. Recalling the intelligence shared by Zhao Su earlier that day, he informed Li Beixiong. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, Li Beixiong chuckled slyly. Rest assured, my son, Han Yi is still one of our own. I intentionally allowed him to be swayed by the Qi Wang to gain his trust. Otherwise, if Qi Wang were to eliminate him, I would have to invest effort again to place someone by his side. Li Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his father. Wow, this is like a spy thriller. Qi Wang would never suspect that the person he had turned was ultimately one of our own. His admiration for his father grew. But suddenly, Li Beixiong halted, waving his hand. Several guards entered, escorting a maid who knelt before Li Luo. This maid was Xiaoli, a spy planted by Qi Wang in the royal palace. Son, it's up to you to deal with this, Li Beixiong said. Observing the silent maid with a contemplative expression, Li Luo waved his hand, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Take her out and execute her. Yes. The guards promptly took the speechless Xiaoli away. Witnessing this scene, a look of satisfaction crossed Li Beixiong's face. That's my good son, decisive and merciless. My son has already begun to embody the qualities of an emperor. Now I can rest easy as I plan for his ascension to the throne of the Liang dynasty. Tomorrow, Northern Liang would reveal its fangs. As night deepened, Li Luo returned to his room to rest, entering the system. Staring at the 300,000 prestige points, he felt a bit conflicted. He wished to use the points to break through his realm, but also desired to exchange them for summoning opportunities. However, the system summoning was not guaranteed to succeed. If he exchanged for summoning opportunities and failed to summon a strong warrior, those 300,000 points would be wasted. System. To which realm can these 300,000 points elevate me? Li Luo inquired. System assistance. Pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm. It replied. And how many summoning opportunities can I exchange for? Li Luo pressed on. System assistance. 3 times. Li Luo frowned, realizing he could only exchange for 3 opportunities, meaning each summoning cost 100,000 points. After much contemplation, he decided to temporarily forego his realm advancement. Tomorrow, Northern Liang would declare war against Qi Wang. While reaching the pinnacle of the spiritual sea realm would provide significant battlefield advantage, it would not guarantee absolute dominance. Thus, to ensure sufficient advantage for Northern Liang, he resolved to exchange for summoning opportunities. If luck favored him, summoning a powerful being from the Goeishu realm would ensure overwhelming strength. Exchange for 3 summoning opportunities. Success. After the successful exchange, Li Luo promptly utilized the 3 summoning chances. Countless vast star realms flashed before his eyes, rapidly passing by. Congratulations, host. You have drawn from the 3 Kingdoms realm 1 success out of 3 summoning opportunities. 3 Kingdoms realm, Gao Shun, with 700 elite troops of the trap formation. Wow. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Luo leapt up in excitement. Gao Shun was a prominent general under Liu Bu during the late Eastern Han dynasty. What thrilled Li Luo even more was that Gao Shun came with 700 elite troops of the trap formation. The trap formation was the elite unit commanded by Gao Shun. Pinnacle of the Dian realm. Loyalty 100. Trap formation 700 troops mid-stage of the spiritual ascension realm. Loyalty 100. Gazing at the displayed character information, Li Luo pinched his thigh hard, flinching in pain. This was no dream. Over 700 members of the trap formation were all at the mid-stage of the spiritual ascension realm. This meant Northern Liang was set to soar. The likes of Qi Wang and Wu Wang would be swept aside effortlessly. Li Luo released Gao Shun from the system. As for the 700 well-equipped troops of the trap formation, they had to be temporarily stored in the system space due to the cramped conditions of the room. A towering figure, holding a long spear, emerged from the hazy rift in space. Clad in armor, he emanated a terrifying aura. He was none other than Gao Shun. Your humble servant pays respects to the Lord. Gao Shun knelt before Li Luo. General, please rise. From now on, you may simply call me young master, Li Luo said, hastily assisting Gao Shun to his feet. Yes, young master. Gao Shun nodded slightly, his memories altered by the system. He was revived by Li Luo after his previous life. Who dares to intrude into my son's chamber? Suddenly, a furious voice boomed, enveloping the entire room in an aura of dread. Gao Shun instinctively shielded Li Luo behind him. Just then, Li Beixiong's figure appeared in the room. To Li Beixiong, Gao Shun protecting Li Luo seemed as if he intended to abduct his precious son. In an instant, a menacing aura surged forth. A scene of endless mountains of corpses and seas of bones seemed to materialize before their eyes. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his astonishment. It was his first encounter witnessing his father in such a terrifying demeanor. Be cautious, my lord. This individual is extraordinary. Even Gao Shun, sensing the ominous aura emanating from Li Beixiong, could not help but adopt a grave expression. The man before them was undoubtedly a harbinger of death. At this moment, Li Beixiong was consumed by fury, having sensed an overwhelming presence suddenly intruding upon his estate. He rushed to his beloved son's side, only to discover that this person dared to take his son hostage. Release my son. Otherwise, I shall ensure you do not see the dawn. The terrifying aura of bloodlust caused Li Beixiong's python robe to flutter violently, moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Outside Li Luo's chamber, Long Yi and Yang Qing had surrounded the area, rendering escape impossible. It was then that Li Luo finally reacted, standing in front of Gao Shun. He spoke with urgency. Father, you are mistaken. Gao Shun is not our enemy. He is a capable ally seeking to join my cause. Upon hearing this, Li Beixiong was momentarily stunned, the terrifying aura he exuded dissipating in an instant. Is this truly the case, my son? Li Beixiong questioned, incredulity etched across his face. Gao Shun, possessing strength equal to that of Li Beixiong, a Peak de Yin realm expert, affirmed, indeed, I would traverse fire and water for the young master. Realizing that this man was the father of his lord, he reiterated his loyalty to Li Luo. Li Beixiong stood in a daze, contemplating the extraordinary charm of his son. Was it truly so potent that even such a formidable figure would willingly follow him? However, thoughts of Li Ergo and his companions brought him clarity. Ah, father, please retire to rest. Do not disturb my conversation with General Gao. By the way, I have a surprise for you tomorrow. Li Luo urged his father to depart with impatience. As he closed the door, he cast a mysterious smile at Li Beixiong. Oh, my dear son, enjoy your discourse. That General Gao, it was merely a misunderstanding. Do not take it to heart. By the way, what surprise do you have in store for me tomorrow? Li Beixiong was cut off as the door slammed shut. Is the prince all right? Long Yi and Yang Qing inquired upon seeing Li Beixiong being sent away. Cough. There is nothing amiss. Go about your business. Li Beixiong dismissed the crowd, returning to his chamber with excitement, eagerly anticipating the surprise his son would reveal. Meanwhile, the last two summoning attempts had failed. Nonetheless, Li Luo was not disheartened. He had successfully summoned Gao Shun, which was a significant gain. Within the Qi Wang Manor, spies stationed in the Northern Liang region reported back. Upon learning of Zhao Su and the others' demise, Qi Wang was immediately engulfed in fury. Not only had they failed to assassinate the crown prince and capture Li Luo, but they had also lost 5 Spirit Sea realm experts. The loss of these 5 experts had deeply wounded the Qi Wang Manor. With Zhao Su's death, it seemed Li Beixiong had intervened. A Peak de Yin realm expert taking down 5 Spirit Sea realm foes was indeed plausible. Qi Wang, have you considered our proposal? If you agree, we will assist you in conquering Northern Liang. You are well aware that the strength of Northern Liang cannot be subdued by any of the 3 kings alone. Behind a screen in the Qi Wang study, a flickering candlelight illuminated a figure. A flicker of struggle passed across Qi Wang's face before he murmured, "Allow me to ponder this further." Chapter 8. The Rise of Northern Liang. The following day, the Liang dynasty was once again shaken to its core. Northern Liang King Li Beixiong proclaimed that the current emperor was indulgent, incompetent, and had instigated a rebellion among the 3 kings, disregarding the plight of the people. Consequently, Northern Liang resolved to dispatch troops to quell the chaos, overthrow the tyrant, and rescue the populace from peril. Manifestos were disseminated from the Northern Liang royal palace, echoing throughout the entire Liang dynasty. However, the common folk exhibited little astonishment. In their current understanding, the uprising of the three kings and the crumbling royal authority had long been anticipated. The mobilization of Northern Liang was, therefore, not unexpected. However, the timing of Northern Liang's action led many citizens to doubt their success. Given that the Wu king and the Jin king now controlled the eastern and southern territories of the Liang dynasty, their military might have grown exponentially. In the imperial palace of Liang, upon receiving news of the manifestos from Northern Liang, Emperor Qin Yun, adorned in his dragon robe and seated on the dragon throne, wore a grim expression. Below him, the crown prince Qin Yu, just returned from Northern Liang, stood alongside the court officials, all with their heads bowed. Witnessing the silence among his ministers, who dared not speak, only intensified Qin Yun's ire. Yet, his gaze fell upon a stunning woman resting in his arms, and his fury diminished significantly. "Your Majesty, I am weary," the enchanting woman purred, teasing him. "Ah, if there are matters to be addressed, present them. If not, disperse." The furious Emperor Qin Yun transformed into a man aflame with desire under her allure, his hand roaming across her form. "Father, I have matters to discuss." Qin Yu, unable to contain his frustration, shot a resentful glance at the woman in his father's embrace and spoke up. "Speak," Qin Yun replied, his patience thinning. "Father, now that Northern Liang has also mobilized." Before Qin Yu could finish, Qin Yun scooped up the woman in his arms and coldly interrupted. "Let them four dogs tear at each other when they are mutually exhausted. I shall personally lead my troops to behead the four kings and hang their heads outside the palace." Dismissed. Qin Yun, with the woman in tow, strode toward the harem, followed closely by several eunuchs. "Father." Regardless of Qin Yu's desperate calls and suggestions, they fell on deaf ears. As the emperor departed, some court officials began to converse and laugh amongst themselves. Qin Yu, disheartened by the scene, quietly left, unnoticed by others. However, no one observed the grand eunuch who had accompanied the emperor, now lurking behind the dragon throne, a cold glint flashing across his face as he regarded the departing ministers. In a square within Northern Liang City, the 50,000 Northern Liang iron cavalry had assembled. Li Beixiong donned battle armor, shedding his usual python robe, and an unmistakable aura of menace radiated from him. Under the watchful eyes of countless citizens, he mounted his steed, prepared to lead his troops into battle. At that moment, the sound of iron hooves echoed, drawing the attention of all present. "The young master has arrived." A wave of cheers erupted among the gathered populace. A well-equipped cavalry unit followed closely behind Li Luo, who led the charge. This cavalry unit exuded an intimidating presence, accompanied by an icy and terrifying killing intent that caused the surrounding temperature to drop. As they passed, the citizens involuntarily shivered. This formidable cavalry was none other than the Xianzhan camp, released from Li Luo's system. Now clad in armor, Li Luo rode alongside Gao Shun and Li Ergo, joining his father. "My son." Li Beixiong was taken aback, his astonishment palpable as he beheld such a fearsome cavalry. All of them were at the spirit elevation realm. Even the pride of Northern Liang, their own iron cavalry, could not compare to this mere 700. Not only Li Beixiong, but even Long Yi and Yang Qing, standing beside him, felt their hearts churn with disbelief. They had trodden upon the battlefield for many years, yet had never encountered a force as extraordinary as the Xianzhan camp. "Ah, my dear father, how are you? This is the surprise I prepared for you." This cavalry unit is known as the Vanguard Legion, and they are the subordinates of General Gao. Li Luo smiled as he explained to the crowd. "I see now, General Gao. I must express my admiration." Upon learning that Gao Shun was the commander of this formidable cavalry, he promptly cupped his hands in respect. The ability to train such a terrifying cavalry was enough to earn the respect of the king of Beiliang. After the assembly, the Grand Army, under the command of Li Beixiong, set forth from Beiliang City, heading towards the border that adjoins the territory of Prince Qi. As they departed, the citizens of Beiliang City bid them a reluctant farewell. 2 days later, Li Luo and his father, leading 50,000 Beiliang iron cavalry, arrived at Yin County. This county serves as the border town where Beiliang meets the domain of Prince Qi. Here, 150,000 Beiliang iron cavalry were stationed, augmented by the additional 50,000 troops brought by Li Beixiong, totaling 200,000 soldiers at Yin County. The commanders responsible for guarding this location were 3 of the 7 heroes of Beiliang: Lin Hu, Wang Tu, and Qi Yunfei, alongside Long Yi and Yang Qing. 5 of the 7 heroes were present, all at the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. That night, Li Luo and Li Beixiong occupied the main seats in the hall, filled with high-ranking officials from Beiliang, discussing strategies to capture the neighboring Fengling County. Knowing of their intent to attack, Prince Qi had already stationed heavy troops in every significant city, particularly in Fengling County, where 3 peak Spirit Sea experts had been dispatched, alongside an army of 300,000 for a robust defense. As the discussion commenced, Li Luo rose decisively, signaling Gao Shun and Li Ergu behind him to unleash their formidable aura. The oppressive presence of the 2 great transformation realm experts instantly left the gathered commanders gasping for breath, shock rippling through the assembly. The notion that Beiliang possessed 2 great transformation experts, along with their prince, implied they now had 3 such formidable beings. A thought flashed through the minds of the gathered officials, igniting their excitement. In terms of high-end combat power, Beiliang could undoubtedly overwhelm their opponents. Thus, Li Luo suggested that they could advance aggressively the following day, swiftly resolving the issue with Prince Qi. If this proposal had been made previously, the commanders of Beiliang might have opposed Li Luo. However, with 3 great transformation experts now in their ranks, plus the 5 heroes and others, they had 7 Spirit Sea realm warriors present. For Beiliang to forcefully advance, Prince Qi's forces would surely be annihilated. Consequently, all the commanders present concurred with Li Luo's proposal. They would indeed push forward. Li Beixiong then dismissed everyone to rest and gather their strength, for the next day would herald the great battle. Meanwhile, not far from Yun County, in Fengling County, Prince Qi and a multitude of powerful allies had also arrived. The 2 armies faced each other as news reached Prince Qi of Li Beixiong's personal involvement. As a peak great transformation expert, without his presence, Fengling County would likely have fallen to Beiliang within a day. Hence, upon receiving the news, Prince Qi hastily made his way to Fengling County, with additional troops en route. Fully aware of the terror posed by the Beiliang cavalry, he feared that the 30,000 troops of Fengling County could not withstand the onslaught of 200,000 Beiliang cavalry. On a city wall, adorned in a python robe, Prince Qi gazed towards the direction of Yun County, his eyes narrowing. At that moment, a shadow appeared beside him. "Tomorrow, I will require your assistance," the prince stated. "I assure you, if you help me eliminate the king of Beiliang, I will cede the western border county to you." With a contemplative expression, Prince Qi replied, "No problem. Even if the king of Beiliang is a peak great transformation expert, he cannot withstand the combined might of us 2. The cloaked figure, whose features remained obscured, nodded slightly and continued, "Moreover, to ensure your ascension to the throne, we have brought 4 additional allies." As the mysterious figure clapped their hands, 4 silhouettes emerged silently in the night, each a peak expert of the Spirit Sea realm. "Excellent. As long as you assist me in seizing the throne, I shall not only grant you the 14 counties adjoining your territory, but also an additional 10. Prince Qi laughed heartily, making his promise. "I trust that Prince Qi will honor his word. We shall do our utmost to see you crowned as the emperor of the Liang dynasty." The cloaked man nodded slightly before vanishing into the night. Watching the disappearing figure, a glint of intrigue flashed in Prince Qi's eyes as he turned his gaze back towards Yun County, revealing a hint of murderous intent. "Tomorrow, Li Beixiong, shall be your end." The next day, outside Fengling County, dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a heavy, oppressive atmosphere over the entire county. Beyond the city, an endless sea of iron cavalry marched forward. On the city walls, Prince Qi observed the approaching black mass of Beiliang cavalry, his eyes flickering with cold malice. Beside him stood 4 generals tasked with guarding the city, along with the 4 mysterious allies, totaling 8 experts of the Spirit Sea realm. Immediately, Prince Qi rallied his troops, leading 300,000 men out of the city to confront the enemy. Meanwhile, 20 miles away, the 200,000 Beiliang army readied themselves, eager to engage in battle. Clairvoyance, activate. Li Ergu, beside Li Luo, engaged his powers of perception. The approaching forces of Prince Qi came into clear view, revealing crucial information. Suddenly, Li Ergu noticed another peak great transformation expert concealed among Prince Qi's troops. Though well hidden, Li Ergu's perception was keen enough to discern even the flow of energy within a warrior's body. "My lord, the enemy has concealed another peak great transformation expert." Li Ergu contemplated gravely. Li Luo's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he furrowed his brow. "Are you certain?" Li Ergu nodded solemnly. Li Luo's eyes narrowed. Prince Qi was not as simple as they had initially assumed. Thankfully, they had Gao Shun and Li Ergu on their side. The presence of an additional peak great transformation expert beside Prince Qi would not alter the inevitable outcome of his defeat. Father, I leave Prince Qi to you. Lin Xi, Shan Pao, Uncle Long, Uncle Yang, Uncle Lin, Uncle Wang, Uncle Qi, the enemy's Spirit Sea experts are yours to handle. Li Luo commanded, assigning tasks to his comrades. Understood. The group responded in unison, preparing for battle. Li Luo brandished a specially designed warblade of the Bailiang Iron Cavalry, the Bailiang Blade. As he rode forth to address the 200,000 Iron Cavalry, the sight of their young leader ignited fervor among them. 5 years prior, during the southern assault of the barbarians, it was this very figure who led them across 1,000 miles, decimating 10,000 barbaric foes, ensuring the barbarians dared not venture south again. Their esteemed heir, the pride of Bailiang. Long live the king of Bailiang. Suddenly, the heavens trembled, and dark clouds churned violently as a figure emanating a terrifying aura descended from the skies. Li Luo looked up from his mount and recognized the man clad in a python robe, Prince Qi. Ah, Prince Qi, it has been a while. Li Baixiong sneered from behind Li Luo, a wave of dreadful bloodlust surging forth from him, altering the atmosphere around them. Bearing a massive blade, Li Baixiong confronted Prince Qi. King of Bailiang, you have ultimately taken our path, rising in rebellion. I had thought you were loyal to the royal family, but it seems I was mistaken. Heh. The Prince of Qi cast a cold glance at Li Baixiong, a disdainful smile curling his lips. Ahaha. Indeed, when we of Bailiang rebel, you shall be the first to suffer. Who told you that the strength of Shizhou is the weakest? Li Baixiong laughed heartily, boldly acknowledging the truth while mocking his opponent. The expression on the Prince of Qi darkened instantly, a terrifying aura swirling around him like a tempest, causing his python robe to ripple without a breeze. Father, why waste words with him? Let us settle this swiftly. Li Luo raised his head, fixing his gaze on the silhouette of the Prince of Qi, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Prince of Qi looked down at Li Luo, a flicker of frost flashing in his eyes. You are Li Luo, are you not? Truly a prodigious youth. I saw you when you were a child. After over a decade, your arrogance remains unabated. Today, it may very well be you from Bailiang who faces defeat. Li Luo on horseback smiled slightly. Oh, what confidence does the Prince of Qi possess? I recall that although you and my father are both peak experts of the Great Yin realm, you have never truly been his match, have you? Upon hearing this, the Prince of Qi's expression soured. Although he and the King of Bailiang were both at the pinnacle of the Great Yin realm, he had privately sparred with the king before the old emperor's reign, and each time he had fallen short. Chapter 10. The war begins. Heh. Come forth and let the Bailiang heir witness my might. The Prince of Qi sneered, and soon a masked figure clad in black appeared before the crowd. A terrifying presence erupted from him, rivaling that of Li Baixiong. Li Baixiong was taken aback. The aura emanating from the figure felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, realization struck, and he exclaimed, "You are Black Wind, one of the 5 generals of the Nanyun dynasty. Prince of Qi, I never expected you to ally with the Nanyun dynasty. Heh. King of Bailiang, you cannot stand against me and General Black Wind. I offer you a chance. Pledge your allegiance to me, or today, your 200,000 Bailiang troops, and even your precious son, shall perish." The Prince of Qi threatened with a cold laugh. However, he soon sensed something amiss. He noticed that Li Baixiong and Li Luo were looking at him as though he were a fool. Humph. Attack. The Prince of Qi commanded with a grim tone. Just as he prepared to engage Black Wind, 2 immense auras suddenly soared from the Bailiang army. In the astonished gazes of the Prince of Qi and Black Wind, Li Ergu emerged, using his clairvoyance to block their path. Accompanying him was Gao Shun, wielding a long spear, exuding a terrifying presence. How is this possible? When did the King of Bailiang? The Prince of Qi's face fell as he sensed the auras of Li Ergu and Gao Shun. Who were these 2 unknown experts of the Great Yin realm? Why had he never heard of them? With the addition of the King of Bailiang, Bailiang now possessed 3 formidable experts of the Great Yin realm, instantly turning the tide. Heh, Prince of Qi, you are not the only one with external aid. Attack. Li Luo declared with a cold smile, issuing a sudden command. Gao Shun and Li Ergu instantly sprang into action, charging toward Black Wind with terrifying force, while Li Baixiong swung his great blade, advancing on the Prince of Qi. Boom. The clash of experts of the Great Yin realm was horrifying. In an instant, the roiling clouds above were torn asunder. Bailiang Iron Cavalry, follow your heir and slay. Seeing Gao Shun and his father entangled with the enemy, Li Luo drew his battle blade and led 20,000 Bailiang Iron Cavalry, surging toward the 30,000 troops brought by the Prince of Qi like a flood. Simultaneously, Lin Xi, Shan Pao, and 5 others from the 7 heroes also sprang into action, engaging the enemy's spiritual sea experts. Kill, with Li Luo leading the charge. The 20,000 Bailiang iron cavalry erupted with madness, riding fiercely after him, like wolves among sheep, plunging into the enemy ranks. In that moment, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the scent of blood. On horseback, Li Luo swept his battle blade through the air, severing the heads of several foes, their warm blood splattering onto him. Vanguard, Li Luo bellowed, witnessing the relentless advance of the enemy. The soldiers of the vanguard, charged with protecting him, responded in unison and swiftly closed ranks around Li Luo. Li Luo seized a long spear from the ground, leading 700 vanguard soldiers straight toward the countless enemy heads. Vanguard, forward we charge. Retreat is not an option. Our resolve is to fight to the death. Kill. The valiant vanguard, under Li Luo's command, became a reaping machine, countless enemies falling beneath their iron hooves. The elite Bailiang iron cavalry had already instilled a psychological shadow upon the Prince of Qi's forces, but the frenzied harvest by the vanguard sent waves of terror through the enemy ranks. In the midst of the vanguard's rampage, Li Luo and his 700 comrades carved a gruesome path through the sea of adversaries. The slaughter continued. Boom. A horrifying explosion erupted in the sky. A disheveled figure was forced to retreat step by step. This figure was none other than Black Wind of the Nanyan dynasty. Yet, as a peak expert of the Great Yin realm, even in one-on-one combat, he might not stand against Gao Shun, let alone facing both Gao Shun and Li Ergu. Gao Shun's remarkable spear technique, combined with Li Ergu's supernatural vision, placed Black Wind in dire straits. Black Wind narrowly dodged a fierce thrust from Gao Shun. Meanwhile, Li Ergu, utilizing his clairvoyance, swiftly spotted Black Wind's opening. His spiritual energy coursed rapidly through his meridians as he formed seals with his hands. Shattering Mountain Fist, Li Ergu unleashed a punch, a beam of terrifying spiritual energy coalescing into a light pillar that struck Black Wind's chest. PFF. Black Wind was gravely injured, crashing heavily to the ground. As he fell, Black Wind gritted his teeth against the pain and attempted to flee. The Prince of Qi's defeat was inevitable. He had no need to sacrifice himself here. However, how could a severely wounded Black Wind hope to escape the clutches of Gao Shun and Li Ergu? Boom. Gao Shun unleashed a terrifying wave of spiritual energy from his spear, a crimson aura surging into the weapon. The originally pristine blade transformed into a blood-red hue, resembling a mesmerizing piece of blood-colored agate. How terrifying! Li Ergu felt the dreadful energy emanating from the spear tip, sending chills down his spine. Die! Boom! Gao Shun thrust his spear forward. A massive, blood-colored phantom of a spear emerged from the void, descending upon the trapped Black Wind. With a piercing scream, Black Wind was obliterated in the explosion generated by the thrust. Chapter 11. A victorious opening boom. The Prince of Qi broke free from Li Beixiong's clutches. Realizing Black Wind had perished at Gao Shun's hands, his heart sinking, he decided to seize the opportunity to flee. Just one Li Beixiong was already overwhelming. Now Gao Shun and Li Ergu were free to act. If he did not escape now, he might never have the chance again. Buzz, where do you think you're going? The Prince of Qi unleashed a terrifying attack before turning to flee toward Fengling County. Upon seeing the prince's sudden retreat, Li Beixiong reacted, roaring in anger as he pursued. Yet, before the prince could escape the battlefield, Gao Shun and Li Ergu appeared before him, blocking his path. The prince halted, his face a mask of despair. He had never anticipated that these two unfamiliar experts of the Great Yin realm would possess such formidable strength. Prince of Qi, surrender now, your defeat is assured. Seeing Gao Shun and Li Ergu obstructing the prince, Li Beixiong finally breathed a sigh of relief and offered his counsel. The expression on Prince Qi's face shifted dramatically, followed by a resigned sigh, his gaze suddenly turning fierce. He turned to face Li Beixiong and coldly bellowed, "Humph, do you think I will surrender? Never. You have forced my hand." In that moment, under Li Beixiong's astonished gaze, Prince Qi produced a jade vial from his storage ring. He extracted a purple pill, exuding a unique aura, and swallowed it. "This is the Blood Qi pill. This is bad. We must subdue him quickly." Li Beixiong instantly recognized the pill, his complexion changing drastically. The Blood Qi pill temporarily enhances a warrior's strength by consuming their own vitality. However, this comes with severe drawbacks. If used carelessly, the user risks death from blood depletion. Boom. As Prince Qi consumed the Blood Qi pill, his blood energy surged violently, transforming into a powerful force that invigorated his limbs. Yet, his own vitality was depleting at an astonishing rate. At this moment, Prince Qi, originally at the peak of the Great Yin realm, was on the verge of transcending to the return to Void realm. With a concentrated gaze, he harnessed this newfound power to deflect Li Baixiong's attack. Hai Shun and Li Ergu followed closely, joining forces to assault Prince Qi. Boom! With immense strength, Prince Qi effortlessly repelled Li Baixiong and turned to confront Hai Shun and Li Ergu. However, Hai Shun and Li Ergu were no ordinary warriors of the Great Yin realm. Li Ergu, utilizing his keen sight, observed all of Prince Qi's movements. With a swift turn, he executed a 360-degree spin, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes toward Prince Qi. Prince Qi's expression tightened as he beheld the terrifying afterimages of countless palm prints, nearly overwhelmed by the onslaught. Humph, watch this. At that moment, Hai Shun, charging forward, dismissed Prince Qi's reliance on the power gained from depleting his blood energy. Brandishing his spear like a harbinger of death, he lunged at Prince Qi, channeling horrific power into a thrust aimed directly at him. Drink. Sensing the peril of Hai Shun's strike, Prince Qi regained his focus. A tremendous force surged forth, forming a barrier of spiritual energy before him. Yet, the instant the barrier materialized, Hai Shun's spear pierced through it with ease. How is this possible? Prince Qi exclaimed in shock. Boom. With a devastating force, Hai Shun's spear shattered Prince Qi's spiritual barrier and pierced his heart. In an instant, silence enveloped the battlefield, as both sides were stunned by the sight before them, halting their clashes to gaze up at Prince Qi's silhouette in the sky. At that moment, Prince Qi's blood energy was dissipating rapidly. He fixed his gaze on Hai Shun, a look of unprecedented unwillingness etched on his face, and solemnly asked, "What is your name?" Hai Shun, came the cold reply as Hai Shun twisted the spear, withdrawing it from Prince Qi's heart. Blood spewed from Prince Qi's mouth, his consciousness fading as he plummeted to the ground, lifeless. In that instant, the soldiers of Bailiang looked at Hai Shun and Li Ergu with fervent admiration. Prince Qi was dead. This signified that they were on the verge of seizing control of the war. Your Highness, upon witnessing Prince Qi's demise, the four Spirit Sea Realm warriors under his command turned pale. As for the four Spirit Sea Realm warriors dispatched by the Nanyun dynasty, their resolve had already begun to wane with the fall of their general Black Wind. Yet, their opponents, Lu Rinjia and his companions, were exceedingly formidable, leaving them with little chance to escape. Do not let them flee, Li Luo called out to Li Baixiong and the others in the battlefield. Understanding Li Luo's intent, Li Baixiong, Hai Shun, and Li Ergu swiftly joined the fray alongside Lu Rinjia. With the addition of the three Great Yin Realm warriors, the enemies who had contemplated retreating were swiftly vanquished. Within moments, all the Spirit Sea Realm warriors brought by Prince Qi were annihilated. Seizing the opportunity, Li Luo leaped into the air, stepping into the void, and bellowed to the remaining enemy forces, "Prince Qi is dead. Surrender at once. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." Boom. As Li Luo's words echoed, Li Baixiong, Hai Shun, and Li Ergu landed beside him, amplifying their voices with spiritual energy to resonate throughout the battlefield. Simultaneously, the terrifying pressure of the Great Yin realm emanated from the three, enveloping the battlefield. Faced with the realization that Prince Qi was dead and their situation was dire, the remaining troops, under the weight of the three Great Yin realm warriors' presence, dropped their weapons and surrender. Witnessing this scene, a smile of triumph graced Li Luo's face. The first battle of the expedition had ended in a resounding victory for Bailiang. Chapter 12. The Nanyun invasion. Originally, the enemy force numbered 300,000, yet now only 180,000 remained, all surrendering. In less than a day, Bailiang had seized control of Fengling County. Upon entering Fengling City, the populace was filled with trepidation, eager to flee. As soon as Li Luo entered Fengling City, he issued a military decree. The Bailiang army was not to disturb the citizens nor damage a single wall or tile within the city. Following this decree, the Bailiang army strictly adhered to it. Initially, some citizens planning to escape reconsidered, realizing that the incoming troops posed no threat to them. After all, who would wish to leave their homeland unless absolutely necessary? Moreover, the name of Li Luo, the young master, was known throughout the Liang dynasty. Those familiar with Li Luo's reputation rejoiced upon seeing him lead the army into the city. Many among them had previously visited Bailiang, where the citizens lived in peace and prosperity, evoking their envy. After Li Luo's army occupied Fengling City, he swiftly established military control to ensure order, rooting out oppressive families and restoring justice for the citizens. Public executions of corrupt officials who had exploited the populace were conducted in front of all citizens of Fengling County. Furthermore, Li Luo reduced taxes and encouraged the resumption of production. His series of actions swiftly garnered the support of the people of Lingfeng County. In gaining their favor, Li Luo also accrued 40,000 prestige points. In the dead of night, Li Luo sat on his bed, entering the system. He intended to use the 40,000 prestige points for an upgrade. The system prompted, "Does the host confirm the consumption of 40,000 prestige points to elevate their realm?" Confirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Li Luo felt the system deduct the points. Suddenly, a terrifying power surged within him. Boom. Instantly, Li Luo's aura soared, his cultivation advancing to the early stage of the Great Yin realm. He marveled at the overwhelming energy coursing through him. This promotion was astonishingly effortless, akin to drinking water. With this enhancement, Beiliang now boasted 4 Great Yin realm warriors. Contemplating this, a smile crept onto Li Luo's face. In the entire Liang dynasty, as long as there were no return to Void Realm warriors, who could possibly stand against Beiliang? The Wu King? The Jin King? Apologies. But Li Luo truly no longer regarded them as threats. The following day, news of Prince Qi's demise spread like wildfire across the Liang dynasty. Before anyone could fully grasp the implications of this news, the Beiliang army mobilized at dawn, preparing to seize all of Prince Qi's territories single-handedly. With Prince Qi dead and the higher-tier warriors of the enemy slain by Beiliang, the remaining regional cities posed no resistance to their advance. Thus, Li Luo decided to divide his forces into 3. Gao Shun and Li Ergu led the elite troops, accompanied by Li Beixiong and the 7 heroes of Beiliang. Meanwhile, Li Luo commanded Lu Renjia and Shan Pao, bolstered by an army of 100,000 iron cavalry from Beiliang. The 3 divisions departed from Lingfeng County, splitting into 3 routes to unleash an unstoppable offensive. Cities fell swiftly, one after another, into the hands of Beiliang. In the royal palace of King Wu, a man clad in a dragon robe emanated a terrifying aura. This man was none other than King Wu himself. What an elusive Beiliang, he thought, his eyes narrowing with a hint of apprehension. The news of 2 unfamiliar formidable warriors from Beiliang appearing without warning could not escape their notice. "My lord, should we temporarily abandon our assault on Prince Jin? Beiliang is our greatest adversary," suggested one of the armored generals standing before him. "No, on the contrary. We must hasten our efforts to eliminate Prince Jin. Only then can we strengthen our own power. Let us not forget, we have the support of the Divine Feather Dynasty." King Wu replied, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The generals exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. In the imperial capital of the Nanyan Dynasty, Emperor Wei Jun sat upon the dragon throne, surrounded by shocked ministers and generals. "Your Majesty, according to reports from our scouts, General Black Wind has fallen. Furthermore, Prince Qi of the Liang Dynasty has also met his demise at the hands of a formidable warrior named Gao Shun," announced a general of the Great Yin realm. Bowing respectfully, "Gao Shun, why have I not heard this name before?" Emperor Wei's eyes narrowed, his face revealing a flicker of rage. The loss of a Great Yin warrior pained him deeply. However, a sense of secret delight arose within him. With Prince Qi's death, it was the perfect opportunity for the Nanyan Dynasty to seize control of the border cities. Moreover, Black Wind's demise provided them with an ideal pretext to mobilize their forces. "Your Majesty, with Prince Qi now deceased, it is an opportune moment for us to occupy their border territories. I beseech you to dispatch troops swiftly. Let us also avenge General Black Wind," urged a general clad in armor, radiating a fierce aura. As he spoke, the civil officials exchanged worried glances. This general was none other than Murong Liao, the foremost among the 5 great generals of the Nanyan Dynasty. His reputation was well known across neighboring realms. Very well. I command the great general to lead our black cavalry to seize the western territories bordering us. If possible, I hope you will also annihilate the Beiliang forces, elevating the prestige of our black cavalry even further." Murong Liao's words struck a chord with Emperor Wei, who readily agreed to the proposal. The other ministers nodded in concurrence. "I shall obey your command. I will not disappoint you, your Majesty," Murong Liao exclaimed, excitement illuminating his eyes with a fierce battle intent. Within this realm, 2 armies were renowned across the world, the Beiliang army of the Liang Dynasty and their own black cavalry of the Nanyan Dynasty. Murong Liao had long desired to confront the Beiliang army, eager to demonstrate that the black cavalry was indeed the strongest. The following day, Murong Liao led the formidable black cavalry, swiftly advancing towards the western border of the Liang Dynasty. With great speed, they captured several cities. As news spread, waves of excitement surged through the populace of both nations. General Murong is indeed the pride of our Nanyan Dynasty. Indeed, how could the Liang Dynasty possibly rival our black cavalry? It seems our territory will soon expand. Word has it that the four princes of the Liang dynasty are rebelling. The fall of the dynasty is surely imminent, making it all the more beneficial for our Nanyun dynasty. The citizens of the Nanyun dynasty erupted in jubilation upon receiving news of the Black Cavalry's victories, filling taverns with animated discussions. All believed that the western region of the Liang dynasty was already theirs to claim. Chapter 13. The Peril of Xinxiang City. Outside Xinxiang City, battle flags fluttered amidst the cacophony of war cries. An ethereal black dragon swirled above the Black Cavalry, its roar silencing thousands. This dragon symbolized the martial spirit of the Black Cavalry. Charge! Beneath the military spirit, the Black Cavalry, clad in black armor, rode forth on their steeds. Unstoppable in their advance, the banners that danced overhead were stained with the thick essence of battle. Defend Xinxiang City. Brothers, let us fight against these beasts from Nanyun. Before the iron hooves of the Black Cavalry, the forces of the Liang dynasty fell back in disarray. A general tasked with defending the city, bloodied and wounded, stood resolute as he faced the overwhelming might of the Black Cavalry. Behind him, a mere 20,000 soldiers clutched their weapons, determined to hold the city gates. Despite the insurmountable odds, the soldiers bore expressions of fury, knowing they fought for the sake of the citizens within. This defending army belonged to Prince Xi. Though they had followed him in rebellion, they could not forsake their duty to protect their homeland in its time of crisis. Before them stood two middle-aged men, their gazes cold as they observed the struggling defenders. They were Lin Xi and Qi Hui, Murong Liao's trusted lieutenants, notorious figures within the Nanyun dynasty. Under Murong Liao's command, they had already seized 10 border cities adjacent to Nanyun. Stubborn resistance. Lin Xi sneered as he aimed his bow at the leading defender. A deadly arrow flew forth, striking the general through the skull. General, curse them. Brothers, charge at these scoundrels. Upon witnessing their leader's death, the soldiers did not retreat. Instead, they surged forward in a desperate attempt to confront the Black Cavalry. Meanwhile, the citizens of Xinxiang City, watching from the walls, wept for their valiant defenders. Quickly, evacuate Xinxiang City, urged Lu Hong, the city's governor, as he implored the citizens to flee. The defenders loyal to Prince Qi had already engaged the enemy outside, blocking the Black Cavalry's advance. Governor Lu, we shall not leave. We will stand with Xinxiang City. Indeed, Governor Lu, our nation is in peril. As subjects of Liang, we cannot falter. You are our homeland. We will not abandon it, even if it means death, shouted a group of young citizens on the city walls, brandishing weapons in defiance. Very well. If that is the case, I shall stand with you until the last moment, even if it means death. Lu Hong was deeply moved by the resolve of the citizens. The rise and fall of the realm is a shared responsibility. If these commoners could stand firm, how could he, as the governor of Liang, abandon them? Father. At that moment, a graceful young woman rushed up to the city walls. This woman was Lu Hong's daughter, Lin Xi, a renowned talent of the western region, followed by several maids carrying bundles. Lin Xi, why are you here? Did I not tell you to leave this place? Upon seeing his daughter, Lu Hong was filled with anxiety. Lin Xi gazed down at the soldiers falling beneath the iron hooves of the Black Cavalry, gently shaking her head. Father, I will not leave. Everyone is staying. How could I depart alone? Miss Lu, you should leave quickly. Indeed. With your talents, you ought not to remain here to perish alongside us rough men. That's right. Miss Lu, you are the talented daughter of Xinxiang City. You should not stay here. The common folk began to urge Lin Xi to leave. She shook her head slightly, resolute in her decision not to abandon everyone. The citizens within the city, facing the national crisis, refused to flee, standing firm to the very end. As the daughter of the prefect, how could she forsake them? Thus, she resolved to remain with everyone until the final moment. Even if she were to die, she would have no regrets. Lu Hong understood his daughter and sighed, choosing not to press the matter further. At that moment, everyone braced themselves for the inevitable breach of the city gates, prepared to fight the Black Cavalry to the death. A roar erupted, a dragon's cry that captivated all. Drawing their gazes outward, their faces paling. Hovering above the Black Cavalry was the military soul, empowering each soldier. Every Black Cavalryman suddenly exuded a formidable aura. Clad in dark iron armor, they radiated an ominous presence. Like a torrent of steel, they mercilessly slaughtered the remaining defenders. You beast from Nanyun, just wait. The last soldier, weapon in hand, braced himself for one final stand, offering a bitter smile to the approaching Black Cavalry. Hearing the mention of the Bailiang army, Lin Xi's eyes narrowed, a trace of coldness flickering across his face. He drew his battle blade, preparing to eliminate the soldier. No, we must fight back. Everyone stay calm. The citizens atop the city walls, witnessing the last soldier fighting for them, erupted in furious roars, tears streaming down their faces. Some enraged youth seized weapons, ready to charge through the city gates, but Lu Heng intervened. Though filled with rage himself, he could not allow the citizens to sacrifice their lives in vain. Beside him, Lin Xi's eyes were red-rimmed, her heart swelling with anger towards the court of this dynasty for the first time. Were it not for the court's incompetence and the emperor's folly, how could their soldiers have fallen to such a fate? How could their land be seized by enemy hands? Humph! Lin Xi snorted, reveling in the anger of the Liang people. The Liang dynasty would eventually become the territory of their Nanyun dynasty. However, just as Lin Xi's blade was about to descend upon the soldier, an arrow flew swiftly, severing Lin Xi's weapon. Startled, he turned towards another direction on the battlefield, his expression darkening. There, amidst the swirling smoke, a terrifying blood-red aura surged towards the heavens. The once clear sky was instantly shrouded in ominous clouds due to this chilling presence. Lin Xi and Qi Hui waved their hands, redirecting the black cavalry, while the dark military soul dragon ascended once more, seemingly responding to the dreadful aura. Lu Heng and the citizens atop the city walls were equally taken aback by this sudden turn of events, gazing towards the direction of the smoke. Beneath the haze, a battle standard fluttered, dancing in the wind. The characters Bailiang stood out prominently on the banner. Chapter 14, Military Soul, that is the Bailiang Army. Wonderful. It is the Bailiang Army. Our Bailiang Prince has arrived. Upon seeing the words on the banner, the citizens on the city walls were instantly moved to tears, crying out in excitement. Before their eyes, a formidable cavalry force appeared. At the forefront of this army was a handsome youth clad in battle armor, his eyes ablaze with fury. This youth was none other than Li Luo. He returned the bow in his hand to a nearby soldier, having clearly been the one to shoot the arrow moments ago. As Lin Xi and Qi Hui's attention was fixated on Li Luo and the 100,000 Bailiang soldiers behind him, a swarm of insects quietly emerged, enveloping the fallen soldier and lifting him onto the city wall. Following closely, a figure appeared atop the wall. It was Shan Pao. Lin Xi was taken aback, his gaze fixated on Shan Pao atop the wall, his heart brimming with caution. What power is this? Is it the insect control technique of a savage alien race? The soldier saved by Shan Pao immediately called for the city's doctor. However, the soldier's injuries were too severe, leaving the doctor helpless. Excuse me. The soldier looked towards Shan Pao, a questioning expression on his face. Shan Pao seemed to understand the soldier's unspoken query and replied, "Do not worry. The young lord leads 100,000 Bailiang iron cavalry. Xinxiang City will certainly not fall into enemy hands. The citizens within the city will be safe." As soon as Shan Pao's words fell, Lu Heng and the multitude of citizens were left utterly astonished. They had thought it was the Bailiang prince, only to realize it was the young lord himself. Lin Xi turned her beautiful eyes towards the young figure at the forefront of the army. Is he truly the young lord? Thank you, thank you. Upon hearing that the young lord had personally led the army, the soldier's worry vanished, replaced by a relieved smile before he passed away, still concerned for the safety of the citizens within the city. This deeply moved Shan Pao, who regarded the soldier with great respect. The onlookers on the city wall turned their gazes to the battlefield. There, Li Luo's expression was frigid, harboring a terrifying killing intent towards the black cavalry of the Nanyun dynasty. Previously, the Bailiang forces had split into three, capturing city after city garrisoned by the Qi King's troops. However, after seizing a dozen cities, they learned of the Nanyun dynasty's invasion of the border territories. Now, 10 cities had already fallen into the hands of the Nanyun dynasty. Upon receiving this news, both Li Luo and the citizens of Shizhou were consumed with fury. In several cities, soldiers who had once served the Qi King, upon learning of his death, voluntarily surrendered. Their only request during surrender was for Li Luo to lead them in repelling the Nanyun dynasty and reclaiming lost territory. Li Luo accepted their surrender but did not bring them along, as time was of the essence. He instructed them to guard the cities while he rode forth with the Bailiang cavalry, hastening to Xinxiang City. Lin Xi, the opposing commander, noted that the individual leading the Bailiang forces was neither the Bailiang king nor one of the 7 heroes of Bailiang. Qi Hui, from a distance, looked towards Li Luo, his face reflecting confusion. The leader of the 100,000 Bailiang cavalry was strikingly young. Lin Xi nodded slightly, recognizing that the opponent was not the Bailiang king in person. Otherwise, he would have retreated at once. They had only brought 50,000 black cavalry to Xinxiang City. If faced with the Bailiang king or the 7 heroes of Bailiang commanding 100,000 cavalry, their forces would have no chance of survival. Seeing this unfamiliar Li Luo, they felt a sense of relief. A mere child leading the Bailiang army. Could he truly harness their might? What was the Bailiang king thinking? Perhaps today, their black cavalry would indeed create a miracle, defeating the 100,000 Bailiang cavalry with their smaller numbers. Exchanging glances, excitement glimmered between them. Lin Xi spoke, contemplating. Who goes there? State your name. Li Luo's gaze was icy as he rode forward. Looking at Lin Xi and Qi Hui, he declared, I am Li Luo, son of the Bailiang king. Son of the Bailiang king. As Li Luo's response echoed in the air, Lin Xi and Qi Hui were initially taken aback, only to erupt into hearty laughter moments later. They had not anticipated that this young commander of the 10,000 Northern Liang troops was, in fact, the son of the Northern Liang king. It was no wonder he could command such a formidable force at such a tender age. The two were exhilarated, realizing they had stumbled upon a significant prize. Capturing Li Luo would undoubtedly facilitate their general's plans against the Northern Liang king. With a steely resolve, they decided to seize Li Luo and annihilate the 10,000 Northern Liang cavalry before them. Black cavalry, charge! Lin Xi's deep voice resonated, sending forth a surge of terrifying battle intent from the 50,000 black cavalry behind him. The palpable aura of battle coalesced, transforming into wisps of inky energy that spiraled skyward. Above, the heavens roiled as dark clouds gathered, rumbling with thunder. A colossal black dragon emerged from the swirling mists, its gaze fixed upon Li Luo and the vast army of Northern Liang cavalry, unleashing a mighty roar. The spirit of the black cavalry was rekindled. This spirit, forged from the collective will of the soldiers, embodied their unyielding resolve. Where battle intent thrives, the spirit endures. Lin Xi and Qi Hui exchanged glances, their lips curling into smirks. The spirit they had conjured was their source of confidence. The potential to forge such a spirit depended not only on the caliber of the soldiers, but also on the commander's prowess. A deep trust and synergy between the army and its leader were essential to manifest this spirit. Could this mere boy, the son of the Northern Liang king, truly summon the spirit of the Northern Liang army? With a decisive wave of his hand, Lin Xi split the spirit dragon overhead, which transformed into two ebony dragons that surged into their bodies. An overwhelming power surged through Lin Xi and Qi Hui, temporarily elevating their peak prowess to the initial stage of the Great Yin realm. They leaped from their steeds, striding through the air, their formidable presence enveloping the battlefield. Li Luo regarded the approaching duo, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The spirit? Who lacks one? He declared, his eyes narrowing. Where are the Northern Liang cavalry? With a thunderous shout, he rallied his forces. Now, a resounding roar erupted from the 10,000 Northern Liang cavalry. A blood-red aura surged skyward, more fearsome than the black cavalry's battle intent. The dark clouds above, once ominous, were tainted crimson by this dreadful energy. A titanic, blood-colored dragon, formed from the malevolence of the Northern Liang cavalry, surged forth from the blood clouds. While the black cavalry's spirit was born of battle intent, the Northern Liang cavalry's spirit was forged from sheer ferocity. Lin Xi and Qi Hui stared in horror at the blood dragon above the Northern Liang army, struck dumb by the revelation that this young Li Luo could also manifest the army's spirit. Unbeknownst to them, 5 years prior, when the savage tribes descended from the south, Li Luo had led the Northern Liang cavalry into battle, earning their trust and successfully forging their spirit. Narrowing their eyes, a murderous intent welled up within them. Achieving such prowess at a young age was alarming. If allowed to mature, he would undoubtedly become another Northern Liang king. Fortunately, empowered by their battle intent, their temporary elevation to the Great Yin realm positioned them to eliminate him before he could flourish. In unspoken agreement, they charged toward Li Luo. Young master, be careful, exclaimed Lu Renjia, alarmed, as he readied his scroll and ink brush to conjure a defense. Your Highness, the citizens atop the city walls gasped at the unfolding scene. Let me handle this. Li Luo hesitated for a moment before unsheathing his battle blade. Lu Renjia nodded slightly, putting away his brush and scroll, placing unwavering trust in Li Luo. If the young master deemed it necessary to confront them alone, he must possess absolute confidence in his ability to defeat, or even slay, the two assailants. Just as Lin Xi and Qi Hui closed in, a formidable aura erupted from Li Luo. He swung his blade toward the duo, who instinctively raised their weapons to defend. The sheer force sent them staggering back 100 meters. Such power! Tremors coursed through their hands as they grasped their weapons. Before they could recover, Li Luo appeared before them once more, his resolve unyielding. Desperate measures. With devastating precision, Li Luo unleashed his strike. Lin Xi and Qi Hui, one wielding a long sword and the other a spear, became the epicenter of a fearsome tempest, drawing the ambient spiritual energy towards their weapons. The black battle intent of the black cavalry surged forth, amplifying their might. As Li Luo advanced, he let out a piercing battle cry, a crimson aura rising to the heavens. His Northern Liang battle blade was instantly suffused with blood-red energy, resembling a mesmerizing crystal weapon. The Northern Liang cavalry watched in awe as Li Luo executed a familiar maneuver, their eyes alight with excitement. The young master has mastered our Lord's ultimate technique, Human Slayer. With a powerful shout, Li Luo unleashed all his strength, colliding with Lin Xi and Qi Hui. The soldiers on both sides witnessed a brilliant crimson light scattering the dark clouds for miles around. The brilliant sunlight once again bathed the earth in its golden embrace. Under its warm glow, countless individuals fixated intently on the horizon. The citizens of the city instinctively clenched their fists, while some elderly souls closed their eyes, silently praying for Li Luo's victory. The young lord must prevail. Bang! With a sharp, resonant sound echoing through the sky, the weapons of Lin Xi and Qi Hui suddenly shattered. Two streams of crimson blood erupted, splattering across the battlefield, alongside the two heads bearing expressions of disbelief. He has won. The young lord has triumphed. The multitude of citizens in the city, witnessing this scene, snapped back to reality, erupting into fervent cheers as they gazed at the heroic figure of Li Luo. Lin Xi, unable to contain herself, murmured his name, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Boom! As Lin Xi and Qi Hui fell to Li Luo, the military spirit of the Black Cavalry was forcefully extinguished by his strike. The 50,000 Black Cavalry soldiers below were instantly engulfed in a backlash, each unable to suppress a spurt of blood, their spirits dwindling. Li Luo seized this golden opportunity. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the military spirit of the Northern Liang army, empowering every soldier. Kill, leave none alive, and showcase the might of Northern Liang. Pointing his battle blade at the 50,000 Black Cavalry, he bellowed, "Charge!" With his command, 100,000 Northern Liang cavalry surged forth, banners flying, encircling the Black Cavalry. Yet, the Black Cavalry, renowned for their prowess, quickly regained their composure after the loss of their leaders. Led by a valiant soldier, they did not retreat. Instead, they charged headlong into the oncoming Northern Liang cavalry. As the elite troops of the Southern Yuan dynasty, their pride forbade them from fleeing, especially in the face of the Northern Liang cavalry. Soon, the two forces clashed violently. Lu Rinjia and the mountain cannons stationed on the city walls also joined the fray, transforming images into reality. Wind God, Thunder God. Lu Rinjia unleashed the wind and thunder gods, colossal figures that crashed into the Black Cavalry like relentless machines, delivering devastating blows. Meanwhile, the mountain cannons summoned swarms of monstrous insects that burrowed into the armor of the black soldiers, eliciting wretched cries. Before long, in the presence of countless citizens of Qianxiang City, the 50,000-strong Black Cavalry was utterly annihilated. Beneath the setting sun, the blood-soaked battlefield still radiated warmth, and the shattered armor glimmered with golden light. Li Luo, leading the Northern Liang army, entered Qianxiang City amidst the joyous cheers of the citizens. Chapter 16. Is father experiencing a midlife crisis? Upon entering Qianxiang City, the citizens warmly welcomed him. Young lord. At the forefront of the crowd, the governor Lu Hong, accompanied by Lin Xi, bowed respectfully to Li Luo. You are the governor of Qianxiang City? Li Luo inquired. Governor Lu Hong, at your service, young lord. Lu Hong replied with a nod. Li Luo regarded Lu Hong before casting his gaze upon the fervent citizens surrounding them. You have all done admirably, I assure you. I will drive the invading Southern Yuan forces back to their homeland, reclaiming our lost cities and territories. As Li Luo's impassioned words resonated, the citizens knelt in fervent devotion, fervently proclaiming their belief that with the proud Northern Liang army and the young lord at the helm, they would undoubtedly repel the enemy and reclaim their land. The image of Li Luo's majestic figure, having single-handedly defeated two commanders of the Black Cavalry, was etched indelibly in the minds of every citizen of Qianxiang City. Lin Xi gazed up at Li Luo on his steed, her eyes shimmering with admiration. This young lord of Northern Liang was indeed as remarkable as the rumors suggested. He was markedly different from other noble youths, exuding a sense of approachability uncommon among the aristocracy. In that moment, Li Luo captured the hearts of the entire city. A notification chimed in Li Luo's mind. Ding! Gained 500,000 reputation points. Overjoyed, Li Luo was pleasantly surprised that his heartfelt words had garnered the support of 500,000 citizens of Qianxiang City. You must be weary from your travels, having just emerged from battle. Please, allow me to offer you rest at my humble residence, Lu Heng suggested. Li Luo nodded in agreement. The Black Cavalry of the Southern Yun dynasty had already seized control of 10 other counties outside Xinjiang City. Although he had just led the Northern Liang cavalry to victory against the invading forces, that was merely the vanguard of the Southern Yun's advance into the Western Prefecture. According to his intelligence, this invasion was spearheaded by the Southern Yun's general, Northern Liang, who commanded 40,000 Black Cavalry. It would not be long before this place became a battlefield once more. Li Luo promptly ordered the Northern Liang cavalry to regroup and swiftly clear the battlefield outside the city, while dispatching a contingent of soldiers to begin organizing the evacuation of the citizens from Xinjiang City. Shortly after Li Luo's entrance, Li Beixiong and Gao Shun's forces arrived in Xinyan City. They had not only captured the other cities occupied by the Qi king, but had also brought with them an army of 300,000, all of whom were former soldiers under the late Qi king, now surrendered to Northern Liang. In the governor's residence, the king of Northern Liang and Li Luo sat at the head of the table, while 5 of the 7 generals of Northern Liang gathered below to strategize against the formidable Black Cavalry of the Southern Yun dynasty. The enemy's might was undeniable, and their leader, renowned as the god of war, General Northern Liang, posed a significant threat. In the conference hall, Governor Lu Heng stood beside Li Beixiong, while his daughter Lin Xi personally served tea to the assembled generals. The graceful Lin Xi radiated a unique charm, leaving a lasting impression of elegance, composure, and refinement on all present. Her innate beauty further enhanced her presence. "My lord, young lord, please enjoy your tea." Lin Xi gently poured fragrant tea for Li Beixiong and Li Luo before gracefully stepping aside, concerned that the maidservants might inadvertently offend the king of Northern Liang. She took it upon herself to serve. Li Luo accepted the tea from Lin Xi, nodding slightly, his expression calm as he took a sip, casting a lingering glance at her. He had heard of Lin Xi's reputation as a talented woman. It was said that she could compose poetry at 7, paint at 9, and at 12 or 13, she was well versed in the classics, traveling the country by 17. Many suitors sought her hand, yet she remained unmarried. Upon seeing Lin Xi for the first time, Li Luo was indeed taken aback by her scholarly aura. The rumors were true. She was indeed a woman of great talent. Her every gesture conveyed a grace that surpassed that of ordinary ladies of noble birth. Li Beixiong, taking the tea, gazed at the cultured, graceful Lin Xi, increasingly satisfied with what he saw. Naturally, as a prince, he had heard of her esteemed reputation. "Lord Lu, has your daughter found a suitable match?" Li Beixiong inquired, his eyes glinting as he turned to Lu Heng, his tone somewhat mischievous. Li Beixiong's changing expressions left Lu Heng and Lin Xi somewhat bewildered. However, the 5 generals present had long since acclimated to their prince's peculiarities. They exchanged strange smiles, directing their gazes toward Lin Xi and Li Luo. Beside them, Li Luo shot a glance at his father, his expression equally perplexed. What was wrong with his father? Was it spring already, stirring his father's old feelings? Could it be that his father had taken a liking to Lin Xi and was considering marrying again? Upon reflection, Li Luo concluded that his father indeed ought to remarry, for he had never seen his mother since birth. Although he had traversed through time, his memories only returned when he turned 1. According to his father, his mother had passed away during childbirth, and her grave lay on the hillside behind the royal residence, where he paid homage each year. Since her death, his father had not taken another concubine. At times, Li Luo wondered if his father's abstinence was due to an inability in that regard, fearing exposure. Regaining his composure, Lu Heng hastily clasped his hands together and spoke. "Your Highness, my daughter is yet unmarried." A sigh escaped him as he lamented his daughter's situation. He had introduced her to numerous talented suitors, yet she had spurned them all. While daughters from other families were already married by 15 or 16, his daughter, now 23, was becoming increasingly difficult to match. Lin Xi noticed Li Beixiong's lecherous gaze upon her, causing her heart to race, though her face betrayed nothing. A troubling thought crossed her mind. If her suspicions were correct, what should she do? If she resisted, would it bring misfortune to her father? Not yet married? Li Beixiong exclaimed with delight, slapping his thigh. The more he looked at Lin Xi, the more he found her appealing. Upon hearing his declaration of interest, Li Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded his father. Indeed, his father had become infatuated. Lin Xi was several years his senior, but if his father liked her, it wouldn't be a problem for him. Chapter 17. A grand misunderstanding. Not only Li Luo, but the 5 generals also appeared taken aback. This was not how they had envisioned it. Wasn't the prince meant to be matchmaking for the young master? Why was he pursuing her himself? Lu Heng, upon hearing Li Beixiong's enthusiastic remark, trembled involuntarily, and turned to his daughter. At that moment, Lin Xi's complexion turned pale. She feigned calmness but remained silent, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Your Highness, if my daughter consents, I have no objections to this union. Lu Heng sighed, feeling powerless. Observing Lu Heng's disheartened expression, Li Beixiong felt somewhat speechless. Ever since he laid eyes on Lin Xi, his admiration had only deepened. She was knowledgeable, cultured, and talented, perfect for his esteemed son. How could he not cherish such a daughter-in-law? Yet, Lu Heng seemed reluctant to let his daughter marry his fine son. Was his son truly so lacking? Li Beixiong turned to scrutinize Li Luo, thinking, my son is not unattractive. Li Luo, misinterpreting his father's gaze as an inquiry about his opinion, smiled slightly. With rare enthusiasm, he decided to support his father wholeheartedly. As long as you like her, father, I have no objections. You needn't consider my feelings. Li Beixiong was elated upon hearing Li Luo's words. His son also had an interest in the girl. Truly, they shared a discerning taste. And you, my dear? Li Beixiong turned to Lin Xi, inquiring with a smile. Suppressing the urge to weep, fearing her refusal might harm her father, Lin Xi replied softly. If my father has no objections, I am willing to marry the prince. The words seemed to drain her of strength. Ahaha, wait a moment. What did you say? Upon hearing Lin Xi's acceptance of the proposal, Li Beixiong clapped his hands in delight, but then suddenly froze. His eyes widening as he stared at Lin Xi. Lin Xi, unable to meet his gaze, bit her lip and stammered, I said I am willing to marry the prince. Her voice was barely a whisper, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of those present. Congratulations, Your Highness. The 5 generals hurriedly congratulated Li Beixiong. Realizing that their prince truly favored a younger woman, Li Beixiong felt utterly bewildered, his lips twitching in disbelief as he looked toward his son. Li Luo returned a look that seemed to say, go for it, father. Pursue your happiness. Wait, miss, you seem to be mistaken. The one you are to marry is not me, but my esteemed son, Li Luo. Li Beixiong suddenly recalled his earlier statement and realized that Lu Heng and his daughter, along with everyone else present, had completely misunderstood him. He quickly sought to clarify. As soon as his words left his mouth, it was Li Luo's turn to be dumbfounded. He stared at his father in shock while the 5 generals also paused, quickly grasping the situation. They had misinterpreted their prince's intentions. Of course, after years of camaraderie, he would not have such a predilection. They promptly congratulated Li Luo, grinning as they exclaimed, congratulations, young master. Li Luo's face twitched uncontrollably. At that moment, he merely wished for silence, feeling overwhelmed by the unexpected twist. Moreover, he felt an impulse to deliver a well-deserved punch to his father. Lu Heng and Lin Xi stood frozen, exchanging a glance. Soon, Lu Heng regained his composure, his face breaking into a joyful smile. Agreed. 1,000 times agreed. Your Highness, I wholeheartedly consent. Now that the misunderstanding was resolved, he turned to Li Luo, his eyes brimming with mirth. It turned out the prince was proposing to his son, not seeking to pursue his daughter. This was indeed a colossal misunderstanding. Ahaha. Then, you shall be family. My dear, what say you? Are you willing to marry my fine son? Li Beixiong showed no signs of embarrassment over the mix-up. To him, his son's happiness took precedence above all else. Lin Xi's face flushed crimson from the earlier misunderstanding, and she lowered her head, unable to look at Li Beixiong or Li Luo. She felt utterly mortified. Nevertheless, upon learning that the prince was proposing for the young master, she felt a surge of inexplicable joy, her heart racing as if a small deer were bounding within her chest. In a barely audible voice, she murmured, Lin Xi is willing to follow my father's wishes. After speaking, she couldn't resist stealing glances at Li Luo, eager to gauge his reaction. Seeing his daughter respond this way, Lu Heng couldn't help but smile. With his years of experience, he could easily discern that his daughter harbored feelings for the young master. Wait, I object. Just as Li Beixiong was about to discuss setting a date for the formal proposal with Lu Heng, Li Luo darkened his expression and voiced his dissent. Son, why? Weren't you just saying you liked her? Li Beixiong asked, utterly perplexed. As for the reason, Li Luo couldn't quite explain. He couldn't possibly admit he thought his father was pursuing Lin Xi for himself. Beside him, Lin Xi felt an inexplicable surge of despondency upon hearing Li Luo's words. Noticing the evasive expression on Lin Xi's face, Li Luo rubbed his nose, cleared his throat, and spoke with solemnity. Cough, my father, Lord Lu. The dynasty is beset by both internal strife and external threats. Matters of romance are not my immediate concern. Furthermore, I must be candid, Lord Lu. The court is rife with corruption, and the sovereign is inept. The kings of Wu and Jin have raised their banners in rebellion, and we in Beiliang are no exception. Have you truly considered this? Are you willing to allow your daughter to wed me? If we fail in Beiliang, the outcome is dire, as you can imagine. Li Luo's gaze was piercing as he looked at Lu Hong, his eyes shimmering with intensity. The atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence following his declaration. Li Beixiong also adopted a serious demeanor, fixing his gaze on Lu Hong. My son speaks truthfully, with the other 3 kings rebelling. We in Beiliang are likewise in a state of turmoil. In essence, we are aligned with those treasonous factions. Have you truly thought this through? Should you agree, your Lu family would be embarking on a treacherous path with us. Should we succeed, all would be well, but if we fail... At this moment, Lu Hing fell into contemplation. As a former court official, aligning with Beiliang would be tantamount to disloyalty. Yet, the current state of the court had left him utterly disillusioned. Lord Lu, should you decline this marriage proposal, I shall not impose upon you, Li Beixiong remarked, observing Lu Heng's silence. After a brief pause, Lu Hong looked resolutely at Li Beixiong and Li Luo, declaring, Your Highness, with external enemies invading, and the kings of Wu and Jin embroiled in conflict, neglecting the safety of our people is unconscionable. As for the current emperor, he remains lost in indulgence while the nation faces peril. Only you, Your Highness, and His Highness the Son of the World possess the capability to repel the invaders and save the hundreds of thousands in Xinjiang City from falling into enemy hands. Thus, I consent to this marriage. Chapter 18, A Night of Assault. Haha. Excellent. Truly worthy of Lord Lu, Li Beixiong exclaimed, laughing heartily, a look of appreciation gracing his features. Li Luo was taken aback by Lu Heng's unexpected response. In his mind, Lu Hong was a loyal minister, and his earlier remarks were not merely a test, but also a subtle suggestion for Lu Hong to decline the match his father had arranged for him. It seemed he had miscalculated. Cough. Father, I have only just met Miss Lu. Is it not premature to propose? Moreover, we have yet to achieve our grand ambitions, and romance is not my priority at present. Li Luo intended to refuse outright, but feared hurting the talented young woman's feelings, thus using their unfinished business as a shield. Ah, my dear son, you make a valid point. Very well, once we have accomplished our great endeavor, I shall revisit this proposal, and at that time, we shall conduct it with great fanfare. What say you, esteemed father-in-law? Li Beixiong inquired of Lu Hong. Your Highness, that sounds splendid. Truly splendid. Lu Hong replied with a gentle smile, nodding repeatedly. Lu Lingxi lowered her head, a charming blush blooming on her cheeks, and sighed softly, casting a sidelong glance at Li Luo. At that moment, Li Luo wore a grim expression, feeling utterly speechless. Well then, we have now vanquished the Qi King, and the majority of the counties in the western region are under our control. Our foremost task now is to defeat the invading Southern Cloud dynasty and reclaim the 10 occupied counties. Seeing his resistance yielding no fruit, Li Luo shifted the conversation, addressing the gathered assembly with gravity. His words prompted a serious demeanor among all present. With the kings of Wu and Jin locked in fierce combat, it was imperative to seize this opportunity to expel the Southern Cloud dynasty. Should the kings determine a victor, Beiliang would find itself in a precarious position. Moreover, the populace harbored great expectations for Beiliang. Thus, reclaiming the 10 counties held by the Southern Cloud dynasty was of utmost urgency. Should they succeed, Beiliang's standing in the hearts of the people would reach unprecedented heights. Your Highness, His Highness the Son of the World, according to our scouts, the 5 generals of the Southern Cloud dynasty are personally leading their troops. Aside from the Black Wind, who was slain by General Gao, the foremost of the 5, Morong Liao commands 100,000 black cavalry, having seized our western Xiang County. The remaining 3, Zhang Yuan, Shen Ying, and Yun Bin, occupy Shuyan County, Mongshan County, and Qingfeng County, respectively. These counties are among the most critical in our western frontier. With the black cavalry mobilized, they now possess an army of 400,000. Excluding the 5,000 we have already dispatched, their total strength stands at 350,000. Furthermore, Morong Liao and the other 3 are all at the peak of the Great Yin realm, commanding numerous formidable practitioners at the Spirit Sea realm. The 2 slain by His Highness, Lin Xi and Qi Hui, were among the Spirit Sea experts under Zhang Yuan. According to the latest intelligence, after arriving in Xinjiang City, Morong Liao, Yun Bin, and Chuning are leading their forces toward Shuyan City. At the pace of the Black Cavalry, they are expected to arrive by dawn tomorrow. Rising from his seat, Long Yu relayed the information gathered by the scouts. Upon learning of the enemy's general strength, a heavy silence descended upon the assembly. Li Luo's eyes glimmered with concern. Although he had defeated 5,000 of the Black Cavalry, he did not dare underestimate this formidable army. which was on par with Bailiang's own. The Black Cavalry, like Bailiang's Iron Cavalry, had carved their path through chaos. It was said that the old emperor of the Southern Cloud dynasty had relied on this very army to vanquish all the feudal lords and establish the dynasty. In the early days of the dynasty, he had personally led the Black Cavalry to achieve a stunning victory against the invading Divine Feather dynasty, thus earning his renown. However, while Li Luo acknowledged the threat posed by the Black Cavalry, he also recognized that Bailiang's Iron Cavalry was not to be trifled with. When the Divine Feather dynasty had invaded Southern Cloud, they too had dispatched a massive force to launch an assault on the newly established Liang dynasty. His father, having just been bestowed the title of king, had led only 100,000 of Bailiang's Iron Cavalry to decisively repel the Divine Feather dynasty, instilling fear in their hearts to this day. What troubled Li Luo now was the high-level combat capabilities of the enemy. According to Lin Xi, the remaining 4 generals were all at the peak of the Great Yin realm, each commanding several formidable warriors at the Spirit Sea realm. In terms of high-level combat power, Bailiang was clearly at a disadvantage. Although Bailiang also had 4 Great Yin realm experts, only his father and Gao Shun stood at the pinnacle of that level. He himself was at the initial stage of the Great Yin realm, while the heir Go was at the intermediate stage. As for the Spirit Sea realm, including the 5 generals under him, along with Lu Rinjia and Shan Pao, they had merely 7 in total. Overall, their high-level combat power fell significantly short of the enemy's. The higher the cultivation level of a practitioner, the more they could dictate the outcome of a war. Yet, the thought of the 50,000 prestige points from the citizens of Qianxiang City still available to him quelled his anxiety. The Black Cavalry. I too wish to meet them. I have never had the chance before, and now the opportunity presents itself. However, Northern Liang is not to be underestimated. It is said that he, as the foremost of the 5 generals of the Southern Cloud, reached the peak of the Great Yin realm 2 decades ago. 20 years have passed. I wonder if he has crossed that threshold. If he has attained the returning ruins realm, we will be in grave trouble. As Li Baixiong spoke of Northern Liang of the Southern Cloud dynasty, his expression turned grave. The returning ruins realm was a coveted pinnacle that any Great Yin realm expert yearned to achieve. Even he had been stuck at the peak of the Great Yin realm for decades. Father, fret not. If Northern Liang has ascended to the returning ruins realm, he would not lead the Black Cavalry here. He alone could sweep through our entire Liang dynasty. Li Luo offered a faint smile, dispelling his father's concerns. Li Baixiong nodded, agreeing that his son spoke wisely. The other 3 pinnacle experts of the Diyin realm from the Southern Cloud dynasty had yet to arrive, making this the opportune moment for them to strike and take Shuyun City by storm. The aim was to eliminate Zhang Yuan, thereby significantly alleviating their pressure in terms of combat strength. Li Baixiong pondered deeply. Li Luo nodded slightly. Indeed, it was the best time for them to launch an attack. However, once the battle commenced, they must conclude it before dawn. Otherwise, they would find themselves surrounded when the other 3 pinnacle experts arrived. Your Highness, please give the order. The 5 generals rose, saluting Li Baixiong. Very well. Assemble 100,000 iron cavalry and set forth swiftly to Shuyun City. Li Baixiong commanded, rising to issue the orders. Understood. With Li Luo and his father's guidance, the 100,000 cavalry of Bailiang departed from Qianxiang City, hastening towards Shuyun City. According to their intelligence, Zhang Yuan, leading the Black Cavalry, commanded an army of 100,000. Previously, Li Luo had decimated 50,000, leaving only 50,000 remaining. Alongside Li Luo and his father were Gao Shun, Li Ergu, and the 5 heroes of Bailiang. However, no one noticed the absence of Lu Rinjia and Shan Pao in the ranks. Among the fleeing citizens of Qianxiang City, a man observed the rapidly departing Bailiang cavalry disappearing into the night and secretly crushed a jade token. After the civilian group evacuated Qianxiang City, the man discreetly left the crowd. Chapter 19. Zhang Yuan's scheme under the moonlight. Shuyun City was shrouded in dust, with ferocious cavalry charging forth. Countless black cavalry soldiers raced towards the city's outskirts. The citizens of Liang within the city hid in their homes, afraid to venture outside. Ever since the Black Cavalry of the Southern Cloud dynasty breached Shuyun City, the citizens of Liang had attempted to resist. However, upon entering the city, Zhang Yuan ordered the suppression and execution of all who dared to oppose. On the day the city was captured, tens of thousands of civilians perished beneath the blades of the Black Cavalry. From that moment on, no citizen of Liang dared to rebel, resigned to hiding within their homes. At this moment, in one household, a pair of eyes peered through the window, watching the Black Cavalry charging out of the city, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing their gaze. Inside, 2 young boys sat. One was pale and expressionless, while the other was enveloped by a swarm of dense black insects. These two boys were none other than the missing Lin Xi and Shan Pao. After Li Luo defeated the Black Cavalry, led by Lin Xi and Qi Hui, he had arranged for the two to infiltrate Shuyun City to gather intelligence. Behind them, on a bed, lay a man in a deep slumber. This man was the owner of the house. To avoid exposure, Lin Xi had no choice but to render him unconscious. The Black Cavalry outside do not appear to be retreating. Lin Xi muttered, narrowing his eyes as he turned to Shan Pao. Shan Pao remained silent, fully engrossed in controlling the insects on his body. In a mansion within Shuyun City, the residence of the governor. The governor had been slain by Zhang Yuan following the Black Cavalry's conquest. Within the estate, a middle-aged man donned in armor sat with his eyes closed, suddenly opening them as a powerful aura surged forth from his body. This man was Zhang Yuan, one of the 5 generals of the Southern Cloud dynasty. After a moment of focus, he elevated himself to peak condition as a fierce battle loomed ahead. A smirk played on Zhang Yuan's lips, his murderous intent chilling the air around him. General, 3 figures entered from outside, each radiating a robust wave of spiritual energy, pinnacle experts of the Linghai realm. They were Zhang Yuan's vice-generals. Dicheng, what news? Zhang Yuan inquired coldly upon seeing the 3 clad in battle attire. General, as you predicted, our spies hidden in Xinxiang City report that the Bailiang King is marching with 100,000 cavalry straight towards Shuyun City, Dicheng reported excitedly, leading the group. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan could not help but sneer. As he had anticipated, the Bailiang King would indeed attempt a night raid. What powerful allies accompany the Bailiang King? He pressed on, reporting to the general, our spies inform us that, besides the Bailiang King, there is also the Bailiang heir, 5 of the 7 Bailiang heroes. And 2 unfamiliar men, Dicheng replied. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, then spoke slowly. I did not expect the Bailiang heir to possess such remarkable talent. Capable of slaying Lin Xi and Qi Hui, he must be at least of the Diyan realm. Otherwise, he could not have defeated 2 pinnacle experts of the Linghai realm at such a young age. Such prowess is truly monstrous. He cannot be allowed to live. Dicheng and the others nodded vigorously. By the way, have you managed to uncover any information about the 2 unfamiliar men? Zhang Yuan inquired again. General, through our spies embedded in other prefectures, it seems that Bailiang has another Diyan realm expert named Gao Shan. One of the 2 unfamiliar men is likely him. As for his strength, we are unsure. We only know he is a Diyan realm expert. It is reported that Gao Shan led 50,000 Bailiang troops alongside the Bailiang King and heir, capturing all the prefectures of the Qi King, Dicheng explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Gao Shan is likely only at the initial or mid-stage of the Diyan realm. The Liang dynasty has only 4 kings, and the fallen Xinyu, to rival our 5 generals. There can only be 5 pinnacle experts in the Diyan realm. Otherwise, we would be aware of it. In other words, aside from the Bailiang King, they possess 2 more Diyan realm experts. If it weren't for Yunbin's early arrival at Shuyun Prefecture, I would have truly underestimated them. Zhang Yuan's cold laughter echoed with a glint of icy murder in his eyes. Upon learning that Lin Xi and Qi Hui had been defeated while attacking Xinxiang City by the Bailiang heir, he received an urgent message from Yunbin, informing him that the army had arrived early at the outskirts of Shuyun Prefecture. Knowing that Yunbin's 100,000 black cavalry had already reached their destination, Zhang Yuan devised a plan. He was certain that the Bailiang King would take the opportunity to launch a night raid. Thus, he instructed Yunbin to conceal his movements and lay an ambush along the route from Xinxiang City to Shuyun City. Yunbin, also a pinnacle expert of the Diyan realm, would undoubtedly be able to slay the Bailiang King alongside him. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. He would hold the Bailiang King at bay while Yunbin dealt with the Bailiang heir and Gao Shan. As for the remaining 5 heroes of Bailiang, they posed no threat at all. Furthermore, with his remaining 50,000 black cavalry, their forces far surpassed those of the Bailiang cavalry. In this battle, the Bailiang King was doomed. The Bailiang King surely could not have anticipated that General Yun would arrive ahead of time. Now, General Yun and his 100,000 black cavalry lie in ambush on the inevitable path outside the city. We await your command, General. Dicheng smirked slyly. Indeed. Let us go and join General Yun. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, then departed the mansion with the 3, hastening towards the city outskirts. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yuan and his companions, atop their mansion's roof, a strange black insect crawled stealthily. The entirety of their conversation had been overheard by Shan Pao's insect. Soon, the insect returned to Shan Pao's side, and his expression grew tense. Lin Xi, hurry and inform the young master. One of the 5 generals, Yunbin, has arrived early and is lying in wait. They seem to be planning an ambush. Shan Pao urged anxiously. What? This is no mere illusion. Lu Rinjia immediately employed his extraordinary abilities to transcribe the intelligence he had just gathered from the mountain cannon into written form. Under his brush, a series of black characters coalesced into a small black and white bird, which then soared through the shattered window. Lu Rinjia, we should also go to support the young master, exclaimed the mountain cannon. Agreed. The two departed from the household, silently slipping away from Shiyun City and vanishing into an expanse of forest. Chapter 20. The sixth elder Li Luo and his companions led an army of 100,000 iron cavalry from Beiyang, stirring up clouds of dust beneath the moonlight. Just as they were making rapid progress, a black and white bird darted towards them. Young master, Li Ergu, noticing the bird, activated his vision-enhancing technique and instantly recognized it as Lu Rinjia's art. Stop, Li Luo commanded with a wave of his hand, bringing the group to a halt. Son, what is the matter? Li Beixiong inquired, puzzled. Li Luo raised his hand gently, and the black and white bird alighted upon it, drawing the attention of those around. As it perched in Li Luo's palm, the bird transformed into a cloud of ink, and a series of ink characters materialized before the group. Upon reading the text, Li Beixiong's expression shifted dramatically. Yunbin has actually arrived ahead of schedule. Li Luo nodded slightly, his eyes narrowing. Fortunately, he had taken precautions by sending Lu Rinjia and the mountain cannon to scout the military situation. Otherwise, they would surely have fallen into the hands of Zhang Yuan and Yunbin that night. Your Highness, shall we retreat for now? Long Yi suggested. Li Luo shook his head slightly, addressing the group. Father, esteemed uncles, our adversaries, Zhang Yuan and Yunbin, possess two peak De Yin realm experts. Meanwhile, both Father and Gao Shun are also at the peak De Yin realm. We might not be incapable of a fight, since they have set an ambush. Why not let us take on the role of the sixth elder? The group exchanged glances, uncertain of what the term sixth elder meant in the young master's context. Son, what scheme do you have in mind? Li Beixiong asked, noticing the sly smile on Li Luo's lips. Understanding his son's demeanor, he knew that misfortune was about to befall someone. Father, since we are aware that Yunbin has set an ambush along the route, let us simply bypass them and launch a surprise attack from behind, Li Luo suggested with a subtle smile and a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the group found merit in his reasoning. But Your Highness, how can we ascertain where Yunbin's forces are hidden? Visibility is low at night, making it challenging for our scouts to spot them, Long Yi pondered. Li Luo had already anticipated this issue and replied unhurriedly. That is a simple problem to resolve. For we have Ergu. Ergu's eye technique can see through everything. Even in darkness, he can effortlessly detect their presence. The gazes of Li Beixiong and the others shifted to Li Ergu. Understanding the young master's intent, Li Ergu declared, Young master, I will go ascertain their ambush location right away. With a flash, he vanished into the forest by the roadside, becoming a fleeting shadow as he sped towards Shiyun City. Indeed, there are many talented individuals under the young master's command, the five generals remarked, watching Li Ergu's retreating figure and recalling the earlier message conveyed by the small bird. They expressed their sentiments that having the young master and his gifted allies was a fortune for Beiyang. Li Beixiong smiled knowingly, looking at his son with a face full of pride. Is it necessary for you to say so? Even Gao Shun, a peak De Yin realm expert, willingly follows my son. Need I mention how exceptional he is? Li Luo chuckled and ordered the army to rest in place, awaiting Li Ergu's return. After leaving the main force, Li Ergu sped along with his vision-enhancing technique. In a secluded forest 10 miles away from the army, he finally made a significant discovery. Perched atop a large tree, his eyes emitted a faint glow. In the dense woods leading to Shiyun City, he spotted a formidable army concealed in the shadows, armed with bows and crossbows. At the forefront of this army, several powerful auras flickered ominously, utilizing his eye technique from a distance. The figures of two men came into focus. The leading pair donned battle attire, exuding a faint aura of menace. With Li Ergu's De Yin realm cultivation, he could clearly sense that these two middle-aged men were indeed formidable De Yin realm experts. They must be Zhang Yuan and Yunbin. I must swiftly return to notify the young master. Li Ergu quietly withdrew, and after retreating a sufficient distance, he hastened back. Just then, Yunbin, lying in ambush, abruptly turned his gaze towards the tree where Li Ergu had recently perched, his brow furrowing slightly. What is it? Zhang Yuan inquired upon noticing Yunbin's unusual expression. I have a strange feeling that someone was watching us just now, Yunbin replied, narrowing his eyes with a hint of seriousness. Zhang Yuan immediately tensed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Within moments, He arrived at the tree where Li Ergu had been. Following closely, Yun Bin appeared as well. There's no one here. Could it be your imagination? Zhang Yuan scanned the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. It must be a trick of the mind, yet it is wise to remain cautious. After all, our opponent is the king of Bailiang. The king of Bailiang once led his cavalry of 100,000 to defeat the 30,000 troops of the Xinyu dynasty, so we must not let our guard down. Yun Bin cautioned. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, and the two returned to their original positions, continuing to await the arrival of the king of Bailiang. On his way back, Li Ergu suddenly sensed two auras racing towards Li Luo's direction from another side. Assuming they were enemy scouts, he accelerated to evade and activated his vision-enhancing technique. Lu Renjia. Mountain Cannon. The two figures sprinting towards him were indeed Lu Renjia and Mountain Cannon, returning from their reconnaissance in Shuyun City. Upon hearing the voice from behind, the two halted, readying themselves for combat. When they realized it was Li Ergu, they relaxed their guard. Li Ergu, did the young master receive our message? Mountain Cannon hurriedly asked. Li Ergu nodded and replied, the young master sent me to scout after receiving your message. The enemy is currently ambushed 10 miles away. We must hurry back to report to the young master. The three then sped back together. Before long, they rejoined Li Luo. Ergu, what did you find? Li Luo quickly inquired upon seeing the trio return. Li Baixiong and the others gathered around. Young master, there is a large contingent of black cavalry lurking 10 miles away, numbering approximately tens of thousands. Among them, there are 2 Yen realm experts and 7 Ling high realm experts. Those 2 Yen realm experts must be Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin. Li Ergu reported with cupped fists. 10 miles away, you say? Li Luo remarked with a cold smile, mounting his steed. Father, let us circle around and launch a direct assault on them. Li Baixiong commanded with a wave of his hand. The 100,000 iron cavalry of Bailiang, previously awaiting orders, promptly turned their mounts and followed Li Luo and Li Baixiong. Chapter 21. The surprise attack from behind Li Luo and his companions, with their 100,000 iron cavalry, circumvented the main road leading to Shuyun City, galloping down a mountain path. A few miles away from the enemy's ambush, Li Luo ordered everyone to dismount to avoid detection. Under Li Ergu's guidance, they stealthily approached the enemy's rear. In the moonlight, even without Li Ergu's vision-enhancing technique, Li Luo and the soldiers could discern the reflective armor of the black cavalry. At that moment, Li Luo's father revealed a murderous intent, slowly raising his hand. The Northern Liang army behind immediately knocked their arrows, the sharp projectiles gleaming with a chilling light. Gao Shun, you and your father focus solely on dealing with Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin. The rest is left to us, Li Luo contemplated. Rest assured, my lord. Gao Shun replied with a faint smile, tightening his grip on the spear. At that moment, the spear trembled slightly in his hands, as if containing an immense, terrifying power, ready to unleash its might like a dragon, sweeping across the universe. Li Luo felt a profound sense of assurance regarding Gao Shun, a fierce general under Lu Bu. A historical hero of Huaxia, even in this foreign realm, he remained an extraordinary figure. Not even his father would dare claim superiority over him. As the 100,000 troops of Northern Liang drew their bows, preparing for a surprise attack, the 15,000 black cavalry lurking nearby remained oblivious to the unusual happenings behind them, their focus entirely on the main road. Something felt amiss at this hour. Given the speed of the Northern Liang cavalry, they should have arrived by now. Why were they still absent? Could the intelligence be flawed? Yun Bin sensed the anomaly and, with a grave expression, remarked. Zhang Yuan similarly shook his head, glancing back at Di Cheng and asking in a low voice, "Are you certain the information is accurate?" Di Cheng hastily replied, "General, the scouts from Xinxiang City confirmed they indeed saw the king of Northern Liang leading 10,000 cavalry towards our Shuyun City." Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze, and prepared to send someone to investigate further, only to be halted by Yun Bin. "Let us wait a while longer. If the king of Northern Liang has not yet arrived, we will withdraw to Shuyun City. Once the Grand General arrives tomorrow, the king of Northern Liang will undoubtedly meet his demise." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, dismissing the thought of sending someone to gather intelligence. However, just as the two resolved to remain hidden, an arrow shot forth from behind at incredible speed, tearing through the air and piercing the skull of a black cavalry soldier, who fell dead on the spot. Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin were taken aback. What was happening? Yet before anyone could react, a deluge of arrows rained down upon the black cavalry from above. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Countless soldiers of the black cavalry perished beneath the relentless storm of arrows. Damn it! The Northern Liang army is striking from behind. Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin's faces turned pale as they suddenly realized that the long-awaited Northern Liang troops had flanked them. In an instant, both unleashed their formidable auras, launching a terrifying counterstrike that shattered the descending arrows. The disarrayed black cavalry, upon hearing Zhang Yuan's commands, quickly regrouped and turned to retaliate against the dense forest behind them. However, as their arrows flew forth, two equally formidable presences surged from the woods. The incoming arrows were abruptly shattered. "Where is the Northern Liang army?" A resounding voice echoed across the heavens. Boom. Suddenly, the clear night sky was shrouded by a crimson cloud, the ominous aura causing the world to change color. In the next moment, a terrifying blood dragon, hundreds of feet long, ascended from the pitch-black forest. Two figures, exuding a terrifying might, stood atop this crimson giant. The dragon's soul of the army, the Northern Liang army. Upon witnessing the colossal blood dragon, Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin instantly understood that this was the military spirit conjured by the Northern Liang army. Such a formidable spirit could only be summoned by the true master of the Northern Liang army, the king of Northern Liang himself. As Zhang Yuan sought to quickly summon the military spirit of the black cavalry, the spirit conjured by the Northern Liang army surged forth, attacking the black cavalry in the forest. Roar! The military spirit, embodied by the king of Northern Liang, transformed into a tangible force, akin to a true dragon, wreaking havoc upon the earth. The entire mountain trembled as the military spirit engulfed the area, resulting in catastrophic destruction, with countless black cavalry soldiers meeting their end. Destroy them. Witnessing the military spirit of the Northern Liang army wreaking havoc, Zhang Yuan brandished a spear, exuding an aura of terror, attempting to vanquish the spirit. Yet, just as he was about to approach it, a figure, equally exuding a dreadful aura, brandishing a spear, blocked his path. Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin's expressions darkened as they recognized this figure, who had appeared alongside the king of Northern Liang. They had not anticipated that this unfamiliar man was also a peak expert of the Diyan realm. Their calculations had failed. "Who are you?" Zhang Yuan growled, his face contorted in rage. "He Gaoshan." Gaoshan sneered, his form darting forward towards Zhang Yuan. Boom. Their figures rapidly clashed in the void, their fierce spear techniques colliding, unleashing a terrifying energy that shattered countless trees beneath them. While Zhang Yuan and Gao Shan engaged fiercely, Li Beixiong unleashed a terrifying aura, the crimson energy coalescing into a tangible sea of malevolence behind him, resembling a blood ocean and creating a horrific vision of mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Yun Bin, gazing at the terrifying sight of the sea of corpses behind Li Beixiong, felt a chill run down his spine. Just how many lives had to be taken to generate such a dreadful aura? Not only Yun Bin, but even Li Luo, witnessing his father's terrifying aura once again, could not help but be astonished. Just how many sins had his father committed? Meanwhile, the five generals beside them showed no signs of concern, their faces filled with exhilaration. Their king was serious. After so many years, they were finally witnessing their king's valor once more. Li Luo regained his focus, drawing the Northern Liang sword, pointing its blade forward. "Let us slay alongside this young lord." With a furious roar, he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the masses of black cavalry. Li Ergu, Lu Rinjia, and Shan Pao followed closely behind, launching a ruthless assault. The five generals, leading the 100,000 Northern Liang troops, surged forth from the forest like a swarm of locusts. At this moment, each Northern Liang soldier was imbued with the blood-red military spirit, under the command of the two Diyan realm experts, Li Luo and Li Ergu. The Northern Liang army descended upon the black cavalry like wolves among sheep. The black cavalry, unable to summon their military spirit in time, fell one after another beneath the blades of the Northern Liang army. The sounds of battle and wails echoed through the sky, the crimson blood staining the entire firmament. Chapter 22. Total Annihilation. Boom. Seeing the substantial losses among the black cavalry, Yun Bin, in a state of panic, transformed into a streak of light rushing towards Li Luo. Yet, Li Beixiong's figure blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Beixiong, wielding a Northern Liang battle blade, fixed his icy gaze upon Yun Bin, the blade radiating terrifying power. "King of Northern Liang." Yun Bin's expression darkened. Though he longed to assist, he was now hindered by Li Beixiong. He could only pray that Zhang Yuan would swiftly dispatch Gao Shan. Otherwise, if the black cavalry were annihilated, they would face dire consequences upon their return. Humph. Boom. With a cold snort, Yun Bin unleashed a surge of immense spiritual power, charging towards Li Beixiong. With a swing of his battle blade, a massive blade of light hurtled forward, Li Beixiong's gaze remained icy as he swung his blood blade, unleashing a wave of malevolent energy in response. The two forces collided, the explosion creating ripples of shockwaves for miles. Li Beixiong's figure vanished from sight. As Yunbin stared at the spot where Li Beixiong had stood, he was suddenly struck with alarm, his heart racing with an unprecedented sense of danger. In that instant, it was as if he sensed something. He turned and swung his blade. At that moment, Li Beixiong had appeared behind him, unknown to him. Yunbin's blade clashed fiercely against Li Beixiong's descending sword. The sound echoed with a resounding clang, a powerful force instantly propelling Yunbin backward. Yet, disregarding the numbness in his hand, he gripped his battle knife with unwavering determination. The two transformed into streaks of light, colliding at astonishing speed. The terrifying sword energy they unleashed severed several nearby mountain peaks, creating an intense and chaotic battlefield. At that moment, on the ground, Li Luo, a formidable presence among the Daiyan realm, wreaked havoc among the Black Cavalry, effortlessly vanquishing any who dared oppose him and Li Ergu. Surrounding Li Luo lay a massive pile of Black Cavalry corpses, their blood staining the earth beneath him. They could not allow this slaughter to continue. The 7 formidable Spirit Sea Realm warriors, led by Di Cheng, watched in despair as their numbers dwindled, desperately attempting to summon the military spirit once more. Finally, a small contingent of Black Cavalry behind them responded to their commands, successfully coalescing into the War Dragon military spirit. A colossal black dragon soared into the sky, infusing the Black Cavalry with an overwhelming battle intent. Long Yi, one of the 7 heroes of Beiliang, scoffed disdainfully upon witnessing the enemy's success in summoning their military spirit. This paltry power of military spirit was far inferior to that of the Beiliang army. Roar! The Beiliang soldiers collectively let out a deafening war cry. The Dragon Sha military spirit circling above their heads retaliating with a sweeping tail strike aimed at the War Dragon military spirit hovering above Di Cheng and his companions. The massive dragon tail blotted out the sun, and should the War Dragon military spirit be struck, it would surely be extinguished. Block it! Di Cheng bellowed. And the 7 Spirit Sea Realm warriors united in a desperate attack against the incoming dragon tail. As Li Luo dispatched several Black Cavalry soldiers, he turned to confront the 7 formidable opponents. With swift strides, he gathered the murderous aura from the surrounding Beiliang soldiers into his battle knife. He swung it, unleashing a terrifying blood-red blade of light that flashed before him. Di Cheng and his companions were instantly dismayed as their powerful charge was dismantled by Li Luo's strike. What? Di Cheng's group was gripped by terror. In that instant, Li Luo turned again, unleashing another horrifying blade of light. Fear painted the faces of the 7 Spirit Sea Realm warriors as they felt a sharp pain in their abdomens and instinctively lowered their heads. To their horror, they discovered a grotesque gash in their midsections, blood oozing forth, even their intestines spilling out. In the moment they bowed their heads, Li Luo's figure appeared before them. "General, cover the retreat," commanded Di Cheng, as the Black Cavalry behind him rushed to shield him from Li Luo. Hundreds of Black Cavalry soldiers charged toward Li Luo. With a calm demeanor, Li Luo was about to strike when Li Ergu darted past him. Boom! Li Ergu's rapid assault struck down the Black Cavalry soldiers, blocking the retreat of Di Cheng and his comrades. Li Luo moved with remarkable speed, and in the terrified gazes of Di Cheng, a sharp battle knife sliced through the air before them. In the last moment of consciousness, Di Cheng clearly saw his head separate from his body. Boom! At that moment, the tail of the blood dragon lashed down, obliterating the military spirit that the Black Cavalry had painstakingly summoned. With a splatter, the shattered military spirit caused a backlash, resulting in the Black Cavalry soldiers spitting blood. Once numbering 15,000, fewer than 5,000 remained on the battlefield. Surround them, annihilate the Black Cavalry, Li Luo commanded, wielding his bloodied battle knife with fierce intent. Upon receiving Li Luo's orders, the Beiliang forces swiftly encircled the remaining Black Cavalry. Fight to the end. Kill. Knowing their demise was inevitable, the surrounded Black Cavalry, led by a vanguard, charged recklessly at the Beiliang soldiers. The once mighty Black Cavalry was now a shadow of its former self. Despite their ferocity, the presence of Li Luo and Li Ergu, both formidable Daiyan realm warriors, sealed the fate of the Black Cavalry. Desperate resistance. Li Luo smiled slightly, then moved, his slaughtering blade continuing its relentless path. Soon, the remnants of the Black Cavalry were completely annihilated. The ground beneath their feet had turned to muck, permeated with the stench of blood. Although the Beiliang army had dominated the battle, they still suffered losses of 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers. Young master, the enemy has been completely eradicated. Not a single one escaped. Li Ergu reported after surveying the area with his keen eyes. Li Luo nodded slightly and looked up at the two battlefields in the sky. All present turned their gazes toward the celestial combat. The struggle between his father and Gao Shun was also reaching its climax. Li Luo's eyes flickered, a smile appearing on his blood-streaked face. Boom. A terrifying explosion resonated from the clouds, dispersing the blood-red mist within 100 miles and revealing a starry night sky. Under the night sky, Li Beixiong, wielding a blood-red great sword, bore several wounds and cast a cold gaze upon Yunbin. At that moment, Yunbin realized that at some point, one of his arms had been severed by Li Beixiong, crimson blood drifting with the night breeze. Pale and weak, Yunbin instinctively lowered his head, horrified to see a vast expanse of fallen black cavalry corpses. All 15,000 of them were gone. The tide of battle had turned, and preserving his life was now of utmost importance. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Yunbin resolved to find an opportunity to escape immediately. Chapter 23, Self-Sacrifice. Boom. Just as Yunbin contemplated retreat, a commotion erupted from the battlefield of Gao Shun and Zhang Yuan. Yunbin and Li Beixiong instinctively turned to look. They beheld Gao Shun, one hand wielding a long spear, while the other held Zhang Yuan's severed head. The expression on Zhang Yuan's face conveyed his utter unwillingness at the moment of his demise. On the battlefield, Li Luo stepped forward, with Li Ergu closely behind, encircling Yunbin's escape route. With Li Beixiong and Gao Shun in front, and Li Luo and Li Ergu behind, Yunbin found no path left to flee. What a remarkable Bei Liang. The world has underestimated you. Yunbin seemed to concede, his voice heavy. Li Luo smiled gently in response. Had it not been for your South Cloud's underestimation of us, you would not find yourself in such dire straits. You South Cloud have committed a grave error by taking advantage of our internal strife in the Liang dynasty to slaughter our people and seize our cities. It is not only you. Even your so-called war god, General Murong Liao, will meet a similar fate. This enmity for your invasion of our Liang will be remembered. And once Bei Liang unifies Liang, await our retribution. Yunbin turned his gaze to the remarkably youthful Li Luo, astonishment etched on his face. You are the direct descendant of the Bei Liang king, Li Luo, are you not? To possess such strength at such a young age. It truly puts the world's heroes to shame. Struck by the prowess of the 19-year-old Li Luo, Yunbin felt a sense of awe. Upon hearing Yunbin's words, Li Beixiong's face glimmered with pride. Of course, just look at who his father is. As the saying goes, a tiger father begets no dog son. His remarkable son is incomparable to the likes of you. Do you think that flattery will save you? How naive. You will surely perish today. Or how shall we account to the people of Shizhou? Li Luo's smile faded, his voice cold. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, Yunbin burst into laughter. Ha! Truly. You are the son of the Bei Liang king. Even if this general cannot escape death today, what of it? It merely means I shall depart before you. Do you truly believe that with two pinnacle De Yin realm experts, along with you and another mid-level De Yin realm warrior, you can contend against the Grand General? Huh. I am unafraid to divulge that the Grand General's cultivation has already transcended to that next level. Tomorrow, prepare to meet your demise. Upon hearing Yunbin's words, Li Beixiong's countenance darkened in an instant, his brows knitting together in a furrow. That Murong Liao has genuinely entered the Gui Su realm. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Luo's eyes. Judging by Yunbin's demeanor, it seemed he was not deceiving them. However, what of the Gui Su realm? Let us not forget, he possesses the system as an external aid. His current 50,000 prestige points are intended to confront Murong Liao. He had long since prepared for the worst. So what if it is the Gui Su realm? At worst, he would utilize his prestige to elevate his own cultivation to the Gui Su realm. He chuckled. What of it? Do you think our Bei Liang has no trump cards? Li Luo smiled nonchalantly, showing no signs of fear from Yunbin's words. Yunbin was taken aback, his expression turning unnatural. Looking at Li Luo, it seemed he was not lying. Could it be that Bei Liang also had a Gui Su realm expert in their ranks? At this moment, Li Beixiong, standing behind Yunbin, turned his gaze towards Li Luo. Did Bei Liang possess any means to deal with a Gui Su realm expert? Why was he unaware of this? Enough. It is getting late. Father, Gao Shun, please escort this general on his journey. Remember to be more cautious in your next life. And do not provoke us again. Li Luo spoke. Understood. Boom. Li Beixiong erupted in fury, a terrifying aura surging into the Bei Liang blade. He could not afford to take Li Luo's words lightly. Gao Shun's spear also burst forth with a resplendent radiance. A terrifying intent emanating that changed the color of the heavens. Just as the two prepared to end Yunbin, the already severely injured Yunbin let out a hearty laugh. Wait, This general has fought on the battlefield for many years and has never tasted defeat. Now, to fall at the hands of Yubei Liang and let the lives of my 15,000 black cavalry brothers perish here, I am filled with regret. You need not lift a finger. Brothers, this general is coming. With that, Yunbin gripped his battle blade tightly and swiftly drew it across his throat, taking his own life on the spot. Li Beixiong and Gao Shan, seasoned warriors of the battlefield, felt a surge of respect for the self-inflicted demise of Yunbin. Although he was their enemy, he was deserving of respect. At the very least, he did not betray his dynasty for the sake of survival. Your Highness, with Zhang Yuan and Yunbin now eliminated, should we not immediately reclaim Xian City? Long Yi inquired at this moment. Li Beixiong remained silent, instead turning to Li Luo, the corners of his mouth lifting as he asked, "My son, what is your opinion?" Li Luo gazed up at the sky, then pondered for a moment before replying. "Let us withdraw." Hearing Li Luo's words, the 5 generals were greatly perplexed. Why not seize the opportunity to retake Xian City? Now that Zhang Yuan's main forces are dead, the remaining black cavalry guarding the city pose little threat to their army. Your Highness, this is the best time to reclaim Xian City. Why do we? Li Luo waved his hand, interrupting the 5 generals, and spoke. The sky is about to brighten. Murong Liao and the remaining Chen Ying are also nearing. If we attack Xian City now, we will immediately fall into their encirclement. The soldiers have already endured a night of fierce battle and are utterly exhausted. Moreover, Murong Liao has already broken through to the Guizhou realm. If we hastily engage in battle and suffer defeat, what will the people of Liang think? We shall first return to prepare. When the time comes for battle, we must ensure Murong Liao is thoroughly eliminated, inflicting pain upon the Nanyun dynasty so they dare not meddle in our Liang dynasty affairs. Upon learning that Murong Liao had achieved Guizhou realm cultivation, the 5 generals inhaled sharply, an involuntary wave of worry washing over them. Your Highness, the enemy is a Guizhou realm expert. Li Luo once again waved his hand, interrupting their concerns, and smiled gently. There is no need for panic. Even if Murong Liao is indeed a Guizhou expert, what of it? This son has ways to deal with him. For now, we shall return to Qianxiang City and ensure the proper burial of our warriors. Upon hearing that Li Luo had means to contend with Murong Liao, the 5 generals immediately ceased their chatter and promptly ordered a swift cleanup of the battlefield. Son, what was that backup plan you mentioned earlier? How come I am unaware of any means we possess to deal with Guizhou realm experts? Once everyone had descended to hastily clean the battlefield, Li Beixiong rubbed his hands and inquired. Father, do you wish to know? Li Luo smiled slightly. Li Beixiong nodded vigorously, as if pecking at rice. You will find out in due time, Li Luo replied casually as he turned to depart. Li Ergu, Gao Shan, and the others followed closely behind, leaving the Bei Liang king in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that another extraordinary figure is coming to ally with my son? Yes, it must be so. Ahaha. Suddenly realizing something, Li Beixiong burst into laughter, his joy echoing through the heavens. The Bei Liang soldiers, cleaning the battlefield, looked at their suddenly exuberant and seemingly foolish lord, their minds filled with confusion. Chapter 24. The 18 riders of Yanyun. Once the battlefield was cleared, Li Luo and the Bei Liang army swiftly retreated back to Qianxiang City. In the courtyard of the governor's residence, Li Luo sat, gazing up at the descending bright moon, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Murong Liao should be arriving soon. A smile curled at the corners of Li Luo's mouth as he entered the system space. He intended to utilize his prestige points to elevate his strength to the Guizhou realm. Looking at the 50,000 prestige points displayed in the system, Li Luo couldn't help but sigh. Previously, he had captured many cities from the Qi king, but due to the invasion of the Nanyun dynasty, he had to rush to Qianxiang City without consolidating the people's hearts. Otherwise, he would have more than 50,000 prestige points by now. Alas, once he drives off the Nanyun and stabilizes Shizhou, he would go about winning the people's hearts one by one. With a gentle sigh, Li Luo began to mentally ponder. System, if I expend all my prestige points, can my cultivation be enhanced to the Guizhou realm? System, no. The prestige points you possess can only elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of the Yin realm. Li Luo furrowed his brow and inquired in confusion, why not? Previously, with 40,000 prestige points, I ascended from the ascending spirit realm to the Dayan realm. Why is it that now with 50,000 prestige points, I cannot transcend one major realm? System, the host can regard prestige points as experience points. The higher your cultivation, the more experience you need for advancement. To ascend to the Guizhou realm, at least 70,000 prestige points are required. The same applies to summoning. As the host's realm increases, The prestige points required for summoning will also rise. However, the higher the host's realm, the higher the cultivation of the summoned experts. Ah, I see. With this explanation from the system, Li Luo comprehended instantly. Since he could not use prestige to break through to the Gui Su realm, he would resort to summoning instead. System, how many times can I summon with 50,000 prestige points? Li Luo inquired. System, twice. Upon hearing the system's response, Li Luo could not help but take a deep breath. 50,000 prestige points could only be exchanged for 2 summoning opportunities. It seems that as his cultivation rises, the cost of summoning has become 25,000 per time. If he were to break through to the Gui Su realm, would the cost for summoning not be at least 50,000 prestige points per time? However, thinking of the many citizens in Shizhou who had yet to become his fans, he soon felt at ease. With a population of several million in Shizhou, as long as he could win over the hearts of the people, would he not have enough prestige points? Exchange for 2 summoning opportunities. Summon. Li Luo regained his focus, mentally voicing the command. Ding. Exchange successful. Ding. Summon successful. Countless unique dimensional planes flashed rapidly before Li Luo's eyes. Ding. 2 summoning opportunities. 2 successes. The realm of the late Sui and early Tang. Summoning the character Luo Yi, Yinyun 18 riders, with an initial cultivation level of the Void Return realm and a loyalty rating of 100. Accompanied by the Yinyun 18 riders. All at the mid-level of the Great Evolution realm, also with a loyalty rating of 100. Ding. System Mall Dimension. Summoning the treasure, the Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Grade Unknown. Description. The Heavenly Emperor Scripture, created by 11 unknown Heavenly Emperors, allows those who master its profound techniques to transcend the universe, existing beyond dimensions, controlling life and death, commanding reincarnation, reversing the principles of yin and yang. Seeing the success of his 2 summons, Li Luo felt an exhilarating rush of excitement and surprise. He never anticipated that he would summon Luo Yi. Moreover, he also received the Yinyun 18 riders. Luo Yi was a renowned general from the late Sui and early Tang periods, leading the Yinyun 18, which was considered the elite force of that era. They operated in the vast deserts, and no one had ever seen their true forms. It was said that every time they appeared, they brought about a massacre of unprecedented scale against the barbarian tribes. What astonished Li Luo even more was that Luo Yi possessed the cultivation level of the Void Return realm, while the Yinyun 18 riders were all at the mid-level of the Great Evolution realm. Taking a deep breath to calm the indescribable excitement within, Li Luo realized that the Northern Liang now had a powerful Void Return realm expert stationed. Furthermore, with the 18 Yinyun riders alongside the existing Great Evolution realm experts in Northern Liang, their total number had reached an impressive 22. As Li Luo regained his composure, a question arose in his mind. System, with the Yinyun 18 riders possessing such high levels of cultivation, do their talents rival those of Li'er Go and Gao Shun? The system responded, Host is overthinking. The summoned strong ones are all growth-type characters. They, like the martial artists of this world, can enhance their cultivation through training. However, the cultivation levels of the characters they are accompanied by are fixed. Moreover, the strong ones summoned by the system cannot be judged through the host's past experiences, as they originate from different dimensional realms and are not of the same dimension as the host's previous world. The cultivation levels of these characters in the summoning dimension are all assessed and bestowed by the system. Thus, the host cannot determine their strength based on past knowledge. In other words, whether they are historical figures from Chinese history or mythological characters, their cultivation levels are determined by the system before being summoned to this world. If in the future, I summon a mythological figure, their cultivation might surpass that of Luo Yi or Gao Shun, or it could be less. It's also possible for a civil official's cultivation to exceed that of a military general, right? Li Luo inquired. The system confirmed, indeed. Regardless of which realm's strong figures are summoned, their cultivation levels are reassessed and assigned by the system prior to being summoned by the host. However, after being summoned, their cultivation will increase with their own training, and the determination of strength will depend on them. Li Luo nodded, realizing that while he was familiar with these summoned characters, they were entirely different from his previous understanding. Returning to his thoughts, Li Luo looked at the Heavenly Emperor Scripture and continued to inquire. What kind of dimension is the System Mall dimension? The system replied, the System Mall dimension is an inherent dimension of the system, encompassing treasures from various dimensional realms. The host may summon treasures from the System Mall dimension using summoning, and with good fortune, may acquire items from different dimensions. This system does not solely summon strong characters. Ah, I see. Li Luo took out the Heavenly Emperor Scripture, feeling an irresistible curiosity. The grade of this heavenly emperor scripture was unknown. This world contains various martial arts cultivation techniques and skills, classified into several grades: mortal, profound, spiritual, earthly, heavenly, sacred, imperial, and divine. Li Luo pondered over the description, wondering if this scripture might surpass the divine grade. It certainly seemed impressive. However, since it was a product of the system, it must hold significant value. Thus, Li Luo resolved to cultivate this heavenly emperor scripture, as the technique passed down from his father was merely of the profound grade. After taking out the heavenly emperor scripture, instead of immediately beginning his cultivation, Li Luo rubbed his hands together in excitement and summoned Luo Yi. Chapter 25. Lin Xi's Insight Creek. A rift in space appeared. From within the rift emerged a young man clad in armor, brandishing a long spear. This handsome youth was none other than Luo Yi. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Luo Yi to appear as a middle-aged man. At present, Luo Yi's aura was restrained, and he emitted no traces of spiritual energy. I pay my respects to my master. Luo Yi's memories had also been altered by the system. Upon seeing Li Luo, he immediately knelt on one knee and performed a respectful salute. General Luo, please rise. From now on, you may refer to me as young master. Li Luo hastily urged him to stand. Yes, young master. Luo Yi replied, rising to stand respectfully before Li Luo. Li Luo, in high spirits, couldn't help but smile. Luo Yi, you are now the foremost expert of the Void Return realm in Northern Liang. With the Southern Cloud Dynasty's invasion, it seems they may have experts of your caliber, so I will need your assistance. Rest assured, young master, even if the opponent is a mid-level Void Return realm expert, Luo Yi is confident in defeating them. He declared confidently. Li Luo nodded. He naturally believed in Luo Yi's capabilities. Luo Yi, as the enemy is still unaware of your existence, it is best that you remain concealed until the crucial moment to strike, he advised, his eyes glinting. Having this powerful card in hand, it was preferable for as few people as possible to know about it. Moreover, he harbored a lingering concern regarding the former emperor of the Liang dynasty. Li Luo felt that Qin Yu's death was too sudden, leading him to suspect that the old emperor might still be alive. Thus, he needed to keep a few contingencies in place to guard against the Liang royal family. Do not worry, young master. Luo Yi understands. Luo Yi affirmed with a respectful nod. By the way, Luo Yi, I have a gift for you. Li Luo smiled mysteriously and, to Luo Yi's astonished gaze, summoned the Yin 18 riders. Buzz. 18 figures emerged from the space rift. They were clad in cold armor, wielding curved sabers, their faces masked, heads wrapped in black cloth, revealing only their eyes, and draped in long black cloaks, wearing Hu-People-S boots equipped with daggers. Each carried a large bow and 18 arrows, along with identical crescent-shaped sabers. The Yin 18 riders. Luo Yi exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect my young master to have even resurrected my subordinates. Overwhelmed with joy, Luo Yi gazed at Li Luo with newfound reverence. Your abilities are truly remarkable. Young master. General. Young master. The Yin 18 riders knelt before Li Luo and Luo Yi in unison. Their memories had also been altered by the system. In their recollection, they had perished in battle and were resurrected by Li Luo through supreme means, brought to this alternate world. Li Luo gazed upon this elite cavalry with a profound sense of appreciation, realizing that even compared to Gao Shun's elite troops, they were slightly lacking. From now on, you shall accompany me, my friends, in conquering the world and achieving great deeds, Li Luo proclaimed, as blood surged within him, contemplating the future. We vow to follow you to the death, young master. Luo Yi led the group in a collective kneel in response. Li Luo nodded slightly and continued, Luo Yi, you shall continue to lead the Yin 18 riders. Yes, young master. Luo Yi replied, rising and with a wave of his hand. The Yin 18 and he vanished from sight, blending into the shadows. Watching Luo Yi and the Yin 18 riders disappear, Li Luo couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the Yin 18 riders are as elusive as ghosts. Li Luo settled back into his chair and took a delicate sip of tea from the table. Gazing towards the east where the first light of dawn began to emerge, a hint of excitement danced upon his face. Northern Liang. The North Liang has nothing to fear now. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from behind Li Luo. Instinctively, he turned to see that the voice belonged to Lin Xi. Miss Lu, you are up quite early, Li Luo remarked with a smile. Lin Xi returned his smile and replied, and you, your highness, are also awake quite early. Li Luo chuckled softly, for he had not rested at all throughout the night. However, as a formidable practitioner of the great Yin realm, his lack of sleep bore little consequence. Would your highness mind if I sat here? Lin Xi inquired, her eyes sparkling with a unique radiance. Of course, this is your home. Feel free to sit. Li Luo gestured to the seat beside him. Lin Xi gracefully approached and took her place at the table, deftly pouring tea for Li Luo with her delicate hands. As he observed Lin Xi, who was a few years his senior, a fleeting expression of intrigue crossed his gaze. As the daughter of a governor, she was undoubtedly of noble lineage. Yet, there was no trace of the typical demeanor of a sheltered young lady about her. For reasons unknown, her serenity, poise, and cultured demeanor brought him great comfort. Last night, this prince accompanied my father to mobilize troops to Xiyin City. Miss Lu, do you not wish to know the outcome of the battle? Li Luo asked, lifting the tea she had prepared and taking a sip. Lin Xi smiled slightly and replied softly, naturally, we emerged victorious. Oh, what makes you so certain? Li Luo inquired. Lin Xi looked at him, suddenly breaking into a gentle laugh. I heard it from the soldiers in the mansion. Your Highness and the prince launched a night raid on Zhang Yuan's forces, defeating his 15,000 black cavalry with 10,000 North Liang iron cavalry. Moreover, General Gao Shun and the prince killed Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin, who had arrived ahead of time. This news has spread throughout the entire mansion. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's lips twitched uncontrollably, feeling a bit embarrassed. Regaining his composure, he smiled and turned to Lin Xi. Miss Lu, you are said to be the foremost talented woman of the Western state. I shall not test you on the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In your view, amidst this chaotic era of rebellion, who is destined to be the ultimate victor? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xi earnestly responded, it must be the Prince of North Liang. Or rather, North Liang itself. Oh, why is that? Li Luo raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly. Do not tell me you favor North Liang because my father proposed to your family without my consent. Lin Xi's cheeks flushed slightly as she discreetly stole glances at Li Luo, then shook her head gently and replied earnestly, no, Your Highness, I do not favor North Liang. If anyone can overthrow the corrupt court today, it is the prince and you. Li Luo's interest was piqued, eager to hear this talented woman's perspective. Do elaborate. Lin Xi's lips curled into a smile as she met Li Luo's gaze, confidently analyzing, Your Highness. Although the King of East State and the King of South State possess formidable strength, they are certainly no match for North Liang. This can be evidenced by North Liang's thunderous defeat of the Qi King. Furthermore, your significant victory over the Southern Cloud Dynasty's forces last night further corroborates this. Hearing this, Li Luo smiled silently. Lin Xi continued, there is one more vital point. This point is the key to North Liang's ascendancy. What point? Li Luo inquired. The hearts of the people. Those who win the hearts of the people shall conquer the world. In this regard, Your Highness, you excel the most. The King of Wu and the King of Jin are solely focused on seizing the realm, utterly disregarding the lives of the common folk, thus losing their support. In contrast, under your and the prince's governance, the citizens of North Liang live in peace and prosperity, untouched by the ravages of war. You even opened the city gates and granaries to aid the refugees who fled to North Liang. Now, as the Southern Cloud invades, North Liang is the first to repel the foreign threat. If North Liang cannot claim the world, who else would be worthy to do so? Li Luo could not help but smile faintly. Truly, she was the talented woman of the Western state. Those who win the hearts of the people shall conquer the world. To think he would hear such wisdom from the lips of a young girl in this foreign realm. Chapter 26. Spreading the news in truth after last night's victory. Your Highness could announce this battle to the public. This way, North Liang's reputation among the people would soar once more. Should the prince truly take control of the realm, the populace would surely rally behind him, Lin Xi gently suggested. Li Luo paused, excitement washing over him as he set down his teacup. Grabbing Lin Xi's delicate hand, he exclaimed, what did you say? Startled by Li Luo's sudden grasp, Lin Xi's face flushed instantly, her gaze darting away, unable to meet his eyes. I meant that when the prince takes control of the realm, the people will rally behind him, she stammered. No. The previous statement. Li Luo fervently shook his head. Lin Xi was taken aback, recalling her earlier words, and then said, Your Highness could announce last night's North Liang army's defeat of the Southern Cloud's forces to the public, thereby enhancing North Liang's standing among the people. Yes, that's it. How could I have not thought of that? Li Luo released Lin Xi's hand and smacked his forehead, realizing the brilliance of the idea. If he publicized the details of last night's battle, he would instantaneously garner a legion of new admirers. It would spare him the trouble of visiting each city personally. Miss Lu, please enjoy your tea at your leisure. I have matters to attend to. Li Luo promptly stood and left, determined to find someone and prepare to announce the victory of last night. Your Highness. Lin Xi watched as Li Luo hurried away, unable to suppress a knowing smile. This foolish boy, feeling the lingering warmth of his hand upon hers, her cheeks flushed anew, as the dazzling first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth. The battlefield of last night, strewn with countless black-armored corpses, reflected the golden morning glow. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose, and the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed like rolling thunder. 200,000 black cavalry surged forth, encircling the entire battlefield. This sudden appearance of the black cavalry was none other than Northern Liang and Chen Ying, who had come to Xiuyun City to rendezvous with Zhang Yuan. Leading the charge, Northern Liang surveyed the ground littered with the bodies of the black cavalry, anger etched across his face for the first time. Their renowned black cavalry had been defeated by the North Liang Iron Cavalry. General, at that moment, several black cavalry soldiers found the bodies of Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin on the battlefield and brought them before Northern Liang. Gazing at the two corpses, his fury intensified. The 5 great generals of Southern Cloud had already lost 3 at the hands of North Liang. If they could not annihilate the North Liang Iron Cavalry and slay the Prince of North Liang, what face would they have left? General, it is impossible to deal with the 2 of them with just the Prince of North Liang. North Liang must also have a peak expert of the Great Yin realm. Chen Ying remarked gravely as he looked at his fallen comrades. Northern Liang nodded slightly, examining the wounds on the 2 corpses, and deduced, to be precise. Yun Bin took his own life, rather than being slain by the enemy. As for Zhang Yuan, he was killed by a master wielding a spear. From what I know, the Prince of North Liang is a master of the sword. That spear-wielding expert must be the Gao Shun mentioned in the intelligence reports from the court. General, why not lead the army to attack now? The Prince of North Liang's forces are currently stationed in Xinxiang City. With your strength, the Prince of North Liang is surely no match for you, even with that so-called Gao Shun by his side, Chen Ying suggested, his expression cold as he contemplated the situation. Northern Liang fell into a moment of silence before speaking. There is no rush. I have already stepped into that realm for a year or 2, and my cultivation is on the verge of completion. The final step will be taken within these few days. When I take that last step, it will also mark the day of Northern Liang's demise. Let us return to Xiuyun City. Understood, Chen Ying exclaimed, his shock evident. The Grand General was finally about to take that last crucial step and become a formidable force in the Guishu realm. Once the Grand General achieves this, aside from the one in the court, Southern Yun will have 2 Guishu experts guarding it. At that point, Southern Yun shall undoubtedly become the mightiest among the nearby kingdoms. Shortly thereafter, Northern Liang commanded the Black Cavalry to incinerate the corpses on the battlefield and to station 200,000 troops in Xiuyun City. Meanwhile, the entire populace of Shizhou was in a frenzy. Li Luo instructed his men to disseminate the news of last night's victory over Southern Yun's 15,000 Black Cavalry, in a bid to garner new followers. Li Luo intentionally altered the narrative to depict himself leading 100,000 Northern Liang troops in a night raid against the Black Cavalry. He made no mention of his father in the accounts. Upon learning this, Li Beixiong not only found nothing amiss but strongly endorsed the action, rewarding the servants responsible for spreading the news handsomely. At that moment, the people of Shizhou were abuzz with discussions about Li Luo, and Xiuyun City was no exception. Countless citizens, having received this exhilarating news early in the morning, gathered in taverns and tea houses, singing Li Luo's praises. With Northern Liang and young Master Li Luo, we are truly fortunate in Southern Yun. Indeed, according to those from Northern Liang, although young Master Li Luo holds a noble status, he shows great respect to us common folk. How many of the esteemed scions in Southern Yun can compare to him? You wouldn't believe it. I heard that last night. Young Master Li Luo personally led 100,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry to annihilate 15,000 of the Black Cavalry, leaving them in utter chaos. Moreover, young Master Li Luo, like a war god, single-handedly slayed Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin from Southern Yun. Those foolish Black Cavalry dared to take advantage of our internal strife. Sooner or later, they will be driven back home by young Master Li Luo and the Northern Liang Cavalry. Ha 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 indeed. Young Master Li Luo is wise and valiant. I believe it won't be long before he comes to rescue us in Xiuyun City. Ha ha. I hope he wipes out all 20,000 of these newly arrived Black Cavalry and showcases the might of Southern Yun. Yes, when young Master Li Luo leads his army here, I hope these Black Cavalry do not flee in disgrace. The people of Southern Yun, having been suppressed for so long, finally erupted with joy upon hearing the news of the Northern Liang army's victory, unabashedly extolling Li Luo. At this moment, the citizens throughout the cities of Shizhou, like those in Xiuyun City, took to the streets, discussing Li Luo's illustrious deeds. His stature in the hearts of the people soared to unprecedented heights, winning their unwavering support. Chapter 27. The challenge. Upon returning to Xiuyun City, Murong Liao's countenance darkened upon hearing the news from Qinxiang City. This child is so arrogant. When we breach Qinxiang City, I will personally behead him in front of countless Southern Yun citizens. Beside him, Qin Ying's expression turned fierce, and the surrounding experts of the Spirit Sea realm wore faces of indignation. When had the Black Cavalry ever suffered such humiliation? Grand General, give the order. This news will inevitably reach His Majesty's ears. The only way to restore the Black Cavalry's reputation is to obliterate Northern Liang. The Spirit Sea experts implored. Murong Liao's eyes flickered as he spoke. Send someone to challenge Northern Liang to a duel. 7 days hence, on the Qingping Plain, we shall fight to the death. Furthermore, disseminate this message. I want the people of Southern Yun to witness how their proud Northern Liang cavalry falls beneath the blades of my Black Cavalry. Understood. The Spirit Sea experts withdrew to prepare the challenge to Qinxiang City. Murong Liao's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. 7 days was sufficient for him to break through that final step and become a true expert in the Guishu realm. 7 days later, he would assuredly hang the heads of the Northern Liang king and his son at the city gate. For the next few days, I shall entrust the affairs of the city to you. The Grand General need only focus on his seclusion, Murong Liao instructed Chun Ying before vanishing from sight. In the governor's mansion of Qinxiang City, Li Luo was now beaming with delight. Since the news had spread, his system had been ringing incessantly. To date, he had amassed 2 million prestige points, and he stared at the system's prestige value with a silly grin, almost like a fool. At this moment, a servant rushed into the courtyard. Your Highness, the prince requests your presence at the city tower. Li Luo exited the system with a smile. What is it? Reporting to your Highness, someone from Southern Yun has arrived and is currently outside the city, the servant replied. Southern Yun? The Black Cavalry? Yes. Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Luo's face vanished. Could it be that Murong Liao was already at the gates? How many have they sent? He inquired. Not many. Just a squad of about 120 men, the servant answered. With only 120 men sent. Li Luo felt puzzled as he made his way to the city tower. At that moment, his father, Li Beixiong, and 5 generals including Long Yi were present. Outside the city, a Spirit Sea expert rode a warhorse, followed by a contingent of Black Cavalry. Li Luo furrowed his brow at the sight of the leading Spirit Sea expert. What trick is Murong Liao playing by sending only one Spirit Sea expert to his doom? Father, who is this? What does Murong Liao want with him? My son, he is Sun Long, a Spirit Sea expert under General Chen Ying of Southern Yun. As for his intentions, I have just arrived myself, Li Beixiong replied with a smile. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Long Yi, who understood immediately. You are Sun Long under General Chen Ying, correct? What brings you to Qinxiang City? Long Yi shouted down from the tower. Sun Long looked up. Meeting the gazes of Li Beixiong and Li Luo, his expression darkening as he pulled out an envelope from his robe. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped the envelope as he sent it soaring toward Li Beixiong. Impudent, Long Yi roared, ready to descend and slay Sun Long for daring to ambush their prince. However, just as Long Yi was about to act, Li Beixiong stopped him, deftly catching the envelope between 2 fingers. The spiritual energy attached to it dissipated instantly. Li Luo observed the words challenge letter inscribed on the envelope and immediately grasped the sender's intent. They had come to issue a challenge. Li Beixiong opened the envelope, revealing a message that read, 7 days hence, on the Qingping Plain, we shall fight to the death. Signed by Murong Liao. Li Luo's eyes sparkled as he recalled the Qingping Plain, a vast expanse a few dozen miles from Qinxiang City, perfectly suited for battle. Murong Liao truly knows how to choose a location. The plain would allow cavalry to fully exploit their advantages. Li Beixiong flicked the challenge letter, and it combusted mysteriously. Turning to ash. Return and inform Murong Liao that 7 days from now, my Northern Liang cavalry will await him on the Qingping Plain. Li Beixiong declared with fierce resolve. Seeing the Northern Liang king accept the challenge, Sun Long said nothing further and turned the Black Cavalry around, departing. Once Sun Long had left, Long Yi and the 5 generals immediately left the tower to prepare for the impending battle with Southern Yun. After everyone had departed, only Li Luo and Li Beixiong remained atop the city tower. My son, let us have a candid discussion. Do you possess any strategies to deal with that Murong Liao? Have any remarkable talents from the Guishu realm come to your aid? As the crowd dissipated, the imposing authority of Li Beixiong evaporated, and he rubbed his hands, looking at Li Luo with a questioning gaze. Oh, father, weren't you quite confident just a moment ago? What's the matter? Are you now afraid? Li Luo shot a teasing glance at his father. Haha, my dear son, your father fears no one. After years of battling on the front lines, who could intimidate me? But if Northern Liang truly possesses Guishu-level powers, then this final battle may very well cost me my life. As he spoke of risking his life, a flicker of ferocity flashed in Li Beixiong's eyes. If his beloved son had no backup plan, they might still stand a chance against Northern Liang. His means to confront Northern Liang lay in the military spirit. At that moment, the military spirit coalesced from the Northern Liang army would empower him alone. With his peak Dian realm cultivation, perhaps he could contend with the Guishu realm powerhouse. However, bestowing the military spirit upon a single individual carried considerable risks. Should he falter, the military spirit would be extinguished, potentially leading to the demise of the entire Northern Liang cavalry due to backlash. Thus, on the battlefield, such empowerment was typically reserved for dire circumstances. Li Luo understood his father's concerns all too well. He smiled lightly and reassured, "Father, worry not. Northern Liang will have his match, while you and I can simply ride together in battle and wave our hands. Ha ha ha. With your words, I am at ease. Once we eliminate that bunch of South Cloud rascals, we shall promptly march against King Wu. The scouts have reported that it seems King Jin is in a precarious position. 2/3 of the southern province has been taken by King Wu," Li Beixiong stated. Li Luo paused momentarily. Is King Wu truly that formidable? It appears that his strength is not significantly different from King Jin's. Li Beixiong's expression turned serious as he responded earnestly. Under normal circumstances, their strengths are indeed comparable. However, according to our scouts, there have been reports of mysterious and unfamiliar powerful figures appearing on King Wu's side in battle. I suspect that these enigmatic figures might hail from the Divine Feather Dynasty. It is not impossible, after all. Did not the former Qi King conspire with the South Cloud Dynasty? Haha, taking advantage of our internal strife, surrounding dynasties have finally revealed their predatory ambitions. Li Luo's eyes flickered with cunning as he chuckled coldly. Chapter 28. 5 Summonings while the father and son discussed. The entire populace of the Western Province learned that in 7 days, the Northern Liang cavalry would engage in a decisive battle against the South Cloud Black Cavalry. At that moment, having just heard of the Northern Liang's resounding victory, the citizens of Liang brimmed with confidence in the Northern Liang cavalry. Many supporters of Northern Liang were exuberant, believing that they would surely drive the South Cloud Dynasty's Black Cavalry from their land. Of course, among the multitude, there were some who doubted Northern Liang. They had heard whispers of Northern Liang's reputation as a war god and believed that Northern Liang might not be able to overcome him. As soon as this notion surfaced, those who doubted were met with a torrent of scorn from the masses. The impending confrontation between Northern Liang and the South Cloud Black Cavalry even reached the ears of the citizens within the territories of King Wu and King Jin. Regardless, the Northern Liang's mobilization to fend off external threats garnered considerable support from the populace. As for the current dynasty, countless citizens had long since spat upon it. They had grown weary of this inept dynasty and its foolish emperor, eagerly anticipating the birth of a new dynasty. As for who would lead this new dynasty, the hearts of the many citizens held diverse opinions. In a prefectural city of Southern Province, upon learning of the impending clash between Northern Liang and the South Cloud Black Cavalry, King Wu was taken aback. His expression darkened, especially upon discovering that just recently, the heir of Northern Liang had led a force of 100,000 in a surprise night raid against 150,000 Black Cavalry, achieving a stunning victory. A wave of apprehension surged within him. He had not anticipated that Northern Liang had grown so formidable, making even the Black Cavalry seem trifling. As of now, we are unaware of Northern Liang's exact strength. Gentlemen, we must hasten to eliminate King Jin. Once King Jin is dealt with, Northern Liang will become our most formidable adversary, especially that Li Luo. If he is not removed, he may well become another Northern Liang king in the future. King Wu mused. Seated below King Wu were a dozen figures, among whom a notably young man stepped forward, visibly displeased. Father, that Li Luo is hardly a threat. If you grant me 100,000 troops for a night raid against the Black Cavalry, I could vanquish them easily. If you wish to ascertain Northern Liang's true strength, I suggest sending scouts to the Qingping Plains 7 days from now. We shall know the truth. This young man, clad in battle attire, was none other than King Wu's legitimate heir, Zhao Fengyun. His suggestion garnered nods of agreement from the assembled generals. The young master makes a valid point. Your Majesty, seizing the opportunity 7 days hence will provide insight into Northern Liang's capabilities. A Dian realm general stepped forth, speaking gravely. King Wu nodded slightly, then turned to the 5 individuals seated beside him, stating, once we eliminate King Jin, Northern Liang will require your attention. According to reports, it seems Northern Liang is not limited to just one peak Dine Realm powerhouse. Rest assured, Your Majesty, even should Northern Liang possess 3 peak Dine Realm experts, we shall prevail with the 5 of us present. Moreover, even without us, Northern Liang may not stand a chance against you. One among them scoffed, with 300,000 cavalry. 100,000 of which are stationed at the borders of Northern Liang and Eastern Province. Currently, Li Beixiong has only 200,000 cavalry at his disposal. After the decisive battle on the Qingping Plain, how many of those 200,000 will remain, even if they emerge victorious? The surrounding generals found the analysis compelling. King Wu nodded, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered in his heart when it came to Northern Liang. That night, upon learning that Murong Liao had deliberately spread the news of their impending battle, Li Luo instantly grasped the intention behind it. Murong Liao sought to obliterate Northern Liang's standing in the hearts of the Liang populace through this confrontation. However, he would never allow Murong Liao to succeed. Was it merely the Guishu realm? Northern Liang was not without its own. Gazing upon the 2 million prestige points displayed in his system, Li Luo's lips curled into a smile. This time, he would not only defeat Murong Liao, but also leave the South Cloud dynasty speechless in their defeat. System. I wish to exchange for 5 summoning opportunities. System. Ding. Exchange successful. Does the host wish to summon? Summon. Li Luo's exchange for 5 summoning opportunities instantly deducted 1,250,000 of his prestige points. Countless summoning realms flashed rapidly before his eyes. Ding. Summoning successful. 5 opportunities. 1 failure. Ding. Successfully summoned from the cannon fodder realm. Summoning character. Zhao Dezuzu. Successfully summoned from the mythological realm. Summoning characters. Land God. Bai Wuchang. Ding. Successfully summoned from the system Mall realm. Summoning treasure. Soul-devouring spear. Seeing the names of the summoned land god and Bai Wuchang, Li Luo was instantly overjoyed, nearly leaping with excitement. Surely, no one from Huaxiao would be unfamiliar with them. Li Luo eagerly opened the character information. Land god, peak Guishu realm. Loyalty, 100 Bai Wuchang, mid-level Guishu realm. Loyalty, 100 Zhao Dezuzu, mid-level Guishu realm. A character from the cannon fodder realm. Possessing a unique bloodline with the ability to create illusions, adept at manipulating both water and fire elemental powers. With unwavering loyalty, Li Luo felt his breath quicken as he gazed upon the prowess of the 3 figures before him, an indescribable excitement surging within him. To his astonishment, Zhao Dezu's from the cannon fodder realm possessed heterochromatic eyes, much like Li Ergo. Li Luo released the 3 from the system. A spatial rift materialized, through which emerged 2 young men and a white-haired elder leaning on a cane. Be cautious, young master. At the instant the trio appeared, Luo Yi, hidden in the shadows, sensed impending danger. He swiftly moved to shield Li Luo, eyeing the newcomers with trepidation. Do not be alarmed. They are allies. Li Luo waved his hand, signaling Luo Yi to relax. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi glanced at the spatial rift behind the 3 and immediately understood. These individuals, like him, had been resurrected and brought here by the young master through transcendent means, and he promptly lowered his guard. Greetings, young master. The trio, their memories altered by the system, bowed respectfully to Li Luo. He stepped forward to assist them in rising. It was then that he noticed the enchanting illusionary eye of Zhao Dezu's, swirling with a blood-red flower, exuding an alluring charm. Esteemed ones, you must remain hidden like Luo Yi, ensuring that your presence goes undetected. Understood, young master. The 3 responded in unison, their figures vanishing from sight. Luo Yi followed suit, disappearing alongside them. In high spirits, Li Luo opened the description of the soul-devouring gun. Soul-devouring gun, imperial grade. The majority of its power has been sealed by the system. The host may utilize it, with the sealed abilities gradually unlocking as the host's cultivation progresses. Li Luo's eyes shone with excitement, realizing that the soul-devouring gun was indeed an imperial-grade spiritual weapon. He withdrew it, feeling a surge of ominous energy emanate from the gun. What a formidable aura, Li Luo exclaimed, practicing a few motions with the weapon, finding its weight manageable. However, he was not accustomed to using firearms, and thus, he intended to bestow the soul-devouring gun upon Gao Shan, who had fought valiantly alongside him, demonstrating commendable merit. He could not afford to be stingy. Li Luo stowed the gun away, planning to utilize the remaining 750,000 reputation points to elevate his cultivation to the returning ruins realm. Ding. Successfully exchanged for cultivation. With the system's notification, a terrifying aura erupted from Li Luo. Instantly, he suppressed the overwhelming presence, concealing it. As he felt the surging power within him, exhilaration coursed through his veins. So this is the might of a returning ruins realm expert. Truly formidable. No wonder it is said that a single expert of the returning ruins realm can turn tides and effortlessly suppress a dynasty. Indeed, the rumors hold truth. A smile crept upon Li Luo's lips, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He eagerly awaited the decisive battle in 7 days. What expression would Murong Liao wear upon discovering that? With himself included, there were now 5 experts of the returning ruins realm on their side. Chapter 29. The day of reckoning arrives. 7 days passed swiftly. During this time, the impending clash between the Northern Liang and the Southern Cloud Black Cavalry became an increasingly heated topic of discussion, even igniting fervor within the Southern Cloud dynasty. General Murong will undoubtedly avenge Generals Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin. Indeed, the Northern Liang lacks martial virtue, resorting to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, Generals Zhang and Yun would not have fallen. Exactly. I hope General Murong will capture the Northern Liang king and his son, subjecting them to humiliation. Haha. Once General Murong conquers the Liang Western Prefecture, I shall embark on a journey, for I have heard tales of its many beauties. Ah, brother, shall we travel together then? Yes. Within the Southern Cloud Court, Wei Jun sat upon the dragon throne, his expression grave. Although the citizens believed their black cavalry to be invincible, and the demise of Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin was merely an accident, as the emperor, he was acutely aware of the black cavalry's true capabilities and the strengths of both generals. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. If a mere ambush could obliterate his 150,000 black cavalry and slay 2 peak experts of the Great Yin realm, then the black cavalry would have perished during the invasion of the Divine Feather dynasty. The Northern Liang Iron Cavalry was certainly not a force to be underestimated. The night of Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin's fall undoubtedly held secrets unknown to them. It could not have been as the rumors suggested. With the Northern Liang heir leading a surprise attack with 10,000 black iron cavalry, anyone with a modicum of sense could see through the absurdity. How could a mere youth of a dozen years possess the strength to slay peak Great Yin realm experts? Wei Jun speculated that the Northern Liang king and a formidable being named Gao Shun must have participated in the battle. Only experts of the peak Great Yin realm could contend with Zhang Yuan and Yun Bin. As for the returning ruins realm experts, Wei Jun had not even entertained that notion. If Northern Liang possessed such power, Liang would have long been unified under their banner. Gentlemen, the decisive battle between General Murong and Northern Liang commences today. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Wei Jun pondered aloud. The civil and military officials within the court exchanged glances before collectively voicing their opinions. Your Majesty, General Murong shall surely achieve overwhelming victory. Upon hearing this, Wei Jun remained silent, though he understood in his heart that victory belonged to the Southern Cloud. After all, several years prior, Murong Liao had broken through to the half-step returning ruins realm, becoming the second most powerful figure in the entire dynasty. Only a select few were aware of this fact. As long as no returning ruins realm experts intervened, none below that realm stood a chance against him. Yet, for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Your Majesty, General Murong and General Chunying, leading 20,000 black cavalry, have arrived at the Qingshui Plain. The Northern Liang king, commanding 16,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, is also en route to the Qingshui Plain. At that moment, a hurried eunuch rushed in, kneeling to report the intelligence gathered by scouts. Upon hearing that the 2 armies were about to engage, the court officials erupted into discussion once more. Continue scouting. Additionally, General Han, I command you to assemble 100,000 troops at the border, ready to assist General Murong in conquering Liang Western Prefecture should he emerge victorious. Wei Jun squinted, directing his gaze toward a general in the military ranks, contemplating. Yes, Your Majesty. This general, at the initial stage of the Great Yin realm, clasped his fists in response to Wei Jun's decree before swiftly departing the imperial capital. As for why Wei Jun did not directly dispatch the 100,000 troops to support Murong Liao, the reason was simple. These troops were merely ordinary soldiers, lacking the ability to coalesce military spirit. Against the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, capable of uniting their military essence, these 100,000 soldiers would only serve as fodder. At this moment, on the Qingshui Plain, dark clouds loomed overhead, and fierce winds howled, causing the flags inscribed with the words Black Cavalry to flutter vigorously in the gusts. The ink-like battle intent surged upwards, reaching the heavens, resembling clouds descending from the sky, forming a vast ocean of darkness. At the forefront of the army stood Murong Liao, clad in battle robes, his aura reined in, rendering his cultivation inscrutable. Beside him, Chen Ying gazed at Murong Liao with profound respect. Just yesterday, their general had successfully taken the final step, becoming an expert of the returning ruins realm. Now, he eagerly awaited the arrival of the Northern Liang king, seemingly able to foresee the moment when the king would kneel before them. Suddenly, as Chen Ying was lost in thought, the distant sound of galloping horses echoed across the plain, resembling a torrent in full rush, producing a deafening roar that stirred up clouds of dust. Amidst the dust, the flag bearing the name of Northern Liang stood out prominently. They've arrived. On horseback, Murong Liao, eyes closed in concentration, suddenly opened them, focusing intently on the armored steeds emerging from the swirling dust, narrowing his gaze. At long last, they have come. A chilling killing intent flickered across Chen Ying's face, quickly replaced by excitement. The 20,000 black cavalry behind him gripped their weapons, their faces alight with fury. Today, they are determined to vanquish the iron cavalry of Beiliang and restore honor to their esteemed black cavalry. The black cavalry is the mightiest of all cavalry. With an army of 200,000, an overwhelming surge of battle fervor erupted, altering the very colors of the heavens. The immense dark battle intent solidified into a tangible form, stirring the skies and summoning thunder, creating an atmosphere thick with impending storm. One could not help but feel a sense of oppression. In a mere moment, the grand army of 160,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang arrived at the battlefield. Originally, the iron cavalry boasted 200,000 troops, but even their elite forces had suffered losses in the recent skirmishes against the Qiwang and the black cavalry. At this time, before the iron cavalry, Li Luo, clad in white, sat atop his steed. Li Beixiong, having donned his ceremonial robe, exuded the regal demeanor befitting a prince. Observing their attire, Murong Liao felt a pang of doubt. They did not appear to be preparing for battle. Moreover, Murong Liao noticed two formidable warriors of the Great Transformation realm mounted beside Li Luo. One was extraordinarily youthful, exhibiting mid-stage prowess in the Great Transformation realm, while the other wielded a blood spear and embodied peak mastery of the same realm. Murong Liao surmised correctly that the spear-wielding warrior was indeed Gao Shan. The other, of no consequence to him, was merely Li Ergu, a mere ant in the mid-stage of the Great Transformation realm, posing no threat whatsoever. Scanning the leaders before him, Murong Liao discerned only Li Beixiong and Gao Shan as peak warriors of the Great Transformation realm, while the others, like Li Ergu, were dismissed entirely. Today, Beiliang would surely fall to his might. Noticing the disdainful expression on Murong Liao's face, Li Luo could not help but smirk. Disdain? Wait until you have cause to lament. Chapter 30. The decisive battle at Qingshui Plain Sun. Have the four elders arrived? They will deal with Murong Liao, right? Li Beixiong inquired, glancing around anxiously. Li Luo rolled his eyes at his father, exasperated. Father, you have already asked me that no less than 10 times on our way here. Rest assured, Luo Yi will intervene. As for the other three, I've instructed them to hold back temporarily to avoid revealing our hand. Oh, with Elder Luo Yi's involvement. That should be sufficient to give Murong Liao a run for his money. Li Beixiong finally felt reassured. With knowledge of their trump card, he became emboldened, showing no fear towards the formidable Murong Liao. With a grand gesture, he urged his steed forward. Witnessing his father's audacious demeanor, Li Luo struggled to suppress a chuckle. For 7 days, his father had incessantly pestered him about their strategy for dealing with Murong Liao. Just 2 nights prior, Li Luo had discreetly arranged for his father to meet with Luo Yi, Zhao Di's Hus, by Wu Chang, and the Earth God. The collective aura released by the 4 great warriors nearly frightened his father to death. Upon learning that 4 formidable figures had allied with Li Luo, Li Beixiong was so excited he could hardly sleep. Ha! Murong Liao, I have long admired your reputation. Today, seeing you in person, you are indeed extraordinary. Li Beixiong, brimming with confidence, showed no trepidation in the face of Murong Liao. The Iron Cavalry of Beiliang is an elite force comparable to the Black Cavalry. If I can subjugate them, it would be ideal, especially since our own Black Cavalry has suffered significant losses in this invasion of Liang. Incorporating the Iron Cavalry into our ranks would be advantageous. Humph. Li Beixiong's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. A commanding aura radiated from him, exuding an undeniable dominance. In Beiliang, there is only death for those who fight, never surrender. How unfortunate, Murong Liao replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. If that is the case, let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage in battle. Black Cavalry. With a chilling battle cry, The 200,000 black cavalry roared like thunder across the sky. Waves of dark battle intent coalesced into rivers, merging into an ocean of darkness above, forming spirals of dark battle intent that connected heaven and earth. Creating a scene of immense awe, Li Luo and his companions gazed skyward, astonished by the vast ocean of dark battle intent. Amidst the spectators, a dragon's roar echoed, resonating with the thunder, as if it had emerged from the annals of ancient history. In an instant, a colossal black dragon, hundreds of feet long, surged forth from the sea of battle intent. Its massive form coiled through the heavens, its horns, whiskers, and scales appearing almost tangible as it gazed down upon the entire Qingshui plain, resembling a true ancient dragon descending to earth. Li Luo beheld this military spirit, akin to a true dragon, his eyes shimmering with wonder. Murong Liao was indeed the war god of the Southern Cloud dynasty. The military spirit he had summoned for the Black Cavalry was incomparable to those he had previously vanquished, Lin Xi and Qi Hui. The strength of the military spirit now manifested by the Black Cavalry could rival that of peak warriors in the Great Transformation realm. Son, today, let me show you the pinnacle of our Iron Cavalry's military spirit. Li Beixiong gazed at the black dragon that looked down upon them, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Iron Cavalry of Bailiang had finally encountered a worthy adversary. Li Luo observed his father's back, a smile creeping onto his lips. He could feel his father's exhilaration. The Iron Cavalry had roamed Liang for years, seldom finding worthy opponents. Now, facing such a formidable foe, how could he not be thrilled? Turning to glance at the Iron Cavalry behind him, he noticed that every soldier's eyes sparkled with excitement and boundless battle intent, as if they could no longer contain the boiling blood within. Even the steeds beneath them began to neigh and stir with anticipation, sensing their master's fervor. Charge! Iron Cavalry! With a mighty draw, Li Beixiong unsheathed his battle blade, pointing it towards the heavens. Instantly, a terrifying aura surged forth from him. The crimson aura shot upwards, turning the oppressive black clouds above into a vivid blood-red hue, conjuring a vision of mountains of corpses and seas of bones behind him. Following suit, the 16,000 Iron Cavalry let out a thunderous roar. Underneath the influence of their king's ferocity, each soldier began to exude a terrifying crimson aura. Waves of blood-red energy rapidly coalesced into a river, spanning the cosmos and merging with the sanguine clouds above. Suddenly, the blood clouds darkened, transforming into a vast crimson ocean that dominated half the sky. A resounding roar emerged from within the blood clouds, echoing across the land. A blood dragon, as massive as the black dragon, soared from the crimson sea, circling above the Iron Cavalry. At this moment, the limitless sky was divided into shades of blood red and dark hues. The two armies on the ground were equally empowered by their respective military spirits. The dragon-killing spirit of Bailiang and the battle dragon spirit of Southern Cloud engaged in a fierce standoff, as if two dragons were about to clash. Murong Liao, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but admire Li Beixiong. In this world, aside from himself, there truly existed someone capable of training an army to such a terrifying caliber. Father, lead Murong Liao into the void. Luo, he awaits above. Li Luo communicated telepathically to his father, glancing at the blood clouds overhead. Upon receiving Li Luo's message, Li Beixiong's serious expression transformed into a mischievous smile. With a powerful push of his feet against the saddle, he stood suspended in the void and coldly addressed Murong Liao. Murong Liao, let us battle in the void. In an instant, Li Beixiong transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the blood cloud. Seeing this, Chening beside him let out a series of derisive laughs. Did the king of Bailiang truly believe that their general was still at the pinnacle of the great Yin realm? Watching Li Beixiong disappear into the blood cloud was akin to witnessing a death. The battlefield is yours. I shall conclude my fight swiftly. Murong Liao's lips curled into a smirk as he instructed before soaring towards the clouds above. Chuning's gaze sharpened, fixated on the figure clad in white, Li Luo. That must be the son of the king of Bailiang. He mused with malicious intent. In that case, it is perfect. Slay the heir of Bailiang to avenge Zhang Yuan, Yun Bin, and the 15,000 brothers of the Black Cavalry. Kill. Slay the heir of Bailiang. Annihilate the Iron Cavalry of Bailiang. With a furious roar, Chuning brandished his great blade and surged forward towards Li Luo. As Chuning led the charge, the 200,000 soldiers of the Black Cavalry, imbued with a dark battle intent, surged forth like a tide, their metal and horses clashing with a ferocity that seemed to swallow the land. Chapter 31. The strength of Li Luo with a resounding clash. The 5 generals of Longye drew their blades in unison. The 16,000 iron cavalry of Bailiang responded to the command, charged by a terrifying bloodlust, galloping forth with an unstoppable momentum, crashing into the oncoming black cavalry. In the instant of their clash, the skies shifted, and the battlefield was awash in a tumult of crimson and ebony battle intent, summoning thunderous roars from above. The two colossal military spirit dragons spiraled in the air, intertwining and fiercely tearing at one another, enacting a breathtaking duel of dragons. From this moment forth, the victor would be determined by which side's battle intent faltered. Bailiang's heir, Qining, advancing towards Li Luo, wore a cruel expression as he swung his great blade down upon him. As Li Luo raised his brow, preparing to reveal his strength to dispatch his opponent, a blood-red spear interposed itself before him. "Young master, allow me to practice on him." The figure blocking Li Luo was none other than Gao Shan, wielding the soul-devouring spear, a gift from Li Luo himself not long ago. Qining was thrust back by Gao Shan's spear, his expression growing grave. "Very well. I shall leave him to you." Li Luo nodded, recognizing Qining as a fitting opponent for Gao Shan. "Umph, you think to use me as a sharpening stone? Let us see if your blade is sufficiently sharp." Battle in the void. Qining scoffed, releasing an overwhelming aura as he stepped forth, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the heavens. Without hesitation, Gao Shan followed closely, gripping the menacing soul-devouring spear. As the two vanished into the clouds, the sounds of a fierce battle erupted. Li Luo observed the battlefield, noting how the 5 generals of Bailiang held their ground against the 5 formidable opponents from the enemy's spiritual sea realm. Meanwhile, Li Ergu, in the middle of the Great Yin realm, single-handedly contended with 2 adversaries of the spiritual sea realm. However, Li Ergu swiftly dispatched those 2 foes, then turned, using his enhanced vision to wreak havoc upon the battlefield. Countless soldiers of the Black Cavalry fell victim to his fists. Witnessing this, Li Luo looked towards Murong Liao's direction, grinning as he mysteriously vanished from his steed. Above the clouds, Murong Liao regarded the terrifying aura emanating from Li Beixiong with disdain. "King of Bailiang, do you truly believe I remain at the pinnacle of the Great Yin realm? You are gravely mistaken." With a resounding boom, Murong Liao's eyes gleamed with light as a terrifying aura enveloped the region. The blood and ink clouds beneath their feet were instantly swept away by his formidable presence. "It is the general. He has successfully broken through to the return to Void Realm." The soldiers of the Black Cavalry surged with renewed vigor, charging madly towards the Iron Cavalry of Bailiang. At another position on the battlefield, Qining, having shaken off Gao Shan's entanglement, observed Murong Liao's figure in the distance with a cold smile. "Gao Shan, abandon any thoughts of surrender. Our general is now a return to Void Realm expert. With your talent and cultivation, why follow Bailiang to your doom?" Gao Shan smiled slightly in response, saying, "Heh, return to Void Realm? I hope your general does not perish too quickly." Taken aback, Chen Ying's expression darkened. "What do you mean? Nothing of consequence. Taste my spear." Gao Shan, unwilling to elaborate further, thrust forth his spear with terrifying swiftness. Chen Ying was taken aback and hastily dodged. "You truly are a return to Void Realm expert." Li Beixiong, witnessing the terrifying aura surrounding Murong Liao, spoke calmly. "Very well. I shall restrain my aura and sheath my blade." Seeing Li Beixiong's action, Murong Liao assumed he was ready to capitulate, sneering, "What? King of Bailiang, are you now seeking to surrender?" Li Beixiong burst into raucous laughter. "Ha! Murong Liao, do not think that just because you are a return to Void Realm expert, you have secured my loyalty. Bailiang is not without its own." "What?" Murong Liao was taken aback, immediately scanning his surroundings with his spiritual sense, but finding no other powerful entities present. "Humph." With a sudden strike, Murong Liao unleashed a formidable white spiritual energy, aiming a palm strike at Li Beixiong. Knowing that Bailiang lacked return to Void Realm experts, he sought to test the waters. As Murong Liao's terrifying strike approached, Li Beixiong's expression shifted dramatically as he anxiously thought, "Where is Senior Luo?" Just as Murong Liao believed Li Beixiong was attempting to deceive him, a white figure materialized before Li Beixiong, blocking Murong Liao's attack with a single hand. Gazing at this suddenly appeared figure, Murong Liao's pupils constricted in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How can it be you? Good heavens!" At this moment, even Li Beixiong looked upon the familiar figure with shock. It was none other than Li Luo. Clad in white, Li Luo emanated a golden aura that surged with vigor, his presence rivaling that of Murong Liao. "How is this possible? At your age? How could you have attained the return to Void Realm?" Murong Liao shouted in incredulity, having expended countless efforts to reach his current status, only to find Li Luo, at such a young age, had caught up to him. Li Beixiong swallowed hard, scrutinizing his dear son as if reassessing him. There is no doubt. This overwhelming presence is indeed that of a return to Void Realm expert. As realization struck, Li Beixiong's excitement surged. With his beloved son now among them, Beiliang possessed 5 return to Void Realm experts. 5 in total. A dynasty with but 1 return to Void Realm expert could flourish for a millennium. To think, the Liang dynasty has yet to produce a return to Void Realm expert. Otherwise, would these feudal lords dare to rebel? My son, when did you break through? How come I was not informed? Li Beixiong asked, trembling with excitement. Anticipating his father's reaction, Li Luo waved his hand dismissively. Your son is exceptionally gifted. I recently had an epiphany and achieved consecutive breakthroughs. Excellent. Haha. This is more than mere talent. It is simply monstrous. Our Li family's ancestral grave is finally producing green smoke. No, it is ablaze. Li Beixiong laughed heartily, his jubilant voice resonating through the heavens. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Shening, witnessing Li Luo also as a return to Void Realm expert, reacted similarly to Murong Liao. He too could scarcely believe that Li Luo had reached such heights at such a young age. It was utterly shocking. Recalling his earlier desire to eliminate Li Luo, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had just traversed the gates of death. Chapter 32. Luo Yi battles Murong Liao. Murong Liao composed himself and carefully sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Li Luo, only to discover that the latter was merely at the initial stage of the returning ruins realm. Sharing the same level of prowess, Murong Liao's expression turned icy. Li Luo was merely in his teens, and his combat experience was undoubtedly inferior to his own. It was apparent that Li Luo had only recently made his breakthrough into the returning ruins realm. Should he fail to eliminate Li Luo today, this prodigious talent would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for him in the future. With this thought, Murong Liao charged towards Li Luo with great ferocity, a terrifying force emanating from him that shook the heavens. Be careful, Li Beixiong, witnessing Murong Liao's sudden assault aimed at his young master, turned pale and hurriedly warned Li Luo. Li Luo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an air of indifference gracing his features, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just as Murong Liao closed in, a formidable silver spear suddenly struck, targeting Murong Liao. Startled, Murong Liao retaliated with a punch, unleashing a terrifying surge of dark spiritual energy that materialized into a colossal illusory dragon's head, repelling the incoming silver spear. He then stepped back, re-establishing a certain distance between himself and Li Luo. Who? Murong Liao's expression soured as he scanned the vicinity around Li Luo, an inexplicable sense of danger rising within him. Buzz. As Murong Liao's words fell, a massive wave of spiritual energy surged next to Li Luo. Following closely, a figure radiating a dreadful aura materialized silently. The silver spear that had been struck away by Murong Liao was now grasped by this newly appeared individual. Such audacity! How dare you attempt to ambush my young master? The figure exuded a tremendous presence, a chilling intent emanating from the spear that nearly materialized, tearing through the thin clouds surrounding them. Senior Luo Yi. Upon seeing this figure, Li Beixiong erupted with joy, bursting into boisterous laughter. With Luo Yi and his young master present, there was no doubt that Murong Liao would face defeat today. Yet another powerhouse of the returning ruins realm. How is this possible? Murong Liao's face darkened at the sight of Luo Yi, disbelief etched across his features. A sense of helplessness welled up within him. Observing Murong Liao's expression, Li Luo smiled faintly. If he were to summon Zhao Di's Hus, Bai Wuchang, and the Earth God to join the fray, Murong Liao would likely be plunged into despair. However, he had no intention of revealing their presence, for this battle had already drawn the attention of many. Besides, to contend with Murong Liao, Luo Yi alone sufficed. There was no need to employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Murong Liao, your opponent is not this young lord. Luo Yi, escort General Murong on his journey. Li Luo declared from a position of superiority, pronouncing Murong Liao's death sentence. Indeed, my lord. Luo Yi responded respectfully. Turning to face the ashen-faced Murong Liao, a tremendous aura surging from his being, causing his garments to flutter violently. Dare to strike against my lord? You must be tired of living. With a flash of anger on his face, Luo Yi pointed his spear at Murong Liao, his voice cold and resolute. At once, Murong Liao felt a surge of vigilance, but he could not help but wonder where this returning ruins powerhouse had emerged from. Why had he never heard of such an individual? Furthermore, how could such a formidable being be under Li Luo's command? Countless questions raced through Murong Liao's mind, and he looked earnestly at Luo Yi. Friend, with your cultivation, You would be revered as a guest of honor wherever you go. Why must you demean yourself beneath the Northern Liang? Should you choose to come to my South Yun dynasty, our sovereign would undoubtedly honor you above all, granting you a status far surpassing mine. Go to hell. Luo Yi would never lower himself to the likes of South Yun. Seeing Murong Liao attempt to sway Luo Yi right before their eyes, Li Beixiong felt a surge of urgency. Li Luo waved his hand, signaling for Li Beixiong to remain calm, and then regarded Murong Liao with a look of disdain. Luo Yi was a character summoned by his system. He would not betray him. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi sneered. Is this your final farewell? With that, Luo Yi swiftly twirled the silver spear in his hand, lunging towards Murong Liao with lethal intent. The spearhead shone brightly, forming a horrifying vortex of spiritual energy that tore through the air as it approached. Boom. Humph. Do not think this general will fear you. You are but at the initial stage of the returning ruins realm. Do not grow arrogant. Realizing he could not persuade Luo Yi, Murong Liao drew the long sword from his waist and charged at Luo Yi. In the very moment their weapons clashed, a terrifying force radiated from their center, rippling outward like waves on water. Luo Yi wielded his spear with precision, each thrust embodying a fierce intent to kill as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. As the spear moved like a dragon, it swept across the universe. Under the overwhelming prowess of Luo Yi's spear techniques, Murong Liao found himself struggling to keep up. Dark spiritual energy coalesced around his sword, and with a flick, he unleashed a multitude of illusory dark swords in an attempt to suppress Luo Yi's offensive. Yet, Luo Yi responded with a swing of his spear, unleashing a dazzling burst of silver light, sending forth countless illusory silver spears that shattered Murong Liao's dark swords, scattering them into specks of light that faded into the ether. Luo Yi moved with agility, once more assaulting Murong Liao. With each passing moment, Murong Liao grew increasingly alarmed. Though Luo Yi appeared youthful, his combat experience was akin to that of a seasoned general who had weathered numerous battles. The relentless and flawless attacks overwhelmed him, and he sensed a looming defeat. Is this the nature of battles between powerhouses of the returning ruins realm? Li Beixiong, observing the two exchanging blows rapidly, could not help but inhale sharply. The disparity between the Great Evolution realm and the returning ruins realm was indeed unfathomable. Li Luo smiled quietly, his gaze flickering between the fierce combatants. Given the current momentum, it would not be long before Murong Liao fell beneath Luo Yi's spear. Though both men were of the returning ruins realm, Luo Yi's combat prowess was leagues ahead of Murong Liao's. Murong Liao's defeat was merely a matter of time. Boom. With a sweeping strike, Luo Yi struck Murong Liao in the chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood as he was propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself just in time. Damn it, how could he be so strong? Murong Liao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unable to comprehend how someone at the initial stage of the returning ruins realm could possess such formidable strength, nearly rivaling those at the intermediate stage. Realizing he could not continue in this manner, Murong Liao understood that defeat awaited him. At that moment, he noticed the military soul condensed from his 200,000 black cavalry troops. Gritting his teeth, he decided to channel the military soul entirely into himself for a temporary boost in power. Come. Murong Liao beckoned, summoning the War Dragon military soul, which had been entangled with the Dragon Slayer military soul, to heed his call. However, just as the War Dragon military soul was about to arrive, Li Luo discerned Murong Liao's intentions at a glance. He shifted his form, positioning himself in front of the War Dragon military soul. Murong Liao's expression darkened. He had forgotten about Li Luo, this powerhouse of the returning ruins realm, and a sense of dread settled within him. Concurrently, Luo Yi also advanced with his silver spear. With no other choice, Murong Liao had to focus solely on confronting Luo Yi. At this moment, he was already contemplating retreat. Chapter 33, The Collapse of the Black Cavalry Roar. The War Dragon military soul let out a deafening roar as its massive form surged forward. Beneath the colossal silhouette of the War Dragon, Li Luo appeared diminutive, akin to an ant. Haha. Buzz. Boom. With a cold chuckle, Li Luo pressed down with his hand. A vast surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds, and forming a radiant rainbow that spanned the heavens. As the heavens and earth shifted in hue, the surrounding clouds began to swirl violently, coalescing into a massive vortex. Amidst the oppressive clouds hanging in the sky, a colossal hand, formed from concentrated spiritual energy, emerged from the shroud of clouds. With a single strike, it subdued the swiftly advancing War Dragon spirit. With a resounding roar, the immense War Dragon's spirit shattered, dissipating into wisps of dark battle intent that gradually faded away. In that instant, as Li Luo extinguished the war dragon spirit, the Black Cavalry, who were engaged in a fierce battle with the Northern Liang Iron Riders, suddenly suffered a backlash, spitting forth blood. Their vigor instantly diminished. Their battle spirit had been extinguished. Kill. Witnessing this scene, the Northern Liang Iron Riders surged with renewed vigor. The lone military spirit, the Dragon Slaughter spirit, fragmented into countless strands of blood-red malevolence that enveloped each of the Iron Riders engaged in combat. In an instant, the Iron Riders, empowered by the military spirit, surged forth like demons from hell, exuding a terrifying aura as they embarked on a frenzied slaughter. Under the onslaught of the Northern Liang Iron Riders, the already beleaguered Black Cavalry fell in droves. Soon, from an initial force of 200,000, only 40,000 remained. Meanwhile, the Northern Liang Iron Riders, originally numbering 160,000, still had 100,000 left. Faced with the relentless advance of the Northern Liang Iron Riders, a powerful figure from the Black Cavalry, a master of the Spirit Sea realm, glanced at the retreating Murong Liao and realized that the Black Cavalry's fate was sealed. Thus, he decisively ordered the remaining Black Cavalry to retreat. Retreat. Upon receiving the command, the Black Cavalry turned to flee the battlefield. Observing the disorganized retreat of the Black Cavalry, Generals Lin Xi and 4 others, along with Li Ergu, immediately pursued. However, just as the remaining 40,000 troops were about to hastily exit the plain battlefield, they discovered 18 masked figures on horseback blocking their path. These 18 individuals were none other than the Yanyan 18 Riders, under the command of Luo Yi. Each member of the Yanyan 18 Riders possessed formidable cultivation, having reached the Great Yin realm. To ensure the complete annihilation of the Black Cavalry, Li Luo had stationed the Yanyan 18 Riders here specifically to prevent their escape. In another direction, a well-equipped cavalry unit of 700 appeared. This was the trap formation camp led by Gao Shan. At this moment, the only remaining master of the Spirit Sea realm under Murong Liao was Sun Long, who had initially delivered the challenge. Now, with the Northern Liang army behind them and the Yanyan 18 Riders and trap formation camp ahead, the Black Cavalry found themselves with no avenue of escape. What is there to fear? There are but a handful of them. Charge with me, Sun Long bellowed, urging his steed towards the Yanyan 18 Riders. With the Black Cavalry following closely behind, the leader of the Yanyan 18 Riders, upon seeing the Black Cavalry charging towards them, let out a cold laugh and waved his hand. The 17 riders behind him suddenly unleashed their formidable aura. Boom! A terrifying surge of spiritual energy swept across the field. Howling like a tempest, countless members of the Black Cavalry were unseated by this fearsome spiritual storm. Great Yin realm experts. Fear flickered across Sun Long's face. The 18 before him were all masters of the Great Yin realm. This scene not only astonished the Black Cavalry, but also caused Qining, who was battling Gao Shan in the skies, to narrow his eyes in shock. How terrifying the Northern Liang is. At this moment, even the beleaguered Murong Liao felt the stirrings of regret for the first time. Their involvement in the invasion of Liang had, from the very beginning, been a colossal mistake. But it was too late for regrets now. Is that not the subordinate of the young master? Lin Yi and the 5 Northern Liang generals gasped as they sensed the immense aura radiating from the Yanyan 18 riders. They inhaled sharply, trembling as they asked. Li Ergu nodded slightly in confirmation. With Li Ergu's affirmation, excitement filled their eyes. Henceforth, who would dare to provoke the Northern Liang? Kill. Lin Yi brandished his blood-stained Northern Liang blade, leading the Iron Riders to annihilate the remaining Black Cavalry. Charge. Fight to the last. Sun Long gritted his teeth, and, braving the odds, continued to lead the remnants of the Black Cavalry towards the Yanyan 18 Riders. The Yanyan 18 Riders unsheathed their blades, moving as one, and in an instant, they plunged into the dwindling ranks of the Black Cavalry. Sun Long, at the forefront, found his head severed by the team leader of the Yanyan 18 Riders. The 700 members of the trap formation camp, all at the Spirit Ascension realm, surged into the Black Cavalry like a pack of ravenous wolves, unleashing chaos. Soon, the pursuing Northern Liang Iron Riders rejoined the fray. In the despairing eyes of the Black Cavalry, bloodshed stained the grass of the plain, and the air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood. Quickly, as the last Black Cavalry soldier fell from his mount, the flag marked with the words Black Cavalry was lowered. 200,000 Black Cavalry, none survived, all were utterly annihilated. On the dimly lit plains of Qing Shui, apart from the mournful cries of horses, the jubilant cheers of the Northern Liang soldiers followed. At that moment, all eyes turned skyward, realizing the finality of their victory. Everything is over, Chunying stared blankly as he watched the demise of 200,000 black cavalry, rendered powerless, and fell into a brief stupor. Buzz. At that moment, Gao Shun raised the soul-devouring spear in his hand, blood-colored energy converging into it. Soul Slayer. Gao Shun roared, the spear's tip erupting with a piercing hum. The gathered malevolence suddenly burst forth in a brilliant crimson light. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the heavens began to convulse, and a terrifying spectral figure radiating crimson energy materialized behind him, wielding a massive soul-devouring spear. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Gao Shun moved, thrusting the soul-devouring spear towards Chunying, while the spectral figure mirrored his action. The colossal spectral spear perfectly aligned with Gao Shun's own. Realizing the impending doom, Chunying's face morphed into one of terror. Yet, it was too late to evade. He let out a low growl, channeling terrifying power into his weapon, colliding with Gao Shun's fearsome thrust. Boom! A horrifying mushroom cloud erupted. Moments later, Chunying's lifeless body plummeted from the sky. Observant eyes noted a massive hole in his chest, a clear indication of being pierced through. As the smoke cleared, Gao Shun, holding the soul-devouring spear, returned to Li Luo's side. Young master, the enemy has been vanquished, Gao Shun announced with a bow. Li Luo nodded slightly, exceedingly pleased with Gao Shun's performance. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of the soul-devouring spear. Truly, it was an imperial-grade spiritual weapon. Even with most of its power sealed, it still exhibited such might. Li Luo eagerly anticipated just how powerful the soul-devouring spear would become once Gao Shun fully unsealed its potential. Boom! At that moment, the battle between Luo Yi and Murong Liao also reached a decisive conclusion. Chapter 34. Rising Sun vs. Sword / A terrifying explosion erupted, and Murong Liao appeared in disarray before everyone, heavily wounded. His once robust aura had now turned exceedingly feeble. In stark contrast, Luo Yi emerged from the smoke, still brimming with an overwhelming presence. Murong Liao couldn't fathom why, despite being at the same initial stage of the Return to Ruins realm. There was such a stark disparity in strength. At that moment, he realized that his demise was inevitable. Escaping under the eyes of two masters of the Return to Ruins realm was nothing short of a fool's dream. Rising Sun. Boom. Luo Yi wasted no words as he moved his spear. Instantly, he radiated brilliance akin to a resplendent sun, enveloping his white-silver spear in dazzling light. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, Murong Liao refused to succumb without a fight, preparing for a final desperate struggle. Boom. Sword slash. A terrifying wave of ink-black energy surged forth. The 3-foot azure blade in his hand pointed skyward, unleashing a force that pierced through the heavens. In the wake of the tumult, a colossal shadow of an obsidian greatsword materialized, heavy as a towering mountain, cleaving the clouds of the firmament with an aura that stirred the very mountains and rivers. This sword represented his final strike, indeed his soul strike. Gazing upon such a terrifying weapon, even Li Luo's countenance shifted in apprehension. This sword emanated an overwhelming sense of peril, a force that left him questioning if this was truly the might possessed by a warrior. The soldiers of Bailiang on the battlefield exhibited palpable fear. The mere descent of the greatsword's shadow cast an oppressive atmosphere, making it difficult for many to breathe. The steeds beneath them grew restless, yearning to flee the scene, yet the soldiers exerted tremendous control to prevent chaos from erupting. As they beheld the towering sword shadow raised aloft by Murong Liao, a fierce battle spirit ignited in Luo Yi's eyes. His silver spear, enveloped in radiant light, thrummed with energy, momentarily illuminating the battlefield like a blazing sun, blinding all who stood in its wake. With a fierce battle cry, both Li Luo and the seer, Li Ergu, witnessed Murong Liao's 3-foot azure blade descend in a furious arc. The massive sword shadow cleaved through the clouds, trailing dark energy as it bore down upon Luo Yi, who had transformed into a streak of light. In the instant Luo Yi's silver spear collided with the descending sword, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically, as if a cataclysmic wave surged forth from their clash, rippling across a 100-mile expanse. The previously shrouded sky suddenly cleared, the golden rays of the setting sun cascading onto the soldier's armor, casting a captivating shimmer. The ground of the Qing Shui plains trembled and cracked under the strain of the formidable forces colliding, affecting all within 100 miles. Once more, Luo Yi roared, his silver spear erupting in a blinding brilliance, enveloping him like a fallen sun, creating the spectacle of two suns in the sky alongside the waning daylight. A sharp sound of shattering echoed through the air as Murong Liao's pupils constricted, fragments of shattered remnants flying past him. transforming into wisps of dark energy that dissipated into the ether. The white light engulfed the entirety of Qing Shui Plains, rendering it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. In the nearby cities of Qinxiang and Shangyun, countless citizens emerged onto the streets, gazing in awe toward the plains, their eyes wide with terror. Is that the sun? How can there be two suns? They murmured in fear. That must be the battlefield where the prince and the Southern Cloud's black cavalry are clashing. What on earth is transpiring? After a lengthy moment, the sun beneath the heavens finally vanished, leaving only a faint, dim golden sunset hanging in the sky. The onlookers blinked, finally able to gaze upwards, only to see Luo Yi, spear in hand, a single drop of crimson blood trickling from the spear's tip. With his back turned to Northern Liang, the crowd's attention shifted to the latter, noting the sudden appearance of a blood hole where his heart once resided. In that instant, a wave of exhilaration swept through them. They had triumphed. The formidable warrior under the prince had emerged victorious. May I inquire your name? Northern Liang gasped, expelling a mouthful of blood, his eyes dimming. Luo Yi, he replied coldly, turning to face Northern Liang, who fell to the ground, consumed by remorse and closing his eyes for the final time. Sighing, Li Luo shook his head, lamenting the loss of such talent. My lord. Luo Yi approached Li Luo, bowing respectfully. At that moment, three figures quietly materialized beside Li Luo. Zhao Dezuzu, by Wu Chang, and the Earth God, undoubtedly. My lord, with Northern Liang now deceased. Shall we proceed to eliminate the Southern Cloud dynasty? Zhao Dezuzu spoke with chilling calmness. Li Luo's eyes narrowed. He had indeed been contemplating such an action. After all, even if he refrained from intervening, Zhao Dezuzu and his companions could obliterate Southern Cloud with ease. Now that Northern Liang was dead, who could stand in their way? Son, we must not act against Southern Cloud just yet. Li Beixiong interjected upon hearing Zhao Dezuzu's intentions. Father, why is that? Li Luo queried, perplexed. With a sigh, Li Beixiong recounted. The former emperor once mentioned to me that Southern Cloud's last emperor shares a connection with our Tai Ling sect in the Western continent. Even with our formidable predecessors, we cannot afford to provoke Southern Cloud. To think Southern Cloud has ties to Tai Ling sect, Li Luo mused, recalling information about their region. They were situated on the western side of the Holy Heaven continent, known as the Western Continent, where countless dynasties and sects vied for power. However, two dominant forces truly ruled the Western Continent: the Blazing Flame Dynasty and the Tai Ling sect. All dynasties were subservient to the Blazing Flame Dynasty, paying tribute every decade, including their own Liang. Furthermore, establishing a dynasty required the recognition of the Blazing Flame Dynasty. Otherwise, annihilation awaited them. Even if Bailiang were to successfully rebel and seize the throne, they could not bypass the Blazing Flame Dynasty. As for the Tai Ling sect, it stood as a rival to the Blazing Flame Dynasty, housing innumerable powerful members, with even the lowest-ranking elders possessing formidable skills. While we may refrain from obliterating Southern Cloud, we cannot allow them to believe we are easy prey. Dezuzu, it is your task to intimidate their emperor. Li Luo declared with a cold huff. Understood, my lord. Zhao Dezuzu replied, vanishing from sight. Chapter 35. The illusionary prison in the dense forest bordering Qing Shui Plains. Several spies disguised as ordinary citizens were struck with terror at the might of Bailiang. Just as they resolved to retreat, a swarm of insects suddenly assailed them from behind. What is this? They exclaimed in horror as the dense swarm enveloped them, causing them to gradually lose consciousness and collapse. A figure silently appeared before the fallen spies. It was Shan Pao. With a gesture, he summoned the insects back into his being, leaving the spies devoid of life. As expected, just as the Lord predicted, Shan Pao mused, preparing to depart when Lu Renjia, riding a large bird, approached. Have you resolved the issue? He inquired. Shan Pao nodded. This marks the 7th wave of spies. All have been dealt with. Let us return. Shan Pao leaped onto the bird's back as Lu Renjia scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of any spies before taking flight, soaring over Qing Shui Plains. Soon, they returned to Li Luo's side. My lord, all nearby spies have been eradicated. They reported, bowing deeply. Well done. Li Luo smiled faintly. The climactic battle between Bailiang and Southern Cloud had drawn the attention of countless observers. To shield Bailiang's true strength, he had tasked Lu Renjia and Shan Pao with eliminating spies sent by rival factions to gather intelligence. With the threat of Southern Cloud now neutralized, it was time to reclaim the territories occupied by them and unify the Western Prefecture. Father, let us embark to reclaim the territories and unite the Western Prefecture. Li Luo declared upon returning to the battlefield, looking at Li Beixiong with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, indeed. Beiliang Iron Cavalry, onward. Li Beixiong, brimming with vigor, waved his hand with grandiosity. The North Liang Iron Cavalry behind him responded in unison. Following closely, under the leadership of Li Luo and Li Beixiong, the North Liang Iron Cavalry galloped forth, advancing majestically towards Xiaoyan City. In no time, the North Liang forces reclaimed the cities that had been seized by South Yun, returning them to the hands of Liang. The battle between North Liang and South Yun soon became widely known. Although the specifics of the conflict remained unclear, when the North Liang Iron Cavalry appeared before countless citizens, it was evident to them that North Liang had triumphed. The invading Black Cavalry had been defeated. Hence, each time the North Liang Iron Cavalry entered a city, the local Liang populace welcomed them with open arms. In a flash, North Liang's prestige among the citizens of Shizhou soared to new heights. Just as Li Luo and his father were poised to exert complete control over Shizhou, within the imperial capital of the South Yun dynasty, Emperor Wei was filled with anxiety. The scouts dispatched to the Qingping Plain to gather intelligence on the battle had yet to return. However, as a monarch, he concealed his unease, maintaining a calm demeanor as he awaited news. The ministers in the court, too, spent the entire day in anticipation. Why were there no updates? Was it possible that North Liang was proving too formidable and remained embroiled in fierce combat? A full day had passed, surely. Even if North Liang were indeed difficult to contend with, the battle should have ended by now. What could be causing the delay in the scouts' return? Hearing the whispers of the senior ministers, Wei's brow furrowed. For reasons unknown, the feeling of unease within him intensified. Send someone else to investigate. Unable to remain idle any longer, Wei commanded a nearby eunuch to seek out further information regarding the battle. Yes, Your Majesty. However, just as the eunuch was about to depart in search of news, a flock of small red birds suddenly flew into the grand hall from outside the palace. Chirp, chirp. What is happening? Quickly, protect the emperor. The sudden appearance of these red birds threw the court into chaos, with ministers waving their garments to drive the birds away. Some of the martial generals present sensed a faint spiritual energy emanating from the small birds, quickly positioning themselves to shield Emperor Wei. At that moment, the imperial guards burst into the hall. Wei, in a state of panic, noticed that all the birds flying in had red eyes, and within those crimson eyes swirled a blood-red flower, an exceedingly strange sight. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Amidst the terrified gazes of all present, the birds swirling above the hall began to converge. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the crowd. Wei's face changed drastically as he beheld a young man with a frigid expression, clad in a black robe adorned with red embroidery. The individual who emerged in the grand hall was Zhao Dizhu's, sent by Li Luo. Who are you? Wei instinctively inquired. In response to Wei's question, Zhao Dizhu's remained icy, subsequently unleashing a terrifying aura. This overwhelming presence instantly suppressed the ministers present, causing them to kneel, each feeling as though they bore the weight of a mountain upon their backs. Even breathing became a challenge. A powerful being from the Guishu realm. Wei's pupils constricted in horror as he trembled. The generals and imperial guards protecting him were likewise immobilized by Zhao Dizhu's aura. Boom. Esteemed friend, what brings you to our dynasty? At that moment, another formidable aura emanated from deep within the palace. An ancient voice echoed throughout the hall. Upon hearing this voice, Wei's spirits lifted. Zhao Dizhu's was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating the presence of another being from the Guishu realm within the South Yun Imperial Palace. As soon as the ancient voice fell, an elderly man clad in a yellow robe appeared in the hall. Father. Upon seeing the elder, Wei's joy was palpable, and he hurried to the elder's side. This man was none other than Wei Qianjun, the former emperor of the South Yun dynasty, a beginner in the Guishu realm. However, Zhao Dizhu's observed that Wei Qianjun's current might suggested he would soon break through to the intermediate stage. Zhao Dizhu smirked coldly, his dark eyes suddenly shifting. A pair of blood-red flower-like pupils materialized before everyone. Wei's heart raced as he recognized the resemblance to the eyes of those earlier birds. Wei Qianjun narrowed his eyes, about to speak, when Zhao Dizhu's voice cut through the air. Illusionary prison. In an instant, all present froze in shock. Their expressions transformed into terror, for they discovered that in the blink of an eye, they found themselves trapped within a blood-red world, bound to a cross. Before them, Zhao Dizhu's approached slowly, holding a knife. Even Wei Qianjun, a being from the Guishu realm, was struck with horror at the sight of Zhao Dizhu's, feeling utterly powerless to resist the chains binding him to the cross. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination, Wei Qianjun bellowed, releasing an immense aura. Yet, he remained bound to the cross, the surrounding blood-red space showing no signs of dissipating. Not a hallucination. Wei Qianjuan's pupils constricted in fear as he observed the unyielding blood-red space. If this were not an illusion, how had the other managed to bring a Guishu realm cultivator here without detection? Noticing the look of fear on Wei Qianjuan's face, Zhao Dizhu raised his knife and sneered. Enjoy the taste of pain. You will soon know whether this is an illusion. With that, Zhao Dizhu plunged the knife into Wei Qianjuan's chest. Humph. Wei Qianjuan let out a muffled groan. As the pain surged through his chest, he realized this was no illusion. Zhao Dizhu smirked, his blade rising and falling, repeatedly stabbing into Wei Qianjuan's body. The excruciating pain compelled Wei Qianjuan to cry out. Not only Wei Qianjuan, but also Wei and the other ministers found themselves ensnared in their own blood-red realms, each receiving the same treatment from Zhao Dizhu. In that moment, the grand hall was filled with heart-wrenching wails. Chapter 36. Wei Qianjuan's dread. An hour later, Zhao Dizhu retracted his illusion. Everyone in the grand hall collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, instinctively clutching their chests. At that moment, they were all horrified to find themselves no longer in the blood-red world. They had remained within the grand hall all along, and there were no wounds on their chests. Wei Qianjuan, drenched in cold sweat, stared fearfully at the expressionless Zhao Dizhu. It was only then that he realized everything that had transpired was an illusion. He had fallen victim to the other's spell. Yet, that illusion had felt so real. The pain of being stabbed repeatedly was unforgettable. Who are you? I bear no grudge against South Yun. Why do you pursue me? Wei, seated on the ground, trembled as he gazed at Zhao Dizhu, his body shaking with fear. Esteemed friend, please enlighten me as to what wrong South Yun has committed against you. If we have indeed offended you, I apologize on behalf of my dynasty. Wei Qianjuan, sweating profusely, bowed respectfully to Zhao Dizhu. Zhao Dizhu remained expressionless, speaking coolly. You have not offended me. Rather, you have offended my young master. Both Wei and Wei Qianjuan were taken aback, and Wei instinctively asked, Who is your young master? The young master of Northern Liang. Zhao Dizhu intoned coldly. Boom. Upon hearing the words young master of Northern Liang, Wei's mind erupted in chaos, his pupils contracting sharply, his thoughts going blank. The terrifying being from the Guishu realm before him was actually from Northern Liang. Does this mean? Wei's mind raced as his face paled. The Black Cavalry. It is finished. Upon realizing that Zhao Dizhu was a powerful figure from Northern Liang, Wei Qianjuan's expression shifted as well. He was fully aware of South Yun's invasion of Liang, but he had never anticipated this. The Northern Liang surprisingly possesses a formidable Guishu realm expert. Moreover, this individual is adept at illusions. Observing the horrified expressions of the father and son, Zhao Dizhu let out a cold laugh, and his form began to blur. My master has instructed me to convey a message to you. Should the Nanyun dare to intervene in the affairs of Liang again, it will surely lead to the downfall of your Nanyun dynasty. The deafening voice reverberated through the grand hall. Under the gaze of the assembly, the ethereal Zhao Dizhu transformed into several small birds and flew away from the hall. Upon his departure, the officials in the hall finally exhaled in relief. The illusion conjured by that Northern Liang expert was truly terrifying. He vowed never to endure such an experience again. At that moment, Wei Qianjuan's body trembled, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. The officials present were taken aback and hastily lowered their heads, fearful of making a sound. You all best keep today's events to yourselves. Wei Qianjuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his deep voice resonated like the tolling of an ancient bell in everyone's ears. The officials shuddered. His voice was piercing to their eardrums, prompting them to kneel. We understand, Your Majesty. Seeing the official's response, Wei Qianjuan nodded in satisfaction. Father, when did Northern Liang produce a Guishu realm expert? Do you know his origins? Wei Jun speculated that his Black Cavalry had likely been annihilated by Northern Liang, and thus he inquired with barely concealed resentment. Wei Qianjuan recalled Zhao Dizhu and was still filled with trepidation, his face marked with apprehension. The opponent's illusionary skills were exquisite. He had never encountered such a formidable practitioner of illusions. Particularly, Zhao Dizhu's eyes left a profound impression on him. Wei Qianjuan shook his head slightly, contemplating. I do not know. However, my son, you must not provoke Northern Liang again. I am no match for him. Wei Jun was taken aback, but soon darkened his expression and nodded. I understand, father. But what if, given the ambitions of the Northern Liang king, he sends troops against Nanyun after unifying Liang? What then? If the Northern Liang king does mobilize against us, who among us can contend with that formidable expert? Hearing Wei Jun's words, Wei Qianjuan fell silent. Just then, a eunuch rushed in, panting, and addressed Wei Jun. Your Majesty, there is grave news. The million-strong army you previously stationed at the border has encountered a mishap. Not long ago, the soldiers began to slaughter one another as if possessed, resulting in heavy casualties. What did you say? Wei Jun's face turned ashen, nearly losing his balance in his fury. It must be him. It must be that Northern Liang expert from before. He surely employed an illusion to incite the soldiers to turn against each other. Wei Jun seethed with rage, and then turned to Wei Qianjun. Father, what should we do? Wei Qianjun's face darkened, and he pondered. I will draft a letter. You must send someone to Tailing Sect immediately. Upon hearing this, Wei Jun recalled that he had an imperial aunt serving as an elder at Tailing Sect. His gloomy thoughts were instantly dispelled. As long as his imperial aunt returns, not only will Northern Liang be no match, but even the neighboring dynasties will not intimidate Nanyun. Rest assured, Father, I will ensure the letter is delivered. Wei Jun nodded. My son, remember, do not meddle in the affairs of Liang again. The loss we have suffered this time must be swallowed. If we provoke Northern Liang again, we may find ourselves in an irretrievable situation before your aunt returns. Even after her return, do not recklessly provoke Northern Liang. Henceforth, it is best to maintain a policy of mutual non-interference with Northern Liang. Should Northern Liang truly wish to consume us, your aunt will handle everything in due course. In time, Liang will naturally fall within the dominion of Nanyun. Wei Qianjun admonished earnestly. I understand. Wei Jun nodded slightly. As the ruler of a dynasty, he was well aware of this principle. Although Nanyun had suffered significant losses this time, they had no choice but to endure. To provoke an opponent with a Goeishu realm expert would be akin to folly. Such self-destructive behavior was not one he would engage in. For now, he could only hope that the ambitions of the Northern Liang king would not grow too vast before his imperial aunt's return. Chapter 37. Military expansion. After Li Luo and Li Beixiong fully seized control of the western province, Northern Liang now governed both the northern and western provinces. Upon reclaiming the territories lost to Nanyun, Li Luo and the Northern Liang army returned to Qinxiang City. In the Lord's Manor, in the back garden, a flock of small birds flew in and transformed into Zhao Dizhus, who appeared in the garden. Young master. Zhao Dizhus bowed to Li Luo, who was sipping tea. You've done well, Zhao Dizhus. Your efforts are appreciated. Li Luo smiled slightly upon Zhao Dizhus' return. Just moments ago, a scout reported that the million-strong army gathered at the border for our cause has inexplicably turned upon itself. This news left many in shock. Upon receiving the report, Li Luo immediately thought of Zhao Dizhus. Only he possessed the capability to ensnare 1,000,000 soldiers within the grasp of an illusion, leading them to slaughter each other. This should effectively teach the Nanyun dynasty a lesson, should it not? If Nanyun dares to act recklessly again, he would not hesitate to send Zhao Dizhus and others to eliminate them in the shadows. Young master, the Nanyun dynasty also has an initial stage Goeishu realm expert. At this moment, Zhao Dizhus recounted everything that transpired within the Nanyun palace. Who would have thought the former emperor of Nanyun was actually a Goeishu realm expert? No wonder they dared to invade Liang with such confidence before. Li Luo's eyes flickered, and he chuckled coldly. However, considering Nanyun's connections with Tailing Sect, it is understandable that they would harbor a Goeishu realm expert. Rest assured, young master, Nanyun would not dare to interfere again. Their emperor and the former emperor have already experienced the effects of the moon reading technique, Zhao Dizhus assured. Li Luo nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he envisioned the pained expressions of the individuals involved. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Luo waved his hand. Zhao Dizhus understood and silently vanished into the shadows. No sooner had Zhao Dizhus departed than Li Beixiong bounded into the back garden. Son, the king of Wu and the king of Jin have also determined their victor. Li Luo was taken aback, surprised. Father, did the king of Wu win? Li Beixiong nodded and replied. Just as we were engaged in battle with the Black Cavalry, the king of Wu led his forces to decisively defeat the king of Jin. According to the reports from scouts, the king of Jin was defeated and slain by the king of Wu. The king of Wu now fully controls the southern province. Yet after claiming the southern province, he has not amassed troops near our borders. Currently, the rebel princes are only us and the king of Wu. Although the king of Wu has not yet acted against us, it is only a matter of time. Son, shall we strike first? Catch him off guard. Li Luo smirked, then shot his father an exasperated glance, saying, Father, why do you always mention rebellion? Are you afraid others won't know we are rebelling? I've said it before. We are the righteous army, unlike those treacherous rebels like the king of Wu. Ah, yes. I speak too freely. But speaking of which, son, should we engage the king of Wu in battle now? Li Beixiong rubbed his hands together, eagerly seeking Li Luo's opinion. Now, he had several Goeishu realm experts under his command. Who could possibly stand against Northern Liang in the entire Liang? Who? The throne was already within their grasp. He simply wished for his son to ascend to the throne sooner to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Father, there is no need to rush. The entirety of Liang will eventually belong to us. The king of Wu is not unwilling to act against us. Rather, he is uncertain of our strength, which is why he has refrained from making a move. Taking advantage of this moment, we shall rest and recuperate while expanding our forces. Originally, we had 300,000 iron cavalry, apart from the 100,000 troops stationed at the border with King Wu's eastern state. We brought an additional 200,000 iron cavalry with us. After enduring several fierce battles, we have incurred significant losses. Therefore, I propose that we first select elite soldiers from the 300,000 troops under King Xi to reinforce the Northern Liang cavalry. Otherwise, when we strive to claim the world, we shall find ourselves surrounded by rival kingdoms poised to invade, with no soldiers at our disposal. Li Luo stated calmly. Li Beixiong looked at Li Luo with a sense of pride, astonished that his son had already begun to think so far ahead. He was indeed correct. If we do not expedite the expansion of the Northern Liang army now, we will find it exceedingly difficult to mobilize elite forces in the face of foreign invasions. Very well, I shall attend to this matter immediately, Li Beixiong declared, hastily departing. Watching his father's urgent demeanor, Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle softly. Initially, he had considered leading Luo Yi, Zhao Di's Hus, by Wu Chang, the Earth God, and the 18 riders of Yenyun directly into battle, striking at the heart of the enemy. However, such an approach would undoubtedly reveal the full extent of Northern Liang's strength. Li Luo's greatest concern was not the exposure of their capabilities, but rather the Flame Dynasty, which presided over the Western continent. The Flame Dynasty, in its determination to solidify its standing among the various kingdoms, would never permit the existence of multiple experts within a single kingdom at the Void Realm level. Furthermore, to his knowledge, the Flame Dynasty was not only home to numerous Void Realm experts, but also possessed formidable beings at the Primordial and even the Primordial Beginning Realm. Above the Great Transformation Realm lies the Void Realm, and beyond the Void Realm are the Primordial Realm, the Primordial Beginning Realm, and the Divine Soul Realm. Currently, Northern Liang lacks a Primordial Realm expert. Before such a figure emerges, it is prudent to avoid drawing the attention of the Flame Dynasty. It seems I must summon once again. Li Luo smiled slightly, looking at the 3 million prestige points he had recently acquired, a glimmer of anticipation appearing on his face. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, it is only a matter of time before Northern Liang possesses a Void Realm expert. As for the 3 million prestige points in the system, they were earned through defeating the Black Cavalry and reclaiming lost territories, garnering the recognition of a considerable number of citizens who became his new admirers. He silently prayed to summon a Primordial Realm expert this time. Chapter 38. Feng Xianling. Just as Li Luo was about to initiate the summoning, within the Prince Jin's residence in the southern state, the place had acquired a new master. King Wu, Your Highness, all of Prince Jin's factions have been eradicated. A general pondered. King Wu nodded slightly, contemplating. With Prince Jin's demise, our final opponent is Northern Liang. To his surprise, the Black Cavalry, known to be on par with Northern Liang, had suffered a crushing defeat. Speaking of Northern Liang, a hint of apprehension appeared on King Wu's face. He was not entirely aware of Murong Liao's strength, but he had heard of his formidable reputation. He never expected that they would be defeated at the hands of the Northern Liang king. The spies they had sent to investigate Northern Liang's strength had all gone missing, likely due to Northern Liang's influence. What are your thoughts? King Wu inquired. The generals exchanged glances. Father, I believe that although Northern Liang has defeated the Black Cavalry, they must have suffered tremendous losses as well, not to mention the price paid to eliminate Murong Liao and Qining. It is reasonable to assume that Northern Liang's forces have also incurred heavy casualties in their confrontation with the Black Cavalry. Our forces number over 1 million. Even if Northern Liang's cavalry is elite, they cannot withstand our million-strong army. I suggest that I lead 1 million troops directly to Northern Liang, Zhao Fengyun boldly proposed. Just as Zhao Fengyun anticipated praise from his father for his initiative, King Wu rebuked him angrily. Foolish. The Northern Liang cavalry is an elite force capable of embodying the spirit of the army. They are the trump card of the Liang dynasty. In the face of the Northern Liang cavalry, even an ordinary army of 1 million would only be marching to their doom. King Wu's countenance was filled with fury, his eyes glinting with a strange light. When he had fought alongside the Northern Liang king, he had witnessed firsthand how the Northern Liang cavalry, with merely 100,000 troops, had defeated the God Feather dynasty's army of hundreds of thousands, leaving them in disarray. Zhao Fengyun, chastised by King Wu, turned pale, feeling resentful. Is the Northern Liang cavalry truly that terrifying? Your Highness, while we may lack the elite forces of the Northern Liang cavalry, we have several allies from the God-Feather dynasty, and with your presence, as long as we can hold the Northern Liang king at bay, we can dispatch a Void Realm expert to deal with the Northern Liang cavalry, ensuring our victory. Moreover, the Northern Liang king must have sustained injuries in his battle with Morong Liao. Therefore, I propose that we disguise ourselves and infiltrate Northern Liang to ascertain their current strength. If the Northern Liang king is gravely injured, we might even assassinate him. Without the Northern Liang king, the Northern Liang cavalry would naturally be unable to exhibit their true strength, and annihilating them would be effortless. A general stepped forward, suggesting. King Wu nodded slightly, appreciating the general's proposal. Although they were quite confident in their ability to conquer Northern Liang, it was prudent to proceed with caution. After all, according to the intelligence he possessed, there was a possibility of another peak Void Realm expert existing within Northern Liang. Since that is the case, Your Highness, I shall assist you in meeting the Northern Liang king, if he is indeed gravely injured. I will also take the opportunity to avenge the grievances of the God-Feather dynasty. At this moment, a man standing near King Wu's side rose and sneered. This man was a peak Void Realm expert sent by the God-Feather dynasty to aid King Wu. Your assistance is much appreciated, Taoist Jidong. King Wu replied, surprised that someone from the God-Feather dynasty would volunteer. You need not be so courteous, for the Northern Liang king is an enemy of the God-Feather dynasty. We shall not let the opportunity to avenge our past grievances slip away. However, do not forget our agreement. Jidong replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, King Wu's gaze flickered with a hint of coldness as he solemnly stated, rest assured, those who assist me in seizing the throne will be granted the territories we promised. Jidong nodded slightly, and then vanished from sight. In the dead of night, within his chamber, Li Luo entered the system once more, preparing for another summoning. System. How many times can I summon with 3 million prestige points? System. 3 times. Li Luo inhaled sharply. The prestige points required for each summoning opportunity far exceeded his expectations. Exchange for a summoning chance. Ding. Exchange successful. Is the host ready to summon? Summon. Li Luo pondered for a moment as familiar summoning realms flashed before him. Ding. Summoning successful. Of the 3 summons, 1 failed. Successfully summoned from the Tang Dynasty realm. Summon character. Fong Xianling. Successfully summoned from the System Mall realm. Summon treasure. Ever-changing mask. Seeing that he had summoned the renowned statesman Fong Xianling, one of the greatest chancellors in history, Li Luo couldn't help but smile. Fong Xianling, a politician from the early Tang Dynasty, was one of the 24 meritorious subjects of Lingyan Pavilion. He was a trusted strategist of Li Shimin. With the devastation wrought by war in the western state, everything lay in ruins, desperately in need of talents like Fong Xianling. Li Luo opened the character profile. Fong Xianling. Early Void Realm. Loyalty. 100. Observing Fong Xianling's cultivation level, Li Luo couldn't help but marvel. As his own realm increased, the characters he summoned now all had at least the Void Realm level. Although he hadn't summoned a Primordial Realm character this time, acquiring Fong Xianling was still a significant gain. His arrival would promptly alleviate the urgent need for exceptional talents in Northern Liang. Li Luo released Fong Xianling from the system realm. Young master. Fong Xianling emerged from the spatial rift, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings before his gaze settled upon Li Luo, to whom he promptly bowed. Mr. Li, you are too kind. Please rise. Li Luo quickly assisted Fong Xianling to his feet. We shall rely on your expertise in the days to come. Our Northern Liang is in dire need of a talent like yours. Fong Xianling clasped his fists in salute, declaring, Xianling shall certainly lend his utmost support to you, my lord. Chapter 39. A glimpse of the future. Li Luo nodded slightly, subsequently introducing Fong Xianling to his father, Li Beixiong. Upon learning that Fong Xianling was not only a formidable expert of the returning ruins realm, but also an exceptional talent, Li Beixiong's face broke into a wide smile. Consequently, he warmly engaged Fong Xianling in a lengthy discussion that lasted throughout the night, much to Li Luo's amusement. At times, he found his father's enthusiasm quite endearing. Returning to his own chamber, Li Luo once again entered the system, opening the description of the metamorphic mask. Metamorphic mask, grade divine. The wearer can alter their appearance and aura at will through mere thought, undetectable by divine consciousness. What a remarkable item. The brief description stirred excitement within Li Luo. The metamorphic mask turned out to be a divine artifact for disguise. Upon retrieving it, he discovered that it was as thin as a cicada's wing, somewhat akin to a facial mask. Li Luo placed it upon his face, and, with a mere thought, His visage transformed into that of his father. Gazing into the mirror, he was momentarily stunned by the reflection staring back at him. It was indeed his father's likeness. Not only were the features and aura identical, but even his physique, under the guise of the metamorphic mask, mirrored that of his father. Truly a remarkable treasure. Removing the mask, Li Luo found himself enamored with its capabilities. Indeed, treasures produced by the system are extraordinary. Speaking of system products, it suddenly dawned on Li Luo that he had yet to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor scripture, as he had been preoccupied with battling the Black Knight Legion and had nearly forgotten about it. With time now at his disposal, it was the perfect moment to delve into the practice of this technique. The moment he unveiled the Heavenly Emperor scripture, a gentle luminescence flickered, and an ancient aura enveloped him. In an instant, Li Luo felt as though he had been transported to an eternal realm. Vaguely, he perceived the vastness of countless worlds. Amidst the hazy expanse, divine light burst forth, and the paths of the heavens coalesced into an immense bridge, emanating an essence of divinity, the source of chaos. Reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading from the ninth heaven, before him materialized a colossal dragon throne, spanning countless domains, exerting an overwhelming pressure upon the boundless universe. Situated at the bridge woven from the paths of the heavens, suddenly, a radiant glow enveloped the scene, and amidst the resplendent clouds, myriad imposing figures manifested, some resembling deities, others akin to demons, and yet others embodying the essence of myriad beings, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. As Li Luo stood astonished by the sight before him, an endless expanse of golden clouds surged forth, enveloping the dragon throne. The golden dragon engraved upon the throne abruptly opened its eyes, unleashing a majestic aura that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A mighty dragon's roar shattered the skies. Amidst the swirling mist, 9 golden dragons entwined with the throne. Gazing down with an imposing presence, Li Luo's pupils constricted sharply. Under the watchful gaze of the 9 golden dragons, he felt insignificantly small, akin to a mere insect. With a thunderous collective roar, the 9 dragons echoed, and the grand pathways resonated, causing the universe to tremble. The ethereal figures, who resembled deities, demons, and myriad beings, collectively knelt in reverence. In the midst of Li Luo's astonishment, an immense shadow materialized upon the dragon throne, akin to a sovereign overseeing all living beings. At the moment this figure appeared, a blinding radiance illuminated the surroundings, rendering Li Luo unable to open his eyes. In the fleeting glimpse before him, he caught sight of a black dragon robe and a 12-glass crown. To his astonishment, he seemed to glimpse his own likeness. The Great Xia, a deafening, harmonious resonance akin to an ancient bell or thunder reverberated in Li Luo's ears, nearly rupturing his eardrums and inducing an unbearable headache, almost causing him to faint. "Ah!" Li Luo screamed, abruptly awakening, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. The terrifying scene from earlier lingered vividly in his mind. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he found himself still within his chamber, the Heavenly Emperor scripture emanating a gentle glow, suspended before him. Was that figure truly me? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor scripture allowed me to glimpse a fragment of the future? Li Luo inhaled deeply, striving to recall the visage he had seen moments ago. Yet, the more he concentrated, the more the vivid scenes began to blur within his mind. At this juncture, he was certain that the Heavenly Emperor scripture before him was undoubtedly a technique that surpassed the divine grade. Regaining his composure, he opened the pages of the Heavenly Emperor scripture. Boom. Chapter 40. Terrifying crisis. As Li Luo opened the Heavenly Emperor scripture, it transformed into a stream of light that surged into his mind. His consciousness erupted, and his pupils contracted. In the blink of an eye, he found himself once more enveloped in a surreal manifestation. Surrounding him lay an endless expanse of luminous starry skies, with dazzling rivers of stars crisscrossing and shimmering as if he had fallen into a dream. Boom. Just as Li Luo marveled at the sight, a deafening thunderclap reverberated. From the depths of the resplendent universe, a torrent of divine pathways surged forth, a terrifying aura bearing down upon him, while hazy golden clouds enveloped the surrounding starry rivers. Within those clouds, Li Luo beheld an astonishing scene. 11 towering figures, their features obscured, stood as supreme sovereigns, treading upon countless starry rivers, poised beneath the infinite void. A formidable power of stars, chaos, and divinity coalesced into an overwhelming force, surrounding these 11 imposing figures. The 11 figures gazed upward, and following their line of sight, Li Luo's scalp prickled with dread as an overwhelming fear surged within him. Above the void, darkness churned, and shattered remnants of worlds cluttered a corner of the starry sky. Billions of living beings bled across the heavens, staining vast expanses with crimson. An ominous and terrifying aura relentlessly advanced toward the 11 towering figures. Behind these majestic figures lay vibrant realms teeming with life. Buzz! Suddenly, from the depths of the darkness, an immense, terrifying hand emerged, stretching across the shackles of time and space, bearing down upon Li Luo. Initially, he thought it was merely a fleeting image, yet in the next moment, the colossal hand, shrouded in malevolence, reached out from the vision. An innate terror gripped him as he beheld the dark, oppressive presence. Li Luo's pupils contracted, his body trembling. Under the weight of this terrifying hand, he found himself devoid of the will to resist, helplessly watching the looming hand descend upon him. The 11 towering figures in the vision also displayed expressions of shock, turning their gazes toward Li Luo. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Gritting his teeth, Li Luo fixed his gaze on the approaching hand, continuously reassuring himself that all of this was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, in the next second, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. At that moment, Li Luo realized that everything before him was not an illusion, but a genuine and terrifying crisis. Ding! Mysterious and unknown terror detected. Host is in life-threatening danger. Triggering system protection mechanism. Boom! As the system's alert sounded, a surge of terrifying supreme power erupted from within Li Luo, shooting forth into the void like a radiant rainbow, exuding an astonishing pressure. In an instant, Li Luo donned a black dragon robe, crowned by a 12-glass diadem, embodying the majesty of a celestial sovereign. The golden imperial aura enveloped him, radiating a majestic authority that seemed capable of suppressing all. As Li Luo gazed at his own resplendent attire, he was struck with astonishment. Was this not the very garb he had witnessed on the figure seated upon the dragon throne in his previous vision? Could it be that he was indeed gazing upon his future self? Feeling the overwhelming and tyrannical power coursing within him, Li Luo marveled at the transformation bestowed upon him by the system, elevating him from a mere insignificant insect to an exalted being whose every gesture could obliterate myriad realms. At that moment, he felt he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 11 formidable entities he had seen in the vision. With a buzz, Li Luo raised his gaze, his eyes sharp and steely, fixated upon the terrifying colossal hand descending upon him. Get lost, he thundered. Suddenly, the heavens roared as he clenched his palm. Countless forces converged within, coalescing into a resplendent, multicolored sword of the Tao. In an instant, imbued with imperial might, Li Luo flung the sword with a casual motion, unleashing a terrifying cascade of 7-colored light. The oppressive giant hand was instantly severed. In the very moment of its annihilation, Li Luo spun around and hurled a fist towards the darkened realm within the vision. The terrifying golden imperial aura surged forth from his fist, transforming into a magnificent 5-clawed golden dragon that radiated an awe-inspiring imperial might, crashing into the darkness. With a resounding boom, brilliant golden light illuminated everything around him. Under the force of this punch, the scene before him shattered like fragile glass, dispersing into myriad stars. Ding! Crisis averted. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Li Luo's mind once more. Following this, the overwhelming power he had wielded was withdrawn by the system, and his black dragon robe, along with the 12 glass crowns, vanished without a trace. In an instant, he returned to the initial stage of the returning ruins realm. With the crisis averted, Li Luo exhaled a sigh of relief. However, though he had narrowly escaped peril, he had tasted the exhilarating sensation of being an unrivaled powerhouse. The feeling of being godlike, of dominating the heavens and earth, left him somewhat entranced. Moreover, in that brief interlude as an unparalleled being, his mindset had shifted, becoming more enlightened. He realized that he had previously been overly cautious. With sufficient power, one could sweep away all obstacles and assert dominance over everything. Had he not harbored so many reservations earlier, the entire Liang would likely have already belonged to their Northern Liang. As Li Luo regained his composure, he noticed that the 11 formidable figures from the vision had materialized before him. Their hazy forms obscured their features, but he sensed that they appeared remarkably youthful, akin to 11 young boys of his own age. Yet, he understood that this was merely an impression. Subsequently, the 11 towering figures exchanged glances and pointed at Li Luo. A stream of golden light surged into his body. Li Luo was jolted, his pupils constricting. He felt an incredible transformation occurring within him. A vast power flooded through his limbs and bones, leaving him in agony, as if being scorched by fierce flames. Yet he understood that these 11 exalted beings were enhancing his constitution. Junior, You have received the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra, indicating your faithful connection with us. The Heavenly Emperor's Sutra, crafted by our collective efforts, comprises 11 layers. Each layer contains not only the principles we devised, but also the martial techniques learned by each of us. We now bestow upon you the body of the Heavenly Emperor. Only those possessing the Heavenly Emperor's body may cultivate the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra. Remember this well. A youthful voice resonated in Li Luo's ears. As the words lingered, the 11 majestic figures transformed into a stream of light, imprinting a technique into Li Luo's mind. At that moment, within the confines of his room, Li Luo was drenched in sweat, his countenance contorted in pain, as a faint golden aura enveloped him. His physique was undergoing a transformation under the influence of a supreme power. Meanwhile, the world outside was undergoing a monumental change. Chapter 41. The dawn of a golden era between heaven and earth. Auspicious signs appeared, and extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Golden clouds shrouded the entire continent, illuminating the night as brightly as day. Subsequently, the previously sparse spiritual energy began to thicken. Heavens, what is happening? The citizens of the Liang dynasty were captivated by the sudden celestial manifestations, rushing outside to gaze upwards, their hearts filled with trepidation. They had never witnessed such phenomena before. Upon a colossal mountain peak hovering in midair, a grand sect was nestled atop. This was the Tai Ling sect of the Western continent. At that moment, countless elders and disciples gazed upwards in awe at the terrifying phenomena. Within the Tai Ling sect, two venerable elders, exuding an ethereal aura, stared intently at the spectacle above. Night as bright as day, with phenomena unfolding, the revival of spiritual energy heralds the emergence of prodigies. This is the legendary Golden Era. One elder mused. The other elder nodded in agreement, his eyes flickering. A prosperous era also begets chaos. Within a resplendent imperial palace, a figure shrouded in divine light and mist sat upon a dragon throne, their visage obscured. A palpable imperial might weighed heavily upon the entire hall, rendering the civil and military officials present silent, quaking with respect. Your Majesty, auspicious signs have descended from the heavens, and spiritual energy abounds. This heralds the arrival of the Golden Era. The Golden Era also signifies the rise of prodigies and the impending chaos of the world. An elder clad in dark robes stepped forward, clasping his hands in reverence. I have coincidentally arrived at the Golden Era. It seems the time has come for my Flame Emperor dynasty to unify the Western continent. Dispatch orders. From this moment forth, those vassal kingdoms that align with my dynasty shall be rewarded, while those that oppose us shall be obliterated. The mist surrounding the figure on the dragon throne dissipated suddenly, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe, gazing down at the assembly. This man was none other than the emperor of the Flame Emperor dynasty. The Flame Emperor. We shall obey your command. The ministers and generals collectively bowed in reverence. In the Liang dynasty's Qianxiang city, within the governor's mansion, while everyone was enraptured by the celestial phenomena, Li Luo had already undergone his transformation. As he opened his eyes, he marveled at the extraordinary changes within his body. Under the mysterious exalted being's enhancement, he found that his physical form had achieved a substantial leap. Not only had his body grown stronger, but his comprehension of the Tao had also become markedly clearer. As a surge of spiritual energy rushed toward him from the heavens, Li Luo sensed that his cultivation speed had increased tenfold compared to before. However, breaking through each stage of the returning ruins realm required an immense amount of spiritual energy. Yet, after practicing for merely a short while, he accumulated more than he had in an entire month previously. Is this the body of the Heavenly Emperor? Li Luo smiled faintly, feeling no excessive excitement over possessing the Heavenly Emperor's body. No matter how extraordinary the Heavenly Emperor's body might be, it paled in comparison to the capabilities of his system. In the presence of the system, the Heavenly Emperor's body was but a lesser existence. At that moment, Li Luo began to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor's Sutra. However, just as he was practicing the first layer of the technique, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, prompting him to inquire, System, can prestige points be used to enhance techniques? Yes. How many prestige points are required to enhance the first layer of the technique? 200,000. Upon hearing that 200,000 prestige points were needed, Li Luo glanced at his balance, which fortuitously stood at precisely 200,000. Previously, he had accumulated over 3 million prestige points. After redeeming 3 summoning opportunities, he was left with exactly 200,000. With determination, Li Luo decided to expend his remaining prestige points to elevate his cultivation method, the Heavenly Emperor's Scripture, to the first level. Beep. Upgrade successful. In an instant, As the system deducted his prestige points, Li Luo's cultivation surged from the initial stage of the returning ruins realm to its pinnacle. Furthermore, within the first level of the scripture lay a formidable martial technique, the god-slaying, demon-subduing fist. This technique was also mastered by him. A vivid image flashed in his mind, a towering white figure, exuding unmatched grace. With a single punch, mountains crumbled and the very fabric of time and space distorted, causing the myriad realms to plunge into chaos. Wow, what a tremendous gain! Li Luo exclaimed, joyfully slapping his thigh. After elevating the Heavenly Emperor scripture to the first level, not only had his realm ascended, but he had also acquired such a terrifying martial technique. And this was merely the first level. The Heavenly Emperor scripture contains a total of 11 levels. This implies that upon fully mastering it, he would command 11 fearsome techniques. A smile crept upon Li Luo's lips as he composed himself. At that moment, he noticed the commotion outside his room. Young master. As Li Luo stepped out of the room, Luo Yi, Zhao Dezhong, Bai Wuchang, and the earth deity were already waiting for him. They observed that their young master seemed to have changed somehow. His aura appeared different. Li Luo gazed upward, furrowing his brow as he quietly scrutinized the celestial phenomenon. What is going on with this anomaly? He inquired. Luo Yi and the others shook their heads slightly, indicating their lack of understanding. As they were not from this world, they could not comprehend the significance of the phenomenon. They continued to watch the spectacle until it vanished. Suddenly, Li Luo and his companions paused, their eyes narrowing instinctively. Within their perception, a formidable figure from the great transformation realm had infiltrated their residence. Leave it to me, young master. I will deal with this intruder, Bai Wuchang said with a cold chuckle, stepping forward. Li Luo smiled gently and waved his hand. Let us go together. I am curious to see what this individual intends. With that, Li Luo and his companions vanished from their location. In the guest hall of the governor's mansion, after the anomaly had dissipated, Li Beixiong continued his discussion with Fang Xianling regarding the governance of the various counties in the western prefecture. At that moment, a figure quietly emerged atop the roof. This figure was none other than Ji Dong, a powerful individual from the Divine Feather Dynasty, who had come to gather intelligence. Unbeknownst to Ji Dong, two blood-red blossoms in his pupils began to swirl ominously. As Ji Dong materialized on the rooftop, Fang Xianling, who was deep in conversation with Li Beixiong, immediately sensed Ji Dong's presence and instinctively looked up. Just as he was about to take action, he received a telepathic message from Li Luo. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and continued his discussion with Li Beixiong. On the rooftop, Ji Dong peeled back a tile and saw Li Beixiong, heavily bandaged, lying injured in a chair. Northern Liang King, you have indeed suffered a grave injury at the hands of Murong Liao. Next year, on this day, shall be your day of sacrifice. Ji Dong remarked with delight, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Chapter 42. The fearful Ji Dong. In an instant, Ji Dong appeared in the guest hall. Upon seeing Ji Dong's sudden appearance, Li Beixiong was startled and instinctively demanded, "Who are you?" Li Beixiong rose from his seat, ready to retaliate, but Fang Xianling restrained him. Li Beixiong was momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized something was amiss. Ji Dong, with his back turned to them, laughed coldly into the air, occasionally appearing maniacal and grotesque. At that moment, Li Luo and Zhao Dezhong also silently appeared beside Li Beixiong, observing the strange expression on his father's face and Ji Dong's erratic laughter. They quickly realized that Ji Dong intended to infiltrate their residence. "Father, what is happening with this individual?" Li Beixiong questioned, perplexed as to why an exposed intruder would be laughing maniacally at thin air. Father, this man is ensnared in Zhao Dezhong's illusionary eye technique, Li Luo remarked, arms crossed, finding amusement in Ji Dong's solitary performance. Li Beixiong turned to Zhao Dezhong, who was manipulating the illusionary eye, and suddenly understood. Li Luo and his companions quietly observed Ji Dong. At that moment, Ji Dong, upon revealing himself, saw Li Beixiong, heavily bandaged, suddenly become agitated. "Who are you? Call for help." Li Beixiong, panic-stricken, called for his guards. However, Ji Dong merely chuckled. He seized Li Beixiong by the throat, lifting him and pinning him against a pillar. Northern Liang King, who would have thought you would meet your end today? Ji Dong's face gleamed with excitement. Eliminating the Northern Liang King would surely elevate his prestige within the Divine Feather Dynasty. "Who are you?" "We have no enmity." Li Beixiong, his face turning crimson as he struggled, gasped. "I am the commander of the Imperial Guards of the Divine Feather Dynasty," Ji Dong replied coldly, not bothering with further pleasantries. With a swift motion, he struck Li Beixiong's forehead, causing him to collapse instantly. Then, Ji Dong produced a dagger. slicing through Li Beixiong's forehead to sever his head, laughing maniacally without fear of being discovered. Without the Northern Liang king, who could challenge him? Little did Jidong know. As he reveled in his triumph, the very man he had slain stood alive and well beside Li Luo and the others, watching him with keen interest. So, he is the commander of the imperial guards of the Divine Feather Dynasty, Jidong. I never expected them to send someone to assassinate me. Li Beixiong's expression darkened upon hearing Jidong's words, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. He had heard of Jidong before. This was a remnant of the grudge from when he had defeated the Divine Feather Dynasty. Father, he may not necessarily represent the Divine Feather Dynasty, Li Luo observed, watching the excited Jidong with intrigue. Are you suggesting he could be an ally of Wang Wu? Li Beixiong inquired. Whether he is or not, we shall find out. Li Luo replied with a faint smile. Dezhong. Understanding the cue, Zhao Dezhong dispelled the illusion. Jidong was taken aback, staring at the head of Li Beixiong he held, which had transformed into a cloud of red smoke and dissipated. As he turned around, he was shocked to see the real Li Beixiong standing before him, appearing uninjured and accompanied by a group of cold-eyed individuals. How is this possible? Jidong's face turned pale as realization struck him. He had fallen victim to an illusion. There was a master of illusions within this residence. With a flash of thought, Jidong attempted to flee. However, just as he made his move, Li Luo's companions, Luo Yi, Zhao Daizhong, Bai Wuchang, Feng Xianling, and the Earth Deity, simultaneously emitted a cold snort. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire guest hall, pinning Jidong to the ground, rendering him immobile. A mere mid-tier great transformation realm cultivator dared to escape under their watch. It was nothing short of laughable. At that moment, Jidong's pupils constricted, trembling before Luo Yi and the others, his face paling as beads of sweat poured down, manifesting sheer terror. Returning ruins realm experts. Jidong's heart sank into despair. He never anticipated that there would be powerful figures from the returning ruins realm stationed in Bailiang. Moreover, there was more than one. Clad in white, Li Luo approached Jidong and spoke. You, from the Divine Feather Dynasty, are covertly assisting King Wu. Did he send you to assassinate my father? Upon hearing the name of the Divine Feather Dynasty, Jidong trembled slightly, and soon realized that the young man before him was none other than Li Luo, the heir of Bailiang. His mind raced, determined to find a way to convey this astonishing news back to the Divine Feather Dynasty. If they continued to provoke Bailiang, it would be too late once the powerful figures from the returning ruins realm came knocking at their door. Thus, Jidong, enduring the agony brought on by the pressure, attempted to shift the blame, stating solemnly, I know nothing of the Divine Feather Dynasty. I was indeed sent by King Wu. He instructed me to assess your true strength and eliminate the king of Bailiang. Unbeknownst to him, he had already revealed his identity under Zhao Dizhu's illusion. He still believed that Li Luo and his companions were unaware of who he truly was. It seems King Wu is indeed colluding with your Divine Feather Dynasty. If my conjecture is correct, your transaction with King Wu involves aiding him in seizing control of Liang, and once he successfully ascends the throne, the eastern territories bordering the Divine Feather Dynasty will be ceded to you. Am I right, Jidong, commander of the Divine Feather Dynasty's Imperial Guard? Li Luo sneered. Looking down at him, Jidong was struck with terror. How could the other party know his identity? Not only that, but they had also deduced the nature of their dealings with King Wu. How do you know my identity? Jidong instinctively inquired. Why, you just divulged it yourself. Li Luo smiled slightly before his expression turned cold. At that moment, Jidong recalled that he had inadvertently disclosed his identity during his encounter with the illusionary Li Beixiong. My son, how should we handle this person? Since he is the commander of the Divine Feather Dynasty's Imperial Guard, he should possess useful information. I have considerable experience in interrogation, Li Beixiong interjected, stepping forward with a chilling gaze fixed upon the prostrate Jidong, eager to act. Li Luo waved his hand. Dispose of him. With our current strength in Bailiang, not even the Divine Feather Dynasty or the nearby kingdoms combined would be a match for us. Once we unify Liang, we will take our time to settle the scores. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Wuchang took the initiative, a dark mist swirling behind him. The mist, reminiscent of wailing spirits, sent shivers down one's spine. From within the black fog, a dark iron chain shot forth, piercing Jidong's forehead. He fell lifeless on the spot. With a swift pull of the chain, Jidong's soul was extracted and drawn into the mist behind Bai Wuchang, leaving Li Beixiong astonished. Even Zhao Dizhu's and Luo Yi were taken aback. Impressive technique, Mr. Bai? Li Beixiong exclaimed in admiration. Just a small trick, nothing to mention. Bai Wuchang replied modestly with a slight smile. Li Luo had no surprise over Bai Wuchang's abilities. In their legends, by Wuchang was known for capturing souls. So such prowess was within his expectations. Chapter 43. Setting out overnight. Father, since King Wu has taken action against us, we must accelerate our efforts to unify Liang. Li Luo glanced at Ji Dong's lifeless body, then raised his gaze to the starry night sky, contemplating. Ever since he achieved clarity of mind, he had been unrestrained. The people of the Liang dynasty could no longer endure the ravages of war. If they delayed any longer, even if Beiliang ultimately unified Liang, they would inherit a broken kingdom. Haha, good, my son, I have been waiting for your words. Li Beixiong exclaimed joyfully upon learning of Li Luo's intention to unify Liang that very night. Li Luo smiled and continued, Father, lead the Beiliang cavalry directly to the imperial capital. I will have Gao Shun and the 18 riders of Yinyan accompany you. As for King Wu, I will handle him myself, heading straight to his encampment in Nanzhou with Luo Yi and the others. Once I eliminate King Wu, I will immediately rejoin you. Huh, my son, why not take some troops with you? That old fellow King Wu is not to be underestimated. He commands an army of 1,000,000. Li Beixiong expressed concern at the thought of his son charging alone into King Wu's territory. Father, do you think there is anyone in Liang capable of opposing us? Li Luo teased. At that moment, Li Beixiong remembered that his son and Luo Yi were both powerful figures from the returning ruins realm. In Liang, there truly were no adversaries who could harm them. He had momentarily been overly anxious. Oh dear, look at me. All right, I will await you at the imperial capital. But remember, even though your strength surpasses mine now, remain cautious. That old coot King Wu is cunning, Li Beixiong reminded him. He then turned and, brimming with excitement, donned his battle robe, calling upon the 5 generals, Long Yi and others, to assemble the troops. Watching his father's energetic figure retreat, Li Luo felt a warm surge in his heart, recalling the meticulous care his father had always shown him. Rest assured, father, Liang will surely be our domain. No one can take it from us. Li Luo smiled faintly before stealthily departing Xinxiang City with Luo Yi, Zhao Dizhus, Bai Wuchang, and Tu Digong, heading straight for Nanzhou. As for Fang Xinling, he was assigned to stay by his father's side to protect him against unforeseen events. Within Xinxiang City, the sound of thousands of galloping horses resonated as the banners fluttered. The formidable Beiliang cavalry, led by Li Beixiong, surged out of the city gates towards the imperial capital. The grand spectacle stirred the curiosity of countless citizens. Why is our Beiliang cavalry mobilizing at night? Could it be that King Wu is attacked? Now, only the prince and King Wu are left to vie for control of the Liang dynasty. I hope the prince and his highness can defeat King Wu soon. Overthrow that incompetent court and end the war. Indeed, I fully support the prince in establishing a new dynasty. Yes, we all support the prince and his highness. On the city gates, Lu Heng and Lu Lingxi watched the cavalry galloping out. Lu Lingxi's gaze continually searched among the ranks for something. Yet, until the last of the cavalry had departed, she could not find the figure she sought. Lu Heng noticed his daughter's unusual demeanor and chuckled. My daughter. The young lord left Xinxiang City long ago. At his words, Lu Lingxi paused, a fleeting shadow of resentment crossing her eyes. That fool left without even saying goodbye to me. She would never forget the day the black cavalry had besieged the city. In that moment of crisis, Li Luo led 100,000 Beiliang cavalry, like divine warriors descending from the heavens, rescuing countless citizens of Xinxiang City. It was from that day forth that Li Luo's godlike demeanor was forever etched in her mind, impossible to erase. Seeing his daughter remain silent, Lu Heng stroked his beard and jested. Ah, if my daughter is unhappy with this marriage, I shall inform the prince to annul the engagement. No. Upon hearing her father's intention to withdraw her betrothal to Li Luo, Lu Lingxi's composure instantly faltered, despite her usual calm demeanor. However, upon noticing the amused expression on Lu Heng's face, she, with her cleverness, quickly realized that her father was merely teasing her. Her cheeks flushed as she candidly admitted, Father. Father, indeed, your daughter harbors affection for His Highness the Crown Prince. Yet, it seems that His Highness does not reciprocate such feelings. At this point, a shadow of melancholy flickered in Lu Lingxi's eyes. She pondered what extraordinary woman could possibly capture the Crown Prince's heart. Lu Heng sighed, gazing at the star-studded night sky, and spoke slowly. My dear daughter, the Crown Prince is like a dragon poised to ascend from the depths, a person of imperial stature. How could an ordinary woman ever be deemed worthy in His Highness's discerning eyes? However, do not underestimate yourself. With your knowledge and insight, you are undoubtedly qualified to be His Highness's virtuous consort. It is merely that he has spent little time with you and remains unaware of your qualities. After tonight, should the prince's fate be sealed and he ascend as the ruler of Liang, You should journey to the imperial capital and spend more time with him. Lin Xi raised her gaze to the vast expanse of stars, an expression of worry crossing her face. She understood that the days ahead for Liang were destined to be fraught with bloodshed. She was acutely aware of the crown prince's formidable strength. Yet she could not quell her concern for his safety, silently praying for Li Luo. The news of the Northern Liang cavalry's mobilization swiftly spread across Shizhou, capturing the attention of countless individuals. Simultaneously, the king of Wu, stationed in Nanzhou, received the intelligence regarding the Northern Liang cavalry's movement without delay. Chapter 44. Qin Yu. To his astonishment, the king of Northern Liang had emerged unscathed from his battle with Murong Liao. Has General Ji returned? Upon learning that Li Beixiong was leading the Northern Liang cavalry into action, the king of Wu could no longer maintain his composure. He turned to the four formidable figures from the divine Feather Dynasty seated before him and spoke in a grave tone. The four members of the divine Feather Dynasty exchanged glances, all shaking their heads slightly. One among them, with a serious expression, remarked, "We attempted to contact General Ji immediately, but found ourselves unable to reach him. Since the king of Northern Liang has not sustained any injuries, it seems General Ji's situation is dire." As the words fell, a terrifying killing intent surged from the three other warriors of the divine Feather Dynasty. The king of Northern Liang must perish. The king of Wu nodded inwardly, his eyes narrowing. "Report, Your Majesty. The scouts have returned with news that the king of Northern Liang, leading his cavalry, is not heading towards Nanzhou, but rather towards the imperial capital." A guard rushed in, speaking urgently. The king of Wu's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he pondered why Li Beixiong would lead his forces to the capital. Could it be that the king of Northern Liang intends to seize the imperial capital, forcing Qin Yun to abdicate, and thus preempting your ascension to become the ruler of Liang? A general suddenly recalled something and warned. The king's mind was instantly awakened. "Quickly, assemble the troops and follow me to the imperial capital." Yes, the generals swiftly departed the royal residence, rallying the million-strong army stationed outside the city. "Gentlemen, the great battle with Northern Liang is about to commence. Whether I can claim the realm of Liang depends on your assistance." The king of Wu rose and regarded the four powerful figures from the divine Feather Dynasty, pondering deeply. The four warriors exchanged cold glances. Their leader speaking in a chilling tone, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. With us four by your side, prepare yourself for the throne. However, we have one condition." Upon hearing that the four had conditions, the king of Wu's displeasure was evident. "Speak." The leader of the divine Feather Dynasty fixed his icy gaze upon the king, his voice laced with murderous intent as he slowly declared, "During the battle, the king of Northern Liang shall be entrusted to us. We wish to torment him thoroughly, making him wish for death, to avenge the humiliating defeat our divine Feather Dynasty suffered years ago." A fierce glimmer appeared in the leader's eyes, and the scarred visage on his rugged face was particularly striking. He was Su Yuanhua, the divine wind general of the divine Feather Dynasty. It was he who had once led an army to invade Liang. However, the hundreds of thousands of divine feather troops he commanded faced a devastating setback against Li Beixiong and his 10,000 cavalry. That catastrophic defeat haunted him, and the scar on his face was a reminder of the humiliation inflicted by Li Beixiong. For years, he had longed to vanquish Li Beixiong and reclaim his honor. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Of course, that is acceptable. The king of Wu had anticipated more exorbitant demands, so he readily acquiesced. Subsequently, he and the four powerful figures from the divine Feather Dynasty vanished from the scene. Outside the city, the king of Wu's army quickly assembled, standing before the million-strong forces. He declared, "My lords, Father." Zhao Fengyun and the generals bowed in unison. "Father, the army is fully assembled." Zhao Fengyun's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of becoming the crown prince of Liang. The king of Wu nodded slightly, gazing at his legitimate son. "Yinner, you have done well. Once I become the ruler of Liang, you shall be the crown prince." "Thank you, father. You shall surely defeat Northern Liang and replace the court, becoming the sovereign of Liang." Elated by his father's promise, Zhao Fengyun felt a surge of joy. The king of Wu addressed his million-strong army and all the generals. "Noble warriors, this final battle will determine your fates. Those who fight valiantly shall be richly rewarded." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The leading generals were so moved that they knelt, calling the king of Wu Your Majesty. The million soldiers behind them echoed their gratitude, kneeling in unison. The chorus of Your Majesty filled the air, bringing immense joy to the king of Wu, who was invigorated. "Very well, let us set forth and seize the imperial capital." The king of Wu, no longer concealing his authority, boldly referred to himself as I, gesturing grandly as the million-strong army responded to his command, advancing swiftly towards the imperial capital of Liang. In a concealed chamber deep within the royal palace, Emperor Qin Yun, clad in a dragon robe, stood before the stone door. Beside him stood the chief eunuch, Wei Gonggong. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astonished. For the Emperor of Liang, who typically appeared indulgent and debauched in court, now radiated an overwhelming aura of authority befitting a sovereign. The world had been deceived by Qin Yun. Moreover, the aura emanating from Wei Gonggong was equally formidable. Remarkably, both individuals possessed the cultivation of the great Yin realm. Furthermore, Wei Gonggong's presence surpassed that of Qin Yun, rivaling evenly Baixiu. He had reached the pinnacle of the great Yin realm. Father, we have just received news that the king of Northern Liang is leading his cavalry directly towards the imperial capital. According to their marching speed, they will arrive in 3 days. Additionally, the king of Wu is also leading 1,000,000 troops, marching through the night, Qin Yun pondered. As soon as Qin Yun's words fell, a low, mocking laugh echoed from within the stone door. Huh. I never expected the king of Northern Liang to triumph over the black cavalry of the Southern Cloud dynasty. Even Morong Liao fell at his hands. Truly, he was my right-hand man of yore. What a pity. I had anticipated the rebellion of the other 3 kings. But I did not foresee the king of Northern Liang betraying me. Betraying Liang. It is evident that vassal kings should not exist. Yunner, how have you trained the imperial guards? Qin Yun inquired thoughtfully. Father, the imperial guards are capable of forging a military spirit. They will not fear the Northern Liang cavalry. Indeed, once the king of Northern Liang and the king of Wu's armies collide, let them engage in a fierce struggle. We shall then strike decisively to eradicate them, replied the figure behind the stone door. Qin Yun nodded slightly, recalling something. Father, according to the intelligence gathered by our scouts, the king of Wu appears to have the divine feather dynasty supporting him from behind, dispatching multiple great Yin realm experts. While the king of Northern Liang is not to be underestimated, as he seems to have several unknown powerful figures who have appeared on the battlefield. The sudden emergence of these unfamiliar formidable figures, whose true strengths remain unknown, likely reside within the realm of the great Yin. Upon my demise, these vassal kings have indeed revealed their true colors. Do not worry, a mere handful of great Yin entities cannot stir much upheaval. The voice from within the stone door coldly remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with excitement soon after. Father, have you succeeded? He exclaimed. The figure behind the stone door did not respond, but merely offered a cold smile, leading Qin Yun to comprehend the situation. His face lighting up with enthusiasm. He now eagerly anticipated the swift arrival of the armies from the Northern Liang and King Wu. Subsequently, Qin Yun and eunuch Wei departed from the secret chamber. Once the two had left, on the other side of the stone door, a middle-aged man bore a chilling expression. The terrifying aura emanating from him enveloped the entire chamber. At this moment, had Li Baixiong and King Wu been present, they would have been struck with astonishment at the sight of this man, for he was none other than the old emperor of Liang, Qin Yu. Not only had Qin Yu survived, but his cultivation had also ascended to the realm of returning ruins. King of Northern Liang, King Wu, he scoffed disdainfully. Without entering returning ruins, you are but mere ants. With that, Qin Yu shut his eyes, continuing to consolidate his realm, patiently awaiting the arrival of the 2 kings' armies. Chapter 45. A request for your head on a moonless night with a gusty wind. 1,000,000-strong army advanced swiftly, torches illuminating several miles ahead. At this moment, King Wu was leading his troops on the path to the imperial capital. Halt! Suddenly, King Wu and 4 other formidable warriors from the divine feather dynasty sensed something amiss. He promptly commanded the army to stop. Father, what is wrong? Zhao Fengyun, mounted on horseback, inquired, puzzled. King Wu and the 4 divine feather warriors remained silent. Their eyes narrowed as they focused intently on the darkness ahead. Zhao Fengyun followed their gaze and was startled to see a figure slowly emerging from the shadows. At the same time, everyone looked up, realizing that the once bright moon was now obscured by a massive dark cloud. It resembled a cloud, yet it felt more like a vast shroud of black mist. Who goes there? Step aside. Zhao Fengyun, taken aback by the sudden appearance in the middle of the road, instinctively shouted. King Wu and the others exchanged serious glances, their expressions turning grave. Given the desolate mountains and wilderness surrounding them, this person's appearance was likely intended for them. A tremendous surge of spiritual awareness erupted from King Wu and the 4 divine feather warriors, instantly covering the nearby forest. Yet, they found nothing. King Wu focused on the figure stepping forth from the darkness, directing his spiritual awareness towards it. In his perception, This gradually revealing figure emitted no spiritual fluctuations. Nevertheless, he did not dare to underestimate the situation, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the emerging form. "Ah, King Wu, leading your army in such a hurry, where are you off to?" A voice broke the tension, prompting everyone to tense up. From the shadows emerged an extraordinarily youthful and handsome boy clad in white. King Wu's spiritual energy surged as he fixated on this unexpected youth. Judging by the boy's words, he was indeed here for them. Although the boy's demeanor was peculiar, lacking any spiritual energy, King Wu, ever cautious, instinctively mobilized his vast powers, ready to strike should the boy make any sudden moves. "Kid, playing tricks? Do you seek death? Get out of the way, or my horse will trample you." Zhao Fengyun, infuriated to see a boy younger than himself, disregarded the figure entirely. Just as he was about to command the army to resume its march, King Wu waved his hand, signaling for caution. This boy was too strange, too composed. Even in the face of their million-strong army, he remained calm and unflustered. This child was undoubtedly no ordinary person. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my path?" King Wu's gaze sharpened as he spoke coldly. The white-clad youth remained unperturbed, offering a slight smile. "Allow me to introduce myself, Your Highness. I am Li Luo, son of Li Beixiong." "What? You are the heir of Northern Liang, Li Luo." Upon hearing the name Li Beixiong, everyone was taken aback. Zhao Fengyun stared at Li Luo in disbelief, exclaiming in shock. He never expected that this boy who had suddenly blocked their way was the son of King Wu, the heir of Northern Liang. The soldiers behind King Wu, too, wore grave expressions, growing wary as they scanned the surroundings for any signs of Northern Liang's cavalry hiding nearby. Upon learning of Li Luo's identity, King Wu's pupils constricted, and a terrifying power erupted from him. His spiritual awareness spread out like ripples on water, confirming that there were no Northern Liang cavalry in the vicinity. Yet, doubts began to plague him. Everyone knew that Li Beixiong was extremely fond of Li Luo, fiercely protective of him. How could he allow his son to appear here alone? Although King Wu had seen Li Luo when he was a child, he had yet to witness his grown form. Li Luo, sensing King Wu's skepticism, recalled that when he was 4 or 5 years old, his father had brought him to the imperial capital to meet the old emperor. At that time, King Wu had indeed seen him. Ever since, he had remained in Northern Liang City until now. King Wu's memory of him was still rooted in his childhood appearance. Hence he did not recognize him now. However, with his memories from a past life, Li Luo immediately recognized King Wu. "Ah, King Wu, you need not doubt my identity. Over a decade ago, in the imperial capital, I remember you once held me. At that time, the late emperor even gifted me a piece of spirit jade. However, I tossed that spirit jade to feed the fish upon returning to Northern Liang," Li Luo said with a calm smile, seemingly reminding King Wu. At these words, King Wu's pupils narrowed. In that moment, he was certain that this youth was indeed Li Luo, for he had indeed held Li Luo as a child, and the late emperor had rewarded him with a piece of spirit jade due to Li Beixiong being his only son. To think this boy remembered. With the confirmation of Li Luo's identity, King Wu's confusion deepened. How could Li Beixiong dare to let Li Luo appear here? Did he not fear that Li Luo would be taken hostage to coerce him? Or was it possible that Li Beixiong had already laid an ambush nearby? After pondering for a moment, King Wu gazed at Li Luo and mused. "I have heard that your father has led his army straight to the imperial capital. Why are you here?" All eyes turned to Li Luo. With a nonchalant smile, Li Luo maintained his air of tranquility and replied, "I have come here to borrow something from you, Your Highness." "Oh, borrow something from me? What is it?" King Wu asked instinctively. "Your head," Li Luo declared with a smile. Upon hearing this, King Wu's expression instantly darkened, a terrifying aura surging towards Li Luo. Chapter 46, revealed under the overwhelming pressure. Li Luo remained unmoved, his white attire billowing in the wind. King Wu, witnessing Li Luo's calmness in the face of his formidable aura, felt a flicker of surprise. Although he had only exerted 30% of his strength, it was not something an ordinary person could withstand. "Ah, as expected of the son of King Beixiong. You possess the demeanor of your father in his prime. However, you alone dare to claim my head in front of this king's million-strong army. Is that not a touch foolish?" The king of Wu released a chilling aura of menace, speaking in a low voice. As soon as his words fell, the generals behind him erupted into resounding laughter. "Father, allow your son to capture Li Luo." Zhao Fengyun, unable to contain himself, brandished his spear and charged at Li Luo. At that moment, the king of Wu became intrigued, eager to discern whether his son possessed greater skill than the son of Li Beixiong. "Huh, Li Luo. Today I shall demonstrate that your former reputation holds no weight here." Zhao Fengyun's face contorted with malice, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Since learning of Li Luo's triumph leading the Bailiang Iron Cavalry in a night raid that decimated the Black Cavalry, he had been consumed by jealousy. In his eyes, without the Bailiang Iron Cavalry, Li Luo was nothing. Zhao Fengyun, a mid-tier practitioner of the ascending spirit realm, thrust his spear with tremendous force towards Li Luo's head. A strike intended to slay him on the spot. Yet, in the face of Zhao Fengyun's lethal assault, Li Luo not only refrained from evading, but instead wore a warm smile. The spear, akin to thunder, approached Li Luo in an instant. Zhao Fengyun assumed Li Luo was stunned into silence by his attack, sneering in derision. The rumored son of Bailiang would not be so easily intimidated. Just as everyone believed Li Luo was doomed, he swiftly raised his hand, and to Zhao Fengyun's astonishment, he deftly pinched the spear's tip between his fingers, rendering it immovable. Zhao Fengyun was taken aback. How could Li Luo withstand his strike? He had poured all his strength into that blow. Li Luo regarded the bewildered Zhao Fengyun, still smiling. This Zhao Fengyun possessed considerable talent, and without the assistance of the system, he might have struggled against him at the same level. Yet, he now stood at the pinnacle of the returning ruins realm, while Zhao Fengyun, a mere ascending spirit, dared to flaunt his prowess before him. Truly, it was akin to lighting a lantern in a dung pit. Such talent is commendable, but alas, take heed in your next life. Li Luo grinned. At that moment, the king of Wu sensed something amiss and shouted in alarm, "Cloud, retreat quickly." As the king's words echoed, Li Luo flicked his fingers, effortlessly breaking the spear he had pinned. In the blink of an eye, it flew through Zhao Fengyun's skull. Zhao Fengyun's face contorted in terror as a warm sensation trickled down from his head. His consciousness began to fade as he collapsed, life slipping away. "Cloud, you little wretch. You seek death." Boom. The king of Wu, witnessing his most cherished son fall to Li Luo, erupted with fury. He swept his hand, unleashing a terrifying force directed at Li Luo. Even the four powerful figures of the Xinyu dynasty behind him dared not confront this blow, illustrating the king's lethal intent towards Li Luo. Observing the impending strike, Li Luo could hardly be bothered to retaliate, merely contemplating. "Let us proceed." Boom. As Li Luo's words fell, the sky above them was suddenly engulfed by four formidable presences. An iron chain emerged from the dark clouds, shattering the king's attack. Following this, four figures, exuding a terrifying aura, descended from the heavens. These four were Luo Yi, Zhao Di's Hus, by Wu Chang, and the land god. They had been observing from above for quite some time. Returning ruins realm warriors. How is this possible? How could Bailiang possess not one, but four returning ruins realm warriors? The king of Wu's complexion turned ashen upon sensing the overwhelming presence emanating from Luo Yi and the others. Even he, steadfast as a mountain, began to tremble involuntarily. A single returning ruins warrior could suppress the entire Liang dynasty. Yet Bailiang possessed four. At that moment, it was not just the king of Wu who was stricken with fear. Even the four powerful figures of the Xinyu dynasty, led by Su Yuanhua, turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. They had thought their peak strength in the great Yin realm would easily overpower Bailiang, only to realize how profoundly mistaken they were. Had they known about the returning ruins warriors stationed in Bailiang, they would never have ventured into this perilous situation. However, it seemed too late for regrets. The king of Wu's generals, along with the million-strong army, crumbled under the terrifying pressure exerted by Luo Yi and his companions, with many collapsing to their knees. How could they possibly triumph over the legendary returning ruins warriors? Boom. As the four appeared, they wasted no time in launching their assault against the king of Wu's forces. "Damn it, we must fight. Everyone, unite with this king, or we shall surely perish." The king of Wu bellowed, drawing a massive blade, revealing his peak power in the great Yin realm. A terrifying arc of light sliced through the air, aimed at the approaching Luo Yi. Meanwhile, the four from the Xinyu dynasty, upon seeing Luo Yi and his companions, contemplated retreat. Yet they soon realized the surrounding void had been sealed off by the four returning ruins realm warriors. Thus, attempting to distance themselves from the king of Wu, they shouted to Li Luo, "Li Luo, we four are but subjects of the Xinyu dynasty, sent here at the behest of the king of Wu to assist. We shall depart Liang immediately and vow never to involve ourselves in its affairs again." Witnessing their cowardice, the king of Wu was filled with rage. Yet, at that moment, Luo Yi pierced through the king's strike, closing the distance. With a sweeping motion, he inflicted grave injury upon the king, knocking him to the ground. Li Luo dismissed the Xinyu dynasty's submission, sneering in indifference. At that moment, Bai Wu Chang approached the four figures. "Jie, bind the souls." Chapter 47. illusory flame heavenly fire. Su Yuanhua and the others had no time to evade. For cold, dark chains erupted from the black mist behind Bai Wuchang, piercing through their bodies. Following a scream, amidst the horrified gazes of onlookers, Bai Wuchang yanked the chains, extracting their souls from their bodies. The four collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Their souls were consumed by Bai Wuchang, who wore a satisfied smile. Soldiers, heed my command. Attack. The king of Wu, dragging his wounded body, immediately ordered his million-strong army to charge towards Li Luo and his companions. Kill. Upon receiving the king's command, the million-strong army erupted in a cacophony of battle cries, surging like a tidal wave toward Li Luo and the others. Meanwhile, the king intended to use this army as a means to escape, given his current strength. Confronting a returning Ruins Realm warrior was tantamount to throwing an egg against a stone. Humph. Luo saw through the king's intention to flee. With a silver spear in hand, he transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the midst of the million-strong army. At that moment, Luo resembled an unparalleled war deity. With a single strike, he pierced through the heads of thousands of soldiers, swiftly carving a bloody path to pursue the king of Wu. The king of Wu, witnessing Luo obstruct him, sank into despair. Die! Luo lunged forward with his spear. A phantom of a silver spear erupted from the weapon, aimed directly at the king's head. The king, fully aware that he had no path of retreat, resolved to fight with all his might. Ninely one sword. The king of Wu gripped his sword tightly, unleashing an explosive aura, the weapon emitting a piercing cry. With a thunderous shout, he slashed towards the incoming phantom silver spear. The king's full-strength strike collided with the ethereal spear. A crack echoed, followed by the sound of shattering, akin to glass breaking. King Wu's pupils contracted, his expression vacant, as the shattered fragments of a broken sword flew before him, reflecting a hint of crimson. He could scarcely believe that a peak existence in the Great Yin realm could appear so feeble before the return to the Ruins realm. Suddenly, a wave of vertigo struck him, and he collapsed to the ground, a gaping wound in his throat consuming his vitality. Luo seized King Wu's lifeless body and charged towards the million-strong army. At that moment, as the vast army moved under command, they advanced towards Li Luo. Zhao Dizhu's and the Earth God stood resolutely before him. Confronted with the advancing forces, Zhao Dizhu's instantly activated his illusionary eye. In his blood-red gaze, crimson blossoms whirled violently, igniting golden flames within his pupils. Under Li Luo's watchful eyes, blood streamed from Zhao Dizhu's eyes. Illusory flame, celestial fire. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Dizhu's pupils shrank. Among the rushing soldiers, countless warriors were inexplicably engulfed in golden flames. The flames spread rapidly, consuming everything in their path. Agonizing screams erupted as countless soldiers were scorched by the divine fire. Yet, what instilled greater fear was the fact that the peculiar golden flames clung tenaciously to their bodies, refusing to be extinguished. Even the slightest touch would lead to immediate incineration. In mere moments, thousands of soldiers were reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. As the illusory flame celestial fire continued to spread, the death toll relentlessly rose. Truly, a character summoned by the system. Li Luo marveled at the terrifying prowess of Zhao Dizhu's. Despite the devastation, the unaware troops continued their advance. Observing this, the Earth God stepped forward and gently tapped his staff against the ground. Mountain shifting, sea filling. Boom. The Earth God, clad in flowing garments, emanated an aura of terror. The peak presence of the Ruins realm caused the very heavens and earth within a 1,000-mile radius to change color. Suddenly, mountains began to crumble, and the towering peaks floated ominously in the air, surrounded by a series of golden runes, resembling ancient divine mountains. The oppressive atmosphere instantly halted the charge of the million-strong army. Fear etched on their faces, the soldiers knelt, their weapons falling from their hands. Is this the hand of a deity? Surely we have angered the gods. We cannot win. We are all doomed. Despair filled the hearts of the million soldiers as they gazed up at the colossal mountains overshadowing them, their fighting spirit extinguished. Li Luo, too, was taken aback by the Earth God's display of power. Although the Earth God held a lower status within the mythological hierarchy compared to other deities, his strength was undeniably formidable. One could only wonder how terrifying the powers of renowned deities like Erlang Shun, Li Jing, and the four heavenly kings truly were. Earth God, I implore you to show mercy. Snapping back to reality, Li Luo hurriedly urged the Earth God to refrain from further displays of divinity. Though they serve King Wu, they are ultimately subjects of Liang. Fear not, young master. I merely wish to intimidate this million-strong army, not to engage in wanton slaughter. The earth god chuckled, stroking his white beard. Just then, Luo Yi returned with King Wu's corpse. Young master, King Wu is dead. Luo Yi tossed the body to the ground, cupping his hands in respect. Li Luo nodded and then lifted King Wu's lifeless form. Stepping forward, he positioned himself above the army, amplifying his voice with spiritual energy. Hear me. I am Li Luo, son of the Northern Liang king, the heir of Northern Liang. King Wu has been slain by our hands. There is no need to sacrifice your lives for him any longer. As I consider you all to be subjects of Liang, I urge you to surrender. Those who yield shall not be harmed. Li Luo's voice quickly reached the ears of every soldier. Is that truly the prince? The prince is dead. Your Highness, I surrender. I do not wish to die. I too surrender. Under the guidance of a few individuals, the million-strong army collectively laid down their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. Witnessing this, Li Luo smiled faintly and exchanged a knowing glance with the earth god. The earth god understood and withdrew his divine power, allowing the colossal ancient mountains to gradually recede to their original positions. Chapter 48, Shedding Deception, Your Highness. The million-strong army collectively surrendered, kneeling before Li Luo. As the army's capitulation unfolded, Zhao Di's Hus, Bai Wuchang, and Luo Yi all ceased their actions. Li Luo surveyed the subservient army, secretly relieved. Had these soldiers remained obstinate, he had prepared for a massacre. Fortunately, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Among the ranks, many generals under King Wu had perished beneath Zhao Di's Hus' illusory flame, celestial fire. Thus, the remaining forces fell under Li Luo's effortless control. Everyone, heed my command. Bury the fallen warriors, and then follow me to the imperial capital. Li Luo issued his orders. The million-strong army responded promptly, hastily dealing with their deceased comrades before resuming their march towards the imperial capital. However, this army had changed its master overnight. 3 days swiftly passed. During this brief span, the citizens of the Liang dynasty turned their attention to the imperial capital. The armies of the Northern Liang king and King Wu were advancing towards it. It was clear to all that the final clash between the Northern Liang king and King Wu would take place within the imperial capital. Who would emerge as the new ruler of the Liang dynasty would be determined in this ultimate battle. As for the Liang court, the populace had long forgotten it. The emperor was incompetent, and officials exploited the common people. Had the court possessed any capability, the rebellion by the vassal kings would not have occurred, nor would they have remained silent in the face of such insurrection. The citizens of the Liang dynasty were utterly disillusioned with such a corrupt regime. Many now yearned for the Northern Liang king and King Wu to determine the victor, bringing an end to the chaos and establishing a new dynasty. Among them, the citizens of Liang were divided into two factions. One supported the Northern Liang, while the other backed King Wu. The supporters of the Northern Liang were predominantly from the western provinces and Northern Liang itself. However, following Northern Liang's victory over the Southern Cloud dynasty and the expulsion of foreign invaders, a number of common folk from King Wu's territory began to shift their allegiance to Northern Liang. Currently, public sentiment favored Northern Liang over King Wu. In the imperial capital, the populace learned that the armies of the Northern Liang king and King Wu would arrive today, turning the capital into the final battlefield for their rivalry. Anxiety spread among the citizens. Many congregated in the streets, openly supporting both the Northern Liang king and King Wu while denouncing the current court. Just last night, the oblivious emperor of Liang issued a decree forbidding anyone from leaving the capital. The next day, the city gates were shut, and heavy troops were dispatched to guard them. Meanwhile, within the palace, the civil and military officials learned that the armies of both kings would arrive today. Like the common folk, they were filled with trepidation, deliberating whom to ally with when the kings arrived. After all, the Liang dynasty was on the brink of collapse. Your Majesty. At that moment, the voice of Grand Eunuch Wei echoed in the court. Yet, the civil and military officials had little inclination to pay heed to Qin Yun, a ruler on the verge of losing his kingdom. In their minds, it seemed that this foolish monarch, now on the brink of death, still brought a woman to court. Under the indifferent gazes of the civil and military officials, Qin Yun, clad in a golden dragon robe, approached the dragon throne. At this moment, he shed his disguise, and a terrifying aura emanated from him, filling the entire hall. The officials present were taken aback. Today's Qin Yun was vastly different from the past. Why do you not kneel before me? Qin Yun's expression turned frigid, his countenance reflecting great anger. At this moment, some seasoned martial generals, sensing the dreadful spiritual power radiating from Qin Yun, began to tremble and hurriedly knelt. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor. The surrounding civil officials, witnessing the fear on the faces of the martial generals, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. However, before they could react, Qin Yun trembled, and a tremendous pressure surged forth, instantly pinning the civil officials to the ground, rendering them immobile. Fear was etched on every face. "We pay our respects to your majesty." Countless officials, their expressions changing dramatically, hastily bowed to Qin Yun. Faced with such a transformation in Qin Yun, some astute officials realized that everything he had previously displayed was but an act. A thought crossed their minds, and many began to sweat profusely, their faces turning pale. His Majesty is indeed deeply scheming. The world has been deceived by him. Humph. Where are the armies of the two kings at this moment? Qin Yun's gaze turned cold, disregarding the officials. Once he subdued the two kings, he would address these fence-sitters. "Your Majesty, the army of Bailiang has arrived. But the army of the King of Wu has only just entered the borders of the imperial capital. However, according to our scouts, the King of Wu is not present among his troops," reported a guardsman clad in golden armor, kneeling and pondering. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue passed through Qin Yun's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. The King of Wu is not with his army? Could it be that he has already arrived in the imperial capital ahead of time? Qin Yun did not delve too deeply. Regardless, today, both the King of Bailiang and the King of Wu were doomed, and their armies would be reclaimed by his royal family. "Has the Imperial Guard assembled?" Qin Yun raised an eyebrow and inquired. "Your Majesty, the 500,000 Imperial Guards have assembled and are merely awaiting your command." The guardsman gazed at Qin Yun with fervent admiration. "Excellent. If any of you are interested, you may accompany me to witness the spectacle." Qin Yun waved his hand grandly. Then, with a cold smirk directed at the officials, he strode out of the hall alongside Grand Eunuch Wei. The officials exchanged glances before following suit. Upon exiting the hall, the sight before them left all the ministers astounded. The square, and even the eaves of the buildings, were filled with imperial guards clad in golden armor. "We pay our respects to your Majesty." The imperial guards knelt in unison, a formidable battle spirit surging forth, reaching for the heavens. The skies above the palace suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, creating a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Witnessing the golden-armored forces before them, the martial generals beside Qin Yun couldn't help but inhale sharply. The battle spirit of this imperial guard had begun to materialize. The manifestation of battle spirit indicated that this imperial guard could forge a military soul. It was known that only the iron cavalry of Bailiang could condense such a military soul within the entire Liang dynasty. At this moment, both civil and military officials felt a chill run down their spines at the prospect of Qin Yun's ruse. Would Liang face annihilation? A question mark loomed in the hearts of the crowd, and uncertainty washed over the officials. Observing the shifting expressions of the civil and military officials, Qin Yun let out a cold chuckle and then turned his gaze toward the 50,000 imperial guards. "Since the King of Bailiang has arrived first, let us take him down. I wonder whose military soul is stronger, your Dragon Slayer or my Dragon Shi?" Qin Yun lifted his eyes towards the city gates, anticipation gleaming in his gaze. Chapter 49. Armies approaching the imperial capital. Outside the imperial city, smoke and clouds enveloped the area, and the thunderous sound of iron hooves resonated through the skies. The soldiers stationed atop the city walls witnessed, amidst the billowing dust, the war flag of Bailiang fluttering in the wind, as an endless sea of iron cavalry charged forth with a might akin to mountains and rivers. "Quick! Hurry and report to His Majesty that the iron cavalry of Bailiang is approaching." A city guard immediately dispatched someone to inform the palace. At this moment, leading the iron cavalry was Li Beixiong, followed closely by Gao Shan, Li Ergu, Fang Xianling, Lu Renjia, Shan Pao, and the 7 heroes of Bailiang, who halted their forces at the city gates. "Sir, shall we launch a strong assault and annihilate them completely?" Li Beixiong, with the formidable Fang Xianling at his side, felt no fear towards the imperial capital. "My lord, according to the news from the young master, they have brought the army of the King of Wu, which has reached the outskirts of the imperial capital and will arrive shortly. We should wait for the young master first," Fang Xianling replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Beixiong nodded in agreement. Learning that his esteemed son had slain the King of Wu and incorporated his million-strong army, he was elated. It can be said that Liang now bears the surname Li. As for the useless emperor in the palace, how could he withstand the iron hooves of Bailiang? "I will personally obliterate the Liang dynasty alongside my beloved son." "Very well, we shall wait for my esteemed son. Stand by in place. Once he arrives, we will launch our attack on the imperial capital," Li Beixiong declared with great enthusiasm to his soldiers. Subsequently, tens of thousands of iron cavalry from Bailiang awaited Li Luo's arrival outside the city gates. stationed in place. The Beiliang army attracted the attention of the citizens within the city. Countless individuals speculated that the iron cavalry of Beiliang was waiting for the army of the king of Wu, preparing for a decisive battle outside the city. Oh, as expected of the most elite army of Liang. Why does the Prince of Beiliang not lead his forces into the imperial capital? Perhaps he is waiting for the king of Wu. After all, defeating the king of Wu would mean the world belongs to Beiliang. I heard the king of Wu commands 1,000,000 troops, while the iron cavalry of Beiliang numbers only around tens of thousands. How can they possibly contend with the king of Wu? TCH, ignorance. Do you think the iron cavalry of Beiliang is an ordinary army? This is a force capable of forging a military soul. In the past, the Prince of Beiliang led an army of 10,000 and caused the forces of the Xinyu dynasty to flee in disarray. Only the black cavalry of the Nanyun dynasty can rival our iron cavalry, and they were recently annihilated by us. Inside the palace, Qin Yun received the news as well. King of Beiliang, since you wish to engage in a deadly struggle with the king of Wu, then let it be. The one who laughs last will ultimately be Liang. Qin Yun scoffed, turning to don a suit of golden battle armor. Once the battle between the king of Beiliang and the king of Wu concludes, he would lead the 50,000 imperial guards into action. Approximately half a day later, the silhouettes of 1,000,000 troops emerged within sight. At this moment, the common folk in the imperial capital were all solemn, gazing at the two armies that were about to clash outside the city. Just as everyone believed the battle was imminent, several figures quietly appeared before the 1,000,000-strong army. The foremost figure was a remarkably young man clad in white. However, what transpired next left countless people in shock. At the moment this young man in white appeared, the tens of thousands of iron cavalry of Beiliang dismounted collectively and knelt before him in reverence. We pay our respects to His Highness the Young Master. The resounding voice echoed throughout the imperial capital. In that instant, many were left utterly dumbfounded. Did I hear that correctly? The iron cavalry of Beiliang addressed that young man as Your Highness the Young Master? You heard correctly. The only one who could command the iron cavalry in such a manner is undoubtedly the young master of Beiliang, Li Luo. Is that the young master Li Luo? I have indeed been to Beiliang before and glimpsed the royal heir from afar. However, how could he possibly be amidst the 1,000,000-strong army of King Wu? The presence of the heir Li Luo within King Wu's forces suggests that King Wu has likely fallen under the sway of the young prince. Upon this revelation, everyone inhaled sharply, astonished as they gazed at Li Luo's figure. Though some found it hard to believe, the entire army had not caught sight of King Wu, which was telling enough. On horseback, Li Luo surveyed the Beiliang cavalry bowing to him and waved his hand. No need for formalities. The Beiliang cavalry rose collectively, swiftly mounting their steeds. Ah, at last, my dear son, I have awaited your command for a grand offensive. Li Beixiong cast a glance at the 1,000,000-strong army of King Wu, feeling a surge of glee. Although this massive force could not compare to his Beiliang cavalry, it would certainly be of use once they seized control of the entire Liang. Father, let us begin. Lu Renjia, Shan Pao, open the city gates. Li Luo chuckled lightly. And as his words fell, a great ink-black bird soared from behind him. The soldiers atop the city wall, drenched in sweat and anxiety, released arrows at the approaching bird. Yet, before they could react, Lu Renjia and Shan Pao leapt onto the battlements. Art becomes reality. Abnormal insects. The air was filled with the sounds of anguished screams from the city tower. In the next moment, the tightly shut city gates began to slowly open. Propelled by Lu Renjia's otherworldly powers, Wind God and Thunder God. Ah ha ha. Onward, Beiliang cavalry. Let us march straight to the palace. Li Beixiong laughed heartily, eagerly leading the Beiliang cavalry into the city. Watching his father hastily advance, Li Luo could only smile wryly before following closely behind with the others. Chapter 50. The resurgence of the military spirit. The Beiliang army successfully entered the imperial capital, heading towards the palace, while the townsfolk flocked behind. Mistaking the situation for a foregone conclusion, believing the court could not withstand Beiliang's might. Meanwhile, Qin Yun, waiting within the palace, learned of the Beiliang army's entrance. What? You mean to say that the 1,000,000-strong army of King Wu is now under the control of that Beiliang heir? Qin Yun exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Why yes, Your Majesty, stammered the trembling scout who had returned from the city gate. Qin Yun's expression grew grave. It seemed King Wu was indeed in dire straits. The ability to slay a peak de Yen realm expert like King Wu spoke volumes of Beiliang's formidable strength. Realizing this, Qin Yun couldn't help but sneer. Gentlemen, let us eradicate these traitorous ministers. With a grand gesture, he summoned a sword into his hand. A powerful aura emanated from him. and dark clouds above the palace erupted with fierce lightning. At your command, the elite guards responded in unison, their thunderous voices reverberating. At this moment, the Bailiang army en route to the palace heard the resounding cries. Li Beixiong immediately halted the army, raising his head solemnly to gaze at the palace adorned with red walls and golden roofs. Above the palace, he sensed a familiar, terrifying battle intent. Li Luo, observing the heavy clouds above, felt a flicker of intrigue. Father, it appears the court is not as simple as it seems. Li Beixiong nodded slightly. He had indeed underestimated the court. Who could say whether this battle intent belonged to the elite guards stationed within the imperial city or other military forces? Li Beixiong pondered. Li Luo smiled faintly, unconcerned about the source of the formidable battle intent. Even if the royal family had hidden their hand, their current strength was sufficient to handle any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, the surrounding townsfolk sensed the unusual atmosphere. The palace today seemed markedly different from the past. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged forth from the palace. The king of Bailiang has rebelled, committing treason. Are you aware of your crimes? Qin Yun's voice echoed above the imperial capital, clear and distinct to all. Yet, as soon as Qin Yun's words fell, countless guards clad in golden armor surged forth from the palace, even appearing in the void above. Under the sunlight, the city was aglow with the reflections from the golden-armored guards, resembling celestial warriors. In the void, Qin Yun, adorned in golden battle armor and wielding a sword, loomed over the Bailiang army alongside Eunuch Wei. What is this? Is that the reigning emperor? And what is the meaning of these guards? Why do they exude an aura that feels even more terrifying than the Bailiang cavalry? The onlookers, who had come to witness the spectacle, gazed in horror at the densely packed guards. They had assumed the court was in utter chaos, only to discover that the emperor had been well prepared. Your Majesty, you have concealed your strength well, deceiving us all. Li Beixiong looked up at Qin Yun, his eyes narrowing, a serious expression on his face. As a peaked Yin realm expert, he could naturally discern Qin Yun's formidable aura. Moreover, it was not only Qin Yun who was a peaked Yin realm expert. Li Beixiong and Li Luo also noted that Eunuch Wei beside Qin Yun was similarly a peak expert. In addition, the dozens of guards surrounding Qin Yun were all at the Spirit Sea realm. Traitorous ministers, now you know. I grant you a chance to surrender at once, and you and your precious son may yet find a path to survival. Otherwise, none shall leave this imperial capital today. Qin Yun's gaze was icy as he regarded Li Beixiong, coldly admonishing him. At this moment, while Qin Yun observed Li Beixiong, he also took note of Luo Yi and the others beside Li Luo. Presumably, these were the unfamiliar strong figures of Bailiang. The group, however, did not reveal their auras and stood respectfully behind Li Luo. Qin Yun's words caused Li Beixiong to erupt in laughter, looking at Li Luo and exclaiming, Son, did you hear that? This dog dares to threaten us. How audacious. King of Bailiang, it appears you wish to refuse a toast and instead drink a forfeit. Since that is the case, I shall enact divine justice today and eradicate you treasonous ones. Hearing Li Beixiong refer to him as a dog in front of the masses, Qin Yun's expression darkened, his killing intent surging. Kill. With Qin Yun's decree, the guards roared in unison, under the influence of the golden aura emanating from Qin Yun. A golden mist enveloped the elite guards, coalescing above their heads into a vast ocean of golden light that blanketed the entire imperial capital. Suddenly, an ancient dragon's roar reverberated throughout the heavens. Countless people looked up in astonishment as a massive, illusory golden dragon, hundreds of feet long, soared from the golden ocean. The moment this colossal phantom dragon emerged, bolstered by the formidable aura of the guards, it transitioned from illusion to reality. Its horns, whiskers, scales, and claws were all visible to the astonished crowd. By the heavens, the Dragon Lord has summoned a true dragon. No, that is not a true dragon. It is the military spirit condensed by the elite guards. The onlookers gasped, realizing the Bailiang cavalry was in grave trouble. Could they withstand such a terrifying military spirit? The townsfolk of the imperial capital looked up in awe at the enormous golden dragon soaring above, filled with trepidation for the Bailiang army. Li Beixiong, too, regarded the colossal military spirit dragon with a cold snort, dismissively stating, Qin, not bad at all. The clandestine training of the imperial guards has remarkably reached such a level. Yet, do not forget, my North Liang Iron Cavalry has fought alongside me and your deceased father in the conquest of the world, emerging from a mountain of corpses. Boom. As Li Beixiong's words echoed, a wave of blood-red energy suddenly manifested behind him, an ominous aura sweeping forth. The ghastly sight of a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones reappeared. Meanwhile, The North Liang army behind him also exuded a palpable murderous intent. Their bodies enveloped in a crimson mist. The once golden expanse of the sky was now tinged with blood-red hues. Above the North Liang Iron Cavalry, a sea of blood materialized. To the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a dragon-shaped military spirit, towering hundreds of feet, coalesced from the blood-red ocean, roaring back at the golden dragon. In that moment, Qin Yun, witnessing the military spirit of the North Liang Iron Cavalry, felt his expression darken. The military spirit of the North Liang Iron Cavalry surpassed his own Dragon Qi military spirit in terms of might. Chapter 51. The battle begins. Li Luo's gaze was fixed on the golden dragon, sensing the golden aura emanating from the Imperial Guards, his brow furrowing slightly. This power intrigued him. He had never encountered such a peculiar force before. It bore an essence of the multitude, a warmth akin to countless flickering lights, yet also possessed a domineering and robust imperial presence that seemed to declare itself unmatched. What kind of power is this? It does not resemble malevolent energy, nor does it seem to embody martial intent, Li Luo pondered. Beside him, Fang Xianling noticed his master's confusion and chuckled softly, whispering, "My lord, this is the power of destiny. It can also be referred to as the power of national fortune. This force can only be wielded by the sovereign of a dynasty." Ah, so this is the legendary national fortune. Li Luo suddenly comprehended. The military spirit of the Imperial Guards was indeed a manifestation of Qin Yun's destiny, coalescing into military spirit. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, at the apex of a certain hall, a figure materialized silently. The person at the top of the palace was none other than the former emperor of the Liang dynasty, Qin Yu. Ha ha ha. After all these years, the Dragon Sha military spirit is indeed nostalgic. North Liang King, I never anticipated you would train the North Liang Iron Cavalry to such a degree. Qin Yu gazed at the Dragon Sha military spirit, unable to suppress a deep exclamation. Despite the fact that the Dragon Qi military spirit of the Imperial Guards was seemingly on par with the Dragon Sha military spirit, a comparison of their numbers revealed a stark difference. The Imperial Guards boasted a formidable force of 500,000, while the North Liang Iron Cavalry numbered only a little over 100,000. The superiority was evident. Ha ha ha. Do not forget our agreement. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed in Qin Yu's mind, his eyes flashing with a sinister, dark red energy. Rest assured, I have already found a suitable candidate. What do you think of the North Liang King's physique? Qin Yu murmured to himself. Ha ha ha. As long as it is not too lacking. The voice within him replied before falling silent once more. Ha ha. North Liang King, I shall observe what cards you hold. Qin Yu chuckled coldly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the grand hall from a distance. Ha ha. Father, they are numerous and powerful. Our North Liang soldiers are at a disadvantage. Let us withdraw our forces for now, Li Luo suggested, casting a glance at the vast Imperial Guards. This is the Imperial Palace. The North Liang Iron Cavalry cannot leverage their cavalry advantage here. Furthermore, although he had recruited 1,000,000 troops from the King of Wu, they were merely ordinary soldiers, hardly a match for the Imperial Guards. Very well. Li Beixiong complied with Li Luo's words, waving his hand. And the Dragon Sha military spirit in the clouds transformed into streams of malevolent energy, returning to the soldiers' bodies. What? North Liang King, do you not think it is too late to surrender now? Qin Yun remarked coldly as he observed the North Liang army retracting their military spirit, puzzled by their intentions. Ha ha ha. Surrender? My son simply wishes to spare my soldiers from needless sacrifice, Li Beixiong laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's gaze fell upon Li Luo. So you are the famed Li Luo, whose name has been circulating widely? He inquired coldly. Li Luo raised his head slightly and smiled. Ha ha, Your Majesty, I would like to return your earlier words to you. Surrender promptly, and perhaps you may have a chance at survival. At this, Qin Yun burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. They say you, Li Luo, are a prodigy. Seeing you today, I find it to be nothing extraordinary. Can you not see the current situation? For me to surrender is the grandest jest. Oh, is that so? In that case, Father, Gao Shun, ergo, allow His Majesty to witness our resolve. Li Luo's lips curled upwards as he gestured with his hand. Suddenly, Gao Shun and Li Ergu behind him erupted with terrifying energy, charging into the void. Hearing this, Li Beixiong leapt forward, standing before them, enveloped in crimson, malevolent energy. Ha! Your North Liang is indeed remarkable. What? Will you not allow those few to join the fray? Qin Yun's gaze fell on Li Ergu and Gao Shun, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes as he then turned to Ro Yi and the others beside Li Luo. Li Luo was well aware that Qin Yun referred to Ro Yi and the others, so he replied with a smile, No, No, no. We need not trouble them to deal with you. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, Qin Yun's expression darkened instantly, his countenance filled with rage. It seemed Li Luo held him in contempt. Boom. Qin Yun, allow me to test your strength. Li Beixiong roared, not wishing to listen to Qin Yun's prattle, bursting forth with laughter as he charged towards Qin Yun. Boom. North Liang King, your opponent is me. At that moment, Wei Gonggong, standing beside Qin Yun, unleashed his energy, charging at the oncoming Li Beixiong. However, Gao Shun, wielding a silver spear, swiftly blocked Wei Gonggong's path, thrusting forward. Your opponent is me. Boom. Wei Gonggong and Gao Shun clashed instantaneously. Meanwhile, Li Beixiong had already reached Qin Yun's side. Annihilate North Liang, Qin Yun commanded, and the golden-armored imperial guards surged forward, blades drawn, towards Li Luo and his companions. Subsequently, Qin Yun brandished his longsword, preparing to engage with Li Beixiong. Kill. Observing the advancing imperial guards, Li Luo waved his hand, and 18 figures radiating the aura of the Great Transformation Realm emerged from the shadows. These 18 were none other than the Yin Yun 18 riders. Bestow the power of battle spirit upon them. Yes. Following Li Luo's command, the Dragon Sha military spirit soared once more from the North Liang Iron Cavalry, immediately imbuing the Yin Yun 18 riders with its essence. The cultivation of the Yin Yun 18 riders surged from the mid-phase of the Great Transformation Realm to its pinnacle. Hua. Empowered by the Dragon Sha battle intent, the Yin Yun 18 riders unleashed a terrifying assault upon the advancing imperial guards, instantly claiming the lives of over 10,000 soldiers. What? Qin Yun, locked in combat with Li Beixiong, was taken aback upon witnessing the emergence of the Yin Yun 18 riders. He had not expected North Liang to possess such a multitude of powerful Great Transformation Realm experts. Now, he finally understood why both Nan Yun and the King of Wu had suffered crushing defeats at the hands of North Liang. What a deep and concealed North Liang. Qin Yun, parrying Li Beixiong's strike, spoke with a sullen expression. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. Heed my son's advice, surrender quickly, or I shall annihilate your royal family. Li Beixiong sneered, launching a series of formidable attacks. Roar. The Dragon Qi military spirit roared towards the heavens, seeking to empower the imperial guards. The Yin Yun 18 riders exchanged glances. 3 of them drew their blades, charging towards the military spirit. 3 terrifying blood-red blades shot forth, striking the Dragon Qi military spirit. In an instant, one of the Dragon Qi's horns was severed by a vicious blade light, leaving behind 2 ghastly wounds. The crimson malevolent energy continuously eroded the military spirit. Meanwhile, the imperial guards, akin to a tidal wave, also faced backlash, with tens of thousands of them spitting blood on the spot. Noticing the situation on the battlefield, Qin Yun was taken aback and hurriedly ordered the imperial guards to retract their military spirit. Once the military spirit was utterly eradicated, the imperial guards would inevitably face a backlash. Following their orders, the guards promptly withdrew their military spirit. Observing its disappearance, the 3 members of the Beiyin Cloud 18, tasked with hunting down the military spirit, swiftly regrouped and unleashed a series of terrifying attacks, decimating a significant number of the imperial guards. What an opportunity! The slaughtering extermination array, exclaimed Luo Yi, who had been by Li Luo's side, as soon as he noticed the withdrawal of the military spirit. Understood. The Cloud 18 responded in unison, swiftly forming hand seals. Beneath their feet, a formidable blood-red array suddenly materialized. Chapter 52. The slaughtering extermination array. The terrifying array obscured the sky, casting a shadow over the entirety of the imperial palace. Within the Crimson Formation, a series of blood-red Chinese characters emerged, swirling amidst the array. Except for Li Luo and the summoned Chinese warriors, no one could comprehend these characters. As the slaughtering extermination array took shape, an expression of excitement crossed Luo Yi's face. This grand formation was a creation born from the leisure time shared between him and the Cloud 18 after their summoning to this world, and it was now being deployed for the first time. Kill. With a collective seal, the Cloud 18 roared, and an ancient character for kill manifested in each of their hands. Boom. Amidst the terrified expressions of countless onlookers, the massive blood-red array suddenly began to rotate. The overwhelming malevolence of the Dragon Sha military spirit was absorbed by the array, which then coalesced this dense malevolence into sharp blood blades. Buzz. The blood blades rained down like a meteor shower, hurtling towards the imperial guards below the array. Screams filled the air as the imperial guards fell in droves. The sharp blades of malevolence penetrated their golden armor with ease, offering no resistance whatsoever. Our Dragon Sha military spirit can be utilized in such a manner. Lord Luo truly is remarkable. The 7 heroes of Bailiang gazed in awe at the ceaseless blood meteor shower emanating from the array, their excitement palpable. With this formation, the Bailiang Iron Cavalry had gained another lethal weapon. Li Luo turned his gaze towards the malevolent blades soaring overhead and inquired of Luo E. Can our Bailiang warriors learn the slaughtering extermination array? Luo E nodded slightly, responding, Young master, most of the Bailiang Iron Cavalry possess cultivation, albeit modest. However, they can certainly learn it. Due to their current cultivation levels, the power of the array they form would not match this one. Yet, as their cultivation improves, so too will the array's might. Li Luo nodded in satisfaction, casting a look of admiration at Luo E. Truly, he was a prodigy of their homeland, capable of devising such a formidable military formation. Young master, do you require me to intervene and eliminate these foes decisively? Zhao Dizhus, observing the continuous fall of the Imperial Guards, felt that prolonging the battle was a waste of time and spoke up. Hearing this, a glint of intrigue flickered in Li Luo's eyes. After some contemplation, he restrained himself, shaking his head slightly as he observed Qin Yun battling against his father. He murmured, Not yet, the big fish has yet to appear. Luo E and the others exchanged glances, uncertain of Li Luo's intent. Meanwhile, Fang Xianling seemed to grasp the implication behind Li Luo's words and expressed his astonishment. Young master, are you suggesting that Qin Yun is yet to reveal his trump card? Li Luo nodded subtly. Upon realizing this, Luo E and Zhao Dizhus suppressed their urge to engage in battle and patiently awaited Li Luo's command. Boom. Gao Shun has determined the victor. A horrifying explosion reverberated through the air. Li Luo's gaze sharpened as he focused on the battlefield between Gao Shun and Grand Eunuch Wei, a smile gracing his lips. Everyone looked up, witnessing Gao Shun, wielding the soul-devouring spear, pierced through Grand Eunuch Wei's skull. Your Majesty, I am departing. Gao Shun swiftly withdrew the spear. Grand Eunuch Wei, gazing at the battling Qin Yun, murmured a final word before his body plummeted. Boom. Imperial Extreme Slash. Qin Yun's sword shimmered with a golden aura, and he unleashed a powerful strike. The formidable sword slash, imbued with astonishing force, surged forward rapidly. Faced with this terrifying blow from Qin Yun, Li Beixiong had no choice but to employ his ultimate technique. Human Slayer Slash. He cried, releasing a crimson crescent from his blade. Boom. The clash of golden and red attacks erupted with unimaginable power. Qin Yun was momentarily pushed back by the explosive force, but he used the momentum to swiftly create distance from Li Beixiong, retreating above the Imperial Guards. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Qin Yun. His hair was disheveled, and the armor he wore had been knocked off during the battle with Li Beixiong, stripping him of his previous regal appearance. Retreat to the palace. Seeing the Imperial Guards continuously falling beneath the array, Qin Yun commanded their withdrawal. Upon witnessing Grand Eunuch Wei's corpse, his expression darkened, full of grim displeasure. At this moment, Li Beixiong, Gao Shun, and Li Ergu had encircled him, while Gao Shun and Li Beixiong held Qin Yun and Grand Eunuch Wei at bay. Li Ergu seized the opportunity to eliminate dozens of Spirit Sea realm experts within the Imperial Guards. Now, only Qin Yun, a singular De Yin realm expert, and the remaining Imperial Guards remained. The spectators observing from afar seemed to foresee the inevitable conclusion. Recognizing the situation, Li Luo waved his hand from atop his steed. The Cloud 18 withdrew the array, hovering in the air, effectively surrounding Qin Yun and leaving him with no possibility of escape. Your Majesty, will you not surrender? Li Luo addressed Qin Yun with a cold smile. Qin Yun cast a deep glance at Li Luo before suddenly bursting into laughter, leaving the onlookers perplexed. Is Qin Yun mad? Li Luo, do you truly believe that with your De Yin realm experts, you can secure my defeat? After his laughter, Qin Yun's expression shifted, growing dark and chilling. Li Luo's eyes glimmered as he spread his hands, smugly declaring, Or else, do you believe, Your Majesty, that you can best my father and the others? You are already at your wit's end. Your Qin family's fate has been sealed. Do not resist. However, at that moment, just as Li Luo's words fell, a deep, chilling voice resonated throughout the imperial capital. Oh, is that so? Northern Liang King, your junior speaks with great bravado. Upon hearing this voice, Li Beixiong's pupils constricted in disbelief, while Li Luo's lips curled into a smirk as he whispered, Indeed, he still lives. Chapter 53. Qin Yu schemed. This sudden resounding voice captured everyone's attention. Following that, a terrifying pressure descended, causing Li Beixiong, the Cloud 18, Gao Shun, and Li Ergu to be pushed back. The encircled Qin Yun instantly retreated. Buzz. A figure radiating an ominous aura appeared beside Qin Yun. It's you. You are still alive. Li Beixiong exclaimed in shock as he recognized the individual. The figure was none other than Qin Yu. How can it be the Supreme Emperor? The Supreme Emperor still lives. What on earth has transpired? The distant onlookers gasped at the sight of Qin Yu clad in a dragon robe, their astonishment palpable. Meanwhile, the civil and military officials within the palace wore expressions of terror, recalling their actions in the absence of the old emperor, which filled them with dread. Ha! Northern Liang King, did you ever expect this? My father still lives. To speak plainly, my father has broken through to the Return to Ruins realm. Your doom is at hand. Qin Yun laughed maniacally, gazing at Li Beixiong and Li Luo as if they were mere corpses. Li Luo smiled slightly, ignoring Qin Yun and instead silently observing the newly appeared Qin Yu. As expected, his predictions had come to fruition. At the outset, Qin Yu feigned death to divert the attention of the world. His prior concerns were not unwarranted. The reason he refrained from allowing Zhao Dizhus and others to act was to await the emergence of this great fish, Qin Yu. The fluctuations released by Zhao Dizhus and the others could potentially alert the prey, should Qin Yu remain hidden. Their unification of Beiliang and Liang would render the quest to unearth him exceedingly arduous. It was entirely possible that Qin Yu might even become a future menace to them. In the void, Li Beixiong, upon hearing Qin Yun's words, could not help but display an odd expression. The Goeishu realm. Apologies, but including his eldest son. There are 5 Goeishu realm experts in Beiliang. Thus, individuals like Li Beixiong and Li Ergu, who were privy to the truth, harbored no fear. King of Beiliang, you have greatly disappointed me. I held you in such high regard, only to discover you have joined in rebellion, betraying me. The rebellions of the Qi King, Wu King, and Jin King were anticipated, for I had long been aware of their treasonous intentions. Yet, I never doubted you, even entrusting you with command over my most elite troops. The Beiliang Iron Cavalry. Why then, would you betray me? Qin Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Li Beixiong, and spoke slowly, in response. Li Beixiong did not attempt to defend himself. Instead, he retorted in front of Qin Yu. For no reason at all, with the 3 kings in revolt. I found myself with nothing to do, so I decided to involve myself. Had you not feigned death, I would never have rebelled. But your error was in your pretended demise, bequeathing the throne to your sycophant. Though he may appear presentable, during his reign, he has done nothing worthy of a ruler. Countless loyal ministers have suffered unjust imprisonment, while the treacherous exploit the common folk without remorse. Furthermore, the Liang dynasty was built through our joint efforts. So why should your Qin family monopolize this position? As the saying goes, the emperor's reign rotates. This year, it is our family's turn. Upon hearing Li Beixiong's rebuttal, Qin Yun's expression darkened immediately. Humph, King of Beiliang, do you truly believe me to be so inept? Everything is merely a facade I have constructed. It serves to draw out you treacherous rebels. Li Beixiong replied with a cold laugh. I see through your ruse. He then turned to the presently silent Qin Yu and inquired. Qin Yu, back in the day, when I and the other 3 kings entered the palace to confirm the remains were indeed yours, how did you deceive us all? Qin Yu smiled slightly, unperturbed, and replied. It was a mere trick, not worth mentioning. I feigned death to break through to the Goeishu realm, thereby elevating the Liang dynasty to greater heights. Little did I anticipate that my act would incite you vassal kings to rebellion. Thankfully, the 3 rebellious kings were extinguished without my intervention. Thus, I beseech you to surrender. For I am now a Goeishu realm expert, and you are no longer my match. Below, Li Luo, having overheard the conversation between his father and Qin Yu, instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. Before Li Beixiong could respond, Li Luo laughed. Heh, old emperor, your words are more melodious than a song. I see you have long wished to dethrone the 3 kings, including my father. It is merely that you lacked the strength at that time. Li Luo's words captured Qin Yu's attention, who lowered his gaze towards him, narrowing his eyes with a cold smirk. Heh, I remember you. You are Li Luo. I saw you when you were but a child. Li Luo smiled faintly, disregarding Qin Yu, and continued, in the past. My father and the other 3 kings fought alongside you to conquer the realm, although you ultimately became the sovereign of Liang. And my father and the others were granted titles and commanded armies across 4 provinces, you soon regretted it. Surely you understand that vassal kings wielding armies can become a threat? Moreover, the soldiers under the 4 kings were loyal subordinates from that time. You sought to consolidate their forces under your control, thus neutralizing their threat to the throne, but out of fear of their united front. You devised the ruse of feigning death. This maneuver would allow you to focus on breaking through your cultivation while simultaneously providing the four kings with a pretext to rebel, leading to a situation of mutual destruction among them. You could then strike decisively when the time was ripe, eliminating the last remaining vassal king. Is this not the very scenario you envisioned? My father is that last king. Therefore, old emperor, you need not present such grandiloquent arguments before my father. Li Luo's words caused both Qin Yu and Qin Yun's expressions to darken significantly. Then, unexpectedly, Qin Yu burst into laughter. King of Beliang, you have indeed sired a remarkable son. He speaks the truth. Alas, I am now a Guishu realm expert. As he spoke, a tremendous surge of spiritual power enveloped the heads of the onlookers. Qin Yu then turned his gaze towards Li Luo, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent. At this point, since you are all aware, you cannot be spared. With a flick of his hand, Qin Yu prepared to strike down Li Beixiong, Li Luo, and their companions. Father, return. It is time to conclude this game. Li Luo gazed at the swirling spiritual power of Qin Yu, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Hee. Very well. Upon hearing his son's words, Li Beixiong looked at the self-satisfied Qin Yu and chuckled in amusement, then returned to Li Luo's side along with Li Ergu and Gao Shan. King of Beliang, it is too late to consider surrender now. Qin Yu mistakenly believed that upon witnessing his terrifying power, Li Beixiong and the others would abandon their resistance and seek to capitulate. Old emperor. Although everything appears to unfold according to your plan, you have underestimated us in Beliang. Li Luo raised his head, a cold smile on his lips. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, puzzled by the implications of Li Luo's words. What do you mean? He asked softly. Li Luo suddenly smiled and replied coolly. Make your move. Boom. Chapter 54. Zhao Dizhu's battle against Qin Yu. As soon as Li Luo's words fell, Zhao Dizhu stepped forth impatiently, revealing himself in the void, his spiritual power causing the intricate patterns of his black robe to ripple ominously. Strike. Do not say I haven't given you the chance. Zhao Dizhu's expression was frigid, his black pupils suddenly swirling as two blossoms of blood appeared. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Dizhu's, both Qin Yu and his son were instantly taken aback. A Guishu realm expert. How can this be possible? At this moment, Qin Yun was rendered speechless by shock. He had thought he had the upper hand over Beliang, only to discover that the enemy also possessed Guishu realm experts. As he stared at Zhao Dizhu's, Qin Yun abruptly turned to Li Luo. Zhao Dizhu's was one of the few experts standing behind Li Luo. If Zhao Dizhu's was a Guishu realm expert, then what of the others? A fleeting thought crossed Qin Yun's mind, and he seemed to realize something, his face paling and appearing lifeless. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, too, could no longer maintain his composure. Shock etched across his features. Only now did he grasp why Beliang had been able to vanquish the Qi King, annihilate the Black Cavalry of Nanyun, and silently eliminate the Wu King in such a short span of time. Qin Yu, did you not expect this? Even if you are a Guishu realm expert. What of it? Liang ultimately belongs to Beliang. Li Beixiong laughed heartily, observing the grim expressions on the faces of both men. Wait. At this moment, Li Luo noticed something was amiss. The cultivation level displayed by Zhao Dizhu's was that of an intermediate Guishu realm, while Qin Yu was merely at the initial stage. Upon seeing Zhao Dizhu's, Qin Yu's expression shifted momentarily, but soon returned to one of confidence. This left Li Luo utterly perplexed. Could it be that this old fellow had some hidden trump card? Young master, there exists a soul entity within this person. Just as Li Luo was lost in thought, Bai Wuchang discerned the anomaly within Qin Yu and whispered. Upon hearing the words of the white impermanence, Li Luo suddenly came to a profound realization. The white impermanence was inherently skilled in soul capturing, possessing an acute sensitivity to the ethereal vibrations emanating from spiritual entities. There was no possibility of misjudgment. This old fellow harbored a hidden soul within himself. No wonder he exuded such audacity. It was evident that he concealed some dark secret. Young master, shall I take action to subdue him? The white impermanence sneered. Li Luo waved his hand dismissively, murmuring, there's no rush. Let Zhao Dizhu's play for a while. They cannot escape. A chilling, sinister laughter escaped the lips of the white impermanence. At that moment, an ominous voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Be cautious. The opponent possesses mid-tier cultivation in the returning ruins realm. However, this individual is just right to serve as my vessel. Surrender your body to me, and I shall assist you in defeating him, seizing the opportunity to usurp his flesh. Agreed. Qin Yu resolutely acquiesced to the spirit within him. After all, the foe surpassed him by a minor realm. Without the aid of that entity within, he would likely prove no match for his opponent. Illusionary prison. At this juncture, Zhao Di's, whose eyes suddenly whirled with crimson. He unleashed the illusionary prison upon Qin Yu and Qin Yun. Qin Yu was struck with terror, finding himself ensnared within a sanguine realm, chained to a cross. Before him, Zhao Di's, who's approached wielding a knife. Nevertheless, Qin Yu quickly regained his composure, chuckling inwardly. I did not expect my adversary to be adept in illusions. It seems this illusionary prowess stems from his peculiar eyes. The old fellow was growing increasingly fond of this corporeal form. As Zhao Di's, whose drew near, his expression remained impassive, raising his knife. Savor the taste of death. Just as Zhao Di's, whose prepared to plunge the blade into Qin Yu's chest, an overwhelming aura surged from Qin Yu. His cultivation rapidly ascended. Within a mere breath, he reached the pinnacle of the returning ruins realm. Break! Qin Yu bellowed, a voice not entirely his own resonating forth. The illusionary realm conjured by Zhao Di's, whose collapsed abruptly. The onlookers were baffled, witnessing a brilliant white light erupt from Qin Yu, his eyes ablaze with terrifying brilliance. Zhao Di's, whose was momentarily taken aback, his expression tightening. He had not anticipated that Qin Yu would experience such a sudden surge in power, breaking free from his illusionary trap through sheer cultivation advantage. Although Qin Yu had escaped the illusionary prison, Qin Yun remained ensnared within it, emitting anguished cries. In that moment, Zhao Di's, whose understood that the individual before him was not truly Qin Yu, but rather another entity, had taken control of his body. Who are you? Zhao Di's, whose inquired coldly. Haha, young one, it matters not who I am. I have set my sights on your corporeal form. With that, Qin Yu drew a sharp longsword from his storage ring and charged at Zhao Di's, whose. Simultaneously, Li Luo felt a surge of astonishment. Although none comprehended the unfolding events, he understood that just moments prior, Zhao Di's, whose had ensnared the father and son pair within an illusionary prison. Logically, even with Qin Yu's current cultivation in the returning ruins realm, he should not have been able to break free. It seemed that the spirit within Qin Yu was the catalyst for this unexpected turn of events. To think that the entity within Qin Yu possesses such capabilities. Li Luo mused. Young master, this person's cultivation has now reached the pinnacle of the returning ruins realm. Zhao Di's, whose may not be his equal. I shall assist Zhao Di's, whose in apprehending this individual. The earth god proclaimed. Let us observe for now. Zhao Di's, whose appears calm, suggesting he possesses sufficient confidence to triumph. Should he show signs of faltering, we shall intervene. Li Luo smiled, confident in Zhao Di's, whose, a character summoned by the system, to handle the situation with ease. Indeed. Young master. The earth god nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle between Zhao Di's, whose, and Qin Yu. As Qin Yu lunged forward with his sword, Zhao Di's, whose swiftly unsheathed his battle knife. The two clashed, exchanging several strikes in an instant. Zhao Di's, whose illusionary eye spun slowly, allowing him to perceive Qin Yu's every movement with clarity, despite the latter's slight advantage in cultivation. Each of Qin Yu's attacks was effortlessly evaded. What extraordinary eyes! Qin Yu thought, I am growing increasingly intrigued by your corporeal form. With a fierce slash, Qin Yu unleashed a terrifying sword light that cleaved through the air, generating an invisible shockwave. Yet, Zhao Di's, whose, leveraging his illusionary prowess, deftly avoided the onslaught. Illusionary flame of heavenly fire. With a hum, Zhao Di's, whose dodged Qin Yu's strike and retaliated, unleashing the skill of his illusionary eye. The illusionary eye whirled rapidly, blood streaming from his eyes. Qin Yu's heart raced as a profound sense of danger surged within him. He noticed the yellow robe on his chest igniting with golden flames. Attempting to extinguish the illusionary flame with his formidable spiritual power proved futile. The flames spread rapidly, inflicting severe agony even through his clothing. In a desperate bid, Qin Yu discarded the burning robe, freeing himself from the illusionary flame. Just then, Zhao Di's, whose figure lunged towards him. Chapter 55. Illusionary Flame of the Virtual God versus Supreme Floating Pagoda. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhao Di's, who swiftly struck with one hand, so quickly that they could only perceive the blurred outline of his arm. Coming Sea Dragon, a terrifying water dragon, formed from a torrent, surged forth from his hand, crashing into Qin Yu's chest and propelling him into the sky. Caught off guard, Qin Yu coughed up blood. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Zhao Di's, who's reappeared before him, gathering crimson spiritual power. Blazing bird. The assembled scarlet spiritual energy ignited, transforming into a flaming bird that raced toward Qin Yu. Startled, Qin Yu exclaimed inwardly, what martial technique is this? Instinctively, he conjured a barrier of spiritual power. The blazing bird collided with the barrier, resulting in a violent explosion. However, it did not end there. Following this devastating strike, Zhao Dizhu's wielded his battle knife, which was now enveloped in flames, unleashing a series of fiery slashes. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the searing, flame-wreathed blade instantly shattered the spiritual barrier. What? Qin Yu's expression turned to one of shock. Yet, in the fleeting moment that the barrier crumbled, Zhao Dizhu's moved once more, appearing before Qin Yu. At that moment, Zhao Dizhu's spiritual power surged, coalescing within his mouth. He expelled a torrent of flames, forming a massive fireball before him. In an instant, the fireball expanded to an enormous size, radiating an overwhelming heat akin to a miniature sun. The colossal fireball collided with the unprepared Qin Yu, sending him soaring into the clouds. A resounding explosion echoed, followed by a cataclysmic eruption that ignited a fiery tempest, consuming the sky. The once dense clouds were incinerated by the raging flames, reducing them to nothingness. The infernal wave devoured all in its path, engulfing even Qin Yun, trapped within the illusionary prison, reducing him to ashes amidst his anguished cries. The entire canopy above the imperial city was transformed into a conflagration, resembling an inverted sea of flames. In that moment, countless spectators gazed, entranced by the searing heat of the inferno, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they swallowed hard, fear etched upon their faces. None could fathom that such a terrifying assault was wrought by a human. Zhao Daoyou's martial techniques not only abound, but also possess astonishing power. Even Luo Yi and the others, after witnessing Zhao Daizhong's combat prowess, could not help but express their admiration. Li Luo nodded slightly and smiled. He realized that Zhao Daizhong's abilities in this realm were vastly different from the martial techniques of this world. Zhao Daizhong's skills originated from his own dimension, driven by his extraordinary powers. Upon arriving here, he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance his abilities, resulting in a significant increase in power. Son, tell me honestly, where did you find a powerhouse like Zhao Daizhong? I wish to find one for myself. Li Beixiong gazed at the fiery sky above and remarked in a daze. Li Luo shot a glance at his father. If it weren't for his system, where would such a formidable warrior be willing to follow a poor lad like him? If there were, he would appreciate the address as he too wished to acquire one. Ignoring his father's words, Li Luo continued to gaze at Zhao Daizhong's silhouette. At that moment, Zhao Daizhong was equally astonished by the power of his own skills. He had not anticipated such a dramatic enhancement upon arriving in this world. Zhao Daizhong suspected that the force here was spiritual energy, while the power he had cultivated in his past life was extraordinary ability. The spiritual energy in this realm was indeed more potent than his extraordinary abilities. After a brief moment, the fiery waves dissipated, revealing a clear sky once more. As the flames subsided, a disheveled figure appeared before the crowd. At this time, Qin Yu's clothing had been completely incinerated, leaving him with only a pair of shorts. His hair was singed away, reflecting a dazzling glow under the sunlight. His chest bore extensive burns, yet Qin Yu seemed utterly unconcerned. After all, this physical form was not truly his. His face twisted in a grimace, filled with boundless rage. He had lived for millennia, yet had been bested by an insignificant insect of the returning ruins realm, utterly unable to retaliate. Even more infuriating, his current physical prowess surpassed that of his opponent by a minor realm. Boy, even if I do not wish to possess your physical form today, I shall undoubtedly slay you here. Qin Yu roared, his spiritual energy surging violently, drawing the spiritual force from 100 miles around him into his body. Under the influence of this spiritual energy, the once clear sky was again shrouded in dark clouds. Qin Yu raised his palm, enveloped by an ominous force. With a thunderous crash, Qin Yu lifted his palm above his head, unleashing a terrifying power that shot into the heavens. Immediately, the dark clouds began to swirl violently, forming a colossal vortex. Within this vortex, a massive ethereal white hand, hundreds of feet in size, descended with overwhelming force. This gigantic hand seemed to contain the power to annihilate the world. Should it land, the entire imperial city would likely be obliterated. At this moment, even Li Luo and his companions felt a wave of trepidation. Qin Yu's move was undeniably extraordinary. The citizens of the city, witnessing the terrifying hand descending upon them, had already collapsed in fear. Just as Luo Yi and the others contemplated intervening, Zhao Daizhong's voice reached them. Do not worry, I can handle this. Luo Yi and the others turned to Li Luo. Since Zhao Daizhong was confident, they would allow him to try. If he failed to withstand it, they would act then. Li Luo's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. Zhao Daizhong suddenly looked up, the blood-red petals of his illusionary eye swirling, as he coldly snorted, illusionary flame phantom. Boom. Golden flames erupted around Zhao Daizhong. Following this, a towering giant, over 100 feet tall, emerged, engulfed in blazing golden fire. Under the astonished gaze of countless onlookers, this giant donned armor. Wielding a colossal sword forged of flames in his right hand and a flaming shield in his left, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. How magnificent! Upon seeing this giant, Li Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly losing his composure. This armored figure, engulfed in flames, resembled a divine warrior descended from the heavens. The golden flames bestowed an aura of sanctity upon him. At this moment, Zhao Daizhong had merged with the illusionary flame phantom, becoming one with it. Witnessing Zhao Daizhong summon this terrifying giant, Qin Yu's pupils constricted, and his murderous intent intensified. Tai floating pagoda palm. Illusionary flame sword. Both Qin Yu and Zhao Daizhong shouted in unison. In an instant, Qin Yu's terrifying giant hand struck downwards, stirring the winds and clouds with its ferocity. The illusionary flame phantom, urged by Zhao Daizhong's will, transformed the blazing sword into a cataclysmic flame, crashing into the Tai floating pagoda palm. Boom. Chapter 56. We your subjects. Salute your majesty crack. Bang. The two tremendous forces surged apart. In the dazed eyes of the crowd, Qin Yu's Tai floating pagoda palm was pierced by the flaming giant sword. With a resounding explosion, it shattered into countless energy fragments, ultimately dissipating into twinkling starlight. This is impossible. Qin Yu's pupils shrank as he beheld the ever-approaching flame sword, unleashing a desperate roar. Soon, under the watchful gaze of many, he was obliterated by the flaming giant sword. In that instant, a translucent spiritual entity flew out from within Qin Yu. This entity took the form of a white-haired old man. After slaying Qin Yu, Zhao Daizhong appeared to be drained of spiritual energy, entering a state of weakness. This move not only consumed a substantial amount of his spiritual energy, but also placed a tremendous burden on him. Zhao Daizhong, watching the approaching spirit, felt a weight of gravity in his expression. Ha! Boy, that last move must have drained a significant portion of your spiritual energy. Your body is now mine. The spectral figure of the old man revealed a sinister grin as he lunged toward Zhao Daizhong. However, Zhao Daizhong exhibited no signs of panic. Bai Wuchang sees him. Seeing the mysterious spirit emerge from Qin Yu, Li Luo immediately commanded. Yes, my lord. Bai Wuchang hesitated briefly before transforming into a cloud of black mist that vanished from sight. Just as the spirit was about to pounce on Zhao Daizhong, a chilling and powerful presence suddenly materialized. In an instant, a mass of dark mist appeared before Zhao Daizhong. Who? The old man halted. Horror etched across his face as he gazed at the black mist, his expression turning ghastly pale. Cackle. Within the black mist, Bai Wuchang's figure flickered, emanating a chilling laughter. I shall leave him to you. Seeing Bai Wuchang make his entrance, Zhao Daizhong pondered briefly before swiftly returning to Li Luo's side. Thank you for your efforts. Li Luo smiled gently, expressing his concern. My duty, my lord. Zhao Daizhong clasped his hands, then quietly stood beside Li Luo. At this moment, Li Beixiong and the soldiers of Beiliang, having witnessed the extraordinary battle, gazed at Zhao Daizhong with awe. Li Luo nodded, then raised his gaze towards the void. The elder, who had initially believed he was on the verge of triumph, now felt an unprecedented sense of crisis upon sensing the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the black mist. The power concealed within the black mist exerted a suppressive force over spiritual energy, sending a bone-chilling, eerie sensation through him, reminiscent of a presence from the depths of the underworld. How vexing. A mere dynasty possesses a being at the returning ruins realm. The elder in his spiritual form felt a surge of dread towards Bai Wuchang, cursing under his breath. He swiftly transformed into a wisp of spiritual energy and fled into the distance. Clang, clang, clang. Yet, just as the elder in spiritual form escaped a few dozen meters, dozens of cold iron chains suddenly shot forth from the black mist. The chains encircled him, sealing off his escape route. After departing from the corporeal form of Qin Yu, he was left with only the initial cultivation of the returning ruins realm. Bereft of a physical body, he could only draw upon the power of his soul. The elder summoned his soul energy, attempting to shatter the obstructing iron chains with a single punch. However, as his fist made contact with the chains, a terrifying chill surged forth, wounding his very essence. Cackling, soul binding. A chilling laugh echoed from the black mist, belonging to the white impermanence. Dozens of iron chains suddenly writhed violently, forming a prison that ensnared the elder completely. With a hum, several chains pierced through the elder's incorporeal form, binding him. The elder, tormented by the horrifying cold emanating from the chains, could not suppress his anguished cries. Cackling, bind. In an instant, numerous chains bound the elder tightly. Subsequently, Amidst the terrified gazes of onlookers, the elder's sole form, entwined in pitch-black chains, emitted haunting wails as he was dragged into the black mist. Soon, the elder's cries faded into silence within the mist, which trembled before vanishing from sight. At that moment, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene, leaving everyone in stunned silence. As the events of the day transcended the understanding of ordinary folk, a swirl of black smoke materialized beside Li Luo, and the white impermanence appeared next to him. Clad in white, as the white impermanence manifested, the surrounding soldiers could distinctly feel the temperature plummeting, causing them to shiver involuntarily. "Young master, that old fellow has been subdued." The white impermanence extended his hand, revealing a faint white glow in his palm, the essence of the elder's soul, now rendered feeble. "Impermanence, I entrust him to you. Ensure you extract all he knows about his origins," Li Luo remarked with a smile, gazing at the spectral form before him. "Interrogating souls is best left to the experts." He added, "Rest assured, my lord, I will extract every morsel of information from this old wretch," the white impermanence assured with a bow. Li Luo nodded and turned to Li Beixiong. "Father, the situation is now settled. Let us storm the imperial capital." "Aha! Northern Liang Iron Cavalry. Dismount and charge with me," Li Beixiong exclaimed, regaining his composure and waving his hand vigorously. The Northern Liang army echoed his call, rallying behind him as they surged into the imperial palace. Within the vast palace courtyard, the imperial guards, witnessing the demise of Qin Yun and Qin Yu, were thrown into disarray, losing their leader. The ministers, upon seeing Li Beixiong's forces charging in, immediately knelt in surrender. At this juncture, Li Luo, having entered alongside Li Beixiong, observed the bewildered imperial guards. Stepping forward, he manifested above them, exuding the overwhelming presence of a peak-returning ruins cultivator. The oppressive force descended like a storm. His white figure radiated a golden aura, resembling a youthful emperor. Observing this scene, Luo Yi, Zhao Di's Hus, the white impermanence, and the earth god followed suit, appearing in the void and unleashing their formidable auras to bolster their lord's efforts in intimidating the guards below. "Qin Yun is dead. Will you not hasten to surrender? Those who yield shall not be harmed. All past grievances shall be forgiven. Those who resist shall be annihilated." Li Luo's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, reverberated throughout the palace. This Imperial Guard contingent was a rare assemblage capable of unifying military spirit. Their annihilation would be a lamentable loss. Thus, Li Luo afforded them an opportunity. The guards, trembling in fear beneath the formidable presence of Li Luo and his companions, found their breaths quickening. Under their overwhelming auras, even the air grew thin. Having witnessed the might of Zhao Di's Hus and the white impermanence, they realized that these godlike beings were beyond their capacity to contend with. Consequently, the entire contingent of Imperial Guards collectively discarded their weapons and surrendered to Northern Liang. Seeing this, Li Luo smiled faintly, retracting his imposing aura before approaching Li Beixiong. "We pay our respects to your majesty." Li Luo knelt before Li Beixiong, performing the formal gesture of reverence. However, Luo Yi and the others refrained from kneeling, pledging their loyalty solely to Li Luo. They would not bow to anyone else, not even to Li Beixiong. "My son, this sudden gesture," Li Beixiong expressed, taken aback by Li Luo's unexpected display. The surrendered ministers and guards hastily followed suit, bowing to Li Beixiong. "We pay our respects to your majesty." The sound resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the palace. The Northern Liang army behind Li Beixiong knelt in unison, creating a scene of profound impact. Their resounding voices reached the heavens, extending beyond the palace walls, awakening the citizens of the imperial capital to the dawn of a new emperor. Li Beixiong regarded the kneeling Li Luo, a glimmer of something unusual flickering in his eyes. It seemed he had made a significant decision, clenching his fist in acceptance of his new role as emperor, exuding an air of authority. At that moment, he shed all semblance of casualness, commanding, "No need for formalities." "Thank you, your majesty." Everyone rose collectively. Under the guidance of Li Beixiong and Li Luo, the army proceeded unimpeded into the grand hall of the palace. Inside, palace maids and eunuchs, upon learning of the Northern Liang forces' incursion, hastily packed their belongings in a bid to escape. However, to their astonishment, the Northern Liang army did not unleash a massacre upon entering the palace. At Li Luo's behest, the Northern Liang soldiers refrained from harming those fleeing palace maids and eunuchs. In fact, Li Luo ordered that those wishing to leave be escorted safely out of the palace. The palace attendants, initially bracing for a bloodbath, were taken aback by Li Luo's orders. Consequently, some of those who had intended to flee opted to remain. After all, They had long resided in the confines of the palace, disconnected from the outside world. Unless absolutely necessary, why would they choose to depart? Especially the eunuchs, whose sole purpose was to serve the emperor. What else could they do outside? As for those attendants who chose to remain, Li Luo said little, recognizing that the vast palace indeed required some servants. Furthermore, these maids and eunuchs were intimately familiar with the palace, which would alleviate significant burdens. In stark contrast, the harem and royal offspring of Qin Yuan faced the ruthless wrath of Li Luo's father, Li Beixiong, who enacted a brutal slaughter. In less than a day, the Yubing Hall of the harem was drenched in blood, with anyone remotely connected to Qin Yuan being ruthlessly slain by the Northern Liang soldiers. Innocent beauties, however, were relegated back to civilian life. That night, within the imperial study, Li Luo and his father, Li Beixiong, shared a moment together. My son, you do not harbor resentment towards your father for the extensive bloodshed of Qin Yuan's kin today, do you? Li Beixiong, no longer the obsequious figure before Li Luo, spoke earnestly. Li Luo shook his head slightly. While he did not wholly approve of his father's massacre of Qin Yuan's family, understanding its potential ramifications on his father's reputation, he was aware that throughout history, every rebellious emperor had exterminated or exiled the former dynasty's kin to prevent any possibility of resurgence. Seeing that Li Luo held no grudge, Li Beixiong's expression softened, and he gazed at his son with profound sincerity. My son, my true intent was always to see you ascend as the sovereign of this dynasty. Though I could have refused today, I realized that if you were to become our Li family's first emperor, you would undoubtedly carry the eternal infamy of usurping the throne. Moreover, there are many tasks that are inconvenient for you to undertake, and thus your father has agreed to accept this position. Regardless of the treachery or cruelty attributed to him, all the scorn of the world will be borne by your father on your behalf. Once he has cleared away all obstacles, he will undoubtedly present you with a pristine dynasty that rightfully belongs to you. Upon hearing this heartfelt declaration from Li Beixiong, Li Luo was deeply moved. He never anticipated that his father would shoulder so much for his sake. He had assumed that his father would be overjoyed after ascending to the throne, but he realized he was mistaken, which filled him with a sense of guilt. He had never considered that his father had always been thinking of him. Ah, my dear son, during my reign, you may indulge yourself freely. Once I pass this position to you, you shall have no time left for leisure, Li Beixiong remarked, patting Li Luo's shoulder in a bid to restore his spirits. For reasons unknown, as Li Luo gazed upon his father's spirited demeanor, his heart ached, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Your Majesty, while we were searching for the remnants of the Qin family, we discovered an individual. At that moment, Long Yi entered and reported. Who? Li Beixiong's expression shifted once more, exuding the bearing of a monarch. Bring him in. Two guards then escorted a young man into the room. As Li Luo looked closely, he recognized the youth as Qin Yu, the former crown prince of the previous dynasty. Ah, Crown Prince, we meet again, Li Luo said with a slight smile, teasingly. Please, Li Luo, save me. I do not wish to die, Qin Yu implored, throwing himself at Li Luo's feet in desperation. Li Luo shook his head slightly, his hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. Crown Prince, I cannot rescue you. You should seek my father's mercy. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned to the cold-faced Li Beixiong, repeatedly bowing and pleading, Your Majesty, please have mercy. My father is dead, my siblings have perished. I pose no threat to you. Spare me my life. Ah, little pup. Let me impart a lesson to you today that I hope you will remember in your next life. Do you understand the meaning of cutting the grass without removing the roots? And the spring wind brings it back to life? Li Beixiong replied with a cold laugh. Hearing this, Qin Yu's face turned pale, his expression like that of a corpse. Li Beixiong had no intention of showing him mercy. With a wave of his hand, the guards dragged the limp Qin Yu away, leaving him with only death. Li Luo felt no sympathy for Qin Yu. Had it been Bei Liang that had been defeated, he trusted that the fates of himself and his father would have been even more tragic. After this brief interlude, Li Beixiong summoned Fang Xianling, the 7 heroes of Bei Liang, and Luo Yi, among other high-ranking officials, to the imperial study to discuss the name of the impending dynasty. After a round of deliberation, they could not settle on a fitting title. At that moment, Li Luo recalled a vision he had glimpsed while cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's scripture, where a magnificent figure proclaimed the name Xia. Why don't we call it Xia? He suggested. Xia dynasty. Li Luo's proposal was instantly met with approval from Fang Xianling and Luo Yi. Despite having their memories altered by the system upon arriving in this world, the name Xia stirred echoes of their past lives within them. Young master, Xia is splendid. Fang Xianling and the others wholeheartedly agreed. Although others did not grasp the significance of Xia, They found the name pleasing to the ear, more so than Liang, and thus nodded in agreement. Ah, splendid. Let us adopt the name Xia as our dynasty, Li Beixiong declared, and the name was established. A few days later, Li Beixiong held a simple coronation ceremony, and Liang was officially renamed Xia. In no time, the name of the new dynasty spread across the 4 provinces. The establishment of the Xia dynasty elicited both cheers and concerns. Upon becoming the first emperor of the Xia dynasty, Li Beixiong granted a general amnesty and proclaimed Li Luo as the crown prince of Xia. Following the establishment of the Xia dynasty, Li Beixiong demoted all former officials with blemished records to commoners. At Fang Xuanling's suggestion, he decreed the first national examination to select truly talented individuals for government positions, regardless of their noble or humble origins. Fang Xuanling was appointed as the chief examiner to identify the best candidates for the Xia dynasty. Upon the issuance of this decree, the common folk of the Xia dynasty rejoiced, especially the children of humble origins, who saw a glimmer of hope for their futures. Within a day of the decree, hundreds of thousands of talented individuals rushed to register for the examination. Based on his insights into the current situation of the Xia dynasty, Fang Xuanling provided numerous recommendations to Li Beixiong that would benefit its development, such as encouraging the restoration of production and alleviating taxes. Li Beixiong trusted and adopted Fang Xuanling's suggestions, instantly garnering widespread support from the populace. Nonetheless, Li Beixiong did not bestow any official titles upon Fang Xuanling, but instead appointed several esteemed former officials and a few of his old friends to key positions in the court. He wished to reserve the honor of appointing talents like Fang Xuanling for his dear son. After all, Fang Xuanling was a strategist under Li Luo's command, and it was fitting for his son to confer titles upon him. With Fang Xuanling's assistance, the Xia dynasty swiftly began to find its footing. Most of the common people were filled with hope for this new dynasty. In addition to appointing capable individuals as ministers, Li Beixiong also appointed the 7 heroes of Bei Liang as generals of Xia, overseeing the Xia cavalry, previously known as the Bei Liang cavalry. As for Gao Shun, Li Ergo, Luo Yi, and other formidable figures, Li Beixiong left their appointments to Li Luo. On this day, within the main hall, Li Beixiong and Li Luo were once again gathered together. "My son, what brings you here?" Li Luo had been living a leisurely life akin to that of the former heir of Bei Liang, as his father and Fang Xuanling handled the affairs of the court. Today, he had been summoned unexpectedly, and he wondered if his father was facing any difficulties. "My child, indeed I have encountered a matter that I wish to discuss with you," Li Beixiong said, clad in a black dragon robe, rubbing his hands together awkwardly. He exhibited none of the demeanor or authority befitting a monarch in front of Li Luo. Li Luo raised an eyebrow, curious. "What is it, father?" "Ah, my son, may I borrow General Gao Shun and Mr. Luo Yi from you? I have heard you say that they are skilled in leading troops. I would like them to assist in training the army and expanding the Xia cavalry. Although Xia is now established, our territory is vast, and surrounding dynasties eye us with suspicion. With our current military strength, we cannot adequately defend our borders," Li Beixiong explained. Li Luo chuckled softly, realizing that his father had summoned him not for an urgent matter, but rather to request assistance. However, upon further reflection, the Daxia relied solely on the Daxia iron cavalry, which indeed proved insufficient. Although they had previously incorporated the 30,000 troops from the Prince of Qi and the million-strong army of the Prince of Wu, it paled in comparison to the hundreds of thousands of elite guards of the Daxia iron cavalry and the Qin Yun. Therefore, the expansion of the Daxia iron cavalry and the establishment of a new elite army became the paramount task of Daxia. "Gao Shun, Luo Yi, you two are responsible for training the 130,000 troops we have integrated, selecting the elite among them to expand the Daxia iron cavalry and the assault camp." Li Luo pondered aloud. "Yes, your highness," replied Luo Yi and Gao Shun in unison, without the slightest hesitation. "Haha, very well. Mr. Luo, General Gao, I hereby appoint you both as the chief and deputy instructor of the million-strong army," proclaimed Li Beixiong. Luo Yi and Gao Shun expressed their gratitude to Li Beixiong with a respectful gesture, foregoing the formalities of lord and subject, and then withdrew. Li Beixiong felt no ire at their lack of formal respect. On the contrary, he was quite pleased. From his recent observations, it was evident that formidable figures like Luo Yi were wholeheartedly devoted to him as their sovereign. Once the two had departed, Li Beixiong's expression suddenly turned grave. "What's wrong, father?" Li Luo inquired, noticing the change in his father's demeanor. Li Beixiong's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. "Son, our Daxia dynasty has now gotten back on track. Recently, I sent word to the Flame Empire. Today, I received a reply. In a month's time, envoys from the Flame Empire will arrive in Daxia. Our dynasty's survival in this western continent hinges on whether we gain the Flame Empire's recognition. A trace of worry crossed Li Beixiong's face. Father, even a minor dynasty like the Liang can gain the Flame Empire's acknowledgement. Surely Daxia will be recognized as well. If necessary, we can bribe the envoys like that old fellow Qin Yu, Li Luo suggested. Hearing this, Li Beixiong sighed. Ah, my dear son, in the past, I would not have worried. As long as the bribes were sufficient, no envoy would trouble a minor dynasty. But now, things are different. Li Luo raised an eyebrow in surprise, instinctively asking, how is it different? Li Beixiong's gaze shifted, and under the scrutiny of those present, he elaborated. Do you all remember the recent celestial phenomenon? Li Luo and the others nodded slightly. Li Beixiong continued, according to the intelligence I gathered, that celestial event heralded the revival of spiritual energy, signaling the dawn of a golden age. Consequently, the Emperor of the Flame Empire has sent envoys to the major dynasties of the Western continent. It is said that the Flame Empire is compelling each dynasty to pledge an oath to the heavens, promising eternal loyalty and becoming a vassal state. Dynasties that swear this oath will be allowed to develop freely, while those that refuse will be swiftly annihilated by the Flame Empire. Thus, in the Western continent, dynasties that have sworn the oath are now witnessing the emergence of numerous formidable beings, even those at the primordial stage. The Flame Empire has chosen to turn a blind eye to the conflicts among dynasties. Chaos has already begun in the Western continent, and no dynasty can remain unscathed. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew heavy with concern. Li Luo squinted and contemplated. Father, do you mean that the envoys from the Flame Empire will force us to swear the heavenly oath? Li Beixiong nodded slightly, his worry deepening. A cold glint flashed in Li Luo's eyes. The Flame Empire had crafted a shrewd strategy. If they swore the heavenly oath, even if Daxia ascended to become a great dynasty, it would forever remain under the control of the Flame Empire. Conversely, if they refused to swear, they would invite immediate retribution from the Flame Empire. Li Luo's expression darkened as he pondered seriously. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Rest assured, Father, I shall devise a plan to deal with the envoys when the time comes, Li Luo said with a wicked smile. Oh, my son, what plan? Li Beixiong asked, intrigued. A secret, Li Luo replied with a slight smile before rising to leave the main hall, followed closely by Zhao Dezhu, by Wu Chang, and the Earth God, leaving the others filled with curiosity. Upon returning to his chamber, Bai Wuchang approached and bowed. Your Highness, I have interrogated the soul entity and uncovered everything. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, then sat down in a chair and waved his hand dismissively. Bai Wuchang understood, a cold smile gracing his pale, bloodless features as he waved his hand. A faint surge of spiritual power emerged, revealing the ethereal figure of an elderly man kneeling before Li Luo. This man was the very soul entity that had been hidden within Qin Yu. Seeing Bai Wuchang, the elderly man trembled, involuntarily recalling the torment he had endured at Bai Wuchang's hands. Speak of your origins, Li Luo leaned back in his chair, sipping his tea nonchalantly. The elderly soul entity gazed curiously at Li Luo, perplexed at how such a young boy could command a being of the primordial realm. Smack! Just as the elderly man was lost in thought, Bai Wuchang struck him sharply with a chain. The elderly man let out a piercing scream. His Highness is asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute? Bai Wuchang reprimanded coldly. Why yes, Your Highness. I am called Liao Tianlu, the elderly man stammered, trembling and panting, fearfully recounting his tale in full. From the elderly man's narrative, Li Luo learned of his identity. Liao Tianlu, the fourth elder of the Tai Ling sect, had once been at the mid-tier level of the primordial realm. Li Luo was taken aback to discover that this old man was indeed an elder of the Tai Ling sect. Upon learning Liao Tianlu's identity, a flicker of murderous intent flashed through Li Luo's eyes, but it quickly vanished, unnoticed by Liao Tianlu. As Liao Tianlu continued his account, Li Luo finally understood why this fourth elder had met such a fate. 10,000 years prior, a celestial dragon had descended in the Million Beast Mountains, drawing countless forces to the area. Although many had witnessed the dragon, once they entered the mountains, not a trace of it could be found, and many were severely injured by the terrifying beasts dwelling within. As no evidence of the dragon was found, the various factions eventually retreated. However, 1,000 years ago, Liao Tianlu stumbled upon this tale in ancient texts and ventured into the Million Beast Mountains in search of the dragon. After much searching without success, just as he was about to leave, he unwittingly fell into a strange valley. Within that valley, he discovered the very dragon described in the ancient texts. Just as he rejoiced at finding it, and overwhelming dragons might crush his physical form. To survive, Liao Tianlu had no choice but to abandon his body and flee with his soul. However, even after escaping, the terrible dragons might have severely injured his soul. After emerging from the mysterious gorge, he was forced to reside within a spatial ring, falling into a deep slumber due to his soul's injuries. Several years ago, in pursuit of transcending to the Guishu realm, Qin Yu ventured deep into the Million Beasts mountain range, seeking celestial herbs to aid his breakthrough. However, any place harboring such divine flora was fiercely guarded by formidable beasts. During an attempt to seize a precious herb, Qin Yu was grievously wounded by the guardian beast. Just as he found himself on the brink of death, a drop of his blood inadvertently stained Liao Tianlu's storage ring, stimulated by Qin Yu's essence. The dormant Liao Tianlu was awakened. In this critical moment, Liao Tianlu entered Qin Yu's body, assisting him in slaying the beast and claiming the herb. Thereafter, Liao Tianlu remained within Qin Yu. After listening to Liao Tianlu's account, Li Luo became intrigued, particularly by the tale of the fallen dragon. Are you saying you have discovered the location of the fallen dragon? Li Luo inquired. Indeed, that is correct, Liao Tianlu replied reluctantly. Li Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his previous life, the great Xia was known as the descendant of dragons. He had never encountered a true dragon, neither in his past nor present. Since Liao Tianlu knew the whereabouts of the fallen dragon, it would be prudent to let him guide him there. I am quite fascinated by this divine dragon. Since you have knowledge of its resting place, lead me there, if you will, Li Luo said, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Liao Tianlu paused momentarily, sensing two terrifying forces locking onto him from behind. These belonged to Zhao Dizhu's and Bai Wuchang. Should he dare to refuse, the two would ensure he experienced a fate worse than death. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Liao Tianlu's eyes flickered with a shadow of trepidation before he readily agreed. Very well. Since His Highness wishes to go, I shall gladly guide you. Upon Liao Tianlu's compliance, Zhao Dizhu's and Bai Wuchang withdrew their menacing aura and fixed him with cold gazes. Excellent. Then we shall set forth tomorrow, Li Luo declared, resolving to have Liao Tianlu lead him to the Million Beasts mountain range the following day. After all, he had little to occupy his time. The Million Beasts mountain range was situated near the border of the southern state, providing him with an opportunity to explore the region. The next day, outside the palace gates, Li Luo and his entourage prepared to embark on their journey to the Million Beasts mountain range. Accompanying them were Zhao Dizhu's, Bai Wuchang, and the Earth Deity, along with Lin Xi, who had traveled from Qinsheng City. On the day the Great Xia dynasty was established, Li Beixiong had summoned Lu Heng and his daughter to the imperial capital. Lu Heng was also appointed by Li Beixiong to assist in state affairs. Initially, Li Luo intended to travel with only Zhao Dizhu's and the others, but upon learning of his journey to the southern state, his father insisted that Lin Xi accompany him, citing the need to foster their relationship. However, upon discovering that Lin Xi had traveled extensively across the nation and was well versed in the circumstances of various states, Li Luo agreed to bring her along. As they set off, Li Luo donned the Wanhua mask, altering his appearance, while Zhao Dizhu's, Bai Wuchang, and the Earth Deity also disguised themselves. During the previous military incursion into the capital, the citizens had recognized Zhao Dizhu's and his companions as Li Luo's subordinates. Mounted on fine steeds, they approached the city gates. Your Highness, your disguise is truly remarkable. Even the Emperor might struggle to recognize you, Lin Xi exclaimed, gazing at the transformed Li Luo in his white attire. Had she not witnessed his transformation firsthand, she would have never recognized him as the crown prince. Li Luo smiled slightly. I possess no skills in disguise. It is entirely the work of the Wanhua mask. He marveled at the mask's extraordinary capabilities. Although they had altered their appearances, some citizens recognized Lin Xi. Look, that young lady on horseback appears to be the talented Lin Xi from the western state. It does seem so. Why has the talented Lin Xi come to our capital? Don't you know? A few days ago, her father, Governor Liu, was summoned by His Majesty to serve in the court. Now Lord Liu holds the position of a third-rank minister. Naturally, the talented Lin Xi would accompany him to reside in the capital. No wonder. But who is that young man beside her? He looks unfamiliar. I don't know. Perhaps he is one of the talented Lin Xi's suitors? The citizens whispered among themselves upon recognizing Lin Xi's identity. Some admirers, eager to catch a glimpse of her, hurried over. Hearing the chatter around them, Li Luo could not help but smile. Miss Liu, I did not realize you were quite famous in the capital. Lin Xi paused slightly, shaking her head with a charming smile. Your Highness, do not jest. If you were to reveal your identity, the citizens of the capital would surely flock to witness your grandeur. Ha ha, Miss Liu, I am not comparable to you. You are the most renowned talent of the great Xia, possessing both beauty and wisdom, while I merely bear the title of Crown Prince, Li Luo teased. Flattered by his compliment, Lin Xi felt a warmth rise in her cheeks. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Lin Xi, she said, summoning her courage to address Li Luo earnestly. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback but thought little of it. It was just a title. Very well, Miss Lin Xi. While we are out, please refrain from addressing me as Your Highness. You may call me young master instead, he replied with a smile. Lin Xi nodded, a hint of wistfulness flickering in her eyes. At that moment, as the group approached the city gates, Zhao Dizhus noticed a dashing young gentleman blocking their path. Behind him stood several formidable figures, clearly protectors from a prominent noble family within the capital. Upon seeing Li Luo and his companions, the distinguished young man's gaze fell upon Lin Xi, a look of delight crossing his face. He approached her with a courteous smile. Miss Lu, it has been a long time. Li Luo was taken aback. It appeared this individual was acquainted with Lin Xi. He had initially thought they were encountering yet another foolish adversary from his past life, who sought to exploit Lin Xi's beauty. Ah, it is young Master Situ. It has indeed been a while, Lin Xi replied politely, her demeanor unperturbed. The gentleman, known as Situ Yunshang, was someone she had met during a poetry gathering years ago in the capital. Miss Lu, since our last parting, we have not met in quite some time. Recently, I heard that Lord Lu has been appointed as a third-rank minister and has settled in the capital. I have long wished to pay my respects to both you and your father, but I have been unable to ascertain your whereabouts, Situ Yunshang said with genuine warmth. Lin Xi cast a glance at Li Luo, unable to divulge that she and her father were currently residing within the imperial palace. Young Master Situ is kind. I thank you for your consideration. However, I have pressing matters to attend to today, so I must excuse myself, she replied. Let us take our leave, young master, she added, turning to Li Luo with a gentle smile. Li Luo nodded slightly, meeting Situ Yunshang's gaze with a polite acknowledgement before urging his steed onward toward the city gates. As Lin Xi referred to Li Luo as young master, a flicker of jealousy flashed in Situ Yunshang's eyes. Though he concealed it well, Li Luo noticed the shift and could not help but shake his head in silent amusement. In the midst of a fierce rivalry, the thoughtless young master encountered someone unexpected. He hoped that this individual would refrain from any reckless actions henceforth. Otherwise, a cold smile crept into Li Luo's heart. Dismissing further thoughts, he addressed the young lady. Very well, Miss Lu, let us reconvene once your matters are settled. Situ Yunshang nodded slightly and clasped his hands in acknowledgement, before following Li Luo. As he gazed at Li Luo's departing figure, an unusual glint flickered in Situ Yunshang's eyes. He scoured his mind, searching through the noble families of the imperial capital, but could not find anyone who resembled Li Luo. Who exactly was he? How could he be treated with such regard by Lin Xi? As these thoughts swirled, a ruthless killing intent flashed through his eyes. Master, shall we? At this moment, one of Situ Yunshang's subordinates, a practitioner of the spirit-building realm, approached and made a gesture across his throat. Situ Yunshang pondered for a moment and then shook his head slightly. Forget it. My father has recently been entrusted with an important task by the emperor. We must avoid any complications that could involve him. Hearing this, the subordinate retreated. However, the trio following Li Luo, Bai Wuchang, Zhao Dizhus, and the Earth God, suddenly turned to gaze at the stationary Situ Yunshang. They had sensed the killing intent directed at their young master. Although faint, it was unmistakably aimed at him. How dare such a fool harbor murderous thoughts towards their master? Zhao Dizhus' eyes narrowed, and he activated his illusionary eye. For the sake of Minister C2, a lesson will suffice to make him remember his place. At that moment, Li Luo's voice echoed in Zhao Dizhus' ear. He nodded slightly, and the swirling jewel in his eye began to rotate as he quickly followed Li Luo out of the city gate. In an instant, Situ Yunshang found himself ensnared in a crimson space, bound to a cross, his pupils constricting in horror. Shortly after, a piercing scream attracted the attention of the townsfolk. Situ Yunshang, standing in that blood-red realm, was tormented for 3 days and nights by Zhao Dizhus, while merely a second passed in reality. Returning to the real world, Situ Yunshang, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, hurried home to inform his father of the predicament he had encountered. His father, Situ Kong, the chancellor of the great Xia dynasty, upon hearing the account, promptly delivered a resounding slap to Situ Yunshang's face, shaking in anger as he scolded, "You ungrateful wretch. Do you have any idea of the calamity you've invited upon yourself? Lin Xi may very well become the future crown princess." Upon hearing his father's words, Situ Yunshang's mind exploded, his face paling. Lin Xi was to become the future crown princess. Did that mean the young man he had encountered was none other than the crown prince himself, Li Luo? Realization struck him, and he collapsed to the ground. His admiration for Lin Xi shattered, leaving no room for any improper thoughts. As for revenge, that was utterly unthinkable. What kind of fool would contemplate avenging himself against the crown prince? Even towards Li Luo, all jealousy and resentment evaporated, replaced only by an overwhelming dread. Witnessing his son so thoroughly terrified, Si-Tu Kong sighed. Only those in high positions were privy to the fact that Lin Xi was indeed destined to be the crown princess. Otherwise, how could the emperor allow Lu Heng and his daughter to reside in the palace? Since the crown prince's strong allies had not harmed you, it indicates that the crown prince merely wished to give you a lesson out of respect for your father. However, as a precaution, you shall accompany me to the palace to meet the emperor. Yes, yes, yes. Father, please save me. Si-Tu Yunshang knelt in fear, pleading for a chance to redeem himself. Si-Tu Kong nodded and immediately took his son into the palace. Upon learning everything, Li Beixiong ordered that Si-Tu Yunshang receive 100 lashes. Had it not been for Si-Tu Kong and the fact that he only intended to teach his son a lesson, anyone else who dared to entertain improper thoughts towards his esteemed future daughter-in-law would have been executed. After being bedridden for a month due to the beating, Si-Tu Yunshang did not cry or complain. Instead, he felt grateful towards Li Beixiong and Li Luo. It was said that before becoming the ruler of the Great Xia, Emperor Li Beixiong was a man of ruthless disposition. Yet now, Si-Tu Yunshang viewed him as benevolent. Had this been the old Liang dynasty, he would have long been executed. The negative rumors about the emperor were undoubtedly fabrications. Meanwhile, Li Luo and his companions had already departed the imperial capital. That young master and I have only crossed paths once, Lin Xi remarked, a trace of conflict flickering in her eyes. Uncertain why, she worried that Li Luo might misunderstand her. After a brief internal struggle, she attempted to clarify, but immediately regretted it. Li Luo, oblivious to Lin Xi's thoughts, chuckled playfully. Haha, Miss Lin Xi, you truly are a talented woman. Just one meeting, and you've left these noble young masters unable to forget you. At this point, Lin Xi was at a loss for words, silently cursing the dense young man. Before Li Luo exited the city, she had informed him of Si-Tu Yunshang's identity. Otherwise, he would not have merely instructed Zhao Di's who's to teach him a lesson. As was customary, those who were jealous and foolish, despite their outward appearances, might secretly plot against him. Thus, Li Luo hoped for their discretion. Otherwise, even if he were the son of Si-Tu Kong, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. If direct confrontation was not feasible, subtle approaches would suffice. Subsequently, Li Luo and his companions hastened towards the southern province. 3 days later, they finally arrived in Nanzhou. Young master, we are approaching Liuhe City, announced one of his companions. Liuhe City was named after the Lu River, known for its vast, azure waters and crystal-clear streams, where one could see fish frolicking beneath the surface. The banks were lined with willows, painting the landscape in vibrant green hues, a sight to behold. The Lu River was the third largest river in the Great Xia dynasty. According to the folk legends recorded in strange tales of mountains and rivers, there was another tale associated with the Lu River. Would you like to hear it, young master? As they neared Liuhe City, Lin Xi began to speak animatedly, then turned to Li Luo, her tone taking on a mysterious quality. Intrigued by her words, Li Luo responded, "Oh, really? Of course, I wish to hear it. Please enlighten me, Miss Lin Xi." Lin Xi could not help but feel a pang of sadness. This dense young man still treated her so distantly. Taking a deep breath, she began. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, the Lu River was not called Lu River, but was simply an unnamed river. It was said to be home to a benevolent water dragon, which enjoyed basking in the shade of a large willow tree along the riverbank. Whenever fishermen fell into the water dragon would save them, and during floods, it would transform its massive form to halt the disaster. Over time, the townsfolk regarded the water dragon as the guardian of the river, living in harmony with the people. However, one day, a severe drought struck the land of Nanzhou. With no rain for several years, the earth cracked, rivers ran dry, and the crops failed, leading to famine. Unable to bear witness to the suffering of the people, the water dragon sought to summon heavenly retribution, wishing to transform into a dragon. On that day, dark clouds loomed over the city, and thunder roared as the water dragon boldly dove into the stormy clouds. The townsfolk only heard a deafening clap of thunder, followed by a rain of blood. This blood rain fell for an entire day and night. After the blood rain, the storm clouds that had gathered over the city began to release genuine rain, nourishing the crops of the people and revitalizing the great rivers. However, following this event, the water dragon was never seen again. in gratitude for the water dragon's assistance. The townsfolk planted willows along both banks of the river, hoping to one day catch a glimpse of the creature among the trees. Thus, the river was renamed Willow River by the citizens. Upon hearing Lin Xi's narration, the earth god couldn't help but reflect. This dragon must have deliberately invoked the heavenly tribulation, intending to demonstrate its powers and bring rain for the people. Alas, transforming from a water dragon into a dragon is fraught with peril. It seems it had already prepared for sacrifice. The blood rain was perhaps a result of its underestimation of the thunder's might, and it offered its own essence to alleviate the people's suffering. Such a compassionate and righteous water dragon is indeed a rare find, yet the heavens are indifferent. Though it is merely a legend, the earth god held a different view. In their world, he too had witnessed the transformation of water dragons. The demise of such a devoted creature left him with a sense of loss. Indeed, he mused, even if the heavens are unfeeling, I believe that the true deluge that followed must have moved even the cold-hearted celestial order. Li Luo spoke slowly. The earth god's reflections resonate deeply. The earth god, his gaze flickering with thought, nodded in quiet agreement, observing that his tale had stirred the emotions of Li Luo and the others. Lin Xi smiled gently and chose to remain silent. The group urged their horses to quicken their pace, and soon a vast grove of willows appeared before them. The road beneath their feet cut straight through the willow forest. As they walked among the towering willows, Li Luo couldn't help but recall the lines, draped in jade. A tree stands tall, with countless green strands cascading down. Halfway through, a city emerged, partially concealed by the drooping branches. Before them lay Willow River City. Upon exiting the willow grove, they beheld the shimmering expanse of the river. This was indeed Willow River, with a grand bridge spanning it directly to the city gate. At that moment, Li Luo and Lin Xi stood still, taken aback, for the bridge and its banks were heavily guarded. Nevertheless, the townsfolk continued to pass through the gates without hindrance. Li Luo noticed that each person crossing the bridge wore an expression of fear, hastening their steps in haste. Furrowing his brow, Li Luo wondered, has something occurred in Willow River City? The group dismounted and approached an elderly man crossing the bridge for inquiry. Chapter 62. Nothing seems to work, good sir. May I inquire what has transpired in Willow River City? Why has the government stationed such a heavy guard? Li Luo asked. Puzzled, the elder glanced at Li Luo and his companions before responding. You gentlemen are outsiders, I presume? Li Luo nodded slightly, replying, to be candid, we have traveled from the imperial capital. The elder understood, nodding, that explains it. Since you hail from the capital, do exercise caution when crossing Willow Bridge. Why is that? Li Luo pressed, frowning in confusion. Alas, let me tell you, the elder began, not long ago, a great python suddenly emerged from the river, its size enormous, causing considerable harm. Upon discovery, Lord Yun of Willow River City organized a large force to eliminate this menace, but they did not anticipate the creature's formidable strength. The casualties among Lord Yun's troops were severe, and he himself sustained grave injuries. Now, Lord Yun has no choice but to station soldiers here day and night, ensuring the safety of the townsfolk as they enter and exit the gates. Upon hearing this, Li Luo and his companions exchanged understanding glances, turning their attention to the river. Buzzing, Li Luo, Bai Wuchang, and the earth gods simultaneously activated their spiritual senses, probing the waters, yet found no trace of the python. However, Li Luo noted the conspicuous absence of any fish in the river, which was highly unusual. The elder's words rang true in his mind. Considering the current abundance of spiritual energy in the land, the emergence of mountain spirits or sea monsters was not beyond the realm of possibility. The present West Continent could no longer be perceived through the lens of former understanding. By the way, good sir, if Lord Yun is unable to deal with the python, why has he not reported the matter to the court? Surely, our great Xia dynasty is filled with powerful individuals who would swiftly send someone to exterminate this threat. Lin Xi inquired, confusion evident on her face. Listening to her, Li Luo too looked at the elder with curiosity. The elder seemed to anticipate their question and replied. When the beast first appeared, Lord Yun believed he could handle it, but he soon realized the creature was exceptionally formidable. I heard that yesterday. Lord Yun dispatched someone to report to the court. It is likely that they will receive the message soon and send powerful reinforcements. Li Luo nodded slightly, bidding farewell to the elder as he led his companions into the city. Since they had arrived, he might as well assist the townsfolk of Willow River in dealing with the beast. Sir, do you think it will be difficult to meet Lord Yun? Lin Xi, following closely behind Li Luo, couldn't help but voice her thoughts. The astute girl had already surmised Li Luo's intention to seek out Lord Yun. Li Luo smiled gently. No need to worry, I have my ways. Upon entering the city, Li Luo noticed the streets were eerily sparse, likely due to the fear that had driven the populace to hide indoors. The presence of the great python had instilled widespread anxiety. Nonetheless, Li Luo observed that Lord Yun, though a bureaucrat from a previous dynasty, was indeed a capable official. He had managed the affairs of Willow River City with diligence and was well regarded by the locals. Whenever Lord Yun's name was mentioned, the townsfolk would invariably express their admiration. After the establishment of the Xia dynasty, Li Beixiong had taken the advice of Fang Xianling to secretly investigate the officials across the provinces. Those who served the people well were allowed to continue in their positions, while those who did nothing and exploited the populace were demoted to commoners, or even subjected to severe penalties. New officials were then appointed from the imperial capital to replace them. It seemed that his father had executed this task with great proficiency. Before long, Li Luo and his companions arrived at the entrance of Lord Yun's residence. "Halt! Who are you? If you have no business here, please leave at once." A guard stationed at the gate stepped forward to block their way. "How dare you obstruct my young master?" Bai Wuchang's expression turned icy, a glint of menace in his eyes. "What are you trying to do?" The guards, sensing Bai Wuchang's threatening demeanor, drew their weapons with caution. Li Luo raised his hand, halting Bai Wuchang, then addressed the leading guard. "Gentlemen, please do not misunderstand. We have urgent matters to discuss with Lord Yun. Present this token to him, and he shall come to greet us." With that, Li Luo retrieved a token from his robes and handed it to the guard. The guard accepted the token and said, "You may wait here." Turning, the guard walked away, casting a glance back at his companions, as if to signal that they should apprehend Li Luo and his group at the first sign of trouble. The others nodded in silent understanding. Meanwhile, inside the residence, a middle-aged man, his body wrapped in white cloth and bearing multiple injuries, sat in the main hall. This man was Lord Yun Songfeng. "Ouch! That beast is incredibly strong. It's killing me." Yun Songfeng grimaced as he attempted to lift a cup of tea, inadvertently straining his injured muscles and grimacing in pain. A servant hurriedly brought him tea. "By the way, has anyone returned from the capital with news?" Yun Songfeng inquired, beckoning for a guard to enter. "My lord, it is anticipated that His Majesty will receive news tomorrow," the guard spoke earnestly. Yun Songfeng nodded, his gaze falling upon his own injuries, filled with regret. Why did he seek to play the hero when he was unscathed? Not only did he fail to eliminate the threat to the people, but he also suffered a beating from that beast, resulting in the loss of many soldiers under his command. "My lord, there is someone outside who wishes to see you." At that moment, the guard who had entered with the token from Li Luo rushed in with urgency. "Who is it?" Yun Songfeng inquired instinctively. "It appears to be a young nobleman accompanied by a lady, an elderly man, and two younger individuals," the guard replied. Upon hearing that it was a young man, Yun Songfeng waved his hand in annoyance. "I shall not meet him. I am in no condition to receive visitors. Furthermore, instruct those young ones to refrain from wandering outside at night. It would be disastrous if they were to encounter that vile creature." But," the guard stammered. And Yun Songfeng furrowed his brow, questioning, "What is it?" The guard hastily presented the token given by Li Luo, responding, "My lord, this is the token that young man asked me to deliver to you. He said that upon seeing it, you would agree to meet him." "Huh, is that so? I have said I will not meet. No token shall change that," Yun Songfeng retorted as he took the token. However, as he examined it closely, he noticed the character for Xia engraved on it, surrounded by intricate carvings of 9 delicate golden dragons. The Xia token, his pupils dilated, and he sprang up from his seat. "Where's that young man now?" In his fervor, Yun Songfeng inadvertently exacerbated his injuries, causing him to inhale sharply. "My lord, that young master awaits you outside," the guard observed, recognizing the urgency in Yun Songfeng's demeanor, and quickly added, "Hurry, let us bring him in." "No, I shall go to greet him myself." With that, Yun Songfeng limped towards the entrance, each step causing him discomfort. The servants in the manor were left astounded. Wasn't he just declaring that nothing would sway him? "My lord, trust in us," came a shout from outside, followed by Yun Songfeng's furious exclamation, "You lot, hurry and assist me." Chapter 63. Resolving the Python crisis with the aid of several servants, Yun Songfeng hurriedly made his way outside. At that moment, Li Luo had removed his disguise, revealing his true appearance. Yun Songfeng, upon seeing the leading figure of Li Luo, immediately knelt before him, holding the Xia token with both hands. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." Upon hearing Yun Songfeng's words, the surrounding servants and guards immediately trembled and knelt in respect. Li Luo scrutinized Yun Songfeng, noting his cultivation level was merely at the spirit ascension stage, and his body wrapped in white cloth. He quickly assisted him to his feet. "Lord Yun, There is no need for such formalities. Thank you, Your Highness. Please, come inside and rest, Yun Songfeng responded, his regard for Li Luo soaring as he marveled at the Crown Prince's humility, surprised at the Crown Prince's graciousness. He thought to himself how much better Li Luo was compared to the previous prince, Qinyu. He hastily invited Li Luo into the manor. In the main hall, seated at the head of the table, Li Luo took a sip of tea and addressed Yun Songfeng. Lord Yun, as we pass by Liu's city, we heard from the locals that a great python has been terrorizing the river, causing much harm. Could you elaborate on this matter? Yun Songfeng glanced at Li Luo and the formidable figures standing behind him. He reasoned that the Crown Prince's entourage must be powerful warriors capable of dealing with the beast. With this thought in mind, he spoke candidly. Your Highness, what the townsfolk say is indeed true. These injuries I bear are a direct result of that great python. Following an unusual celestial phenomenon, many fishermen have gone missing without explanation. Upon receiving reports from the people, we commenced an investigation. That very night, the python appeared at the river near the city gates, and many citizens, including myself, witnessed its terrifying presence. I attempted to rally troops to eliminate this menace. Yet the beast proved to be exceptionally formidable. Upon hearing this, Li Luo nodded thoughtfully. Since I have come here today, I shall not allow this python to continue terrorizing the good people of Liu City. Thank you, Your Highness. Yun Songfeng exclaimed. On behalf of the citizens of Liu City, I express my gratitude for your intervention. Lord Yun, there is no need for such formality. Simply tell us where the python hides. Li Luo waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, I do not know its exact hiding place. However, rest assured, it emerges from the river each night. If Your Highness sends a few officials to Liuha Bridge tonight, we shall confront it, Yun Songfeng explained. Li Luo nodded in agreement. Very well. Tonight shall be the python's end. Excellent. Inform the citizens that His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived in Liuha City and will rid us of the beast tonight. They should remain indoors and await good news, Yun Songfeng instructed his servants. Yes, my lord. One servant promptly departed. Li Luo initially hesitated to let Yun Songfeng reveal his presence. Yet a sudden thought struck him. If the townsfolk learned that he had vanquished the python, it would surely bolster his reputation. Thus, he swallowed his words. Soon, the citizens of Liuha City became aware of Li Luo's arrival. Upon learning that the Crown Prince had brought strong allies to eliminate the python, excitement surged through the populace. As night fell, the citizens stayed indoors as instructed, eagerly awaiting news. Li Luo and Yun Songfeng stood upon the bridge, surrounded by soldiers holding torches, their flames reflecting on the calm waters below. After waiting for about half an hour, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the river. Your Highness, the beast is approaching, Yun Songfeng warned, his expression turning grave as he recognized the familiar mist. Li Luo nodded, and the senses of Bai Wuchang and the Earth God quickly expanded over the river's surface. Your Highness, Bai Wuchang's face turned serious. Beneath the river, a massive form is swiftly moving upstream. A smile tugged at Li Luo's lips as he sensed it too. It approaches. My lord, the great python has arrived. Before long, the massive python glided beneath the bridge. The soldiers on the bridge, illuminated by the flickering torchlight, caught sight of a serpentine shadow stretching over 10 zhang in length, thrashing through the water, causing tension to ripple among them. Those with a fear of deep-sea creatures likely trembled in fear. Suddenly, the great python lunged from the depths, thrusting its enormous head towards the crowd on the bridge. Your Highness, be cautious, Yun Songfeng urgently warned. However, Li Luo and his companions remained calm. Li Luo scrutinized the great python, noting that despite its serpentine form, its head was swollen with 2 prominent lumps, indicative of its transformation into a dragon. In Li Luo's perception, the python possessed a cultivation level equivalent to that of the mid-stage of the Great Evolution realm. Realizing the python's strength, Li Luo glanced at Yun Songfeng, astonished that he dared to confront such a creature alone. It was a stroke of luck that he had survived and remained alive to this day. Perhaps Yun Songfeng's benevolence towards his people and his integrity as an official were indeed rewarded, as the saying goes. With a sudden realization, Li Luo vanished from his position, reappearing before the great python. As the colossal python beheld Li Luo before it, it opened its gaping maw, intent on devouring him whole. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from Li Luo's being as he unleashed a devastating punch. The python, having developed a modicum of sentience, sensed the terrifying power radiating from Li Luo and instinctively recoiled, seeking an escape. Alas, it was too late. Li Luo's fist struck the scaled forehead of the serpent, propelling its massive form several meters across the river's surface before it sank beneath the water. To Li Luo's astonishment, the creature was still alive. He gasped as he observed the wounded python laboriously dragging its battered body downstream to flee. At that moment, Bai Wuchang and the Earth God had already appeared above the river. With a swift motion of the Earth God's staff, the water parted as if cleaved by an invisible force, revealing the stones beneath. The onlookers gasped as they beheld the python, its head gushing blood, struggling to wriggle along the riverbed. Then, with a subtle gesture, the Earth God raised his finger, and the rising water coalesced into a shimmering spear, piercing through the python's head, sealing its fate. The Earth God then waved his hand, and the serpent's lifeless body was cast out of the riverbed, while the water curtain fell, restoring tranquility to the river. In that moment, Yun Zongfeng and the soldiers stood in stunned silence. The battle had concluded with such swiftness. They soon regained their composure, excitement evident on their faces. The menace had finally been vanquished. Approaching the fallen python, Li Luo examined the gaping wound in its skull, perplexed. Logically, a python of mid-level Dian realm should not have survived a blow from his peak Gui Su realm strength. Yet, it had indeed endured his strike. How curious. At that juncture, the Earth God seemed to discern something. Pointing at the python, a beam of light shot forth, entering the creature's body. To the astonishment of the gathered crowd, a lustrous white pearl emerged, emanating a faint glow. This is the dragon pearl, explained the Earth God. It is the tear of a dragon. This pearl, imbued with the essence of the dragon, clearly does not belong to this python. It likely transformed into a dragon-like form after consuming this pearl. However, it is a mystery where this python acquired such a rare gem. The tears of dragons are seldom witnessed. Upon hearing the Earth God's words, Li Luo recalled the legend of Liuhe recounted by Lin Xi. Perhaps it was not merely a fable but a truth that had transpired. The Earth God then handed the dragon pearl to Li Luo, who accepted it without hesitation, casually stowing it away. Quick, inform the townsfolk that the python has been eliminated by His Highness the Prince, Yun Zongfeng commanded. Exhilarated as he gazed upon the immense body of the serpent, the burden that had plagued him had finally been lifted. Soon, news of the victory spread throughout the city, and countless individuals rejoiced, heralding the prince's triumph. As the citizens of Liuhe City gathered in throngs to witness the fallen beast, they could not contain their gratitude, chanting praises for the prince. Many livelihoods depended on the river, and now, free from its peril, they could finally live without fear. Especially heart-wrenching were the families of those lost to the python's wrath, who wept openly, kneeling before Li Luo in gratitude. Please rise. As the prince of the great Xia dynasty, it is my duty to protect my people. You need not bow so deeply, Li Luo said, lifting an elderly man and smiling warmly at the crowd. His words endeared him to the citizens of Liuhe City, who had never encountered a prince so approachable and compassionate. In that moment, Li Luo's reputation soared, accumulating another substantial amount of esteem. From the establishment of the great Xia to the present, he had amassed over 3 million points of reputation. His previous hesitance to summon was due to the system's failure rates. Thus, he aimed to gather sufficient reputation to attempt a series of summons. This evening, he resolved to attempt a summoning while inquiring about the system's failures. Upon returning to Yun Zongfeng's residence amidst the throngs of grateful citizens, Li Luo feigned exhaustion, retreating to his chambers to prepare for a triad of summons. System. Why do summons sometimes fail? I have long wished to inquire. Speak, have you been skimming off the top? Li Luo jested, feigning indignation. Host is overthinking. This system is fair and just, certainly not siphoning off any of the host's rewards. In truth, there has never been a failure in this system's summons. Li Luo's mouth twitched at the system's response. Are you serious? That means the failures I experienced were mere hallucinations? Ridiculous. You must have taken a cut. Spit it out. Host. This system has indeed not taken any of your rewards. The reason for previous failures was that you attempted to summon top-tier beings from their respective realms, and your current cultivation and the reputation used were insufficient to bring them forth. Your realm and the reputation spent are critical factors in determining whether these formidable beings can be summoned. These supreme beings, when summoned to this world, would essentially wreak havoc. For instance, summoning Sun Wukong from the journey to the west could require tens of millions of reputation points for a single attempt, as such illustrious entities are worth that much. Additionally, the system summons are random and depend on the host's luck. Therefore, prior failures stemmed from your attempts to summon those top-tier beings with your limited reputation, rendering them futile. Upon digesting the system's explanation, Li Luo was rendered speechless, caught between laughter and tears. It seemed his previous failures were a result of extraordinary luck coupled with insufficient cultivation and reputation. Resolving to summon again, he declared, "Let us proceed with the triad of summons. This time, He hoped for fortune to favor him without excess, seeking 3 formidable beings of the Gui Su realm, content with mere adequacy. As soon as he spoke, myriad realms flickered before him. Ding! Summoning successful. 3 attempts, 1 failure. Upon noting the failure, Li Luo's expression darkened once more. Which top-tier figure had he summoned this time? Amused yet exasperated, he discovered, successfully summoned from the Qin Shi Mingwei realm. Summoned character, Zhang Han, accompanied by 3,000 shadowy guards. Successfully summoned from the Qin realm. Summoned character, Meng Tian, accompanied by 300,000 Great Wall soldiers. Upon seeing Zhang Han and Meng Tian, Li Luo could not contain his excitement. Though hailing from different versions of the Qin state, the names of these 2 individuals have long resonated within the hearts of the Huaxia people. Historically, Zhang Han was a renowned general of the Qin dynasty, holding the esteemed title of Generalissimo. In the realm of Qin Shi Mingyu, he is similarly depicted as a Generalissimo and is credited with establishing the Shadow Secret Guard, adding to Li Luo's exhilaration. The 3,000 members of the Shadow Secret Guard have also been summoned into this world alongside Zhang Han. In the Qin realm, the Shadow Secret Guard served as the personal bodyguard of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. True to their name, they moved with lightning speed and wielded lethal force. Akin to the Grim Reaper, always looming in the shadows. Despite their modest rank, they possessed the authority over life and death, directly obeying the commands of Yingzheng. Thus, they were likened to maggots clinging to bones, always present like shadows, as if the emperor himself were in attendance. As for General Meng Tian, his renown requires no elaboration. Historically, he was a celebrated general of the Qin dynasty, conferred the title of general after the unification of the realm. He commanded an army of 300,000 to the north against the Xiongnu, with the Great Wall Corps being one of the 4 principal military divisions of the Qin dynasty. In those days, Meng Tian led the Great Wall Corps of 300,000 to confront the Xiongnu. Li Luo was thrilled to access the attributes of the mission. Zhang Han, pinnacle of the Void Realm, loyalty 100, Meng Tian, mid-stage of the Primordial Realm. Loyalty 100, Shadow Secret Guard, all mid-stage of the Great Yin Realm. Loyalty 100, Great Wall Corps, all pinnacle of the Spirit Sea Realm. Loyalty 100. Wow. The Primordial Realm. Chapter 65. Urgent news from the border. Li Luo excitedly summoned the 2 from the system. With a buzz, a figure emerged from the rift. Clad in battle armor, this individual bore a pair of exquisitely crafted swords at his waist, the twin shadow swords. Recognizing these blades instantly, Li Luo knew without a doubt that this was Zhang Han from the Qin realm. However, as Zhang Han stepped forth, a sudden wave of blood-red aura surged from the spatial rift. A more imposing figure slowly emerged, exuding a terrifying bloodlust that nearly caused Li Luo to falter. Drawing a sharp breath, this individual was none other than Meng Tian, with a bronze sword at his side and a spear in hand. He appeared as an invincible war deity. Li Luo couldn't help but ponder how formidable the infamous killer, by Qi, must be. He dared not imagine. Greetings, young master. The voices of the 2 jolted Li Luo back to reality. Seeing them clasp their fists and kneel before him, he hurriedly stepped forward to assist them. Generals, please rise. Thank you, young master. After standing, both men gazed at Li Luo with reverence. Li Luo was aware that their memories had also been altered by the system. General Meng Tian, General Zhang Han, the Great Wall Corps and the Shadow Secret Guard under your command have likewise been resurrected alongside you. However, this space is too limited, so I can only temporarily house them in a special realm. Upon hearing this, the eyes of both men sparkled with brilliance, their faces alight with excitement. General Meng Tian has no way to repay you but vows to follow you unto death, annihilating all invading foes. Zhang Han echoed the sentiment, pledging his unwavering loyalty to Li Luo and vowing to clear all obstacles before him. They clasped their hands once more, expressing their gratitude. Excellent. As the crown prince of the Great Xia, with both of you by my side, our banner shall surely fly across the entire continent. Li Luo was inspired by their fervor, sweeping his arm grandly. Indeed, Meng Tian and Zhang Han exchanged glances, their exhilaration uncontainable. It seemed this world was also steeped in chaos. Accustomed to warfare in their previous lives, their blood surged once more with fervor. Subsequently, Li Luo led the 2 out of the room. Upon seeing Zhang Han and Meng Tian, Bai Wuchang and the Earth God were momentarily taken aback, particularly Meng Tian, who, despite concealing his aura, was sensed as immensely powerful by both divine beings. They quickly understood that the young master had once again resurrected formidable individuals from another realm. At that moment, they felt a hint of pressure. The ranks of powerful allies surrounding the young master would only grow. If they did not strive to improve, they might soon find themselves unworthy of standing beside him. A thought flashed through their minds, and they resolved to begin their training in earnest. Young master, who are these two? Lin Xi inquired, observing the unfamiliar Meng Tian and Zhang Han. This is General Meng Tian, and this is General Zhang Han, Li Luo replied, feeling it unnecessary to elaborate further, unsure how to explain. Lin Xi, perceiving his reluctance, offered a subtle, understanding smile. Greetings, General, Lin Xi acknowledged, as Meng Tian and Zhang Han slightly nodded and clasped their hands in return. Then, Li Luo led everyone to bid farewell to Yun Zongfeng, preparing to continue southward toward the Million Beast Mountain Range. Your Highness, why not linger a few more days? Yun Zongfeng suggested, wishing to retain Li Luo's company. Not possible. I have urgent matters to attend to, Li Luo replied with a smile. Since your Highness has pressing affairs, then, before Yun Zongfeng could finish, a guard rushed in anxiously. My lord, dire news. The southern border is in peril. A beast tide is assaulting the city, and the defending troops have suffered severe losses. The city is in imminent danger of being breached. General Zhou has urgently commanded all counties in the southern region to dispatch troops for support. What? How could this be? The southern border near the Million Beast Mountain Range has not experienced a beast tide in over 100 years. How could it suddenly? Yun Zongfeng exclaimed, unable to contain his urgency. I do not know, the guard replied, his head bowed, unable to answer the question. Li Luo and Lin Xi's expressions changed drastically upon hearing the news. I ask you, has this message been reported to the court? Li Luo demanded sternly. Replying to your highness, General Zhou had already dispatched someone to report the news when the beast tide struck yesterday. The guard hurriedly responded. Your highness, I shall organize troops for support at once. Yun Zongfeng realized the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Li Luo interjected. Lord Yun, it is unnecessary. Even if the counties rally their troops, they will not arrive in time. Please write a letter to my father. The great Xia cavalry need not mobilize. I have my methods to resolve the crisis at the border. Without waiting for Yun Zongfeng to reply, Li Luo turned to Lin Xi. Miss Lin Xi, the border is fraught with danger. It would be best for you not to accompany us. You should remain in Liyue City. If you wish to return to the imperial capital, let Lord Yun arrange for your transport. Lin Xi understood the seriousness of the matter and, not wishing to be a burden, nodded with concern. Your Highness need not worry about me. The safety of the citizens in the border city is of utmost importance. Li Luo nodded slightly, then stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Meng Tian and the others followed closely behind. Watching Li Luo disappear, Yun Zongfeng couldn't help but feel curious. How would the Crown Prince resolve this beast tide crisis? I hope the Crown Prince truly possesses a means to address the crisis at the southern border. Otherwise, our newly established Great Xia dynasty could find itself beset on all sides, Yun Zongfeng mused, his face clouded with worry. Lin Xi sensed the deeper implications of his words and inquired, Why do you say that, Lord Yun? Yun Zongfeng, his expression grave, replied slowly, just the day before yesterday. It was reported that the barbaric tribes had unified under the Tuoba clan, establishing the Tuoba dynasty. The Tuoba king commands an army of 1 million, reportedly advancing toward our Great Xia border. Upon learning this news, His Majesty dispatched scouts to gather intelligence, but all who ventured forth have perished. It is said that the scouts tasked with this mission were under the Crown Princess' command. What? Lin Xi's pupils constricted, her beautiful eyes turning toward the border, filled with trepidation. Within the imperial hall of the Great Xia dynasty, Li Beixiong was filled with fury, his terrifying bloodlust rendering the civil and military officials below silent. Those wretches, do they think our Great Xia fears them? Strike, strike fiercely, engage in the battle of the fallen dynasty. This time, I shall personally lead the charge. I vow not to return until the wilderness is vanquished. Li Beixiong, in a fit of rage, cleaved the table in half with his hand. Your Majesty, you must not. He implored. Now, South State is in dire straits. If the city of Bailey falls, the common folk of South State will surely suffer the onslaught of beasts. I beseech your Majesty to first send troops to support the border. As for the Tuoba dynasty, we can dispatch envoys to negotiate with them, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Once the crisis at the border is resolved, we can turn our attention to the Tuoba dynasty. Chancellor Situ Kong stepped forth, voicing his counsel. Li Beixiong turned to Fang Xianling, standing nearby, and inquired, What do you think we should do, sir? Fang Xianling addressed the assembled ministers. Gentlemen, we have just received word from Liyue City that His Royal Highness has already proceeded to the border to offer assistance. His Royal Highness requests that the Great Xia cavalry remain uninvolved. He has his own means to address the beast tide. Upon hearing this, the ministers began to murmur among themselves. Mr. Fong, with only a handful of men, how can His Highness possibly withstand the beast tide? Situ Kong expressed his skepticism about Li Luo's ability to tackle the crisis single-handedly. Rest assured, Lord Situ, if His Highness says he can manage, then he certainly can. Fong Xianling replied with a smile. I too have faith in my esteemed son. Since he claims a solution exists, it surely does. My dear son has never disappointed me. Thus, it is settled. I cannot neglect to punish those scoundrels without accountability to my beloved son. Li Beixiong's tone was resolute. Any further dissent against his decision would be met with sternness. Your Majesty, you are the revered sovereign. The court cannot function without your presence. I implore you to rescind your command for personal deployment. The ministers, led by Situ Kong, knelt in unison, pleading earnestly. Very well. I may refrain from leading the charge myself, but the Tuoba dynasty must be dealt with. Li Beixiong conceded, recognizing the necessity of his presence at court during this tumultuous period. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers rose, relieved. Lin Xi, I appoint you as Grand General, commanding 500,000 of the Great Xia cavalry to engage the Tuoba dynasty. Li Beixiong declared thoughtfully, Yes, Your Majesty. We shall vanquish the wilderness and not return. Lin Xi clasped his fists and promptly departed. At this moment, Fong Xianling discreetly conveyed a message, summoning Generals Luo, Yi, and Gao Shun to the Grand Hall. General Luo. General Gao, the Tuoba dynasty has audaciously dispatched troops against the Great Xia. I fear they are not to be underestimated. I request both of you to lead the vanguard alongside the Great Xia cavalry, Fong Xianling stated, bowing respectfully. Although their loyalty lay with Li Luo, they understood that eventually, the Great Xia would belong to him. Thus, they could not remain idle. Rest assured, we shall handle it. Luo Yi replied, bowing in agreement. Thank you, esteemed generals. Li Beixiong expressed his gratitude as he descended. He understood that Luo Yi and Gao Shun were only loyal to his beloved son, thus refraining from issuing commands to them. Leave it to us, they assured, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. With their presence, he felt reassured. After all, Luo Yi was a formidable warrior. Meanwhile, at the border of South State, a vast wall stretching for hundreds of miles lay like an ancient dragon, coiling outside the Million Beasts mountain range, segregating the two realms. Outside the wall, a vast plain extended for miles, yet from atop the ramparts, one could clearly see the jagged peaks of the Million Mountains. Inside the wall, rows of military encampments had been erected, with the residences of Bailey City as populous a few miles further back. For over a century, the citizens of Bailey City had lived in peace, untroubled by large-scale beast tides. But now, outside the city, a seemingly endless wave of beasts surged forth, akin to locusts, relentlessly advancing toward Bailey City. At the city gate, the 20,000 guards stationed there had suffered heavy casualties, leaving fewer than 30,000 remaining. After the establishment of Liang, General Qin, you had stationed these guards to prevent invasions from the Million Beasts mountain range. Now, the commanding general of this garrison was named Zhou Biao. This garrison was tasked with defending the territory, and even during the rebellions of the Three Kings. Both the King of Wu and the King of Jin tacitly avoided bringing their conflicts here. Even when the King of Jin suffered defeat and the King of Wu successfully occupied South State, the garrison remained untouched, for all understood the significance of their presence. Even after the fall of Liang and the rise of the Great Xia dynasty, Zhou Biao steadfastly commanded his 20,000 guards, unwavering in his duty. Li Beixiong recognized the importance of the garrison and issued an edict to Zhou Biao, confirming him as Grand General and commanding him to remain steadfast. Zhou Biao accepted the appointment with gratitude. However, none anticipated the sudden onslaught of the beast tide, unseen for a century. Hold the line. We must hold the line. Even if we die, we must die at the city gate, blocking the entrance. Zhou Biao, disheveled and bloodied, roared at the soldiers around him. Yes, the soldiers echoed, their voices rising in unison as they witnessed their comrades being devoured by the beasts. Their faces contorted with fury and bloodshot eyes reflected their wrath. The beast tide surged relentlessly, and the remaining 30,000 troops dwindled rapidly. Zhou Biao watched the beasts streaming forth from the Million Beasts mountain range, a grave expression overtaking his features. Their current resistance was only possible because the initial wave consisted of lower-tier beasts, which were relatively small in size. However, as their battle progressed, the advancing beasts were becoming more formidable and larger. Should they fall, these monsters would breach the city and rampage through the counties of South State, turning the entire region into a hellscape. Damn it, Have the reinforcements sent by His Majesty arrived yet? Zhou Biao yelled, slaying a low-tier beast with a swift strike. Looking up at a soldier stationed on the city wall. General Zhou, we have yet to see the arrival of the reinforcements. The soldier replied, tears streaming down his face as he watched his fallen comrades. Zhou Biao's face darkened further at the response. What is His Majesty thinking? He then inquired. Have the citizens been evacuated? Yes, General. All civilians have been evacuated. The soldier reported. That is good. Brothers, the imperial army has yet to arrive. We must use our lives to buy more time for our great Xia. Zhou Biao declared, gripping his spear with fervor. Yes, General. The surrounding soldiers responded, quickly gathering around Zhou Biao. Despite the overwhelming odds, the remaining soldiers did not succumb to despair. They feared not death, they were beyond despair. As the battle raged on, the remaining forces dwindled to less than 100 men. Zhou Biao, now exhausted, leaned on his spear, determined to take down at least one beast with him. The terrifying beasts roared, raising clouds of dust. Just as Zhou Biao and his remaining soldiers believed their end was near, a terrifying pressure descended from above. A brilliant beam of sword light streaked down from the heavens. In a flash, it annihilated tens of thousands of beasts, halting their advance. The terrifying sword light instilled fear in the charging beasts, causing them to hesitate and roar in defiance. Simultaneously, hundreds of armored figures materialized, lifting Zhou Biao and the remaining soldiers to their feet. As he gazed upon the hundreds of soldiers clad in exquisite armor, wielding short swords, Zhou Biao was struck with awe. In his perception, these mysteriously appearing warriors were all formidable mid-tier practitioners of the Great Yin realm, while he himself had barely reached the pinnacle of that realm. The individuals who had emerged were none other than the Shadow Guards. The Shadow Guards remained silent, assisting Zhou Biao and his companions to their feet before leaping gracefully atop the city walls. On the battlements, 3,000 Shadow Guards, their finely crafted armor glimmering in the refracted light, collectively drew their bows. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy continuously flowed into their arrows, poised for imminent release. Just then, as Zhou Biao and the other soldiers were still coming to grips with the situation, the city gates behind them slowly opened. Who says there are no clothes? We share the same robes. Who says there are no clothes? We share the same marsh. Who says there are no clothes? We share the same garments. In that moment, the voices of thousands rang out, reverberating like thunder, echoing through the clouds. The rousing and passionate battle song resounded from beyond the city gates. With a resounding thud, the gates swung wide open before Zhou Biao's astonished gaze. Immediately, an imposing army surged forth from the city. This army, adorned in armor and bearing banners aloft, surged forward. The front lines wielded shields and long spears. The middle ranks bore shields and bronze longswords, while the rear ranks carried bronze swords at their waists and longbows in hand. This was the Great Wall Legion. 300,000 soldiers rushed forth from the city, arraying themselves outside with a palpable aura of slaughter. The front lines, shields raised defensively and long spears ready, exuded an intimidating prowess. The rear lines, with bows drawn, prepared to unleash a volley of arrows. The entire army, disciplined and coordinated, moved with a fluidity that was breathtaking. In an instant, a terrifying battle intent emanated from each soldier of the Great Wall Legion, soaring skyward. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, as ominous dark clouds enveloped the sky above the entire city. When did our great Xia possess such a fearsome army? Zhou Biao marveled at the 300,000-strong legion arrayed before him, unable to contain his astonishment. The surrounding soldiers, too, wore expressions of disbelief and instinctively shook their heads. Just as Zhou Biao remained enthralled by the might of the Great Wall Legion, a series of terrifying auras emerged from the dark clouds. Soon after, several figures descended before Zhou Biao and the others. The newcomers were none other than Li Luo and his companions. Are you General Zhou? Li Luo turned to face Zhou Biao, who had never encountered him before and thus did not recognize him, though he was aware of Li Luo's name. Li Luo. Li Luo simply offered his name before turning his gaze to the battlefield, where the scene was one of unspeakable carnage, with the bodies of the defending soldiers strewn about, either mangled by beasts or trampled into the ground. Witnessing this, Li Luo was consumed by wrath. The sacrifices of the defending forces were indeed staggering. He felt he had arrived a tad too late. You are His Highness the Crown Prince, Zhou Biao exclaimed, realizing who Li Luo was and hastily attempting to bow. The surrounding weakened soldiers followed suit. Li Luo quickly gestured for them to stop. General Zhou, no need for formalities. Our immediate concern is to deal with this horde of beasts. Zhou Biao paused, then replied solemnly, Your Highness speaks true. However, this army Li Luo anticipated Zhou Biao's inquiry and responded, Rest assured, General. This army is mine and belongs to our great Xia. It is called the Great Wall Legion. The rest is now entrusted to us. Zhou Biao was taken aback. He had not expected the crown prince to command such a terrifying force, nor that he would personally lead them to offer support. Be cautious, Your Highness. The beasts in this tide are becoming increasingly powerful, with even those at the spirit sea level appearing. Zhou Biao warned, nodding solemnly. Roar. A terrifying beast roar emanated from the Beast Mountain range. The overwhelming sound waves surged forth, causing even Li Luo and his companions to feel the force of the approaching pressure. Upon hearing the ancient beast's roar, their expressions changed dramatically. Even Meng Tian narrowed his eyes, fixated on the depths of the Beast Mountain range. As the roar echoed, the beasts that had hesitated and feared the Great Wall Legion now howled in unison, resuming their reckless charge. It was as though the beast's roar was a command. Great Wall Legion, attack. Shadow Guards, charge. With the command from Meng Tian and Zhang Han, the rear ranks of the Great Wall Legion released a volley of arrows, trailing colorful streams of spiritual energy as they fell like rain. Roar. With a sickening thud, the charging beasts succumbed under the barrage of arrows, collapsing en masse. Blood splattered, and the stench of carnage filled the battlefield. Meanwhile, the arrows released by the Shadow Guards carried tremendous force. Each arrow that struck the tide of beasts caused horrifying explosions. Yet, the tide was far too vast. The arrows of the Great Wall Legion and Shadow Guards were quickly depleted. Roar. The beasts, united in their howls, surged toward the Great Wall Legion. Kill. The frontline warriors raised their shields to form a barrier, while those behind thrust their long spears forward to repel the onslaught. In mere moments, thousands of beasts were decapitated. Some of the beasts breached the front lines, infiltrating the ranks. Countless warriors wielding bronze longswords engaged in a bloody melee, swiftly dispatching the invading beasts. Simultaneously, the 3,000 Shadow Guards, armed with short blades, transformed into streaks of light, plunging into the tide of beasts and engaging in fierce combat. The Shadow Guards moved with astonishing speed, like shadows in pursuit, their short blades slicing through the air, causing blood to splatter as each beast fell. At this juncture, Li Luo, Meng Tian, Zhang Han, the Earth God, Bai Wuchang, and Zhao Dizhus also joined the fray. Soaring above the tide of beasts and unleashing their formidable powers, move mountains and fill seas, devour souls for eternity. In an instant, the battlefield trembled as the ground split apart, and a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from the trio. Massive peaks descended, obliterating vast swathes of the beast tide. Bai Wuchang's cold, soul-binding chains emerged from the dark clouds, piercing through countless beasts in an instant. Li Luo, Meng Tian, and Zhang Han plunged into the heart of the beast tide. Die! Boom! Meng Tian's long spear swept through, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that swept forth like an ocean, annihilating nearly 100,000 beasts in a single stroke. Meng Tian's ferocity left Li Luo astounded. Li Luo and Zhang Han also exerted their terrifying powers, decimating large numbers of beasts. Following their intervention, the once dire situation at the city's gates was pushed back by 5 miles. Under the relentless slaughter by the trio and the Great Wall Legion, the encroaching beasts finally faltered. The horde began to retreat, scattering back towards the Beast Mountain range. The Earth God, Bai Wuchang, and Zhao Dizhus continued to engage in combat amidst the fleeing beasts. However, at that moment, a terrifying beastly presence descended, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Not good. Quickly retreat. The Earth God was the first to sense it, roaring as he pulled Bai Wuchang back a step. Yet, Zhao Dizhus, eyes widening, was caught off guard, succumbing to the crushing force. With a sickening sound, blood mist erupted, and Zhao Dizhus fell on the spot. Zhao Dizhus. Li Luo gasped in horror, the sudden appearance of such overwhelming pressure taking him by surprise. Although the Earth God and Bai Wuchang narrowly escaped, they were still injured by the terrifying force. A deafening roar echoed as the crowd looked up to witness a colossal, terrifying figure descending from the dark clouds. It was a beast of formidable proportions, adorned with violet fur, a single horn atop its head, and wings reminiscent of clouds that radiated a soft purple glow. This creature bore a resemblance to a lion, its feet engulfed in a terrifying purple flame. The air was thick with its ferocious presence. The landlord and the white impermanents, who had not yet fled far, felt their pupils constrict in fear. With a swift motion, the beast's forepaw unleashed a torrent of purple fire toward the two. Evading, the landlord, a pinnacle figure of the Return to Ruins realm, grasped White Impermanence's arm at a critical moment, and in an instant, they vanished underground, reappearing safely beside Li Luo. Are you both unharmed? Li Luo inquired. Young master, we are fine, but it is Zhao Daoist, the landlord replied thoughtfully. At this, Li Luo's eyes narrowed, his heart heavy with the unexpected demise of Zhao Dizhu's. Young master, be cautious. This beast possesses the peak cultivation of the primordial realm. Leave it to me. Meng Tian gripped his long spear, standing resolutely before Li Luo, prepared to confront the monstrous creature. Very well, General Meng, exercise caution. Li Luo nodded slightly and retreated alongside the landlord and others to the base of the city. At that moment, Zhou Biao gulped, his gaze fixated on the beast's immense form. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, Your Highness. This beast is the sovereign of the outer regions of the Million Beast Mountain Range, the Cloud Wing Amethyst Beast. Chapter 68, Meng Tian vs. Cloud Wing Amethyst Beast. General Zhou, do you recognize this beast? Li Luo asked in surprise. Zhou Biao nodded slightly, contemplating, Your Highness, 10 years ago, I discovered that the outer regions of the Million Beast Mountain Range occasionally had low-tier beasts emerging. Thus, I ventured alone to investigate. During my expedition, I encountered the Cloud Wing Amethyst Beast and engaged it in battle. However, at that time, its cultivation was comparable to mine. How could it have escalated to such terrifying heights in merely 10 years? Zhou Biao pondered in bewilderment. Li Luo was equally astonished. To grow to the peak of the primordial realm in just a decade. Given more time, its power could soar even higher. Was it a result of its bloodline talent, or was there another reason? Just as Li Luo was lost in thought, the Cloud Wing Amethyst Beast let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that stirred the winds. Suddenly, its horn erupted with dazzling purple light, gathering a formidable power. Faced with this colossal entity, Meng Tian did not hesitate. His body trembled, and a fearsome aura surged alongside his immense strength, rising like a rainbow piercing the sky, intimidating all beneath. Sensing Meng Tian's overwhelming might, the Cloud Wing Amethyst Beast roared in fury, its eyes igniting with blazing purple flames. With a final build-up, it unleashed a devastating purple fireball aimed directly at Meng Tian. The moment the fireball left the beast's mouth, it swelled to 100 feet in size. Ablaze like the purple sun in the sky, plummeting to earth and dyeing the firmament violet. As the fireball traversed its path, it incinerated everything in its wake, turning flora to ash, while the oppressive clouds above were scorched away. Meng Tian's pupils narrowed. Confronted with such a terrifying assault, the seasoned warrior remained unflustered. Despite the beast's cultivation surpassing his by a small realm, he twirled his spear, releasing a menacing intent that caused it to emit a resonating hum. Suddenly, a sea of blood-red energy surged behind him, manifesting into a fearsome dragon's head. What an intimidating aura. How many lives has this man taken? Zhou Biao gasped, feeling a tidal wave of dread rise within him. This man must surely be a harbinger of death. Perhaps even the infamous butcher of the realm would pale in comparison. Li Luo smiled faintly. Of course, Meng Tian is a renowned general of the Qin dynasty, having spent years in battle, with a count of slain enemies far beyond that of ordinary men. Meng Tian's gaze sharpened as the dragon head, formed from blood-red energy, suddenly opened its eyes, shining with divine golden light. Roar! With a furious cry, Meng Tian merged with the dragon head, becoming one. The blood dragon's roar resonated as it collided with the incoming fireball. Meng Tian chose not to evade, for behind him stood Li Luo and the city of Bailey. When the fireball collided with the blood dragon's head, instead of a colossal explosion, it was met with an earth-shattering roar. The massive fireball was instantaneously pierced through, hollowed out, and dissipating into sparks. The blood-red dragon head gradually faded, revealing Meng Tian's imposing figure, spear held aloft, pointing defiantly at the Cloud Wing Amethyst Beast. The beast, witnessing its attack thwarted by this human, roared in rage, flapping its cloud-like wings and charging towards Meng Tian with immense force, its bulk stirring up a fierce wind. Like a mountain barreling down, should such a titan collide with him, survival would be improbable. Yet, in this moment, Meng Tian was ignited with extraordinary battle fervor by the Cloud Wing Amethyst Beast's challenge. Beast, come and fight. He roared skyward, his spirit soaring, a torrent of energy surging within him. Gripping his spear, he transformed into a terrifying flash of crimson light, hurtling towards the oncoming beast. The duel of light, one large and one small, emanated a fearsome might as they collided in a breathtaking spectacle. A thunderous explosion resonated, akin to the awakening of ancient thunder, shaking the heavens and erupting with a tremendous force. In an instant, mountains trembled, rivers roiled, and an invisible shockwave rippled through the land, sending tremors for miles. Indeed, This invisible force was palpable even in the distant counties of Nanzhou, causing the citizens to look skyward in awe, igniting a wave of commotion. What is happening? It seems to be coming from the border of Bailey City. I heard Bailey City's border is in distress, with beasts invading. The prince has gone to lend support. Could it be that his powerful allies are battling the beasts? Surely, the citizens of Nanzhou turned their gaze toward the border, silently praying for their prince and his allies to quell this impending crisis. Otherwise, they would be in grave peril. At the battlefield, Zhang Han, white impermanence, and the landlord stood before Li Luo, forming a vast barrier with their spiritual energy to deflect the overwhelming force. As the crowd raised their eyes once more, they beheld two streaks of light, one purple, one red, engaged in a fierce clash that rendered the heavens and earth dim, shrouding the skies in turmoil. In a blink, the tempest of battle shredded the clouds, leaving the azure sky clear once again. With a resounding explosion echoing through the air, the two streaks of light separated. The brilliance fading, Meng Tian stood, chest heaving, eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. His battle intent, far from waning, surged even higher. Despite sustaining minor injuries, his might remained formidable. Undiminished in the light of day, clad in exquisite armor that shimmered like a steadfast war deity, he appeared invincible. In contrast, the cloud-wing amethyst beast, although it held a slight cultivation advantage and possessed intelligence, found itself at a disadvantage against Meng Tian's vast combat experience. Now, its once proud fur bore several wounds, blood seeping from its back, and its cloud-like wings appeared considerably dimmed. Its once mighty presence had diminished significantly. The eyes of the cloud-wing purple crystal beast blazed with a crimson hue, fixated on the figure of Meng Tian before it, emitting a furious roar. This human had dared to injure it. With a thunderous howl, the cloud-wing purple crystal beast threw its head back, and a surge of violet flames erupted from its body. Sweeping across the sky, the single horn atop its head radiated a dazzling purple light once more. Observing this spectacle, Meng Tian understood that the cloud-wing purple crystal beast was prepared to fight to the bitter end. Thus, narrowing his eyes slightly, he wielded his long spear, conjuring an ocean of malevolent aura that obscured the blazing sun like a darkened sky. The red and purple hues divided the vast expanse above into two. Li Luo looked up, instinctively clenching his fists. The outcome hinged on this final clash between Meng Tian and the cloud-wing purple crystal beast. Chapter 69. The submission of the cloud-wing purple crystal beast. With a deafening roar, the violet flames of the cloud-wing purple crystal beast surged forth. Beneath the tumultuous waves of fire, a terrifying phantom towering hundreds of feet high emerged, dominating the void like a supreme divine beast. This monstrous silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to the cloud-wing purple crystal beast itself. Its colossal form blotted out the sun, and the terrifying power it exuded sent shivers down the spines of Li Luo and the others. A dragon's roar resounded, staining the heavens with blood-red malevolence. In that moment, Meng Tian emanated a potent aura of ferocity. From the crimson ocean above, a mighty dragon's cry echoed. The vast sea of blood abruptly contracted, coalescing into a blood dragon that rivaled the phantom of the cloud-wing purple crystal beast, soaring to the heavens and circling around Meng Tian. The long spear in Meng Tian's grasp, imbued with malevolence, seemed to possess a will of its own, emitting a phoenix-like cry, as if eager for a taste of blood. Meng Tian hurled the spear into the air, manipulating it to dance rapidly around him. The blood dragon followed suit, soon merging with the spear. At the very moment of fusion, intricate black patterns emerged upon the blood dragon's form. Just then, the cloud-wing purple crystal beast lunged forward, its illusory 100-foot figure charging directly at Meng Tian and the blood dragon. Dragon dance, Meng Tian roared, commanding the blood dragon to launch itself at the approaching cloud-wing purple crystal beast. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by a terrifying explosion that caused Li Luo and the others to wince in pain. The explosion's brilliance illuminated the skies above the city, rendering even the sun's light pale in comparison, dazzling to the point where onlookers could scarcely open their eyes. After a prolonged moment, the light faded. As the crowd lifted their gazes, they beheld a massive mushroom cloud lingering in the heavens. The radiance reflecting off Meng Tian's armor made him the most resplendent figure amidst the chaos. Did we win? Zhou Biao, along with the 100 soldiers behind him, stood agape, utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such a terrifying battle before. The prowess of the prince's subordinates was indeed formidable. Li Luo and Zhang Han exchanged glances, their smiles betraying their satisfaction. Of course, he is Meng Tian. Li Luo smiled, acknowledging Meng Tian's identity. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, Zhou Biao's face lit up with joy. His gaze fixed on the imposing silhouette of Meng Tian, etching this formidable warrior into his memory. In the ethereal void, Meng Tian reached out, and with a swift motion, the long spear returned to his hand as if summoned. Amidst the dissipating smoke, the crowd discerned a large figure plummeting from the sky. It was the cloud-winged purple crystal beast. With a thunderous crash, the cloud-winged purple crystal beast landed heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Even Li Luo, standing at the city gate, felt the earth tremble beneath him. Such a colossal being descending from such heights was undoubtedly a perilous situation. Li Luo extended his consciousness and discovered that the cloud-winged purple crystal beast still clung to life, albeit its energy was gravely depleted, likely due to Meng Tian's devastating blow. "Let us go check it out," he urged, stepping forward towards the beast, with Zhang Han and the others following closely. At that moment, Meng Tian awaited Li Luo before the cloud-winged purple crystal beast. "General Meng, are you all right?" Li Luo inquired. Noticing the fluctuation in Meng Tian's energy, Meng Tian clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, young master. I am fine, merely exhausted from expending a significant amount of spirit energy." Upon hearing this, Li Luo felt relieved and turned his attention to the wounded cloud-winged purple crystal beast. A gaping wound marred its chest, blood seeping forth, leaving it in a weakened state. "Young master, allow me to finish it," Zhang Han declared, drawing his dagger, prepared to end the creature's life. Just then, the cloud-winged purple crystal beast unexpectedly struggled to rise, its eyes glimmering with an unusual light, devoid of the previous fury, almost imbued with a hint of sorrow. "Be careful, young master." Meng Tian and Zhang Han were taken aback by the beast's sudden movement and instinctively shielded Li Luo, fearing an ambush. However, contrary to their expectations, the cloud-winged purple crystal beast, upon standing, prostrated itself before Meng Tian, lowering its massive head and emitting a mournful sound, as if attempting to convey something. "Are you seeking to submit to me?" Meng Tian asked, seemingly grasping the situation. In response, the cloud-winged purple crystal beast raised its colossal head and nodded at him. A silent understanding passed between Meng Tian and the beast, and he sighed softly. It had taken immense effort for the cloud-winged purple crystal beast to reach its current state, and it was unwilling to perish. "Your Highness." Meng Tian was about to plead for the creature's life when Li Luo waved his hand and smiled gently. "General Meng, since you have defeated the cloud-winged purple crystal beast, it is only fitting that you decide its fate." Li Luo, recognizing the beast's desire to submit to Meng Tian, saw this as a fortuitous development and had no intention of hindering it. "Thank you, Your Highness," Meng Tian exclaimed with delight, bowing in gratitude. With an understanding of human speech, the cloud-winged purple crystal beast let out a long, resonant cry. Suddenly, a burst of purple light enveloped it, and a beam of energy surged into Meng Tian's mind. In an instant, both the cloud-winged purple crystal beast and Meng Tian radiated the same violet glow. "Is that a soul contract?" Zhou Biao gasped in astonishment, witnessing the unprecedented sight. The cloud-winged purple crystal beast has formed a soul bond with Lord Meng, and it's an unequal contract. Li Luo furrowed his brow, recalling the tales of protagonists from his previous life who formed contracts with spirit beasts, realizing the implications. The beast's voluntary engagement in an unequal contract meant its fate was now intertwined with Meng Tian's. Should Meng Tian perish, the cloud-winged purple crystal beast would likewise meet its end, while if the beast fell, Meng Tian would remain unaffected. With a brilliant surge of purple light, the contract was sealed, and miraculously, the wounds of the cloud-winged purple crystal beast began to heal. "Thank you for your benevolence, Your Highness." Meng Tian expressed his gratitude towards Li Luo, bowing deeply. The cloud-winged purple crystal beast followed suit, prostrating itself before Li Luo. Chapter 70. Li Luo's fury. "There is no need for such formalities, General Meng," Li Luo replied with a gentle smile. He then shifted the conversation. "General Meng, please inquire of the cloud-winged purple crystal beast its reasons for leading the beast tide to invade our great Xia." Meng Tian nodded slightly, initiating a mental dialogue with the cloud-winged purple crystal beast. With the bond formed, they could communicate telepathically. The beast, understanding Li Luo's inquiry, began to relay its story to Meng Tian. "Master, I was once a mere beast occupying a small territory near the outskirts of the 100-mile city. Due to an unforeseen incident while patrolling my domain, I inadvertently stumbled into a canyon. This canyon was suffused with a pressure emanating from bloodlines, and I could distinctly sense the aura of dragons. At that time, I was too weak and dared not venture inside. However, just as I was about to leave, I unexpectedly discovered the dragon source fruit. After consuming the dragon source fruit, I remained outside the canyon to cultivate until I reached the primordial stage. Though I have successfully advanced to the primordial realm, I still hesitate to venture into the canyon for exploration. The overwhelming dragon aura exerts a significant suppression on us beasts, prompting me to temporarily retreat. I plan to return once I reach the infinite realm. However, after departing from the canyon, my powers surged, igniting my desire to delve deeper into the depths of the Million Beasts mountain range and join the ranks of the Beast Kings. Unexpectedly, I faced exclusion from the 10 great Beast Kings. Nevertheless, the Beast Emperor offered me an opportunity to lead the peripheral beasts in obliterating the nearby human dynasties, with the promise of elevating my status to that of a Beast King. Initially, I believed that the nearby human dynasties posed no threat to me, so I chose to unleash a beast tide without hesitation. To my astonishment, I discovered that there existed formidable masters among the human dynasties. Meng Tian slightly nodded, relaying the words of the cloud-winged purple crystal beast to Li Luo. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically, particularly Zhou Biao, who suddenly realized that the cloud-winged purple crystal beast was merely the ruler of a small territory back then. He had mistakenly thought it presided over the entire periphery. Meanwhile, Li Luo's brow furrowed. It seems that the place where the cloud-winged purple crystal beast Wu Chuang emerged from the canyon was indeed the Dragon's Fall, which Liao Tianlu had previously entered. He had assumed that after 100,000 years, the residual pressure from the true dragon's death would have dissipated, but it still lingered. Evidently, even if they were to locate the Dragon's Fall, their current cultivation levels would prevent them from recklessly entering. They would have to wait until their powers were sufficiently enhanced to consider venturing forth. Thus, he inquired, "Do you remember where that canyon is?" The cloud-winged purple crystal beast shook its head and replied, "Master, when I left the canyon and looked back, the entire canyon had mysteriously vanished. Now, I cannot find that canyon." Upon hearing this, Meng Tian conveyed the cloud-winged purple crystal beast's words to Li Luo. Li Luo furrowed his brow. Liao Tianlu had not disclosed this information to him. It seems this fellow harbors ill intentions, attempting to lure him into the depths of the Beast Mountain range. Had it not been for the cloud-winged purple crystal beast, he would have remained unaware of the presence of the 10 great Beast Kings and the Beast Emperor of the infinite realm residing within. Originally, he thought that the depths of the Beast Mountain range contained at most 1 or 2 beasts of the primordial realm. Given their current levels of power, they might not be able to contend with them, but escaping would certainly be feasible. However, it now appeared he had underestimated the situation. Hence, he ordered Bai Wuchang to release Liao Tianlu. "Ah, dear friend, spare my life. I truly did not know that such powerful beasts would emerge after merely 10,000 years." Upon his release, Liao Tianlu was tormented by Bai Wuchang. "Heh, you didn't know?" Li Luo scoffed, gesturing for Bai Wuchang to continue. "Ah, stop. I was wrong. I have a way to locate the Dragon's Fall." Unable to endure Bai Wuchang's torment any longer, Liao Tianlu spoke in anguish. Li Luo raised an eyebrow, signaling Bai Wuchang to cease, and coldly asked Liao Tianlu, "What method do you possess?" Gasping for breath, Liao Tianlu composed himself before responding, "When I fled back then, I left a trace of my soul's aura in the canyon. By entering, I can sense it and locate the canyon." Hearing this, Li Luo nodded slightly, surprised by the old man's cleverness. He instructed Bai Wuchang to retrieve Liao Tianlu's soul. With Liao Tianlu present, he felt assured he would not fail to find the Dragon's Fall. Once his cultivation reached the infinite realm, he could investigate further, or summon even stronger allies to accompany him. By the way, why would the Beast Emperor propose such a condition? At this moment, Li Luo turned to the cloud-winged purple crystal beast and asked solemnly. He sensed that the Beast Emperor deep within the mountain range harbored animosity towards humans. Although there had been no large-scale conflicts between humans and beasts in recent years, the words of the cloud-winged purple crystal beast filled him with apprehension. The cloud-winged purple crystal beast replied, "Master, I have heard from the older generation of beast warriors that 100,000 years ago, the Million Beasts mountain range was teeming with powerful beasts of diverse races. However, due to the events surrounding the Dragon's Fall, countless powerful beings from across the continent invaded the Beast Mountain range during their search for the true dragon, leading to fierce battles between many formidable beasts and human warriors. Ultimately, we suffered a devastating defeat, with many powerful beasts perishing at the hands of human warriors. It has only been in recent times that the Million Beasts mountain range has begun to recover, yet it remains far from its former glory of 100,000 years ago. Although we suffered a great loss, many human warriors were also severely injured during that battle. Consequently, the newly ascended Beast Emperor harbors intense animosity towards humanity. I believe it won't be long before, even without my involvement, The Beast Emperor will initiate a beast tide to retaliate against the nearby human dynasties. However, Master, there is no need for concern in the short term. As the Beast Emperor is unlikely to launch a beast tide soon, several beast kings are currently in seclusion while I initiate the beast tide. Upon hearing this, Meng Tian's expression darkened significantly. He promptly relayed the cloud-winged purple crystal beast's words to Li Luo. The faces of Li Luo and the others changed dramatically. It seemed imperative to summon more powerful allies. Thus, he led everyone back to the city of Bailey. Zhang Han, instruct the shadow guards to disseminate our success in thwarting the beast tide and resolving the border crisis throughout the entirety of the Great Xia. Upon reaching the city, Li Luo assigned a task to the shadow guards. The current border crisis was bound to attract a considerable number of new followers. His prestige points were running low. Rest assured, young master. Zhang Han waved his hand, and the 3,000 shadow guards swiftly dispersed, vanishing from Bailey City. After receiving the news brought by the cloud-winged purple crystal beast, Li Luo decided to temporarily station himself at the border to guard against the Beast Emperor's attack. Just as he was preparing to remain in Bailey City for a while, Zhou Biao hurriedly approached, his expression grave, exclaiming, "Your Highness, dire news has arrived. We have just learned that the wild barbarian tribes have been unified to establish the Tuoba dynasty, and their million-strong army is advancing towards our Great Xia border." Reports from the imperial capital indicate that when the Tuoba army approached, His Majesty dispatched 3 powerful warriors to gather intelligence. But they were slain by the forces of the Tuoba dynasty. In a fit of rage, His Majesty has sent the Great Xia Iron Cavalry to subdue the Tuoba dynasty. Even more infuriating is that upon learning of this, the Tuoba dynasty dispatched 2 armies to massacre our border cities, Beiguan and Jingguan. Furthermore, those 3 warriors sent to investigate were said to be under your highness's command. What did you say? What are their names? Li Luo's pupils contracted as he angrily inquired. Zhou Biao responded, I believe they are called Lu Renjia, Shan Pao, and Li Ergu. Upon hearing this, an overwhelming killing intent surged within Li Luo, followed by a chilling voice as he continued to question, and the citizens of Beiguan and Jingguan. Zhou Biao replied heavily, none survived. Boom. In that moment, Li Luo could no longer contain himself. The terrifying killing intent, accompanied by a dreadful power, caused the temperature in the surroundings to plummet. Tuoba dynasty, I shall ensure that you become the shortest-lived dynasty in history. Chapter 71. Public outrage. Li Luo's eyes narrowed, the ominous aura emanating from him instilling fear in Zhou Biao. At that moment, he felt as though he stood before an emperor capable of determining the fates of countless beings. Meng Tian, position the Great Wall Legion here. We shall immediately head to the barbarian border. Li Luo contemplated. Yes, young master. Meng Tian responded promptly, summoning the cloud-winged purple crystal beast. After forming a contract with him, a contract space was created where the cloud-winged purple crystal beast would usually meditate. Your Highness, should the beast tide arise again and powerful beasts attack. Without a strong presence here, relying solely on your army may not suffice, Zhou Biao cautiously remarked. Li Luo considered this and realized Zhou Biao's point was valid. Merely having the Great Wall Legion stationed here would be insufficient. At least one powerful entity needed to be present. Just as Li Luo was about to speak, intending to have Meng Tian remain here, the land deity beside Li Luo seemed to understand his thoughts and proactively volunteered, Young master, allow me to guard this place. After the recent battle, I have vaguely touched the threshold of the primordial realm, and it is perfect for me to enter seclusion and break through here. Moreover, with my friend Ming present, I need not worry about your safety. Upon hearing that the land deity had approached the boundary of the primordial realm, Li Luo was instantly elated, and even Bai Wuchang and Zhang Han cast surprised glances at the land deity. After contemplating, Li Luo concluded that with the land deity's peak cultivation at the returning ruins realm, coupled with his formidable supernatural abilities, he could certainly handle any early-stage primordial realm beasts that might appear. Thus, Li Luo readily agreed. Very well, I shall rely on you to guard this place. Rest assured, young master, unless I perish, I shall not allow any beast to cross the city walls even by a single step. The land deity firmly planted his staff into the ground, and a unique aura emanated forth. Li Luo nodded appreciatively, placing his trust in the land deity. Let us depart. Li Luo waved his hand grandly, leading everyone onto the cloud-winged crystal beast. With a mighty roar, the cloud-winged crystal beast, under Meng Tian's command, let out a long cry, unfurling its massive wings and soaring into the clouds, transforming into a streak of light as it raced towards the wild frontier. Sir, I leave the border to you. Zhou Biao respectfully clasped his hands towards the land deity. The deity nodded slightly before requesting Zhou Biao to arrange a secluded chamber for him, intending to break through to the primordial realm as swiftly as possible. The Shadow Guards, having received Li Luo's orders, did not dare to hesitate for even a moment. The 3,000 Shadow Guards swiftly spread the news of the great victory at the border. At that moment, countless citizens of the southern states rejoiced upon hearing the news. The Crown Prince and his guards are truly extraordinary. Indeed, I have heard tales of our Crown Prince providing aid to refugees, leading troops against Nanyun, and achieving a resounding victory against the Black Cavalry. I heard that just a few days ago. The Crown Prince eliminated the great python that plagued the people of Liohe City. Yes, our Crown Prince has accomplished so much at such a young age. He is truly a prodigy, far surpassing that Qin Yu from the previous dynasty. Bah! Do not even compare that worthless being to our current Crown Prince. Suddenly, a grave announcement disrupted the revelry. Not good. We have just received news that the Wilds have established the Tuoba dynasty, and their army has invaded our borders. Beiqing and Jinqing have been slaughtered by foreign tribes, and there are no survivors. What? How dare they? Those damned savages. Do they not fear death? Heavens! Those two cities had a combined population of 50 to 60,000. Those vile savages. Do they seek to bully our newly established Xia dynasty? These beasts deserve to die. Will His Majesty not send troops to eradicate the foreign tribes and avenge our people? Countless people surrounded the messenger, their faces filled with rage. The man, gasping for breath, continued, His Majesty has already mobilized the army to quell the Tuoba dynasty. It was only after learning of His Majesty's mobilization that the Tuoba dynasty dared to slaughter our cities. Upon hearing this, the surrounding citizens grew even angrier. Let us enlist. Until we personally slay the savages, our anger shall not be quelled. Indeed, only the blood of the foreign tribes can cleanse their sins and extinguish our fury. Count me in. I shall go as well. Son, you too shall go. If you do not fight, I shall cast you out of the house. Grandson, you shall accompany your father. Together, we shall avenge our fallen Xia brethren. In an instant, the news reverberated throughout all 4 states of Xia. Countless citizens poured into the streets, expressing their fury against the Tuoba dynasty. This is a blood feud. At this moment, the entire populace of Xia was consumed by a hatred for the foreign tribes, wishing they could devour their flesh and blood. Thus, the younger generation eagerly enlisted to serve their country. The ensuing uproar from the people's outrage even reached Li Beixiong. In the imperial capital, over 1 million citizens gathered outside the palace. Li Beixiong stood on a platform, gazing at the sea of faces, and proclaimed, The Tuoba dynasty has slaughtered tens of thousands of our Xia citizens. Such blood feuds shall not be forgotten. They shall pay for their foolish provocation. Though I cannot personally step onto the battlefield and slay the foreign tribes, I have just received word that the Crown Prince has resolved the crisis at the southern border and is hastening towards the northern border. 500,000 Xia iron cavalry are also on their way to the frontier. Before the army sets out, I have commanded the Xia iron cavalry. They shall not return until the wilds are eradicated. As Li Beixiong's voice fell, the crowd erupted into fervor. Countless voices raised in unison. We shall not return until the wilds are vanquished. We shall not return until the wilds are vanquished. We shall not return until the wilds are vanquished. The cries of anger reverberated through the skies, shaking the very earth. Chapter 72. Tuoba King. The wilds, which were once mere wilderness, have now been unified under the Tuoba clan in a remarkably short time, establishing the Tuoba dynasty. In a dimly lit dungeon, a middle-aged man clad in fur was bound by thick iron chains. Clank. At this moment, the door of the dungeon creaked open, and 3 burly men in armor entered. The leading figure possessed thick brows and striking eyes, exuding an aura of terrifying power, commanding respect without uttering a word. He was none other than the king who united the various tribes of the wilds and founded the Tuoba dynasty, Tuoba Wang. Man Luo Yen, will you not submit to me? Tuoba Wang gazed at the man bound in chains, his tone heavy. This man Luo Yen was the most powerful chieftain among the tribes of the wilds and held great prestige. He had once led the strongest warriors of his clan southward to invade Liang, only to be repelled by the Northern Liang cavalry led by Li Beixiong. Man Luo Yen remained silent, his eyes closed. Seeing that man Luo Yen did not respond, Tuoba Wang continued, Considering that you are one of us from the wilds, do not say I do not offer you a chance. The Tuoba dynasty has just been established and requires a multitude of talents. Submit to me, and alongside my warriors, we shall conquer Xia. At this moment, man Luo Yen opened his eyes and looked at Tuoba Wang, saying, Tuoba Wang, I remind you once more, do not provoke Xia. since the fall of the Liang dynasty and the rise of the Northern Liang king as the ruler of Xia. The strength of Xia is now beyond what our tribes can contend with. If you truly care for the well-being of the tribes, you should not provoke Xia. Humph. Man Luo Yan, were you not once ambitious, seeking to defeat the Northern Liang cavalry and occupy Liang? What? Are you afraid now? Tuoba Wang scoffed. Man Luo Yan sighed softly, speaking quietly. Times have changed. You must have heard by now that the current Xia dynasty is far stronger and more terrifying than the Liang dynasty. There are no fewer than 3 or 4 experts in the returning ruins realm alone. Boom. At this moment, Tuoba Wang's aura suddenly surged, releasing a terrifying presence. Humph. Merely a few returning ruins experts. When my brothers and I left the wilds to join the sects in the central domain, I have since returned as a primordial realm expert. Why should I fear a few returning ruins warriors? With a wave of his hand, Tuoba Wang unleashed a fearsome gust of wind, causing Man Luo Yan to spit out blood on the spot. Cough. Do as you will, but let me remind you. Do not underestimate the current Xia dynasty, or you may find yourself in an irreparable situation. Man Luo Yan closed his eyes once more, choosing not to speak further. Humph. Do you think I need your reminders? Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. In 2 days, I shall personally lead the charge. With a wave of his hand, Tuoba Wang departed the dungeon with the 2 men. Once Tuoba Wang left, Man Luo Yan opened his eyes, letting out a soft sigh as he gazed out the window, his eyes flickering. It was not that he did not believe Tuoba Wang could defeat Xia, but rather he felt that the power of the Northern Liang king had grown too ominously. The formidable figures from the Return to Ruins realm that he had previously dispatched scouts to investigate had never been heard of before. They seemed to have emerged overnight, akin to bamboo shoots sprouting after a spring rain. He had engaged in combat with Northern Liang for many years. While he could not claim to fully comprehend the extent of their strength, he was certainly aware of 6 or 7 layers of their capabilities. In the past, Northern Liang had only one notable figure at the Great Yin realm, King of Northern Liang. Nevertheless, an air of mystery surrounded Northern Liang, a sentiment that persisted even after the establishment of the Great Xia. Otherwise, he would have seized the opportunity to advance southward during the invasion of Southern Cloud. After the king of Tuoba left the prison, he paused. Where had the Great Xia army reached? He pondered. Beside the king of Tuoba stood 2 individuals, one named Tuoba Tung, and the other Tuoba Chung. Both were mid-tier cultivators of the Return to Ruins realm. Your Majesty, they reported, according to the messages relayed by Tuoba Ho. The Great Xia dynasty has dispatched not only 500,000 iron cavalry, but also an unknown cavalry unit of 10,000, seemingly newly established. The main general of the army is Lin Xi, one of the 7 heroes of Northern Liang. They are expected to arrive at Baiguan City today and will likely advance into our Tuoba territory tomorrow or the day after. Tuoba Chung pondered aloud. The king of Tuoba nodded slightly and then proclaimed, "Send word to Tuoba Ho and Tuoba Qing. Until I arrive, they must not engage the army of the Great Xia. It is improbable that only the 7 heroes of Northern Liang, who are merely at the Spirit Sea realm, have come. The true powerhouses are likely lurking behind the scenes. As Man Luo Yan said, we must not underestimate our foes. When I arrive, it will be the end for the Great Xia army. After all, the entire Western continent is rather small. To my knowledge, the strongest beings on the continent are the ancient ones from the Tai Ling sect and the Flame dynasty, and they probably possess divine soul cultivation by now. Furthermore, the presence of multiple Return to Ruins powerhouses in the Great Xia is already remarkable. Understood. I shall convey the message to them." Tuoba Chung promptly departed. Once he left, the king of Tuoba turned to the remaining Tuoba Tung and mused. "After I obliterate the Great Xia, we shall send Man Luo Yan on his way." Understood. Tuoba Tung nodded solemnly. The next day, in the northern state of the Great Xia, outside Baiguan City, war banners fluttered and dust swirled. A massive army of iron cavalry galloped forth, exuding an overwhelming aura, their terrifying killing intent causing the very heavens to pale in comparison. The words Great Xia stood prominently upon the banners. This fearsome cavalry was none other than the northern advancing Great Xia cavalry, alongside the elite troops led by Gao Shun and Luo Yi. Upon entering Baiguan City, the sight that greeted them left all in a state of shock. Soon after, a dreadful bloodlust surged skyward. The crimson military spirit soared into the air, roaring defiantly, unleashing the endless wrath of the army. A colossal phantom appeared amidst the clouds above the army. A terrifying beastly roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The Great Xia cavalry dismounted collectively, gazing upward at the ominous black clouds with heavy expressions, bracing themselves. Luo Yi's consciousness surged into the sky, and his face brightened with joy as he exclaimed, "The young master has arrived." Upon hearing Luo Yi's words, the 7 heroes of Northern Liang, who had drawn their blades, finally relaxed their vigilance. With heavy hearts, they knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "We welcome His Highness the Crown Prince." Boom! As Long Ye's voice fell, several figures descended from the heavens, stepping through the air. Upon seeing the foremost figure, Li Luo, everyone trembled and knelt on one knee. "We welcome His Highness the Crown Prince." At this moment, Li Luo stood beside Long Yi, his expression chillingly cold as he surveyed the devastation of Baiguan City. His hands involuntarily clenched, his nails embedding into his flesh without a hint of sensation. Blood dripped from his fists. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Yet he remained oblivious. At this moment, even Meng Tian and Zhang Han remained silent. The scene before them resembled a hell on earth. Hundreds of thousands of corpses lay piled together, forming a mountain of the dead. The congealed blood had changed color, pooling together and branching into rivulets that flowed past their feet, the stench unmistakable. Even the savage foreign armies had spared neither women nor children. What rendered Li Luo even more speechless was the sight of the savage foreign troops displaying the severed heads of all their victims. Erecting a grim trophy before the mountain of corpses, the 3 heads atop were those of Lu Renjia and his companions, sent to scout the situation. "Rise." Li Luo's voice resonated as if it emerged from the depths of the abyss, sending chills through all. The army stood up in unison. "Your Highness, we shall charge into the savages and eradicate the foreign tribes." Long Yi cried out, tears streaming down his face, filled with rage. Behind him, countless soldiers also wept. For the original form of the Great Xia cavalry was the Northern Liang cavalry, and many among them hailed from Northern Liang. Numerous warriors recognized their own kin among the displayed trophies. Li Luo did not respond to Long Yi but coldly inquired, "Is the situation in Zhangguan City similar?" Long Yi nodded gravely, silence enveloping him. Li Luo took a deep breath. Yet at that moment, a fierce wind howled, and a massive wave of grudge surged from the mountain of corpses. Soon after, anguished souls began to wail, surging toward Li Luo and his companions. These souls were the spirits of the citizens of Baiguan City who had been slaughtered. "Your Highness, be cautious. These are the deceased citizens. They were filled with hatred before death, and their resentment has allowed their souls to linger, unable to reincarnate." Bai Wuchang, the soul catcher, saw through it all at a glance, stepping in front of Li Luo, brandishing the soul-binding chain, prepared to collect these resentful souls. Li Luo waved his hand, stepping forward alone, and addressed the wailing souls of the citizens. "I, Li Luo, hereby make a vow to the heavens. Until the Tuoba dynasty is obliterated, I shall avenge your blood debts. I am willing to descend into the abyss, never to be reborn." As Li Luo's words fell, an invisible force of heavenly law enveloped him. The vow to the heavens was established. "Your Highness, you." The expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. At that moment, the resentful souls that had surged forward abruptly halted. Countless souls transformed into faint spiritual apparitions, collectively bowing before Li Luo. Then they gradually dissipated, their resentments resolved, their souls returning to the universe. "Convey the order. All citizens' remains from Baiguan City and Zhangguan City are to be given a proper burial. After the burials, follow me to annihilate the Tuoba." Li Luo's countenance was as cold as ice, his killing intent palpable. "Understood." The 7 heroes of Northern Liang responded in unison, and the army immediately set about their tasks. As the army began to bury the citizens' remains, Li Luo ventured out alone to a secluded forest. Sitting upon a stone, he entered the system. At this moment, upon seeing the newly acquired 1 million prestige points, Li Luo did not display any semblance of joy. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and inquired, "System, how many prestige points do I require to elevate my cultivation?" Ding. The host's current cultivation is at the peak of the Return to Ruins realm. To break through to the initial stage of the Primordial realm, 5 million prestige points are necessary. Upon hearing the requirement of 5 million prestige points, Li Luo resolutely chose to break through. Once he advanced to the Primordial realm, there would be a significant possibility of summoning a powerhouse of that caliber, or even one from the Divine Soul realm. Breakthrough. Boom. As Li Luo murmured, the system deducted 5 million prestige points, and his realm instantaneously surged to the initial stage of the Primordial realm. Now, he had 750,000 prestige points remaining. System, how many summons can I perform with my current prestige points? 3 times. Upon hearing the system's response, Li Luo nodded slightly. After his elevation to the Primordial realm, the summoning requirements had indeed increased. Summon. Ding. Summoning successful. Successfully summoned the god-positioned Lin Xi. Successful summoning of Wei Qing from the Western Han Dynasty, the formidable 400,000 Han Iron Army, and the mythical entity Haiwuchang. As Li Luo gazed upon the summoned powerhouses, his eyes ignited with a brilliant gleam. At this moment, he also noted that he still had 1,500,000 summoning points remaining, totaling 2 million for a single summoning opportunity. Subsequently, Li Luo opened the character profiles. Thunderstorm Child, early stage of the Spirit Realm. Loyalty 100 Wei Qing, early stage of the Primordial Realm. Loyalty 100 Haiwuchang, peak of the Return to Void Realm. Loyalty 100 the Han Iron Army, peak of the Spirit Sea Realm, all members. Loyalty 100 as he surveyed the cultivation levels in the character profiles. A terrifying killing intent flickered in Li Luo's eyes, and a cold smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. Setting aside Thunderstorm Child, just Wei Qing alone, along with his Han Iron Army, would be sufficient to sweep through the Tuoba dynasty. Wei Qing was not only an outstanding military strategist of the Western Han period, but also the uncle of the renowned champion Marquis who dominated the world. He had repeatedly defeated the Xiongnu and reclaimed lost territories, earning the title of Grand General from Emperor Wu of Han, revered by countless generations. Chapter 74. Tuoba Marquis, a few dozen miles from the border of the Great Xia dynasty, a massive army of 100,000 lay encamped. At this moment, numerous burly and savage foreign tribesmen indulged in drinking and feasting, occasionally uttering foul language. Within a tent, leaders from various tribes gathered together. At the head of the table sat a general clad in armor and wielding a curved blade. He was Tuoba Marquis, appointed by the Tuoba king to command the tribal forces, and his cultivation was at the early stage of the primordial realm. To his right sat the vice-general, Tuoba Qing, at the peak of the return to void realm. The two had once studied in a sect in the central domain alongside Tuoba Wang, Tuoba Tung, and Tuoba Cheng, and had returned with formidable powers. The bloody slaughter at Baiguan City and Jingguan City was ordered by him, meant to instill fear in the approaching Great Xia cavalry. Ah, let us drink. Once we annihilate the Great Xia cavalry and capture their lands, I will personally commend all of you before His Majesty. Tuoba Marquis raised a large bowl of wine and drank it in one gulp. Thank you, General. The leaders present raised their cups, excitement evident on their faces. Loyal warriors. It is said that the Great Xia army has arrived at Baiguan City today. Tuoba Marquis chuckled coldly, a glint of malice in his eyes. Ah, General. I wager the Great Xia cavalry must be quite pleased with the welcoming gifts we left for them. A general burst into laughter. His words incited a chorus of laughter among all present. Since the Great Xia cavalry has arrived, I have decided to engage them in battle tomorrow. Tuoba Marquis declared coldly. Yes, General. The gathered leaders erupted with enthusiasm, bloodlust gleaming in their eyes. The Grand General has instructed us not to engage the Great Xia cavalry until His Majesty arrives. Tuoba Qing, seated below, interjected with a frown, voicing his concerns. Qingdi, I am now a primordial realm powerhouse. His Majesty is being overly cautious. Even if there are several return to void realm experts among the Great Xia cavalry, with you and me here, they cannot stir up much trouble. Just watch how I will behead the Great Xia commanders tomorrow. Once His Majesty arrives, we shall advance southward, unimpeded, to strike at the heart of the Great Xia capital. I refuse to believe that in such a border territory, the Great Xia can have a primordial realm expert stationed. Tuoba Marquis displayed disdain towards the Great Xia cavalry, hardly considering the Great Xia dynasty a worthy opponent. According to the intelligence he had received, the Great Xia merely had a few return to void realm experts stationed. While he was a primordial realm powerhouse, his strength was his confidence. However, as Tuoba Qing attempted to caution Tuoba Marquis to exercise prudence, he was abruptly cut off. Thus it is decided. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the responsibility. Come, let us drink. Alas, very well, Tuoba Qing conceded, acknowledging Tuoba Marquis' resolute attitude. Though he recognized that the Great Xia was unlikely to be their match, it was prudent to be cautious, especially in war. Let us hope for a smooth battle tomorrow. Soon, the entire military camp was enveloped in the joy of the feast. Meanwhile, outside Tuoba Marquis' military camp, countless foreign soldiers formed a circle around a bonfire. The sizzling sound of roasted meat filled the air. Come, everyone, raise your glasses. The surrounding foreign soldiers cheered as they drank heartily. Take it easy, you lot. We still need to relieve the brothers on guard duty later. A squad leader cautioned. Ha, Captain, no worries. The Great Xia cavalry is likely preoccupied dealing with the aftermath of the 2 cities we slaughtered, and we aren't fighting tomorrow, a soldier laughed, with others nodding in agreement. Still, we should drink less. The day after tomorrow, when His Majesty arrives, we will have to engage the Great Xia cavalry. The squad leader reflected. I've heard that the Great Xia cavalry is actually the Northern Liang cavalry. This time, I must ensure we take them down. Another soldier declared. We were badly bullied by the Northern Liang cavalry before, but now with the general here, their end is nigh. Indeed, if we capture any of the Northern Liang cavalry, I shall make certain to torment them severely. The soldiers around him displayed fierce expressions at the mention of the Northern Liang cavalry. Regardless, drink less. I'll take a few brothers to patrol and return to relieve you. The squad leader stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes before leading a dozen men away. Captain, don't worry, we know our limits, the others assured him with laughter. Once the squad leader departed, a burly soldier seated in the corner approached, producing a leather wine pouch, pouring a cup, and offering it to a fellow soldier. My brother, I just heard you say that His Majesty will personally arrive here in 2 days. The soldier was taken aback, eyeing the burly figure with thick brows and large eyes, and replied cautiously, yes. That news has spread far. You did not know? Which tribe are you from? The burly soldier smiled nonchalantly and answered, Oh, I am from the Tuoba tribe. Ah, so you are from the same tribe as our general. Upon learning that the burly soldier hailed from the Tuoba tribe, the surrounding soldiers exclaimed in surprise, their demeanor becoming warm. The Tuoba tribe had risen to become a noble tribe within the Tuoba dynasty, and everyone was eager to be friendly. Their current monarch also belonged to the Tuoba tribe. My brother, since you are from the Tuoba tribe, why were you unaware that His Majesty is coming to lead the charge? A soldier inquired as he received the cup of wine. The burly soldier replied with a slight smile, I have only just joined the grain transport army, so I naturally wouldn't know. Upon hearing this, the soldier nodded slightly and continued, Indeed, His Majesty will arrive in 2 days, and at that time, we will march to conquer the Great Xia. The burly soldier nodded, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. By the way, brother, as a member of the Tuoba tribe, why are you with the grain transport army? The soldier curiously asked. To be honest, my elders sent me into the military for training, hoping I might secure a position in the army in the future, the burly soldier confessed bashfully. Upon hearing this, the foreign soldiers around him immediately understood, becoming even more enthusiastic towards the burly soldier. Come, everyone. Let us raise a toast to our brother from the Tuoba tribe. The crowd lifted their cups, eager to forge connections with him. After several rounds of drinks, the burly soldier noticed the transport team starting to depart from the camp, so he bid farewell to the others. The soldier, characterized by his pronounced brows and large eyes, followed the grain transport army, departing from the military camp and venturing deep into the Tuoba dynasty. Seizing an opportune moment when no one was watching, he silently slipped away to the rear of the procession, concealing himself behind a small hill not far from the grain transport unit. Suddenly, this soldier reappeared, casting a cold smirk at the retreating army. He then removed his Tuoba dynasty armor, donning a set of exquisite battle gear, complete with a finely crafted short blade at his waist, the standard weapon of the Shadow Guards. Indeed, he was a member of the Shadow Guards. In an instant, this Shadow Guard vanished into the night. Chapter 75. The meeting of armies outside Baiguan City, upon a hill. Hundreds of thousands of Xia iron cavalry stood in solemn silence. The hill was dotted with numerous small mounds, each one drawing attention. Beneath each mound lay a citizen of Xia, fallen to the blades of the savage foreign tribes. Li Luo remained silent, his demeanor icy, while behind him, Meng Tian, He Bai Wuchang, Zhang Han, and others awaited orders. At that moment, a swift figure emerged from the darkness. A shadow guard, resembling an exotic warrior with pronounced brows and large eyes, knelt before Li Luo and Zhang Han. Young master, commander, he exclaimed. The shadow guard then gently lifted a hand to his face, revealing a delicate mask as thin as a cicada's wing, which he respectfully presented to Li Luo. This mask was known as the transformative mask. With a wave of his hand, Li Luo accepted the transformative mask. After completing his assigned task, the shadow guard had hastened to gather here. Upon his arrival, Li Luo instructed one of them to infiltrate the Tuoba army to ascertain who had commanded the slaughter of the 2 cities' populace. How did it go? Zhang Han inquired, his gaze sharp and contemplative. Report, young master, commander. My subordinate has uncovered the truth. The one who issued the order for the massacre is none other than the supreme commander of the million-strong barbarian army, Tuoba Ho. I have heard rumors among the foreign soldiers that Tuoba Ho possesses unfathomable strength, which is why I did not dare approach his camp to gather intelligence. The shadow guard responded. Li Luo nodded slightly, stating, You have done well. Knowing who issued the order is sufficient. Indeed, young master. I have also learned that the monarch of the Tuaba dynasty will personally arrive the day after tomorrow, intending to lead the million-strong army against our Disya. The Shadow Guard added, recalling something. At this revelation, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Luo's eyes. He had not anticipated that the Tuaba monarch would take the battlefield himself. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of cold determination appeared in his eyes. Let Tuaba Wang await. Li Luo chuckled coldly, then turned to the 7 heroes of Liang, pondering aloud. Uncle Long, esteemed elders, we shall engage the Tuaba dynasty in a decisive battle tomorrow. The million-strong Tuaba army encroaching upon our border plains will be met by me and the assault camp. Tomorrow, you shall lead the Disya cavalry from another direction, launching a swift attack on the various cities of the Tuaba dynasty. Bei Wuchang, Zhang Han, and the 3,000 shadow guards will assist you. Upon hearing Li Luo's plan to confront the enemy's million troops with just the assault camp, the 7 heroes of Liang were momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, this cannot be. Long Yi urgently objected. Li Luo's gaze was resolute, his tone unwavering. Uncle Long, esteemed elders, it is decided. Rest assured, our forces consist of more than just the assault camp and the Disya cavalry. You need not worry for me. Upon hearing this, the 7 heroes of Liang fell silent for a moment, casting a glance at the 2 unfamiliar strongmen standing beside Li Luo, before nodding heavily in agreement. The 2 men behind Li Luo were striking figures. One donned armor and bore a long sword, exuding no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary person. Yet, all felt an intangible pressure emanating from him, akin to the invisible might of a superior being. He was the formidable warrior summoned by Li Luo, Wei Qing. The other was Lin Xi, whose appearance drew the attention of many within the army. With wings sprouting from his back and an unusual visage, faint arcs of lightning flickered between his wings. Lin Xi, your speed is commendable. You are tasked with intercepting Tuaba Wang on the way. Remember, I require him alive. I wish to personally claim his head as a tribute to the souls of the countless innocent lives lost. Li Luo commanded earnestly. Rest assured, young master. Lin Xi replied with a grin, his eyes suddenly flashing with a spark of lightning. The border between the Disya dynasty and the Tuaba dynasty stretched into a vast, expansive grassland. The following morning, the skies above the Disya dynasty were shrouded in thick, rolling clouds, obscuring the sun's rays. Amidst the heavy thunderclouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A formidable cavalry force galloped across the grassland, led by Li Luo himself. Dressed in armor and wielding a sharp battle knife, his gaze was as frigid as ice. Flanking him were Gao Shun, Luo Yi, and the 18 Yanyan cavalry. Behind them was the augmented assault camp of 100,000. The Disya battle flag fluttered fiercely, emanating a fierce bloodlust. Meanwhile, the Tuaba army had also mobilized. After Tuaba Ho led his million-strong army for several miles, he sensed the terrifying killing intent permeating the sky from the distant grassland. Gazing at the ominous clouds, Tuaba Ho commanded the army to halt. Report, General. Disya cavalry has been spotted advancing towards us. A returning scout reported promptly. At this, Tuaba Ho's expression brightened, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. The foreign troops behind him also began to stir with excitement. This is precisely what I desire. Forward, army. Tuaba Ho immediately led his million troops into motion. Soon, the 2 armies would finally meet. Chapter 76. The battle commences upon the vast plain. 2 ominous armies faced each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. The wind howled, and dark clouds loomed overhead, filling the battlefield with a palpable sense of impending conflict. General, something feels amiss. According to intelligence, the Disya Iron Cavalry, combined with that unknown cavalry unit, should number at least 600,000. Yet, from my observation, they appear to only have 100,000. Furthermore, I have yet to see the 7 heroes of Liang. Who is that young commander? Tuaba Qing remarked, his brow furrowing with concern. At this moment, Tuaba Ho also sensed something was off, nodding slightly. A surge of spiritual energy swept through him, and his pupils constricted in alarm as his complexion changed dramatically. For within his perception, the young commander at the forefront was, astonishingly, a powerful figure of the primordial realm. Primordial realm? How is that possible? How could Disya possess a primordial realm expert? Tuaba Ho exclaimed in disbelief. Beside him, Tuaba Qing's expression darkened as well. Not only did their opponent possess a primordial realm expert, but there was also a return to void realm powerhouse and several in the great transformation realm. Moreover, within their ranks, the strength of this cavalry force was no trivial matter. It was no wonder they dared to confront them head-on. If this army did not belong to the Xia cavalry led by the 7 heroes of Beiliang, then where had the actual Xia cavalry gone? They could hardly believe that among the 500,000 Xia cavalry, there were no formidable figures to command them. As both pondered, their thoughts raced. A sense of foreboding surged within me. Fear not. This lad is merely in the early stages of the primordial realm, of the same cultivation level as myself. Once I slay him, victory shall remain ours. Besides, with our million-strong army here, how could we possibly lose to their mere 100,000? Tuoba Ho reassured. Tuoba Ching nodded slightly, pondering. It seems we have no choice. You hold back that primordial realm powerhouse while I make quick work of this. Tuoba Ho nodded. His expression grave, devoid of any prior arrogance, and addressed the leader, Li Luo. Who are you? State your name. At this moment, Li Luo did not conceal his cultivation. His gaze was fixed intently on Tuoba Ho, the coldness on his face unmistakable. Li Luo, he declared, drawing his battle blade with a solemn tone. Li Luo, the crown prince of the great Xia. Upon hearing Li Luo reveal his identity, both Tuoba Ho and Tuoba Ching were struck with disbelief. They had not anticipated that this young general, possessing a cultivation in the primordial realm, was none other than the crown prince, Li Luo. As far as they knew, Li Luo was barely 20 years old, yet here he stood as a primordial realm powerhouse. Such talent at such a young age would undoubtedly attract countless powerful factions in the central domain vying to take him as a disciple. This child must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, the Tuoba dynasty's future would be perilous. With this thought, Tuoba Ho resolved that, come what may, he would slay Li Luo today. You are Tuoba Ho, are you not? Li Luo's icy gaze pierced through the air as he coldly inquired. Tuoba Ho snapped back to attention, retorting with a scoff. Indeed, I am this general. Excellent. You are the one I seek. After slaughtering hundreds of thousands of my people, if I do not hang your head before their graves today, I, Li Luo, shall take my own life here. Li Luo stated calmly. Boom. Such audacity. You insolent whelp. Let us battle in the void. Tuoba Ho feigned anger at Li Luo's provocation. The horrific power of the primordial realm erupted forth, sweeping across 100 miles, silencing even the howling winds. Tuoba Ho stepped into the void, drawing his curved blade, directing it at Li Luo. He aimed to lure him into a battle in the void, for the clash between primordial realm powerhouses was too terrifying. He feared for his million-strong army. However, Li Luo merely scoffed derisively. Heh, you are not my match. Await your beheading. Tuoba Ho was taken aback by Li Luo's words. What do you mean? Boom. Roar. Just as Tuoba Ho finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted from the dark clouds behind the ambushed troops. A violet light ring appeared, and shortly after, the massive cloud-winged purple crystal beast emerged. Upon its back stood Meng Tian, arms crossed. He then summoned a long spear that materialized in his hand. A peak-level beast of the primordial realm, and another primordial realm powerhouse. This is bad. Retreat quickly. Tuoba Ho gazed in horror at the cloud-winged purple crystal beast that had suddenly burst forth from the contract space. As he sensed the beast and Meng Tian's formidable power, his face went pale, an overwhelming sense of regret washing over him. He quickly regained his composure and shouted at Tuoba Ching, who stood before the army. However, at this moment, Tuoba Ching and the million-strong alien army were gripped by fear at the sight of the beast's imposing figure. Hearing Tuoba Ho's voice snapped Tuoba Ching back to reality as he shouted in panic, retreat. Quickly, the million-strong alien army, suddenly coming to their senses, turned their steeds and fled. Yet, as they turned, they discovered a formidable army of over 400,000 rapidly approaching from behind. At that moment, chaos ensued among the alien troops. Kill! Li Luo commanded, and behind him, the ambush troops surged forward with the might of a tempest, charging toward the million-strong army. Kill! Realizing they were surrounded, Tuoba Ching ceased his retreat and turned to attack the ambush troops. Leading the charge, Li Luo's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Tuoba Ching attempted to block Li Luo, but to his utter shock, he was met with a devastating punch from Li Luo, learned from the Celestial Emperor's scriptures. That struck him down. Li Luo, Luo Yi, Gao Shun, the 18 riders of Yen Yun, and the 100,000 ambush troops descended upon the alien army like wolves amidst sheep, wreaking havoc. Damn! Li Luo. Tuoba Ho in the void fumed with rage. Just as he prepared to strike at Li Luo, the cloud-winged purple crystal beast moved, its massive form appearing before Tuoba Ho in an instant. Before he could react, Meng Tian unleashed a terrifying spear strike that swept toward him. Tuoba Ho instinctively raised his curved blade to defend. Bang! Fragments of the blade flew past his horrified gaze as Meng Tian's spear struck his chest with devastating force. Thud! Tuoba Ho's body was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep crater. Severely injured, he soon found Meng Tian standing in the pit. Meng Tian delivered a punch to Tuoba Ho's chest, shattering his energy core. You have ruined my cultivation. The gravely injured Tuoba Ho, now devoid of his powers, was engulfed by terror and despair. Meng Tian seized Tuoba Ho, teleporting back to the cloud-winged purple crystal beast and tossing him onto its back, coldly stating, "Humph, you cannot even withstand a single strike from this general, yet you dare to contend with my master." With a disdainful snort, Meng Tian spared Tuoba Ho's life, leaving him for Li Luo to deal with. He then commanded the cloud-winged purple crystal beast to hover above the battlefield. Meng Tian refrained from further action, for he understood that his master was unleashing his pin-up rage. The million-strong alien army, now confronted by the sudden arrival of the 400,000 troops, witnessed Wei Qing standing with arms crossed, also refraining from attacking. He ordered his Han Iron army to slay any alien soldiers attempting to flee, fully aware that his master was venting his wrath. Prior to this, Li Luo had instructed him to lead his Han Iron army to encircle the million-strong alien army from another direction to prevent their escape. With Li Luo's relentless slaughter igniting their bloodlust, the alien soldiers ceased their retreat and charged recklessly at Li Luo and the ambushed troops. Both sides were consumed by the frenzy of battle. Alien soldiers continued to fall at Li Luo's feet. At this juncture, Li Luo found himself drenched, his armor soaked in the viscous blood of the aliens. The corpses of enemies had piled up beneath his feet like a mountain. Realizing that even the formidable ambush troops could not withstand the reckless onslaught of the million-strong army, he raised his head and let out a fierce howl. "Form ranks." At his command, the 100,000 ambush troops surged forward with an overwhelming momentum, their terrifying bloodlust mingling with the stench of slaughter, soaring toward the heavens. Li Luo stepped forth, treading upon the void as massive waves of spiritual energy surged, sweeping across the sky and forming a terrifying spiritual tide. Following closely were Luo, Yi, and Gao Shan, who ascended into the void, their hands forming seals as they unleashed their formidable power. Led by Luo, Yi, Li Luo and Gao Shan initiated the slaughtering array. Slaughtering array rise. Luo Yi bellowed. The 18 riders of Yan Yun were the first to charge into the void, and the ambush troops on the battlefield followed suit, unleashing their terrifying bloodthirst. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, the clouds darkening. The scent of blood stained the skies as the combined strength of 100,000 troops, along with Li Luo, Luo Yi, and Gao Shan's formidable powers, surged forth. A blood-red formation enveloped the entire battlefield, suddenly descending from the crimson cloud cover. The overwhelming aura of slaughter it contained sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. The blood-soaked sigils shimmered with a terrifying crimson light, and the fearsome massacre array swiftly descended upon the feet of the masses. At that moment, the concentrated power and malevolence of the formation astonished both Meng Tian and Wei Qing, who were observing from afar. The current slaughter array was 100 times more terrifying than that previously unleashed upon the imperial capital by the 18 riders of Yan Yun. Even the bloodthirsty alien army, emboldened by their fury, gazed up at the terrifying blood-red formation swirling above them, feeling their scalps tingle and cold sweat trickle down their backs, suddenly brought to their senses. Countless individuals seemed to catch the scent of death, whispering in trembling voices that they must flee lest it be too late. However, under the overwhelming terror of the massacre array, the alien forces were already paralyzed by fear, their bodies trembling and unable to move. In the center of the formation, Luo Yi's eyes suddenly blazed with a blood-red light. "Slaughter," he intoned, thrusting his silver spear into the heart of the array. At that moment, everyone roared in unison, "Slaughter." With a deafening cry that echoed through the heavens, the blood-red massacre array trembled violently. The dreadful malevolence emanating from the ranks of the assault army surged into the formation like a tempest. Then, before the horrified gaze of the alien army, the massacre array began to spin rapidly. This time, controlled personally by Luo Yi, the lethal manifestations within the array transformed from blood blades into countless blood spears. A dense swarm of ethereal blood spears coalesced, and, with a swift whoosh, rained down upon the battlefield. In an instant, the terrifying blood spears trailed long crimson tails, descending in a torrential downpour, as dazzling as shooting stars. Yet, to the alien forces, they were harbingers of death. "Ah, block it, block it," some cried. I surrender. But it was all too late. Resistance, flight, or surrender, none could save them from the blood spears that pierced them through. The array above continued to unleash its horrific barrage of blood spears relentlessly. On the battlefield, flesh and blood splattered, and the chilling cries of the dying filled the air, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Above, the clouds parted as the sun broke through, casting warm rays upon the desolate plain. Countless rivulets converged in a low-lying area, forming a small river, not of water, but of blood, reeking of iron. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, with 1,000,000 corpses littering the ground, and the very grass was stained crimson. Not a single one of the alien army survived. Beyond the battlefield, Li Luo stood amidst the carnage, his handsome face smeared with dark, dried blood, silently gazing at the hellscape before him. Young master, Wei Qing approached, leading an army of 400,000 formidable warriors. Bowing respectfully to Li Luo, he nodded slightly before raising his gaze to the heavens. In the void, Meng Tian descended from the back of the cloud-winged violet crystal beast, bringing the now incapacitated Duke Tuoba before Li Luo. Kneel, Meng Tian commanded, and a force compelled the Duke to the ground. In that moment, Tuoba gazed upon the battlefield, his face pale and devoid of blood, despair etched upon his features. Li Luo unsheathed his battle blade, fixing his cold gaze on the dazed Duke. I have promised to personally take your head as a tribute to the hundreds of thousands of innocent lives you have slaughtered. Upon hearing this, Tuoba snapped back to reality, panic overtaking him. Li Luo, if you dare to kill me, my sect in the central domain. But before he could finish, with a swift motion, Tuoba's head rolled to the ground. No more words. You're about to die. Collect his head. Li Luo wiped the blood from his blade with a disdainful snort. Yes. A soldier from the assault army collected the Duke's head and placed it in a wooden box. By the way, General Meng Tian, have the cloud-winged violet crystal beast deal with the bodies of these alien soldiers. From this day forth, this plain, and indeed the entire Tuoba dynasty, shall belong to the great Xia. If these corpses are not handled, they may cause a plague. Li Luo spoke earnestly as he surveyed the hellish scene before him. Hearing his words, Wei Qing, Meng Tian, and Luo Yi nodded in agreement. As seasoned generals, they understood well the dire consequences of leaving a battlefield uncleaned, for it could unleash a terrifying epidemic. Though they themselves were immune, the northern provinces of Great Xia bordered this land, and should a plague arise, the cities of northern Zhou would suffer, especially among the common folk who had no cultivation. Yes, young master. Meng Tian communicated with the cloud-winged violet crystal beast, which let out a resounding roar before soaring above, unleashing violet flames upon the battlefield. In an instant, the 1,000,000 corpses ignited in the skyward flames. Chapter 78. Thunder cracks the city at this moment. It was likely that Long Shu and the others had begun their assault on the Tuoba dynasty's cities. Let us proceed. We shall sweep through the wilderness. Li Luo's eyes reflected the flames as he gazed toward the distant plains, his voice cold and resolute. Understood. The 10,000 soldiers of the assault army and the 400,000 iron warriors answered in unison. Their resonant voices echoed across the vast plains. Flags fluttered, and the sound of hooves thundered as Li Luo led his vast army toward the cities of the Tuoba dynasty. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Tuoba dynasty, King Tuoba, Tuoba Tung, and Tuoba Chung prepared to set forth, joining forces with 100,000 troops gathered outside the palace. Are we ready? King Tuoba, clad in armor, stepped out of the palace, flanked by numerous tribal leaders and ministers. Your Majesty, all is prepared, and we may depart at any moment. Tuoba Tung replied thoughtfully. King Tuoba nodded slightly, surveying the 5,000 elite troops awaiting outside the palace. He spoke with commanding authority. Warriors, I shall personally lead you into battle against Great Xia. Their lands will become the territory of the Tuoba dynasty. Our people shall no longer worry about food shortages as winter approaches. Conquer Great Xia! Conquer Great Xia! Conquer Great Xia! The 5,000 elite soldiers roared in unison, their eyes gleaming with greed, excitement, and bloodlust. Indeed, let us conquer Great Xia. Even King Tuoba was swept up in the fervor of the moment, gesturing grandly. The tribal leaders and ministers nodded in agreement, their faces alight with unprecedented anticipation. Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. At that moment, an anxious alien official rushed into the palace from outside. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, all eyes fixated on the official. When had he become so flustered? With a furrowed brow, King Tuoba spoke aloud. Your Majesty, the iron cavalry of the Great Xia dynasty is advancing upon us. The official gasped for breath, not daring to delay for even a moment. What did you say? How is that possible? King Tuoba thundered. We have 1,000,000 troops on the prairie. How could the Great Xia cavalry infiltrate? Your Majesty, this is indeed true. The great Xia cavalry did not approach from the plains, but circumvented them, riding through the mountains and attacking us from the east. This news has just arrived from Achuo City. The great Xia cavalry has already breached 4 of our cities and has reached the outskirts of Achuo City. Your Majesty, Achuo City requests our swift support. The official replied urgently. Upon hearing this, the countenance of the ministers behind King Tuoba drastically changed, and they descended into chaos. What are Tuoba Ho and Tuoba Qing doing? I provided them with 1,000,000 troops, yet they allowed the great Xia cavalry to maneuver under our very noses. At this moment, King Tuoba was consumed with rage, a terrifying aura emanating from him. The surrounding ministers felt a wave of suffocation and dared not speak further. Summon Tuoba Ho to me. King Tuoba commanded in fury. Soon, a messenger rushed in, announcing, Your Majesty, we have received news from the Prairie Army. General Tuoba Ho set out with 1,000,000 troops early this morning to attack the Great Xia. Hearing this, King Tuoba's anger intensified. He could hardly believe that Tuoba Ho had the audacity to defy his orders. Where are my 1,000,000 troops? If he is attacking the Great Xia, then why has their cavalry suddenly appeared on the eastern front of our dynasty? Just yesterday, the Great Xia cavalry was at Baiguan City, and given their marching speed, they could only have reached our eastern borders by traveling overnight. This implies that Tuoba Ho has not encountered the Great Xia cavalry at all. Where, then? Has he led my army? The messenger, having only just received the morning's news, had no knowledge of Tuoba Ho's whereabouts and remained silent. At this point, Tuoba Tung interjected. Your Majesty, let us not focus on General Tuoba Ho for now. With his cultivation, even if he were to encounter other forces or powerful adversaries from the Great Xia, he need not be overly concerned. With his current prowess in the Taichu realm, it is likely that no one in the Great Xia can rival him. Our immediate priority is to provide support to Achuo City and eliminate the 50,000 Great Xia cavalry. Indeed, Your Majesty, supporting Achuo City is of utmost importance. Tuoba Chung concurred. Very well, you two shall accompany me. King Tuoba nodded slightly. With our abilities, we should be able to reach Achuo City in a few hours. As King Tuoba and the others prepared to depart for Achuo City, a peculiar dark cloud suddenly appeared in the previously clear blue sky above the palace square. Within the cloud, thunder crackled, quickly spreading and enveloping the entire imperial capital. At that moment, the heavens darkened, resembling an apocalyptic scene. What is happening? Could it be that our Tuoba army has slaughtered 2 cities of the Great Xia, thus incurring divine wrath? The terrified citizens of various tribes in the capital rushed into the streets, gazing up at the storm with horror. This terrifying spectacle instilled a sense of dread among the populace, as they feared they had angered celestial powers. Meanwhile, the 50,000 elite troops within the palace also looked up, their faces reflecting a hint of panic. They had never witnessed such a horrifying sight in the capital before. In response to the sudden celestial phenomenon, King Tuoba, Tuoba Tung, and Tuoba Chung immediately released their divine senses into the sky. Their probing revealed nothing but clouds and lightning above. It is merely a celestial phenomenon. No need for alarm, King Tuoba remarked, displeased by the soldiers' panic. The soldiers, caught in their turmoil, felt a wave of shame wash over them. Let us proceed to support Achuo City, King Tuoba declared after a moment of contemplation, stepping forward to traverse the void. Tuoba Tung and Tuoba Chung followed closely behind. As the 3 of them took their positions in the void, a fearsome bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the dark cloud above. The trio was taken by surprise and swiftly dodged the attack. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the heavens. Which of you is King Tuoba? With the utterance of this voice, the turbulent lightning in the clouds surged. The fearsome force of the lightning tore through the air with a deafening roar. Upon hearing this, the trio's pupils contracted in awe. For, following the voice, a rift in space abruptly opened before them, and from within it emerged a peculiar man with a pair of azure wings, walking upon the crackling lightning. As this man stepped forth, the swirling lightning around him seemed to gain sentience, coalescing around him to form an electrifying halo, akin to that of a divine being. The citizens of various tribes in the capital were struck with terror at the sight of this figure, believing he was a celestial being descending to punish them. Many elderly individuals fell to their knees in supplication. Moreover, the oppressive aura emanating from this man left King Tuoba and his companions breathless. A space-rending being. A spirit realm powerhouse. King Tuoba's expression was one of shock. To be able to rend space was a feat only achievable by those of the spirit realm and above. He never anticipated that such a powerful figure would descend upon their remote western frontier. In the entire western continent, Only the Blazing Flame dynasty and the Tai Ling sect were known to possess such formidable spirit realm experts. King Tuoba surmised that this individual must belong to one of these two factions. Thus, he approached respectfully and clasped his hands in greeting. May I inquire your esteemed name? Senior? What brings you to my Tuoba dynasty? Is there anything I can assist you with? The man with azure wings stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at King Tuoba, Tuoba Tung, and Tuoba Chung, before offering a slight smile. I am Lin Xi. Upon hearing the name Lin Xi, the three exchanged glances. Their expressions filled with confusion. They had never heard of such an individual. However, just as King Tuoba was about to voice his puzzlement, the next statement from Lin Xi sent a chill down his spine. Which of you is King Tuoba? Lin Xi asked, standing with his hands behind his back. His tone grave. The trio exchanged glances once more. Taking a deep breath, King Tuoba stepped forward and respectfully replied, Senior Lei, I am King Tuoba. May I know what you seek from me? Ah, so you are King Tuoba. Perfect, that saves me a great deal of time. You will self-destruct your cultivation and come with me, Lin Xi said with a faint smile, as if he were kindly negotiating with King Tuoba. Taken aback, King Tuoba felt a sudden wave of foreboding wash over him, his eyelids twitching. What offense have I committed against you, Senior? If I have caused any offense, please inform me. My master is from the Central Domains Dao sect, Elder Yun Feng. King Tuoba inquired anxiously, even invoking the name of his sect and master in hopes of instilling some caution in the other. I shall say it once more, self-destruct your cultivation. And then come with me, Lin Xi reiterated with a seemingly benevolent reminder. At that moment, the expression on King Tuoba's face turned grim. Very well, Senior, I shall suddenly. He shifted his tone and, with a swift motion, seized both Tuoba Tung and Tuoba Chung, hurling them towards Lin Xi. Then, with a quick turn, he vanished from sight, fleeing towards the distant horizon. Tuoba Tung and Tuoba Chung, having just been thrown before Lin Xi, were instantly obliterated by a terrifying force of lightning, unable to even utter a scream. As King Tuoba retreated, Lin Xi remained unfazed. The azure wings behind him unfurled slightly, and the sound of roaring winds and thunder echoed. In an instant, he too disappeared from his position. Meanwhile, King Tuoba's mind was a blank, solely focused on escaping. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he came to a screeching halt, trembling all over, fear etched across his face. Before him stood Lin Xi, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at him calmly. Before me, do you dare to employ such trifling techniques? Lin Xi remarked with a cold smile. No. Senior, spare me. Just as King Tuoba began to plead for mercy, Lin Xi struck him with a powerful palm. The overwhelming force struck King Tuoba, inflicting severe injuries, and he plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater, with his bones shattered and blood spilling from his mouth. King Tuoba looked up at the descending Lin Xi, a look of despair crossing his features. He had thought his demise was inevitable, yet to his surprise, Lin Xi did not kill him upon landing. Instead, he pointed a finger, rendering King Tuoba's cultivation invalid. Furthermore, Lin Xi infused him with spiritual energy to heal some of his wounds. Otherwise, he would certainly not have survived. At this moment, King Tuoba found himself engulfed in endless despair, his expression vacant. Having his cultivation destroyed was more painful than death itself. Had you willingly abandoned your cultivation and followed me, why subject yourself to such suffering? Lin Xi said with a disinterested smile, then seized King Tuoba and tore open a rift, disappearing within. Meanwhile, within the imperial capital, shortly after Lin Xi's departure, ominous dark clouds gathered in the sky. Terrifying thunderbolts descended, striking the royal palace with a vengeance. In an instant, countless foreign ministers and soldiers perished beneath the onslaught of divine wrath, and the grand palace collapsed under the horrific tribulation. Witnessing this scene, numerous foreign citizens in the capital were filled with dread, dropping to their knees in fervent supplication, pleading for the wrath of the heavens to abate. Outside the eastern city of Otto in the Tuoba dynasty, General Long Yi led an army of 500,000 Daxia iron cavalry, swiftly capturing 4 cities of the Tuoba dynasty with the assistance of Zhang Han, the Black and White Impermanents, and 3,000 shadow guards. Zhang Han, Black and White Impermanents, and the 3 of them traversed the air, unleashing their formidable powers against the city walls. Under the might of their combined forces, the once imposing walls were swiftly dismantled, and countless defending foreign soldiers met their demise. Ah, thank you, esteemed seniors. Soldiers, charge with me. Long Yi exclaimed joyously as the walls crumbled. With a fierce wave of his hand, he led the cavalry into the city, rapidly seizing control of Otto. With the support of Zhang Han, Black and White Impermanents, and the shadow guards, the Daxia cavalry continued their unstoppable advance, conquering numerous cities of the Tuoba dynasty as they penetrated deeper from east to west, soon reaching the outskirts of the imperial capital. Chapter 80. A kind reminder. Simultaneously, Li Luo led his army, advancing with unstoppable momentum, capturing city after city. Wubong City was among the major cities of the Tuoba dynasty. At that moment, the defending foreign soldiers atop the towering walls gazed in terror at the approaching iron cavalry. Above this iron cavalry, the massive form of the cloud-wing amethyst beast blotted out the sun, and with a swift swipe of its claw, it struck the city walls. Quick! Flee! The Daxiao army is coming. The towering walls collapsed with a thunderous roar, and countless foreign citizens within the city scrambled to escape. After breaching the walls, Li Luo led his forces straight in, swiftly annihilating the resisting soldiers and taking complete control of the city. After capturing the city, Li Luo only executed those who resisted and spared the innocent foreign citizens, most of whom were women and children. After all, these innocents bore no guilt. Should Li Luo and his army harm them as well, they would be no different from the brutal foreign forces. At that moment, the space trembled. To the astonishment of all, a rift opened in the void, revealing Lin Xi, who emerged holding King Tuoba, bowing to Li Luo and stating, "Young master, this is King Tuoba." King Tuoba, at that moment, was in a daze, staring at Li Luo and the Daxia military banner raised behind him, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. No, it cannot be. How can you be a celestial spirit realm powerhouse of the Daxia dynasty? The Daxia cannot possibly possess a celestial spirit realm expert. King Tuoba shouted in a hoarse voice, gazing at Lin Xi. Lin Xi merely smiled slightly, standing respectfully beside Li Luo, indifferent to King Tuoba's outburst. That is His Majesty. We have perished. The Tuoba dynasty is finished. Henceforth, we shall become slaves of Daxia. Among the gathered foreign citizens, some recognized King Tuoba, and upon seeing their king captured, despair washed over many as they contemplated their fate as slaves to the Daxia. Oh, King Tuoba, the ruler of the Tuoba dynasty? Li Luo approached him, his gaze icy, wielding a war blade with disdainful laughter. At this point, King Tuoba realized that Tuoba Ho and his million-strong army were likely annihilated, for he sensed the thick scent of blood emanating from Li Luo and his forces. Ha! Defeated. I, the emperor, have been defeated. The Tuoba dynasty has fallen. Man Luo Yan, you were right. I should not have provoked Daxia. A fleeting thought crossed King Tuoba's mind as he, disheveled, laughed maniacally toward the heavens. Li Luo sneered, replying coldly, "Now you realize it, but it is too late. It was already too late when you slaughtered the citizens of my Daxia in 2 cities." Upon hearing this, King Tuoba ceased his madness, casting a glance at Lin Xi before looking back at Li Luo. "With this esteemed senior backing you, I cannot claim my defeat is unjust. However, I do not understand how a mere initial stage Taichu cultivator can command a celestial spirit realm expert." Li Luo merely chuckled, offering no response to King Tuoba's inquiry, for he himself did not comprehend the answer. "Is this your last word? If so, it is time for you to depart." Li Luo raised his warblade, declaring, "I shall take your head as an offering to the souls of the hundreds of thousands of Daxia citizens you slaughtered." Wait. King Tuoba stumbled to his feet, now powerless against Li Luo. "What? Do you have more to say?" Li Luo's eyes were cold as he spoke. "I am, after all, a sovereign," King Tuoba implored. "If you seek my head, I shall deliver it myself." He reached out towards Li Luo. Li Luo nodded slightly and handed the war blade to King Tuoba. "Such a fine blade," King Tuoba exclaimed, admiring the weapon. He then approached the gathered foreign citizens. "My apologies to all of you. I, King Tuoba, implore you, do not slaughter my innocent people of the barbaric tribes after my demise." With a sudden turn, King Tuoba gazed earnestly at Li Luo, beseeching him. As the sovereign of a dynasty, the only thing he could do for his subjects in his final moments was this. Upon hearing his words, the foreign populace lifted their heads, their eyes shimmering with complex emotions. "King Tuoba, I can assure you that from this moment forth, this place shall no longer be known as the Tuoba dynasty or the wilderness, but as the Great Xia. The common folk of various tribes are undeniably a part of my Great Xia. How could we possibly harm our own citizens?" Li Luo declared with gravity. At this, King Tuoba erupted into hearty laughter, relieved and dignified, ready to face his end. "Ha, good. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. I shall not hold your Great Xia accountable. Before I depart this life, allow me to offer a word of caution. Years ago, I, along with Tuoba Ho and 3 others, joined the Dao sect in the Central Domain, acquiring the cultivation skills I possess today. Now, with Tuoba Ho slain by you and my life nearing its end, we remain disciples of the Dao sect. Our names are inscribed upon their tablets. Our demise will not go unheeded by the Tao sect, especially by my master, who may very well come to the western continent. Be wary, Great Xia, King Tuoba kindly warned. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Li Luo's eyes as he nodded slightly. Yet he did not dwell on it. With his system as a backup, he thought that by the time the Tao sect's experts arrived, perhaps Great Xia would already be brimming with formidable power. All right, my people of the various tribes, I am departing. King Tuoba exclaimed, laughter echoing. With a swift motion, he drove the Northern Liang warblade forcefully against his own neck. Blood splattered as the sharp blade severed his throat, and he collapsed. Your Majesty, witnessing this scene, countless foreign citizens sank to their knees, paying their final respects to King Tuoba. Li Luo's gaze flickered as he beheld the severed head still attached to flesh. King Tuoba, as a ruler, certainly possessed a commendable spirit. However, he erred in provoking Great Xia. Preserve his head. Bury the body with honor. Li Luo commanded with a wave of his hand. A soldier promptly severed King Tuoba's head and placed it in a wooden box. Chapter 81. The Fall of the Tuoba Dynasty. Your Highness, we have just received news from the Shadow Secret Guard that General Long has captured the imperial capital. A soldier reported with a respectful bow. Oh, quite impressive. They are indeed swift, Li Luo remarked, a smile gracing his lips as joy filled his heart. Luo-yi, Gao Shun, he called. The two stepped forward. Li Luo glanced at the kneeling foreign citizens and pondered, leave a portion of the soldiers to ensure these citizens are settled. They are now subjects of Great Xia and must not be harmed. Continue leading the assault camp and the Great Han Iron Army to subdue the other cities along the way. General Meng Tian and I will proceed to the imperial capital to await your arrival. Yes, young master. The two responded, immediately setting their plan into motion. Meanwhile, Li Luo, Meng Tian, Lin Xi, and Wei Qing mounted their cloud-wing purple crystal beasts and vanished into the horizon, heading toward the imperial capital. The foreign populace present, upon hearing Li Luo's words, collectively sighed in relief, their hearts filled with a mix of joy and sorrow. They rejoiced that the Great Xia dynasty did not intend to enslave them, but embraced them as citizens. This, undoubtedly, was the best outcome for them. Yet, they mourned the official dissolution of the new dynasty they had united to establish. However, the citizens of Wubong City harbored gratitude toward Great Xia. After ensuring the welfare of Wubong City's populace, Luo-yi and Gao Shun, following Li Luo's instructions, led their forces toward the imperial capital, subduing various cities along the way. News of King Tuoba's death and the fall of the imperial capital swiftly spread across the entirety of the Tuoba dynasty's realm. Thus, when Luo-yi and Gao Shun arrived at a city, the foreign officials, along with the soldiers and citizens, willingly surrendered upon the arrival of the Great Xia army. Without a single soldier being harmed, they effortlessly seized over a dozen cities. At the imperial capital, Tuoba City, the cloud-winged purple crystal beast soared above, casting a shadow over the city. The previously surrendered foreign citizens now wore expressions of terror, realizing the might of the Great Xia dynasty. With such fearsome beasts and numerous powerful figures, it was indeed remarkable that the Tuoba dynasty had managed to prevail thus far. As Li Luo and his companions dismounted from the cloud-winged purple crystal beast, the 7 heroes of Northern Liang, led by Long Yi, hurried forward to greet them. Your Highness, young master. They collectively bowed in reverence. Li Luo nodded slightly, his gaze shifting toward the royal palace, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. The Tuoba imperial palace had been reduced to mere ruins. Uncle Long, you have been rather ruthless, haven't you? Li Luo jested. Your Highness, this was not our doing. It was already in ruins when we arrived, Long Yi replied with a wry smile. When the army breached the capital, the palace was already in shambles, he added. That was my doing, Lin Xi interjected, appearing somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his hands. You had instructed me to capture King Tuoba, and upon doing so, Li Luo smiled faintly, showing no signs of reproach. No matter, from this day forth, we shall no longer require a palace. Our Great Xia shall have but one palace, he declared with a grin. Seeing that Li Luo bore him no ill will, Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. It was a jest, after all. How could Li Luo possibly blame him for the destruction of a mere palace? By the way, Uncle Long, during your journey here, what of the foreign citizens in the other cities? Long Yi, sensing Li Luo's concern, quickly reassured him. Rest assured, Your Highness. Aside from a few stubborn foreign soldiers who resisted, we did not trouble the citizens in the cities. That is good to hear. All of you. I shall certainly commend your efforts to my father upon my return. Li Luo responded with a slight nod and a smile. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Your Highness. The 7 heroes of Northern Liang laughed heartily, their eyes brimming with endless pride. In their eyes, the notion of commendations was trivial. Li Luo was someone they had watched grow. To them, he resembled a younger kin. They had long integrated into the Li family, into North Liang, and into Great Xia. Now, as they reclaimed the wilderness, their joy was genuine. By the way, Your Highness, our warriors discovered someone in the dungeons of Tuoba City. Long Yi said with a mysterious smile. Oh, who is it? Li Luo inquired, intrigued. With a wave of his hand, Long Yi commanded, bring him forth. Soon, 2 soldiers of the Great Xia Iron Cavalry escorted a man clad in a fur coat. Upon seeing this man, Li Luo's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to Long Yi. Your Highness, this man is Man Luo Yan. Long Yi introduced. You are Man Luo Yan? Li Luo exclaimed, surprised as he regarded the man before him. Though he had never encountered Man Luo Yan, he had heard the name so often from his father that it felt familiar. Man Luo Yan was the chieftain of the once mighty Man Luo clan among the barbaric tribes, held in high esteem across various factions. He had been a formidable rival to Li Luo's father, having led numerous incursions from the barbaric tribes into the northern states, only to be repelled each time by Li Luo's father's North Liang Iron Cavalry. Your Highness, you are the son of Li Baixiong, Li Luo. Upon hearing Long Ye's address, Man Luo Yan quickly deduced Li Luo's identity. Impudent. Long Ye's expression darkened, his demeanor turning menacing. Man Luo Yan audaciously dared to address the name of their highness. The Crown Prince. Li Luo offered a faint smile and waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference. He requested assistance in unbinding the bracelet from his wrist. Li Luo spoke, and Long Yi, taken aback for a moment, soon stepped forward to unfasten the bracelet from Man Luo Yan's wrist without further ado. Once Long Yi released the bracelet, Li Luo flicked his fingers, and a stream of spiritual energy surged into Man Luo Yan's body, liberating him from the seal imposed by King Tuoba on his cultivation. Now unshackled, Man Luo Yan sensed the aura emanating from Li Luo and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. At such a young age, you possess such formidable power. Your father pales in comparison. Li Luo smiled gently, observing Man Luo Yan earnestly. His father had once mentioned that had it not been for his status as the king of Bailiang, he might have forged a friendship with Man Luo Yan. Despite Man Luo Yan's past incursions into the southern territories, he had shown restraint, ensuring that his troops did not harm the common folk and only seized supplies. The reason for the relentless invasions from the barbaric tribes stemmed from their desolate homeland, which suffered from scarcity. As winter approached, food shortages compelled these tribes to raid Beizhou for sufficient sustenance to survive the harsh season. It was precisely because Man Luo Yan had rarely inflicted harm upon the people that Li Luo allowed Long Yi to set him free. Otherwise, had Man Luo Yan been akin to someone like Tuoba Ho, his life would have been forfeit by now. What are your intentions for the people of our tribes? Man Luo Yan inquired seriously, gazing at Li Luo. Li Luo responded with a slight smile. The current wilderness is now a territory of the Great Xia. The people of the various tribes within it shall naturally become subjects of the Great Xia. What do you think we should do for our subjects? Hearing Li Luo's rhetorical question, both Man Luo Yan and the multitude of people behind him were momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, Man Luo Yan stepped forward and knelt before Li Luo, a gesture that ignited a surge of hostility among Zhang Han and others. Fortunately, Li Luo swiftly gestured for restraint, preventing any misunderstandings. Kneeling before Li Luo, Man Luo Yan lifted the lower hem of his armor and placed a gentle kiss upon it. Li Luo smiled softly, recognizing this as the highest gesture of submission from the barbaric tribes. Chapter 82. A celebration for all then, with his right hand over his heart. Man Luo Yan looked at Li Luo with sincerity and declared, I, Man Luo Yan, am willing to submit to the Great Xia and become one of its own. I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Man Luo Yan's allegiance was not solely to Li Luo, but to the Great Xia dynasty, represented by the Crown Prince, who held the power to govern the fates of countless barbaric subjects in Tuoba City with a mere word. Seeing Man Luo Yan take the lead in submission, the multitude of barbaric people behind him hesitated no longer, each placing their right hand over their hearts, kneeling on one knee, and collectively proclaiming, We are willing to become subjects of the Great Xia. We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. A smile blossomed on Li Luo's face as he responded, Excellent. I, Li Luo, in my capacity as the Crown Prince of the Great Xia, assure you that the people of the various tribes will be well taken care of. From this moment forth, your identities shall no longer be as barbaric tribesmen, but as subjects of the Great Xia. Thank you, Your Highness. Man Luo Yan led the other barbaric subjects in expressing their gratitude. Man Luo Yan, you shall accompany me back to the imperial capital to meet my father. Li Luo stated. Yes, Your Highness. Man Luo Yin nodded slightly. Li Luo then turned to Long Yi, instructing him, Uncle Long, I presume the news has reached the imperial capital. My father will soon send someone to take charge of the wilderness. You shall remain here for the time being to maintain order. Once Luo Yi and Gao Shun lead the army here, I shall return to Beiliang City. My father and I are now residing in the palace, and I intend to relocate my mother's grave to the imperial capital. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall manage things here. Long Yi replied. Li Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Not long after, Luo Yi and Gao Shun, leading the assault camp and the Great Han Iron Army, arrived. Li Luo and the others, accompanied by the Grand Army, departed, returning to the North Gate city bordering the plains. Within the Great Xia Palace, upon learning of the downfall of the Tuoba dynasty and the transformation of the wilderness into Great Xia's territory, Li Beixiong's countenance radiated with joy, and the ministers rejoiced. Ha ha! As expected of my excellent son, Li Beixiong laughed heartily upon hearing the report from his scouts. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The ministers bowed and offered their congratulations. Good. Let this news be proclaimed to the world. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon. Every province within the Great Xia received word of the Tuoba dynasty's defeat and the wilderness becoming part of their territory. This news spread like a tempest throughout the Great Xia dynasty, igniting a fervor among the populace. Ha ha ha, splendid. Splendid. Truly, our Great Xia's iron cavalry is unmatched. Indeed. Who would have thought that I would witness the wilderness being subdued within my lifetime? His Majesty is truly a sage ruler. Ha ha ha, you may not know, but I heard from others that our crown prince led 100,000 troops to vanquish a 1,000,000-strong barbaric army. Goodness, the crown prince is indeed extraordinary. You cannot fathom the chaos of that battle, where the crown prince's 100,000 troops clashed with the 1,000,000-strong barbaric forces, turning the sky dark and staining the heavens with blood. I heard that the blood of the barbaric army flowed like a river. Is the crown prince truly that formidable? Did he personally set foot on the battlefield? I heard it from others as well. But do not mind that, from now on. The wilderness shall belong to our Great Xia. Bah, what wilderness? That is our Great Xia's barbarian province. Yes, how could I forget? Throughout the streets and alleys of the Great Xia dynasty, discussions about the subjugation of the wilderness echoed everywhere. Meanwhile, the battle between Li Luo and the 1,000,000-strong barbaric army had been disseminated by an unknown source. However, the specific details of the battle on the plains remained obscured, as if intentionally erased. Now, the world only knew that Li Luo had defeated a 1,000,000-strong barbaric army with a mere 100,000 troops. Such a feat of annihilating 1,000,000 troops and conquering the Tuoba dynasty elevated Li Luo's reputation within the Great Xia, surpassing even that of Li Beixiong. Names such as Gao Shun, Luo Yi, and the enigmatic figures of Heibai Wuchang also surfaced, becoming well known among the populace of the Great Xia. In the dimly lit corners of various county cities, several young citizens shed their humble garments and donned the exquisite armor of the Shadow Secret Guards, subsequently disappearing into the shadows. Clearly, the information circulating in the counties was orchestrated by the Shadow Secret Guards. Following Zhang Han's directives, they disseminated the tale of Li Luo leading the army against the 1,000,000-strong barbaric forces, aiming to elevate Li Luo's status in the eyes of the people. Meanwhile, many details of the great battle were deliberately omitted to prevent spies from other dynasties from discovering the existence of formidable beings like Meng Tian, who surpassed the realm of return to the ruins. Apart from the Shadow Secret Guards, as they retreated from Northgate City, Zhang Han dispatched all Shadow Secret Guards to the western and eastern provinces, where they bordered the Southern Cloud and Divine Feather dynasties, both rife with enemy spies. Consequently, after spreading the news, the Shadow Secret Guards covertly converged in these two provinces and secretly eliminated a significant number of foreign spies. At this moment, outside Northgate City, Li Luo returned with his army to the burial ground of the tens of thousands of citizens. He positioned the severed heads of Tuoba Ho and King Tuoba before him and poured a jug of wine onto the ground. May you all rest in peace. The Tuoba dynasty has been vanquished by our Great Xia, and your blood feud has been avenged, Li Luo proclaimed loudly. As his words echoed, a fierce wind swept through, producing a mournful sound. It seems that the souls of the countless commoners resonate with Li Luo. Sighing, Man Luo Yin, who had followed Li Luo, gazed at the severed head of Tuoba Wang on the ground, feeling an overwhelming sense of lamentation. Just a short while ago, he had urged himself to submit to the king and attack the Great Xia. Little did he expect that upon their meeting now, they would be separated by the realms of life and death. Man Luo Yin looked at the mounds of graves surrounding him and stepped forward, bowing deeply. These were the sins wrought by their respective tribes. "Let us depart for Bailiang City," Li Luo said, casting one last glance before mounting his horse and leaving the site. The crowd swiftly followed suit as the vast army trailed behind Li Luo towards Bailiang City. Chapter 83. The old servant remains unmarried before long. Li Luo led his troops to the outskirts of Bailiang City. Gazing at the familiar city gates, a wave of emotion washed over him, evoking a sense of homecoming. After all, this was the place where he had resided for over a decade. The guards atop the city walls, upon recognizing Li Luo at the forefront of the army, were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into fervent excitement. "Quick, open the city gates. It is His Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has returned." The news of Li Luo's return spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Bailiang City. Upon hearing the news, the citizens of Bailiang City flocked to the gates in droves. As the gates swung open, a sea of people greeted him, drums resounding and red banners waving. As countless citizens lined the streets to welcome Li Luo back. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The crowd chanted in unison, their enthusiasm palpable. The tale of Li Luo's conquest in the wilderness had already circulated throughout Bailiang City. As he traversed through the throngs of people, Li Luo nodded graciously in acknowledgement. Soon, amidst the adulation, he returned to the North Liang Palace, a place steeped in significance. The North Liang Palace held a special meaning within the city, for it was once the residence of the current emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Upon arriving at the palace entrance, Li Luo spotted a man in his 50s, accompanied by a retinue of maids and guards, waiting eagerly for his return. "Your Highness! Your Highness! You have finally returned to see this old servant," the man exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he hurried forward to bow, kneeling before Li Luo. This man was Ji Ming, the steward of the North Liang Palace. "Uncle Ji, there is no need for such formalities." Li Luo promptly assisted him to his feet. "Hurry, everyone, pay your respects to His Highness." Ji Ming, rising, commanded the maids and guards behind him to bow. Recovering from his momentary daze, the maids and guards hurriedly offered their greetings to Li Luo. He waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. We are all familiar faces here. No need for such courtesy." With that, Li Luo entered the North Liang Palace, followed closely by the assembly of servants. "Your Highness, how long will you be staying this time? What of His Majesty? When will he return?" Ji Ming inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Luo chuckled softly, regarding Ji Ming and the entourage of maids and guards. "My father, now the sovereign of our Great Xia, may find it difficult to return in the future. I have come back primarily to relocate my mother's tomb to the royal mausoleum and to bring you all to the palace." Upon hearing that Li Luo intended to take them into the palace, the maids and guards erupted with joy, and Ji Ming's face lit up with happiness. It seemed that neither the emperor nor the crown prince had forgotten them. However, Ji Ming's expression shifted, and he hesitated before asking Li Luo, "I have heard that those serving His Majesty in the palace are eunuchs. Does that mean?" As he spoke, Ji Ming made a gesture with his hand, mimicking a cutting motion. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's expression stiffened, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps that applies to others. But Uncle Ji, you should be safe, right? Rest assured, my father would not allow that to happen to you." Hearing this, Ji Ming breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. That is good. An old servant remains unmarried to this day." The surrounding maids and guards stifled their laughter at this remark, and Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle as well. However, the thought of Ji Ming's continued single status crossed his mind, and he resolved to have his father arrange a marriage for him. The next morning, Li Luo took the group to the back mountains of their palace. There, a remarkably ornate tomb came into view. The gravestone bore the inscription "Tomb of my beloved wife, Yun Yi," with nothing else accompanying it. Li Luo knew only that his mother's name was Yun Yi. "Mother, I have wronged you." Li Luo stood before the tomb and bowed deeply. Without further ado, he instructed them to open the tomb and relocate her remains. At his signal, several guards stepped forward to begin excavating. Sighing, Ji Ming remarked, "Back when the crown prince was born, the late lady departed this world, leaving only His Majesty behind. Since her passing, His Majesty has remained unmarried." Li Luo nodded slightly, acknowledging the hardships his father had endured over the years. Among the 4 great princes of Liang, who besides his father was without a multitude of wives and concubines, his father, alone, without even a warm bed companion in winter. "Your Highness." At that moment, the guards unearthed the coffin, snapping Li Luo back to attention. They lifted the coffin out. "Open it." Li Luo inhaled deeply, commanding them to do so. As the guards opened the coffin, the scene inside left everyone present in stunned silence. For within the coffin lay nothing but emptiness. "How could this be? I personally witnessed His Majesty placing the lady in this coffin. How could it be empty? Ji Ming exclaimed in disbelief. Li Luo gazed at the vacant coffin, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Goodness, my mother must still be alive. It dawned on him why, whenever he inquired about her over the years, his father would evade the topic. He had sensed something amiss all along. Staring at the empty coffin, Li Luo was certain that his mother was indeed alive. No wonder his father had refrained from taking any wives or concubines these years. He must have feared her disapproval. How foolish of him to have felt pity for his father just moments ago. Ah, father, you have kept this from me. Li Luo pondered for a moment before rising. Let us dismantle this tomb. Uncle Ji, prepare immediately. We are returning to the capital. Without looking back, Li Luo departed, leaving the stunned assembly behind. Ji Ming and the guards were momentarily at a loss, glancing at each other for guidance. Ji Ming, still bewildered, contemplated how the coffin could be empty. He had distinctly seen the lady lying within it before her burial. What are you all staring at? If His Highness commands it, then proceed. Ji Ming snapped back to reality, irritated, and hurried after Li Luo. Chapter 84. Envoy Wang Jing in the Imperial Study of the South Cloud Dynasty. Wei Jun was overwhelmed with anxiety upon learning that the Great Xia not only possessed multiple powerful figures of the returning ruins realm, but had also conquered the wilderness. Father, with the addition of that illusionist from before and now the emergence of Luo Yi, He Wuchang, and Bai Wuchang, there are already 4 known figures of the returning ruins realm in the Great Xia. The annihilation of the wilderness reveals their ambitions. What are we to do? The Empress Dowager was currently in seclusion, and it would be some time before she returned. With her level of cultivation, a period of 3 to 5 years in seclusion was not uncommon. By the time she emerged, it was likely that the South Cloud was already in peril. Wei Jun paced anxiously, fearing that the next target of the Great Xia would be their South Cloud dynasty. Beside him, Wei Qianjun wore a similarly grim expression and said thoughtfully, "The disciples of your royal aunt have already received our correspondence. I believe she will return promptly once she emerges from seclusion. Before our message reached you, your royal aunt had already entered seclusion. Rest assured, she should not be long in emerging. Furthermore, the Great Xia dynasty has just conquered the wild lands and needs time to assimilate such a vast territory. It is unlikely that they will take action against our southern cloud in the short term, providing ample time for your royal aunt's return." Upon hearing Wei Qianjun's analysis, Wei Jun slightly nodded, feeling a sense of relief from his previous anxiety. "By the way, father, I have just received news that an envoy from the Blazing Flame dynasty has arrived and is currently within the Divine Feather dynasty. The next stop will likely be the Great Xia or us, Southern Cloud. Should we swear the heavenly oath upon the envoy's arrival? Once we pledge the heavenly oath, Southern Cloud will forever become a vassal of the Blazing Flame dynasty. Even if we ascend to a dynasty in the future, we would still be subject to their command." Wei Jun recalled something and looked at Wei Qianjun, inquiring further. In response, Wei Qianjun let out a soft sigh and replied, "Let us swear the heavenly oath." Ever since the abundance of spiritual energy in the world, the Blazing Flame dynasty has forcefully compelled various dynasties to pledge the heavenly oath. After doing so, the Blazing Flame dynasty ceased to suppress those dynasties and even provided substantial resources for cultivation to those with potential, aiding many old powerhouses in making breakthroughs. It is said that several of the strongest dynasties now have formidable experts at the primordial and even the unfathomable realms in their ranks. Once those dynasties swore the heavenly oath, they became reckless, waging wars against neighboring dynasties to expand their own power. The Blazing Flame dynasty also seems intent on allowing promising dynasties to rise to full dynasties, thus strengthening their own foundation with multiple dynasties under their banner. Although by swearing the heavenly oath, Southern Cloud would not receive any protection from the Blazing Flame dynasty, we would not face immediate annihilation. I have heard that the Sword dynasty, which the Blazing Flame dynasty favored most, was annihilated the very next day for refusing to pledge the heavenly oath, and their territory is now occupied by the Nine Knight dynasty. After listening to Wei Qianjun's words, Wei Jun could only nod helplessly. Although they had connections with the Supreme Spirit sect, the Blazing Flame dynasty would likely not extend any privileges to Southern Cloud. Otherwise, the world might perceive the Blazing Flame dynasty as wary of the Supreme Spirit sect. I hope the Great Xia can maintain such defiance in the face of the Blazing Flame dynasty's envoy. Wei Jun coldly huffed, feeling quite displeased. He understood that the astute Great Xia dynasty would undoubtedly pledge the heavenly oath without hesitation, yet he secretly hoped they would refuse, allowing the Blazing Flame dynasty to obliterate them instead. Of course, Wei Jun was well aware that this was merely his naive imagination. Within the palace of the Divine Feather dynasty, in the Imperial Garden, The current ruler, Chu Haoge, donned in a dragon robe, sat nearby. As the ruler of a dynasty, he dared not speak freely. Beside him sat an elderly man clad in a yellow robe, exuding a formidable aura far beyond that of Chu Haoge. This elder was none other than the long-hidden ancestor of the Divine Feather Dynasty, Chu Ming. However, even as the ancestor of the Divine Feather Dynasty, Chu Ming bore a respectful expression, for before them sat a middle-aged man, the envoy from the Blazing Flame Dynasty, Wang Jing. Envoy Wang, please. This is a rare spiritual wine cherished by our Divine Feather Dynasty for many years. Chu Ming gestured for a maid to bring forth a pot of wine, pouring it for Wang Jing with a flattering smile. Wang Jing took a sip of the spiritual wine, smiled slightly, and said, "Not bad. Now that we have enjoyed the wine, please hurry and swear the heavenly oath. This envoy still needs to visit Southern Cloud, and then proceed to Great Xia." Yes. Yes. Chu Ming's face stiffened momentarily before he forced a smile. He looked at Chu Haoge, his eyes gleaming with a hint of helplessness. Chu Haoge nodded slightly, and promptly swore the heavenly oath of eternal loyalty to the Blazing Flame Dynasty on behalf of the Divine Feather Dynasty. Seeing the Divine Feather Dynasty pledge the heavenly oath, Wang Jing rose and stated, "Excellent. From now on, no matter how many experts of the Void Realm you cultivate in the Divine Feather Dynasty, the Blazing Flame Dynasty shall not interfere. In fact, should you produce a sufficient number of strong individuals, you will receive abundant resources for cultivation from our Blazing Flame Dynasty." "Thank you, Envoy Wang." Chu Ming and Chu Haoge rose together and clasped their hands in gratitude. Wang Jing nodded slightly. "In that case, I shall take my leave." Just as Wang Jing was about to depart from the Divine Feather Dynasty to head for Southern Cloud, Chu Ming suddenly called out to him, "Envoy, please wait." Wang Jing turned to face the two, his voice stern. "What is it?" Chu Ming reached into his storage ring and produced a flowing spiritual herb. "Envoy, this is a longevity herb that I acquired long ago while traversing the Beast Mountain. It can extend one's life by 10 years. I humbly present it to you." Upon hearing it was a longevity herb, Wang Jing's eyes brightened, and he replied gravely, "Speak. What is it you desire?" At his words, a shadow flickered in Chu Ming's eyes as he smiled. "Envoy, the Great Xia Dynasty is ambitious, and our Divine Feather Dynasty is currently in peril. I wish to request your assistance." Boom. Before Chu Ming could finish his sentence, he was forcibly pushed back by the terrifying aura emanating from Wang Jing. "Humph. I have also heard of the Great Xia Dynasty. Though it has just been established, it already boasts several experts of the Void Realm, a potential far beyond that of your Divine Feather Dynasty. You should be wary, Divine Feather Dynasty." With that, Wang Jing waved his hand and departed from the palace of the Divine Feather Dynasty. Envoy Wang. Chu Ming attempted to retain him, but he had already vanished from sight. Sighing, Chu Ming could not help but lament. "What shall we do now, ancestor? The Great Xia Dynasty is so powerful. Our Divine Feather is in great danger." Chu Haoge voiced his concerns. "Humph. Do not worry. While we may not have been able to bribe the envoy, it does not mean our Divine Feather will be at the mercy of others. I will be absent for a while, and during my absence, you must avoid any conflicts with the Great Xia at all costs," Chu Ming instructed earnestly. "Understood," Chu Haoge nodded. Soon after, Chu Ming vanished from the spot. As Wang Jing left the palace, he bore a look of disdain. Although he was an envoy and could indeed use his privileges to make things difficult for smaller dynasties that displeased him, leading them to their demise under the forces of the Blazing Flame Dynasty, the potential of the Great Xia Dynasty far surpassed that of the Divine Feather Dynasty. If the Great Xia Dynasty were to produce more powerful experts in the future, it would undoubtedly attract attention within the court. At that time, the resources for cultivation awarded by the dynasty would naturally bring him substantial benefits as the guiding envoy. How could he possibly sacrifice future rewards for a mere longevity herb? Furthermore, with numerous experts of the Void Realm currently stationed within the Great Xia Dynasty, their foundation was certainly not something the Divine Feather Dynasty could compare to. By the time he reached the Great Xia Dynasty, the gifts bestowed upon him by its ruler would surely surpass that of a single longevity herb. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Jing eagerly set off towards Southern Cloud. Chapter 85. Unbearable Past Events in the Imperial Capital of the Great Xia. Li Luo led the army back, accompanied by numerous maidservants and guards from the Northern Liang prince's residence. Within the palace, upon his return, Li Luo wasted no time in seeking out his father to clarify the situation. Had his mother truly perished or not? In the imperial study, Li Baixiong was reviewing memorials when he learned that his beloved son had returned. Overjoyed, he immediately set aside his work. Just as he was about to visit Li Luo, the latter, in a fit of anger, stormed into the study, causing the guards and maidservants outside to immediately bow in respect. "Father! Ah, my son, you have returned," Li Beixiong exclaimed with a radiant smile. However, at that moment, Li Luo's expression was one of darkness. "You all may leave. I have matters to discuss with your majesty." Li Luo addressed the surrounding maids and eunuchs. All eyes turned towards Li Beixiong. At that moment, Li Beixiong noticed the expression on his eldest son's face and was momentarily taken aback. He was all too familiar with his son. Whenever Li Luo bore such an expression, it signified his displeasure. Consequently, Li Beixiong waved his hand and instructed the others, "You may leave for now." "Yes, your majesty." The maids and eunuchs in the study bowed and retreated, closing the grand door behind them, with only himself and his father remaining. Li Luo plopped down onto a chair and took a few hearty sips from a cup of tea. Sensing something amiss, Li Beixiong abandoned his regal demeanor and approached Li Luo with a sheepish grin. "My son, what has caused you to be so upset? Has someone wronged you? I shall help you deal with them." He feigned anger. Li Luo waved his hand, observing his father's prior fury transform into a playful grin. He spoke earnestly, "Father, during my recent conquest of the barbaric tribes, I made a detour to the Northern Liang palace on my way back." Li Beixiong was taken aback and promptly inquired, "What business do you have at the Northern Liang palace?" Li Luo's gaze turned somber, making Li Beixiong feel uneasy. He continued in a detached tone, "I went to the Northern Liang palace to escort Uncle Ji and the palace maids and guards into the palace." "Ah, I see. I was actually planning to send someone to fetch them soon. Since you have already taken care of this for me, I need not worry." Li Beixiong chuckled awkwardly. Li Luo regarded his father and added, "Secondly, I intend to relocate Mother-S grave to the imperial capital and construct a royal tomb for her." Upon hearing this, Li Beixiong's body trembled. Realization dawned upon him, and he adopted a serious and heavy expression, sighing helplessly, "Alas, I had hoped to keep this from you for a lifetime. Yet you have discovered the truth. Father, tell me, is my mother alive or dead? If she is alive, where is she now? Why has she not come back to see me for all these years? And why did you deceive me into believing she had passed away, even erecting a grave for her?" Faced with Li Luo's barrage of questions, Li Beixiong became somewhat uncomfortable, rubbing his hands together as he contemplated. He sat beside Li Luo, intending to divulge everything. "Son, let me explain," he began, but faltered under Li Luo's intense gaze. "Go on, I am listening," Li Luo urged. Li Beixiong forced a smile and remarked, "Your expression of anger resembles your mother's so closely." He reminisced, "Back when I was fighting alongside that old dog Qinyu, I encountered your mother." Li Beixiong then recounted the events of that fateful day. He had been leading troops in the conquest of cities when he stumbled upon a woman being accosted by villains. As a man of integrity, he intended to intervene, only to be stunned when the woman unleashed a terrifying aura that instantly obliterated her assailants. This unforeseen spectacle left Li Beixiong paralyzed with fear, realizing the woman was not merely a damsel in distress, but possessed formidable power. Before he could regain his composure, she had seized him and taken him to a secluded place, where the details were best left unsaid. The woman who had spirited him away was none other than Li Luo's mother, Yini. Upon hearing this, Li Luo could not contain himself and spat out his tea, dousing Li Beixiong. The latter wiped his face, expressionless, as Li Luo struggled to comprehend this revelation. No wonder his father had never openly discussed how he met his mother, nor had he ever provided a clear account of her character. It seemed his mother was quite the formidable woman. My heavens, was my mother that powerful back then? And you somehow ended up with me? Li Luo exclaimed, astonished. Li Beixiong, appearing somewhat embarrassed, nodded slightly. Li Luo, driven by curiosity, ventured to ask, "Father, did you not think of resisting at the time?" At this, Li Beixiong straightened up and sheepishly admitted, "Well, I did attempt to resist, but it was futile. Your mother was far more powerful than I." Li Luo's mouth twitched at this unexpected turn of events. His perceptions of women had been thoroughly challenged. He had imagined his father might have played the role of the heroic savior, only to find that he had been the victim in this bizarre tale. "And what happened afterward?" Li Luo inquired, intrigued. "Well, after that night, when I awoke, your mother had already departed, leaving me shivering alone in the wind." Li Beixiong sighed deeply. "I did not see her again until I became the king of Northern Liang. One day, she appeared at the palace, pregnant with you, and informed me that I was to be a father. From that moment, she resided in the Northern Liang palace, and I learned her name was Yuni. She was no ordinary woman. Her strength far surpassed mine, though I cannot specify her realm. It seemed she was evading enemies. Her sudden appearance drew the attention of the royal family, and I was keenly aware of her predicament. To protect her, after you were born, I staged a performance. pretending to bury her to conceal her existence from outsiders. What about my mother's enemies? Are they formidable? Surely in our daxia, we can protect her now? Li Luo asked, beginning to piece together the complexities of his mother's life. Li Beixiong shook his head gently. No, before she left. She warned me that her enemies were extraordinarily powerful, beyond our comprehension. She instructed me never to mention her existence to anyone. She also promised that if all went well, she would return after 10 years. Yet now, over a decade has passed, and she remains absent. Hearing this, Li Luo felt a pang of sympathy for his father, who appeared so troubled. Do not worry, father. If mother can evade those enemies, it speaks to her exceptional abilities. Surely, her absence is due to some unforeseen circumstances. He reassured him. Li Beixiong nodded slightly, hope flickering in his eyes. I have remained steadfast all these years, waiting for your mother. The atmosphere, once heavy with concern, lightened as Li Luo found humor in his father's earnestness. Father, all these years, you need not have suffered so. Now that you are the ruler of a dynasty, taking a few more wives is hardly an issue. I believe mother would not hold it against you, Li Luo remarked with a smile. At this moment, Li Beixiong leaned closer to Li Luo and spoke softly. Son, do you know what your mother said to me before she left? She mentioned that if she returned and found me married to another woman. Here, Li Beixiong gestured with his hand in a cutting motion, causing Li Luo's lips to twitch uncontrollably. The thought of his fierce mother, whom he had never met, potentially returning, made it clear why his father had remained chaste all these years. By the way, father, where is mother from? If she cannot return, perhaps we could seek her out, Li Luo inquired. Li Beixiong shook his head, indicating he did not know. Did mother ever mention if she had any relatives? Li Beixiong again shook his head, awkwardly admitting, I only know your mother's name. Everything else is a mystery, for when I asked her, she would not tell me. Hearing this, Li Luo was utterly stunned. Son, you do not blame your father for concealing this matter from you, do you? Li Beixiong asked, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Li Luo smiled gently and patted his father's shoulder. To be honest, I was quite upset that you kept this from me. However, after hearing your explanation, I am no longer angry. Rest assured, I will find mother and ensure you do not remain alone in that empty house. He exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Very well. I shall await your success in bringing your mother back, and then our family of 3 will live happily together, Li Beixiong replied, feigning joy while feeling a deep sense of loss within. Over the years, he had never given up on secretly searching for Yun Yi's whereabouts. But each time he was met with disappointment. By the way, father, I have something I wish to discuss with you, Li Luo said earnestly, as if recalling something important. What is it? Li Beixiong replied, now adopting a serious demeanor. In this era of great change, with abundant spiritual energy, conventional armies will have little significance in future conflicts. Our great Xia cavalry is comprised of soldiers whose skills are rather lacking. Therefore, I propose the establishment of several new martial armies. However, to achieve this, the people of Great Xia must collectively embark on the path of cultivation. I envision a Great Xia where every citizen is like a dragon, capable of governing and fighting, Li Luo declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, Li Beixiong burst into hearty laughter, pride gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Li Luo. Ah, my son, what you speak of has long been in my plans. However, I cannot undertake this task, he replied with a chuckle. Why not? Li Luo asked, puzzled. My son, Li Beixiong said, his gaze intense, to establish an academy for the people to learn is a monumental endeavor that will be remembered throughout history. If I were to lead this effort, the common folk would only remember my contributions. You must understand, Great Xia is destined to be yours alone. Hearing his father's words, warmth flooded Li Luo's heart. His father had always been paving the way for him. A smile unwittingly spread across his face. Father, soon, I will complete what you have started, Li Beixiong said, patting Li Luo's shoulder gently. Just as Li Luo took a deep breath, ready to speak again, a sudden hurried voice from outside the study interrupted. Your Majesty, the envoy from the Flame Dynasty has arrived. Startled, both Li Luo and Li Beixiong exchanged glances, a flicker of intrigue passing between them. Son, do you think our great Xia should pledge an oath to the heaven? Li Beixiong inquired thoughtfully. Li Luo scoffed lightly. Of course not. Ah, splendid. Let us go and meet this envoy. Li Beixiong laughed heartily, his eyes shimmering with determination as they departed the study. Chapter 87. The terrified Wang Jing in the Grand Hall. Wang Jing was led by a eunuch to the imperial garden of the Great Xia dynasty. There, Li Luo and Li Beixiong awaited him. Accompanying Li Luo were Luo Yi, Heibai Wuchang, Zhang Han, and Gao Shan, while Meng Tian, Wei Qing, and Lei Zhenzi concealed themselves in the shadows to protect Li Luo. Upon entering the garden, Wang Jing noticed that Li Beixiong had prepared a tea banquet. Haha, envoy Wang. My apologies for not greeting you properly. Please, have a seat, Li Beixiong said, remaining seated as he courteously invited Wang Jing to sit. As Wang Jing entered, his gaze fell upon Li Beixiong and the figures standing behind Li Luo. For strong cultivators of the return to emptiness realm, he marveled inwardly. For a border dynasty, possessing 4 such formidable warriors was indeed impressive. Wang Jing, being at the mid-stage of the return to emptiness realm, could sense the general strength of Luo, Yi, and the others, while he completely overlooked Li Luo, who was deliberately concealing his cultivation. Despite the presence of several return to emptiness cultivators, Wang Jing felt unfazed. As an envoy of the Flame Dynasty, he was confident that they would not dare to harm him. However, he felt a twinge of displeasure at Li Beixiong and Li Luo's lack of deference. As an envoy, he was accustomed to being greeted with great respect by monarchs of other dynasties, yet the rulers of Great Xia showed no signs of ingratiating themselves with him. Wang Jing nodded slightly, formulating a plan to undermine Great Xia. He was determined that their monarch would eventually beg for his favor. After taking his seat, Li Luo turned to the others and instructed, "You may all leave now. The emperor and the envoy have matters to discuss." Luo, Yi, and the others nodded slightly before exiting the garden, followed by the palace maids. The garden was now left with just Li Luo and the 2 others. Haha, envoy, your journey must have been arduous. I heard you visited the Divine Feather Dynasty and the South Cloud Dynasty before coming to Great Xia? Li Beixiong said with a smile. Wang Jing nodded slightly, responding in a deep voice, "Indeed. Though those 2 dynasties pale in comparison to Great Xia, they are astute enough to pledge their eternal loyalty to the Flame Dynasty by swearing an oath to the heavens. Initially, your newly established dynasty required recognition from my Flame Dynasty to continue existing. However, my emperor has since amended the decree, streamlining the process. Now, whether new or old dynasties, as long as they swear an oath to the heavens, they are recognized by my Flame Dynasty." Li Beixiong and Li Luo exchanged slight nods at this revelation. Observing their reaction, Wang Jing's eyes narrowed as he continued. However, exceptions do exist. For instance, if there is a dynasty I find displeasing, I can simply voice my objections in front of the emperor, and that dynasty could face annihilation, even if it possesses return to emptiness realm warriors. He fixed his gaze on Li Beixiong, his fingers gently rubbing together. In that moment, both Li Luo and Li Beixiong understood the envoy's intentions. He sought benefits. Haha, esteemed envoy. Rest assured that you shall receive your due rewards. However, my Great Xia does not wish to swear an oath to the heavens. Might I ask if you could? Li Beixiong began to smile as he spoke. Impossible. Wang Jing interjected abruptly. Without establishing a vow to the heavenly Tao, the existence of your Great Xia becomes unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing was consumed by rage. He dared not accept the benefits of Great Xia's failure to establish the heavenly Tao vow. If it were discovered that they had not done so, his fate would be dire, facing punishment that could extend to his entire clan. At this moment, both Li Luo and Li Beixiong's expressions darkened. Esteemed envoy, must we truly swear this vow to the heavenly Tao? Li Beixiong asked, his gaze somber. Humph. Of course. I initially held your Great Xia in high regard, but it seems you are utterly unappreciative. It appears that your Great Xia has no reason to persist. Wang Jing stated coldly. It was then that he realized that Li Beixiong had no intention of making the vow at all. Had he known, he would have accepted the longevity grass from Chu Ming earlier. At Wang Jing's words, the already irritable Li Beixiong slammed his hand on the table in fury. You can't resolve this minor issue and still expect benefits. Get out. Leave Great Xia at once. Bold. Boom. Upon hearing Li Beixiong's insults, Wang Jing's fury erupted. A terrifying aura surged from his body, pressing towards Li Beixiong. However, at that very moment, Luo Yi and the 2 others, Heibai Wuchang and Zhang Han, appeared behind Li Beixiong, dissipating his aura. Simultaneously, over 100 shadowy guards emerged from the shadows, surrounding Wang Jing. Seeing the elite guards, Wang Jing was taken aback. Such formidable protectors could only exist within their imperial dynasty. It seemed that the Great Xia dynasty was not as simple as he had assumed. Nevertheless, Wang Jing felt no fear, for he had the Flame Dynasty backing him. Great Xia monarch, do you truly believe that having so many experts of the Return to Ruins realm can contend with my Flame Dynasty? We could extinguish you with the slightest effort. Do you see this jade slip in my hand? Just a gentle squeeze, and our previous conversation will be transmitted back to the dynasty. Soon, a host of Return to Ruins and even Primordial Realm experts will come to flatten your Great Xia. If you are wise, allow this envoy to depart safely, and your Great Xia may prolong its existence for a few more days. Wang Jing declared, producing a green jade slip. Upon hearing this, Li Beixiong narrowed his eyes, while Luo Yi and the others regarded Wang Jing with disdain, as if he were a fool. Is that so? We in Great Xia are not without our own primordial realm experts. Come forth and let this envoy witness the depth of our Great Xia, Li Luo proclaimed. Rising to his feet with an air of authority, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Boom. Moments later, 3 figures exuding even more terrifying energy silently appeared before Wang Jing. The 3 were Lin Xi, Wei Qing, and Meng Tian, who had been hidden in the shadows. At this moment, Wang Jing's pupils constricted, his body trembling uncontrollably. Primordial realm. How is this possible? How could your Great Xia possess primordial realm experts? And you are not a primordial realm expert. You are a soul realm powerhouse. Wang Jing stammered, looking at Lin Xi, his fear palpable. He could not be mistaken. The terrifying aura emanating from Lin Xi was something he had only felt in the presence of the emperor, an oppressive sensation he would never forget. A soul realm powerhouse. He was certain of it. Great Xia had a soul realm expert in residence. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Jing's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Simultaneously, he realized he could not move. Wang Jing was now bound by Lin Xi's power. Li Luo approached with a smile, snatching the jade slip from Wang Jing's hand and toying with it. How does it feel, envoy? Stunned, are we? My Great Xia is not a third-rate dynasty that your Flame Dynasty can manipulate at will, Li Beixiong boasted, standing before Wang Jing. At this moment, Wang Jing dared not retort, simmering with suppressed rage as he trembled. Why, you best release me. I have a life token left in the dynasty. If I die, the ministers will notice immediately. Even if your Great Xia has a soul realm expert, you will surely be extinguished by the Flame Dynasty. There is not just one soul realm expert in the Flame Dynasty, and if I do not return soon, the powerful ministers will come searching for me with my life token. Oh, is that so? We were unaware until you mentioned it, Li Luo replied nonchalantly, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing's heart soared with hope, believing he had intimidated Great Xia with his words. He quickly urged, let me go, and we will pretend this never happened. I can swear the vow to the heavenly Tao and state before the emperor that Great Xia has established the vow. Li Luo suddenly conceived a brilliant idea and calmly replied, while we cannot kill you, releasing you is out of the question. Moreover, I trust our own people more than you. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Jing. Nothing much. Just that I would like you to visit our Great Xia's prison for a while, Li Luo said with a slight smile. As Zhang Han swiftly incapacitated Wang Jing's cultivation, they then ordered the shadowy guards to escort him to the prison. Son, what are you doing? Li Beixiong looked at Li Luo with confusion. Father, come with me to the prison. You will soon understand, Li Luo replied, leading the group toward the prison. Li Beixiong pondered for a moment, unable to suppress his curiosity, and quickly followed.